Chapter 1. Li Changsheng, Sangzhou, Qingchuan City. At last, I have broken through to the 6th level of qi refinement. In the ancient residence of the Li family, a youth with a face as exquisite as jade and lips red as coral sat cross-legged beside a desolate well, exuding a dense aura of yin. The gray mist-like spiritual energy swirled around him, and his cultivation surged as he had indeed reached the 6th level of qi refinement. The youth's name was Li Changsheng, 15 years of age, and he was the young master of the Li family in Qingchuan City. The Li family was one of the 3 major cultivation families in Qingchuan City, possessing immense power within a 1,000-mile radius, with foundational cultivators safeguarding the clan. In addition to their formidable strength, the Li family also had the support of the Xianyang sect, which granted them a special inner disciple recruitment slot every 10 years to send the most outstanding members of their family to the sect. The Xianyang sect is one of the 5 major cultivation sects in Sangzhou, having been established for several millennia, with formidable nascent soul cultivators residing within, dominating the region and attracting countless wandering cultivators and seekers of immortality vying to join. The Li family's ability to rely on such a powerful ally and secure an inner disciple slot was not only due to the groundwork laid by their predecessors within the Xianyang sect, but also owing to the annual resource harvest amounting to 30% of the entire family's yield. After breaking through to the 6th level of qi refinement, Li Changsheng felt the surge of spiritual energy within him. Overwhelmed with excitement, he quickly cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation method, the Earth Fiend formula, to stabilize his newfound level. The Earth Fiend formula was not a cultivation technique from the family, but rather an introductory method obtained by his father from an elder of the Xianyang sect, procured at great cost in spiritual stones when Li Changsheng began his cultivation journey at the age of 10. Of course, this substantial expenditure did not yield a technique superior to those of the family. The primary reason was his father's intention to forge connections with an elder at the Xianyang sect for his son's benefit. Since then, his father had been laying the groundwork for Li Changsheng to join the inner sect of the Xianyang sect. After half an hour of diligently circulating the technique multiple times, Li Changsheng finally stabilized his cultivation level. Considering the time, the celestial master from the Xianyang sect should arrive within a day or 2. Given my father's influence within the family, along with the connections he has established, as long as no unexpected events occur, I am the most likely candidate for the special recruitment slot. However, before that, to ensure absolute certainty, the lingering yin energy here must be eradicated. I shall summon the Nether Tower to absorb it entirely, transforming it into my own strength, for indeed, a strong fist is the most convincing argument. A glint of determination flashed in Li Changsheng's eyes as he muttered to himself. The Nether Tower he spoke of resided within his mind. When he began his cultivation at the age of 10, a meteor fell from the sky, and he subsequently fainted. Upon awakening, he discovered a small, pitch-black tower had appeared in his consciousness. At that moment, the Nether Tower lay quietly in the center of Li Changsheng's mind, nourishing his spiritual essence. Initially, Li Changsheng did not notice any peculiarities, merely considering it a soul treasure. Soul treasures were exceedingly rare, and the Li family had never possessed one. Having experienced the intrigues of his family from a young age, Li Changsheng kept it a closely guarded secret, with no one else in the world aware of its existence. However, as he began to cultivate the Earth Fiend formula using the yin energy, Li Changsheng discovered the tower's profound capabilities. It turned out that the Nether Tower required the absorption of yin energy to transform it into his own understanding, thereby enhancing his spiritual essence. From that moment onwards, this desolate well, rich in yin energy, became Li Changsheng's sanctuary for cultivation. Yet, after prolonged practice, the well's emanation of yin energy had gradually diminished. Fortunately, with the Nether Tower's absorption, Li Changsheng's spiritual essence steadily grew stronger, and his understanding saw significant advancement. Particularly after years of continuous refinement through the yin energy, Li Changsheng's cultivation speed began to accelerate. As he rapidly circulated the technique, the nether tower in his mind radiated an overwhelming force of absorption. Within this immense force, the thick yin energy swiftly coiled like wisps of gray smoke, rapidly infiltrating Li Changsheng's body. With the influx of this energy, Li Changsheng's spiritual essence and understanding began to incrementally increase. Once the yin energy from the well was nearly depleted, a drop of pitch-black liquid began to seep forth from within the nether tower. Li Changsheng's eyes brightened at the sight. This drop of black liquid had coalesced a year prior. At that time, when he absorbed this drop using his spiritual essence, his cultivation speed and understanding surged to an astonishing degree. With that fleeting burst of comprehension and speed, Li Changsheng had broken through the bottleneck of the Yin Wind Sword technique, elevating it to a state of great perfection. Now, a year later, he had once again condensed a new drop of liquid. If I absorb this drop, dedicating myself to comprehending the Yin Wind Sword technique, my combat power will undoubtedly increase significantly. With a slight smile, Li Changsheng mused to himself. With his spiritual essence fully mobilized, he swiftly drew the drop of pitch-black liquid from the nether tower. Under the influence of this liquid, Li Changsheng began to rapidly practice the Yin Wind Sword technique in his mind, an abundance of insights flooding in. As the hour passed, when the drop of liquid was finally consumed, a smile graced Li Changsheng's face. Having absorbed and comprehended the Yin Wind Sword technique, his combat prowess had increased by at least 30%, and the technique itself was on the verge of reaching perfection. It won't be long now. Once I find another place rich in yin energy to seclude myself, the Yin Wind Sword technique will surely achieve perfection. Li Changsheng thought to himself, slowly rising from the ground and walking towards the courtyard. Having commenced his cultivation at the age of 10, he had now reached the 6th level of qi refinement. With his innate talent, he could have joined the Xianyang sect long ago. However, if he entered through conventional means, he would initially only be an outer disciple, receiving minimal training and resources. Therefore, Li Changsheng had deliberately waited for 5 years, first utilizing the resources of his family for cultivation, and then leveraging the special recruitment slot to become an inner disciple of the Xianyang sect in one fell swoop. Naturally, aside from his own aspirations, there were 1 or 2 other exceptionally gifted individuals in the family who harbored similar intentions. But alas, their fathers were not the head of the Li family, while his own father was. With a triumphant chuckle, Li Changsheng stepped out of the ancient residence. Upon exiting the door, a sturdy man at the 5th level of qi refinement, who had been waiting at the entrance, promptly bowed his head respectfully and said, "Young master, all is well." "Indeed." Li Changsheng nodded, intending to inquire further when a figure rapidly approached from the Distancia cultivator at the peak of the qi refinement stage. Li Changsheng recognized him as Asan, one of his father's most valued subordinates. Asan swiftly arrived at Li Changsheng's side, respectfully cupping his hands and speaking with a hint of urgency. "Young master, the celestial master from the Xianyang sect has arrived. Your father sent someone to notify you half an hour ago. Please do not delay, lest we miss this important occasion." "Half an hour ago?" Upon hearing this, the amiable smile that had adorned Li Changsheng's face stiffened, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on the sturdy man nearby. "Why was I not informed at that time?" "The spiritual energy was surging within, and I presumed you had just broken through, so I dared not disturb you," the sturdy man stammered, panic flashing across his face as he bowed his head even lower, trembling slightly. "And so you took it upon yourself to neglect notifying me?" Chapter 2. Acknowledging Mistakes and Standing Firm. Li Changsheng's expression grew increasingly frigid, akin to a jade statue, as he placed a hand on the sturdy man's face and said, "Or were you instructed by someone else to deliberately withhold this information from me?" He had emphasized repeatedly regarding the matter of the Xianyang sect, insisting that he be informed at the earliest opportunity. Yet this individual had purposefully delayed him for half an hour and failed to explain upon his emergence, revealing a treacherous intent. I merely did not wish to disturb the young master's cultivation. I beg for your forgiveness. I shall never repeat this mistake again, the sturdy man pleaded, his voice quivering as he fell to his knees. This young master, while appearing refined and affable, would not hesitate to resort to drastic measures if his interests were threatened. Just like the third elder from a year ago, who was the young master's own uncle. Sure, do not speak. Let me guess, was it my second uncle or my fourth uncle? Did they approach you with spiritual stones or threats? Li Changsheng continued to pat the sturdy man's face, his eyes shifting between moods as he murmured to himself. No, no, no. I was wrong. I was wrong. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the sturdy man grew increasingly agitated, his body trembling more violently. Ah, so one of them was indeed involved. A fierce glint flashed in Li Changsheng's eyes as he summoned the Yin Wind sword technique, causing a gray mist sword to materialize in the air. With a swift motion, a flash of crimson appeared, and a severed head fell to the ground, splattering blood as it rolled several times. It was the sturdy man's head, which had been caught completely off guard, unable to even emit a cry of despair. Lowering his gaze upon the headless corpse of the formidable man, Li Changsheng shook his head with icy eyes. One must acknowledge their mistakes when faced with punishment. One should stand tall. I harbor a deep disdain for those who betray and deceive. Take heed in your next life, and do not repeat the same errors. As he spoke, Li Changsheng retrieved a silk handkerchief from his storage bag, meticulously wiping the bloodstains from his hands. He then employed the wind control technique, hastening his steps towards the grand hall of the Li family. For this coveted special recruitment spot, he and his father had schemed for 5 years. Sacrificing much in the process, failure was not an option. However, this hulking man had audaciously wasted half an hour of his time. Had it not been for Asen's timely arrival, who could say how much longer he would have been delayed? Truly, he was not worth mourning. Moreover, in pursuit of this special recruitment spot, the family had been rife with undercurrents and hidden agendas. The actions of this brute, coupled with his evident fear, undoubtedly indicated he was manipulated by someone with ulterior motives, deliberately obstructing Li Changsheng's progress. After all, the human heart is frail under scrutiny, and a special recruitment spot offered once every decade was an irresistible temptation, especially for the gifted individuals within the Li family who were restless with ambition. With swift strides aided by the wind control technique, Li Changsheng arrived at the entrance of the Li family grand hall in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Inside the hall, a young cultivator sat in the main seat, flanked by rows of standing figures. I hope I have not delayed too long and incurred the displeasure of the celestial master of the Xianyang sect, he breathed lightly, glancing at the unfolding scene within the hall, feeling a twinge of resentment towards the hulking man. Changsheng, you have arrived. As Li Changsheng stepped into the hall, a handsome, robust middle-aged man at the forefront of the row of onlookers called out with a smile. This man was none other than Li Changsheng's father, Li Ziliang, the current head of the Li family. Upon sensing Li Changsheng's cultivation level at the 6th layer of qi refining, a look of delight spread across his face. Truly, he was my prodigious son, blessed with exceptional talent. I have arrived. Noticing the absence of any oppressive atmosphere in the hall, Li Changsheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a refined and genial smile as he nodded. Simultaneously, he cast his gaze towards the young cultivator seated in the higher position. Sensing the depths of his cultivation, Li Changsheng hastily bowed respectfully, clasping his hands. I have just advanced to the 6th layer of qi refining and was unaware of the news, which caused a slight delay. I hope the celestial master will forgive me. Sixth layer of Qi refining. Impressive. You must be the prodigious Sun Li Chongqing that Ziliang speaks of. At merely 15, you have already reached the sixth layer. Such talent is indeed commendable. Observing Li Changsheng's courteous demeanor, the young cultivator nodded in satisfaction. There is no need for such formality. Call me Qin Xuanzi. I am an old friend of your father's, and in terms of seniority, you may address me as Uncle Chen. Greetings, Uncle Chen. At this, Li Changsheng's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly bowed once more. He had not anticipated that his father had such connections. It seemed that securing that special recruitment spot and becoming an inner disciple of the Xianyang sect was nearly assured. Ha ha, splendid. Chen Xuanzi laughed heartily, clearly pleased as he produced a compass from his storage bag. He then said to Li Changsheng, although your father claims you possess 3 spiritual roots, for the sake of fairness, we must adhere to the proper procedures. Please step forward for a test of your spiritual roots. Of course, I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Chen. Li Changsheng obediently nodded and respectfully approached, placing his hand, resembling white jade, upon the compass. As a surge of spiritual energy coursed through, the compass immediately shone with 3 brilliant hues of blue, green, and yellow, their intensity indicating a quality far superior to that of ordinary spiritual roots. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I had presumed you were of average 3 spiritual roots, yet it appears you possess an exceptionally high quality among them. Gazing at the radiant hues on the compass, Qin Xuanzi exclaimed thrice in approval, his gaze towards Li Changsheng softening further with satisfaction. In this world, only those with spiritual roots could cultivate spiritual energy, and these roots were divided into 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Most cultivators possessed one or a combination of these 5 attributes. The fewer the spiritual roots, the faster the cultivation speed, the purer the absorbed spiritual energy, and the more convenient for subsequent breakthroughs in realms. The least favorable was the 5-element spiritual root, often referred to as a mixed root, wherein cultivation progressed at an exceedingly slow pace, yielding little result for great effort. The majority spent their lives languishing in the early to mid-stages of Qi refining. The best among them was a single-element spiritual root, known as a heavenly root, often regarded as the pride of the heavens. Indeed, heavenly roots could effortlessly perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing for rapid cultivation. Notably, they faced no bottlenecks before reaching the nascent soul stage. Those with heavenly roots, if they do not meet an untimely demise, are destined to reach at least the peak of the golden core stage, often surpassing the nascent soul stage with diligent cultivation. Chapter 3. Who do you think you are? Do you deserve it? Beyond the 5 elemental roots of the 5 attributes, this realm also harbors some roots with special attributes, such as wind, thunder, ice, and even the anomalous roots of yin and yang. Those who possess such unique and mutated roots cultivate at a pace that rivals even the most gifted, and when they practice corresponding techniques, their overall strength often surpasses that of their peers by a significant margin, allowing them to battle opponents of higher tiers with ease. Li Changsheng, endowed with the exceedingly rich water, wood, and earth roots, possesses qualifications that are considered above average within the Xianyang sect. While he may not be a prodigy of extraordinary talent, he certainly meets the requirements for special recruitment, thus gaining admission to the inner sanctum of the Xianyang sect. Chen Xuanzong was quite pleased with this. Being a bearer of 3 roots himself, he recognized that Li Changsheng's roots were even more potent than his own. Thus, it was only fitting that he could justifiably award this opportunity to Li Changsheng. Thank you, Uncle Chen, for your kind words. Regarding the special recruitment slot, hearing the satisfaction and praise in Chen Xuanzong's tone, Li Changsheng cautiously inquired. He was already well aware of his own root qualifications, and this was merely a formality, an opportunity to compare with others from his family. It is undoubtedly yours, Chen Xuanzong replied with a smile. Your qualifications are among the finest in the Li family, and with your cultivation having reached the 6th level of Qi refining, you are fully qualified for this special recruitment slot. Qi refining is divided into 12 tiers, with the 12th tier representing its pinnacle. Beyond the peak of Qi refining lies the foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul realms. At just 15 years of age. Li Chongqing's achievement of the 6th level in such a remote location attests to his considerable talent, making him a prime candidate for this special recruitment. Thank you, Uncle Chun. A glimmer of joy crossed Li Chongqing's face as he hastily expressed his gratitude with a bow. Beside him, Li Ziliang was also beaming, his face alight with excitement. However, as the saying goes, one family's joy is another's sorrow. In contrast to the elation of Li Chongqing and his father, the other members of the Li family wore expressions of deep discontent. For years, the father and son had schemed for this opportunity, just as the others had. They too aspired to ascend to great heights by securing this slot for their own children in the inner sanctum of the Xianyang sect. Yet, with the outcome now decided, the slot allocated to Li Chongqing, they could only endure their discontent in silence, refraining from voicing their grievances. Since it is settled, you shall accompany me to the Xianyang sect tomorrow morning. Chongqing. Casting a glance at the glum faces of the others, Chen Xuanzong couldn't help but suppress a chuckle and commanded. Having been assigned to Qingchuan City, it is clear that as long as Li Chongqing is not utterly incompetent, the slot is his by right. All previous assessments were mere formalities. Did they truly believe they had a chance? Ridiculous. Shaking his head in amusement, Chen Xuanzong contemplated the strong bond he shared with Li Ziliang. Further fortified by the resources he had provided, resources that surpassed what others could offer. Wait, esteemed immortal master, my qualifications are on par with Li Chongqing's. Though I am at the 5th level of qi refining, I am younger and I implore you to reconsider. As the decision neared, Li Chongdao, the grandson of the second elder, could no longer contain himself. Ignoring the second elder's attempts to restrain him, he stepped forward upon his utterance. The entire hall fell silent, the atmosphere turning frigid. The previously jovial expression on Chen Xuanzong's face began to harden. Feeling the tension, Li Chongdao inwardly lamented. He had waited 4 years for this opportunity. He had recently invested a considerable sum to acquire a pill that would elevate his cultivation to the 5th level. Yet, to his dismay, while he had just reached the 5th level, Li Chongqing had already achieved the 6th. This fueled his resentment. Should he lose the opportunity today, he would be relegated to the ranks of ordinary outer disciples, left to toil his way up. Gritting his teeth and taking a deep breath, he addressed the now frosty Chen Xuanzong, esteemed immortal master. I too am of the Li family. While Li Chongqing possesses remarkable talent, I am not inferior. What if we were to engage in a contest? He then turned to Li Chongqing, his gaze filled with provocation as he spoke with weighted tones. Would you dare to compete with me, uncle? As his grandfather, the second elder, and Li Chongqing's father were brothers, he was obliged to address Li Chongqing as uncle. This was his only chance. Should he defeat Li Chongqing in a duel, the likelihood of securing the special recruitment slot would be greatly enhanced. However, if he were to lose, he would suffer no true loss, for he could accept his inferiority with grace. Observing his Navi nephew stepping forward at such a moment, Li Chongqing couldn't help but scoff at Li Chongdao's foolishness. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely shook his head in refusal. There is no question of daring or not. Alas, the slot has already been allocated. Are you perhaps attempting to challenge the authority of Uncle Chen? With the matter settled, and the special recruitment slot firmly in his grasp, why would he act impulsively to accept Li Chongdao's challenge? His cultivation surpassed that of Li Chongdao's. A victory would be expected, while a loss would jeopardize his position and embarrass Chen Xuanzong. Thus, the risks outweighed any potential benefits, and there was no reason for him to acquiesce. Chen Xuanzong, observing the exchange from his elevated seat, was also pleased with Li Chongqing's response. The young man displayed sound judgment, resisting the impulse of youthful recklessness to accept a challenge, instead leveraging his own reputation to put Li Chongdao in his place. Excellent, excellent. A competition between you two would surely be a spectacle, and I trust that the esteemed immortal master would not mind. It is surprising that a nephew, so junior and with lesser cultivation, would dare challenge his uncle, yet here we are. What a disappointment for the nephew. Having been rejected, Li Chongdao's expression shifted as he sarcastically retorted, Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve this? Li Chongqing merely chuckled, disregarding Li Chongdao. Turning to Chen Xuanzong, he clasped his hands in respect. Uncle Chen, I know you have been tirelessly traveling. I have instructed the servants to prepare a feast on my way here. Would you do me the honor of partaking? Indeed, Brother Chen, it has been far too long. This is a family gathering, and with no outsiders present, We brothers shall drink to our heart's content. Noticing the heavy atmosphere in the hall, Li Ziyang, who had been observing Li Changdao's gloomy demeanor, also smiled and extended an invitation to Chen Xuanzong. Damn it, that insufferable brat, Li Changdao, dares to seize my son's opportunity. He's clearly lost his mind. Fortunately, my son is clever enough to use this chance to invite Chen Xuanzong away from this point of contention. This not only solidifies Li Changxing's special recruitment slot, but also serves to curry favor with Chen Xuanzong. I share a brotherly bond with brotherly. Since it has been declared a family banquet, I shall certainly attend. Chen Xuanzong replied with hearty laughter, readily accepting the invitation. Amidst his joviality, the three departed, leaving behind a hall filled with glum faces. Chapter 4. Fate and Fortune. Esteemed guests, the matter is settled, and it is time for everyone to disperse. Li Fengyuan, the son of the fourth elder, cast a significant glance at the departing figures of Li Changxing and the others, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he waved to the crowd to his words. Everyone shook their heads and said little, promptly vacating the hall. Meanwhile, Li Changdao remained rooted in place, resembling a jester, unable to leave, yet unable to stay, his expression a portrait of despair, foolishness. How dare you? As the crowd exited, the second elder finally unleashed his pent-up fury. Glaring at Li Changdao with disappointment, do you not see the current circumstances? Chen Xuanzong enjoys a close friendship with Li Ziyang. How could this slot possibly be yours? But I am unwilling to accept this fate. If only Li Changxing had accepted my challenge, I am confident in my combat skills. If I were to defeat him, the slot would surely be mine for the taking. Li Changdao bit his lip, frustration boiling within him. This is my only opportunity. If I forfeit it, entering the inner sanctum of the Xianyang sect may be a distant dream. How can I let it slip away? You are mistaken. Your unwillingness changes nothing. Do you truly believe in fairness? The second elder sighed, casting a complex look at Li Changdao. Even if you were to triumph over Li Changxing, the slot would not be yours. It would merely serve to embarrass Chen Xuanzong. But Li Changdao's heart remained restless, eager to voice his objections, but he was cut off by the second elder's reprimand. There is no but. The realm of cultivation is not merely about combat. It is rife with human relationships and the intricacies of social dealings. Given the ties in play, fairness has long since ceased to exist for you. Fairness? Ha! Does this wretched world hold any semblance of fairness? The fist is the ultimate truth. Upon returning to the fourth chamber, the originally gentle smile on Li Fengyuan's face had completely vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. Observing the expression on his grandson's face, the fourth elder sighed helplessly and consoled. There is little we can do. Human efforts may chart the course, but the outcome lies in the hands of fate. Given your talents, there was indeed a chance for you to contend. Yet who could have foreseen that Li Ziyang and Chen Xuanzong would share such a close bond? Nevertheless, your performance today has been commendable. Unlike that Li Changdao from the second chamber, you did not publicly rise to obstruct. Listening to his grandfather's words, Li Fengyuan pressed his lips together, a cold smirk gracing his lips. But the situation has not yet reached an irrevocable point. Li Changxing has not accompanied Chen Xuanzong back to Zhuanyangmen. There remains hope for us.at this. The fourth elder was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow in confusion. Chen Xuanzong has publicly declared the special recruitment quota for Li Changxing. After tonight, Li Changxing will return to Zhuanyangmen with him. Where then is the hope? While Li Changxing lives, hope is indeed scarce. But what if he were to perish? Li Fengyuan grinned, his eyes dark with malice. The fourth elder, astonished, gazed at Li Fengyuan incredulously. You intend to kill Li Changxing? Grandfather, I seek only to enter the inner sanctum of Zhuanyangmen. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their end. Li Fengyuan's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Life and death are dictated by fate, while wealth and nobility lie in the heavens. Cultivating immortality is inherently a struggle. Resources, prospects, and territory are all contested with one's life. I cannot afford to lose this opportunity, thus I must fight. With a pause, Li Fengyuan's tone sharpened, his gaze fixed intently on the fourth elder. Grandfather, my father passed away early, and I am your true grandson. The future of the entire fourth chamber rests upon my shoulders. You will assist me, will you not? His words caused the fourth elder's expression to shift multiple times, though he remained skeptical. Are you so certain that after killing Li Changxing, the quota will fall to you? I was uncertain initially, but after Li Changdao's outburst, I have become quite confident. Li Fengyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he recalled his foolish brother, finding it amusing. Li Changdao is far too naive. His public defiance against Chen Xuanzong will surely draw all eyes upon him. Thus, if Li Changxing were to die, orchestrating events would lead to the conclusion that Li Changdao, in a fit of rage from his failed challenge for the quota, secretly hired assassins to eliminate Li Changxing. The fourth elder's expression brightened as he regarded Li Fengyuan with a smile that, of course, we shall fully cooperate with the first chamber to deal with the second chamber. Effectively transforming our identities and solidifying the second chamber's guilt, Li Fengyuan's face was filled with coldness, a smug smile escaping his lips. The fourth elder took a deep breath, a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. Having already made his resolution, what is it you require of me? I shall do everything in my power to assist you. However, Li Changxing is quite cautious, often surrounded by numerous guards, led by 2 ninth-tier qi refiners. It may not be so easy to eliminate him swiftly. There exists a group of rogue cultivators outside Qingchuan City, led by 3 peak qi refiners. I have collaborated with them on several occasions. If you entrust me with the fourth chamber's resources and offer substantial rewards, we can eliminate Li Changxing without resorting to direct confrontation. Li Fengyuan's expression turned icy, his hand caressing the hilt of his blade. Tonight is a full moon night. According to Li Changxing's habit, he will retreat to the ancient residence to cultivate. If our hired hands act swiftly, they can slay him before he reaches the ancient residence. This plan is nearly foolproof. We need only await the conflict between the first and second chambers, and then offer substantial rewards to Chen Xuanzong. The special recruitment quota shall surely belong to me. Everything shall proceed as you say. However, we must devise a means to temporarily divert Chen Xuanzong from the Li family, ensuring our success. The fourth elder nodded emphatically, filled with anticipation for the events of the night. Thank you, grandfather. Once I become an inner disciple of Zhuanyangmen, I will secretly work to assist you in becoming the head of the Li family. Li Fengyuan let out a couple of cold laughs. Raising his gaze to the heavens, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Oh, not blame me. Blame the world instead. As night descended, after bidding farewell to Chen Xuanzong, Li Changxing returned to his chamber. His spirits uplifted at the prospect of becoming an inner disciple of Zhuanyangmen the following day. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Chen Xuanzong had suddenly departed for urgent matters that very evening. Dismissing the thought, he assumed it was merely personal business that required attention during his rare visit to Qingchuan City. The world is driven by profit, and cultivators are no exception. Before heading to Zhuanyangmen, it is prudent to prepare an ample supply of spirit stones and elixirs. As newcomers, they must be well prepared to navigate their new environment. Money makes the man. Without it, one is merely a man. Understanding the intricacies of human relations, he hoped not to face exclusion due to a lack of spirit stones. As Li Changxing contemplated, requesting a batch of spirit stones from his father. A shadow clad in black silently entered his chamber. Observing the figure, Li Changxing furrowed his brow. An agent from the fourth chamber? Has something happened within the fourth chamber? Chapter 5. The killer is always a killer. The cloaked figure nodded, respectfully presenting a sound stone to Li Changxing. Upon receiving the stone, Li Changxing activated his spiritual energy to absorb the information contained within, hearing the words of the elder and Li Fengyuan. The smile on his face instantly morphed into a dark scowl. Turning to the cloaked figure, he ordered coldly, "Continue to conceal yourself among them. Report any developments promptly. Once this matter is resolved, the position of overseer in the Eastern Mine District will be yours." "Thank you, young master." The cloaked figure revealed a hint of excitement, expressing gratitude to Li Changxing before respectfully exiting, vanishing as if he had never been there. "Truly, my dear uncle and nephew, you have provided me with quite a surprise this final night." Li Changxing's lips curled into a cold smile, his heart brimming with murderous intent. "Very well, since I am leaving tomorrow, it is time to settle all matters at once." Li Changdao rubbed his head. Reflecting on the day's events with regret and annoyance, he had been far too reckless. His actions had not only offended Li Changxing and his father, but had also displeased Chen Xuanzong, the special envoy of Xianjimen. As he opened his door, prepared to seek solace from a beautiful maid, he was suddenly struck with horror at what he saw. "Uncle, why are you not accompanying Master Chen? What brings you to my chamber?" Finding the alluring maid had vanished, replaced instead by the imposing figure of Li Changxing, Li Changdao forced a strained smile while remaining vigilant, edging closer to the door and scrutinizing the room for hidden threats. Li Changsheng was a man of narrow-mindedness, and given his earlier actions, it was wise to exercise caution. Noting Li Changdao's demeanor, Li Changsheng slammed the sound stone onto the table. Uncle Chun has gone out for business and will not return until tomorrow morning. However, shortly after his departure, I received news that someone intends to make an attempt on my life tonight. Li Changdao's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly denied, "Not me. Although I wish to challenge you today, it was merely a matter of fair competition. I had no intentions of killing you. I certainly know it was not you. While you may be overly ambitious, you lack the courage to murder your uncle," Li Changsheng remarked with a sneer, observing Li Changdao's panicked expression. Hearing this, Li Changdao exhaled in relief, only to furrow his brow in confusion. "If you know it is not me, then why have you come to find me?" "Because this matter concerns you." Li Changsheng's gaze bore into Li Changdao's, his tone grave. "Someone seeks to kill me, and should I perish, who do you think would be the prime suspect?" "That would be me. Of course, I wanted to challenge you during the day, but you refused, which could easily lead others to suspect I sought revenge for the challenge, aiming to kill you and seize the special recruitment quota." Li Changdao blurted out, his face betraying a hint of panic as he swallowed hard. "Are you suggesting that someone intends to target both of us, hoping to benefit from our demise and claim the special recruitment quota?" "You are not entirely foolish," Li Changsheng chuckled. "This plot originates from the fourth chamber. They wish to eliminate me, inciting conflict between the first and second chambers, allowing Li Fongyuan to exploit the ensuing chaos to seize the special recruitment quota. It is he. I never expected this seemingly reserved individual to engage in such ruthless schemes. He is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, but it makes sense. Among the outstanding youths of the Li family under 20, we three possess the greatest talent. If we were to meet with misfortune, the special recruitment quota would almost certainly belong to him." Li Changdao took a deep breath, contemplating the ramifications of the incident. His heart was a tumult of fear and anger. Struggling to suppress these emotions, he glanced at Li Changsheng, his body trembling slightly, and said, "Speak, uncle. What is it that you wish for me to do? Given your character, I know you wouldn't come to me without reason. Killers must be killed. If they intend to strike at us, then they must not be spared." Li Changsheng rubbed the jade ring on his thumb, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes. "I require your assistance in this matter. If our first and second households unite, the fourth household can be easily extinguished. Unite? What benefit would that bring to my second household? Wouldn't it merely turn us into your weapons?" Li Changdao was not foolish. He did not immediately acquiesce to Li Changsheng's request, his gaze fixed intently upon him. "Moreover, I had intended to compete with you for that special recruitment spot." Li Changsheng studied Li Changdao for a moment, a smile gracing his lips as he shook his head at "As for that special recruitment spot, you have neither opportunity nor hope. The greatest advantage for you lies in settling for second best." Li Changdao furrowed his brow. "Settle for second best? Indeed. The fourth household is a blight. Their existence is detrimental to both of us. The sooner they are eliminated, the sooner we can find peace. Moreover, once the fourth household is vanquished and Li Fongyuan is observing the panicked Luo Kaishan." A glint of ferocity flickered across Li Ziliang's face, his entire being brimming with vibrant energy that swiftly surged into the long blade in his hand. He propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, wielding the blade with deft precision as sharp gusts of blade aura swept forth, directly targeting the beleaguered Luo Kaishan at the forefront of the group. The second elder, not to be outdone, unleashed his spell, causing verdant energies to coalesce into tendrils that entwined around Li Ziliang, aiding his advance towards Luo Kaishan. As the battle raged on, the number of black-clad assailants dwindled, with even one at the pinnacle of qi refinement falling in defeat, leaving only Luo Kaishan and a handful of late-stage qi refinement practitioners desperately holding their ground. With the tide of battle decidedly in their favor, it was time to eliminate the last remnants of this menace and surprise my uncle and grandnephew. Li Changsheng turned his gaze towards the direction of the fourth residence, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. "Asan, follow me." Noting Asan swiftly dispatching another practitioner at the 11th level of qi refinement, Li Changsheng issued a command. "Yes, young master." Asan asked no questions, fully aware that his duty was to execute the commands of both the head of the family and the young master. It was precisely this unwavering loyalty that earned him Li Ziliang's esteem. Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, leading Asan along with a cadre of late-stage Qi refinement guards as they hastened towards the fourth residence. Chapter 7. Elimination of Troubles. My dear grandnephew. Oh, how delightful it is to see you. Your seventh uncle has come to settle the score. With a forceful kick, Li Changxing burst through the doors of the fourth residence, a malevolent laughter escaping his lips. The old patriarch had 4 sons, with his father at the helm, followed by the second elder, the third elder, and the fourth elder. Each of his 3 uncles had sired 6 sons, and as the youngest, he ranked as the 7th grandson in the family hierarchy. In terms of familial relations, Li Changxing was indeed the 7th brother of Li Fengyuan, making him Li Fengyuan's 7th uncle. Inside the study of the fourth residence, Li Fengyuan and the fourth elder, who had been anxiously awaiting good news, were taken aback by the ominous laughter of Li Changxing, with Li Changxing alive. Their plans had evidently failed. It's over. Everything is over. Li Fengyuan slumped in his chair, his eyes glazing over, devoid of the ambition he had previously displayed. After all, he was merely a 15 or 16-year-old youth whose aspirations crumbled under the weight of such a dramatic upheaval. The fourth elder, equally flustered, sought to drag Li Fengyuan away, but as they stepped out of the study, the courtyard was already awash in blood. Li Changxing wiped the blood from his hands with a handkerchief. Standing behind him were Asan and the cadre of late-stage Qi refinement guards, all wearing expressions of gleeful anticipation. Ah, it is you, Changxing. What brings you here? The fourth elder cast a wary glance at Asan, who stood silently behind Li Changxing, a forced smile creeping onto his lips as he felt a surge of panic within. His cultivation was merely at the 11th level of Qi refinement, whereas Asan had reached the pinnacle, boasting formidable strength. Today, it seemed, would bode ill for him. Why, dear fourth uncle, seeing that I have not perished must surely disappoint you. Li Changxing licked his crimson lips, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing Li Changxing's demeanor, the fourth elder felt a chill run down his spine, forcing out a strained smile as he waved his hand. Nephew, you jest. You are the future hope of the Li family. I could not possibly wish for your demise. Li Changxing let out a cold chuckle, tossing a backup sound stone into the air. Whereupon the conspiratorial whispers of the fourth elder and Li Fengyuan echoed forth. Upon hearing the voices emanating from the stone, the faces of the fourth elder and Li Fengyuan turned ashen, their bodies trembling slightly. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. This is clearly the work of someone sowing discord within the Li family, the fourth elder exclaimed, flailing his arms in denial. A misunderstanding? Ha ha ha, fourth uncle, you truly dare to utter such words. Li Changxing's expression turned mocking as he commanded Asan and the others to encircle the fourth elder and Li Fengyuan. Luo Kaishan and his ilk have been dealt with by my father, and I am here to eliminate you troublesome pests. Gulping, the fourth elder felt the oppressive aura radiating from Asan and the others, swallowing hard as he desperately shielded the pallid Li Fengyuan behind him. We are family. Perhaps we can let this matter rest? As a gesture of goodwill, I am willing to transfer all of the fourth residence's businesses to the first residence. Let it rest, fourth uncle. You jest? Li Changxing replied with a cold smile. I have already stated that your fourth residence is a nuisance, and nuisances must be eradicated. After all, some troubles, once resolved, cease to be troubles. With that, Li Changxing waved his hand, his eyes devoid of emotion as he commanded, eliminate all those who conspired with Luo Kaishan outside of Qingchuan City. Let none escape. Upon hearing his father mention Qin Xuanzong, Li Changxing's expression grew solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. This individual can be cultivated for mutual benefit, and it would be advantageous to leverage his influence from time to time. However, one must never fully rely on him. Qin Xuanzong's departure and the plotting of the fourth faction to assassinate him are undoubtedly intertwined. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this critical moment to depart, nor would he have yet returned. Li Ziliang nodded in agreement, letting out a long sigh. Indeed, Qin Xuanzong is heavily motivated by profit. Once you enter the Xinyang sect, you should maintain contact with him and show him due respect. However, you must never entrust your safety or any significant matters to him. Having been friends with Qin Xuanzong for many years, he understood his character well. This man is driven by self-interest, even with our past connections. I had to bribe him with 8,000 low-grade spirit stones to secure this special recruitment slot. Otherwise, if anyone else offered him a bribe, regardless of our previous relationship, this opportunity might not have fallen to you. In this world, All are driven by profit. Any bonds of friendship within such interests are mere illusions, and I am well aware of this. Li Chongqing nodded. In this realm, aside from his father, he had no intention of placing complete trust in anyone. After all, human nature is fraught with treachery, and in the face of benefit, nothing withstands scrutiny. Li Ziyang was quite satisfied and reassured by Li Chongqing's response. In the world of cultivation, where deception is rampant, it is perilous to trust others too easily. Only with such a disposition can one hope to survive longer. On the final night, the father and son engaged in a heartfelt conversation. When the topic arose concerning whether the family would allocate resources to Li Chongdao upon his departure, Li Chongqing shook his head. Though I have made promises, it is unwise to invest too heavily. If one grows too comfortable, their ambitions will naturally increase. Li Ziyang concurred. Some individuals cannot be overly indulged. If they are, their ambitions will undoubtedly swell. Nevertheless, the second faction fully cooperated, and they did not burn bridges. To stabilize the family's position and enhance their influence, it was ultimately decided, following the father and son's discussion, to increase Li Chongdao's future cultivation resources by 50%. This arrangement was reasonable and constituted significant support for Li Chongdao, leaving no room for objections from others. As for the remaining resources for the younger generation, they were to be allocated entirely to Li Chongqing, dispatched secretly to the Xinyang sect every quarter. As the father and son continued their intimate conversation, the long night gradually slipped away. The following morning, precisely on time, Qin Xuanzong returned to the Li family hall. Upon seeing Li Chongqing and his father waiting, he awkwardly smiled and apologized. I was occupied with matters yesterday and did not anticipate that someone would dare to attempt to assassinate Chongqing. Had I been present, those little rascals would have been swiftly dealt with. Upon his departure yesterday, Chen Xuanzong had indeed been invited by an old acquaintance. However, upon arrival, he realized that the so-called friend was in collusion with the fourth faction, facilitating their attempt on Li Chongqing's life. Initially, Chen Xuanzong was furious and resolved to inform Li Ziyang immediately. Yet, upon receiving 3,000 low-grade spirit stones from this acquaintance, he succumbed to greed and lingered outside for an entire night. Now, seeing that Li Chongqing and his father were unharmed, he was naturally pleased. Everything is well. Those little rascals have been dealt with. I appreciate your concern, Brother Chen. However, once Chongqing arrives at the Xinyang sect, I hope you will look after him. Li Ziyang smiled nonchalantly, discreetly withdrawing a storage pouch from his robe and silently handing it to Chen Xuanzong. Swiftly accepting the pouch, Chen Xuanzong examined it with his spiritual perception. Upon discovering 800 low-grade spirit stones within, he immediately donned a satisfied expression. Laughing heartily, he patted Li Ziyang on the shoulder. I consider you a brother, and naturally, Chongqing is my nephew. I shall certainly look after him well once he joins the Xinyang sect. That would be a great help, Brother Qin, Li Ziyang replied with a faint smile. He then turned to Li Chongqing and advised, make sure to visit home whenever you have the time. If you encounter any issues at the Xinyang sect in my absence, do not hesitate to seek out Uncle Chen. Yes, father. Li Chongqing nodded, casting a deep gaze around the Li family estate. Accompanied by his father's admonitions and the congratulations of the family, he departed from the Li family, riding on a flying sword alongside Chen Xianzong. As he ventured forth, he wished for his son to soar like a great rock, ascending to great heights, but above all, he wished for his safety. Watching Li Chongqing and Chen Xuanzong's retreating figures, Li Ziyang stood still, gazing into the distance, lost in thought for a long while. 3 days later, under Chen Xuanzong's guidance, Li Chongqing finally arrived at a mountainous region rich in spiritual energy. At the foot of the mountains stood a spacious dojo, prominently displaying the name Xinyang sect. This marked the entrance to the Xinyang sect, tasked with receiving new disciples, while the entire mountain range behind it belonged to the sect. The outermost layer of low peaks constituted the territory of the outer sect, while the towering mountains in the back were reserved for the inner sect. The most prominent peak, perpetually shrouded in mist, housed the main hall of the sect's leader, symbolizing the power of the Xinyang sect. At this moment, 2 other youths of similar age stood beside Li Chongqing. He recognized them. After leaving the Li family, Chen Xuanzong had brought them from Qingchuan City. They were Wang Chuan from the Wang family and Su Zi from the Su family, both direct descendants of prominent cultivation families in Qingchuan City. Their families were also affiliated with the Xinyang sect, contributing 30% of their resources annually and enjoying a special recruitment slot every 10 years. This arrangement allowed for a balanced power dynamic among the 3 major families in Qingchuan City. Otherwise, if only the Li family possessed this special recruitment slot, the other two major families in Qingchuan City would likely have long since ceased to exist due to the Xinyang sect's influence. You all stay here for a moment. Soon, someone from the inner sect will come to receive you and select disciples. If fortune smiles upon you, you may even become a disciple of a certain elder. Upon arriving at the Xinyang sect's dojo, Chen Xuanzong did not accompany Li Chongqing and the others any further. After giving them a brief admonition, he soared away on his flying sword. His mission was complete, and he had pocketed all the offerings from their family, having no obligation to remain with them. With this time, it would be more beneficial to contemplate how to effectively convert the acquired spirit stones into cultivation and strength. Through this task, he had garnered quite a bounty. The bribes from the three major families in Qingchuan City, along with some unexpected gains, totaled over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, not all of this belonged to him. Half must be offered to his backers, and he needed to manage various relationships, leaving him with just over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for himself. After all, securing the opportunity for this task was not without the efforts of his supporters. Now that he had returned with his gains, offering gratitude to those involved was a matter of maintaining relations. If one were to consume everything for themselves, that would spell disaster. Casting a glance in the direction Chen Xuanzong had departed, Li Chongqing shook his head. This individual was even more untrustworthy than he had imagined. After leaving Qingchuan City, he had adopted a new persona. It would be best to limit interactions with him in the future. After all, as long as there are spirit stones, bribery can be directed toward anyone. There is no need to hang all hopes on the crooked tree of Chen Xuanzong. Once he enters the inner sect, the opportunities for receiving bribes will be plentiful. Li brother, Wang brother, we hail from the same land and can be considered a small circle. Once we enter the inner sect, we must look out for each other. With Chen Xuanzong's departure, Su Zi's expression brightened, and he clasped his hands in greeting to Li Chongqing and Wang Chuan. In any gathering, there will be disputes, especially within the inner sect of the prestigious Xinyang sect, which is rife with intrigue and rivalry. I am no longer the exalted prodigy of the Su family. I must adapt to my new identity and foster connections with those from my hometown to avoid being bullied by others. Naturally, we understand this principle. There is strength in numbers, and we shall certainly look out for one another. With a curious expression, Wang Chuan surveyed his surroundings before turning around and responding with a cheerful smile. Li Chongqing, equally unremarkable, wore a refined and amiable smile as he nodded in agreement. However, despite his words, he did not take the matter to heart. People aspire to ascend, just as water flows downward. Once they entered the inner gate of the Xinyang sect, if these two were to be valued and nurtured, they would naturally have frequent interactions. Yet, if they were to fade into obscurity, Li Chongqing would not squander his time on them. Instead of mingling with them, he would rather devote his time to cultivation, for strengthening one's own prowess is the ultimate truth. Besides Wang Chuan and Su Zi, there were numerous other foundation-building cultivators accompanying them, amounting to over 50 individuals of similar age. Among them, a striking young woman stood out. Not only had her cultivation reached the 10th level of qi refinement, but the foundation-building cultivator beside her also treated her with great respect. This piqued Li Chongqing's interest, and he discreetly committed the young woman's appearance to memory. In any realm, strength and background hold paramount importance. The fact that this young woman commanded such deference from a foundation-building cultivator suggested her identity and background were undoubtedly remarkable. If her lineage were indeed extraordinary, forming a connection with her might enable him to gain greater benefits within the Xinyang sect. As Li Chongqing contemplated this, he refrained from approaching her hastily, instead choosing to wait for the inner gate representatives to arrive. His wait was not long, as a peak qi refinement cultivator soon led them into a grand hall within the inner gate. At the center of the hall sat a cultivator of immense strength. Flanking him were over 20 other cultivators, their auras equally formidable, clearly above the foundation-building stage. Upon entering the hall, the powerful cultivators immediately scrutinized Li Chongqing and his companions. The foremost among them, the most powerful cultivator, cast a fleeting glance at Li Chongqing's group before fixing his gaze upon the striking young woman. You must be Zhao Ruxue from the Zhao family in Xinyang City. The one with the extraordinary spiritual roots, he inquired with a warm smile. Zhao Ruxue obediently nodded. Yes, I am Zhao Ruxue. With that, she respectfully knelt before him. Ha ha ha. No need for such formality. The leading cultivator, evidently pleased by her gesture, laughed heartily. I am Lin Yuanzhong, the sect master of Xianyang. Rise and test your spiritual roots. If confirmed, you shall become my personal disciple from this day forth. At his declaration, the hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to Zhao Ruxue in disbelief. Li Changxing swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. This young woman possessed extraordinary spiritual roots, rivaling even heavenly roots, and to be accepted as the sect master's personal disciple foretold an immensely promising future. Amidst the astonished gazes, Zhao Ruxue slowly rose, respectfully approaching the testing compass. She placed her delicate hand upon it. A wave of light azure spiritual energy surged forth, causing the compass to emit a dazzling brilliance. Excellent, truly deserving of my attention, you possess wind spiritual roots. Such talent is sufficient to become my personal disciple, Lin Yuanzhong exclaimed, his satisfaction evident as he laughed heartily. He then waved his hand toward Zhao Ruxue. Do you wish to become my personal disciple? At his words, the hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes filled with envy as they turned toward Zhao Ruxue. Not taken aback, her face illuminated with joy. She promptly knelt and bowed thrice. Disciple pays respects to the master. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple, no need for such formalities. From now on, you shall cultivate by my side. Lin Yuanzhong's satisfaction grew at her attitude. And with a wave of his hand, he lifted Zhao Ruxue effortlessly, then shifted his gaze to the others present. After scanning the crowd and finding no particularly outstanding talents, he slowly spoke, do not linger. Come forward one by one to test your spiritual roots. The elders seated beside me represent various peaks, and if your talents are commendable, they may take you as disciples. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of the crowd. Yet, with the sect master and several elders present, they dared not make excessive noise, forming a neat line to approach the compass for their assessments. Most of the results revealed 3 spiritual roots. With only a handful possessing dual roots, as soon as a dual root was identified, powerful elders eagerly claimed them as disciples. After all, exceptional talents like Zhao Ruxue were beyond their reach, so they were eager to seize any opportunity with these secondary dual roots. As for the numerous 3-root individuals, their qualifications were merely average, rendering them unworthy of disciple status. This behavior from the elders only deepened the envy felt by Li Changxing and the other 3-root cultivators. However, despite their envy, they understood their own qualifications and quietly stepped back, awaiting the sect masters and elders' directives. Once all 56 individuals had been tested, there were 34 with 3 spiritual roots, with dual roots, and 18 barely qualifying with 4 roots. For the 18 barely qualifying, Lin Yuanzhong promptly assigned them menial tasks within the inner gate, escorted away by a foundation-building disciple. It was clear they would not receive any nurturing. Merely acquiring the title of Inner Gate Disciples. As for the 34 3-root individuals, they were assigned to various peaks, benefiting from the Xianyang sect's cultivation resources, receiving 300 low-grade spirit stones and some elixirs each month. However, alongside this nurturing, they were required to undertake 5 tasks annually. After all, the Xianyang sect was no charitable organization. Their cultivation efforts served to cultivate talents who would ultimately generate greater benefits. As 3 foundation-building disciples entered. Li Changxing and the 34 others were divided into 3 groups and taken away. The group escorting Li Changxing consisted of a mid-foundation cultivator with a square face, a robust build, and an aura of intense heat emanating from him. This individual likely specialized in fire attribute techniques and was somewhat stronger than Chen Xuanzong. Observing this square-faced cultivator, Li Changxing internally mused. He forced a smile and approached cautiously, inquiring, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "Senior brother?" The square-faced cultivator cast a glance at Li Changxing, his impatience evident. "Jiang Dalong." "Ah, it is Senior Brother Jiang. My apologies. I am Li Changxing. Might you enlighten me on which peaks within the Xianyang sect are most saturated with yin energy?" Despite Jiang Dalong's impatience, Li Changxing's smile remained unchanged. He discreetly retrieved a storage pouch containing 300 low-grade spirit stones and brushed it against Jiang Dalong's hand. Money is indeed a key to many doors. Now that Jiang Dalong had the authority to arrange their living quarters, it was essential to curry favor, ensuring he would place Li Changxing in an area rich with yin energy. Feeling the pouch's touch, Jiang Dalong's eyes flickered with surprise, and he swiftly grasped it in his palm. He quickly assessed the quantity of spirit stones within, and upon confirming it contained 300 low-grade stones, a smile replaced his earlier impatience. "Ah, it is Junior Brotherly." The The place with the heaviest yin energy in the Xinyang sect is undoubtedly the Ghost Elder's 100 Ghost Peak. However, only disciples under the Ghost Elder may enter. What about other locations? Are there any other areas within the Xinyang sect that are rich in yin energy? Upon hearing that 100 Ghost Peak was restricted, Li Changsheng was not disheartened but continued to smile and inquire. Zhang Dalong pondered for a moment, then began walking with Li Changsheng and his group, explaining, aside from 100 Ghost Peak, the peak nearest to the Wanma Cave, Guanyang Peak, is also quite saturated with yin energy. Although its name suggests observing the sun, due to its proximity to Wanma Cave, the yin energy is exceptionally dense, especially on the western side of the peak, where the constant howling winds deter all but those cultivating yin attribute techniques from approaching. Li Changsheng's eyes gleamed at this revelation, and he promptly cupped his hands in gratitude. While others may shy away, I am willing to endure. I kindly ask senior brother to arrange for me to reside on the western side of Guanyang Peak. You practice yin attribute techniques, do you not? But I would advise caution. Cultivating and residing there are entirely different matters. You have yet to reach the foundation building stage, and prolonged exposure to such heavy yin winds could harm your foundation. Having accepted Li Changsheng's spirit stones, Zhang Dalong offered this advice sincerely upon hearing his request. Not to worry, senior brother. I have been accustomed to environments rich in yin energy since childhood. I can endure it. I kindly ask for your assistance. Li Changsheng once again clasped his hands in respect. Possessing the Yumming Tower and having cultivated the Earth Fiend technique that harnesses the essence of the yin attribute, he felt no trepidation toward the yin energy emanating from the western side of Guanyang Peak. Rather, he hoped for its intensification. Observing Li Changsheng's stubbornness, Zhang Dalong refrained from further admonishment, merely rubbing his fingers together to signal that Li Changsheng ought to show a bit more filial piety. Understanding the hint, Li Changsheng retrieved a storage pouch containing 200 low-grade spirit stones. The previous 300 low-grade spirit stones had served as a reward for clearing the path and gathering information, while the current 200 were intended as compensation for Zhang Dalong's assistance in arranging his accommodations. Upon receiving the pouch, Zhang Dalong discreetly assessed its contents and then nodded in satisfaction. Altogether, Li Changsheng had generously bestowed 500 low-grade spirit stones upon him, an amount equivalent to a month's salary. Indeed, a month's worth of salary. The remuneration for Foundation establishment disciples at Xinyang sect was not particularly high. Merely 200 low-grade spirit stones, more than that of the inner disciples engaged in chi refinement. However, this was not due to the sect's stinginess. The inner disciples enjoyed more substantial rewards primarily through missions. A fortunate outing could yield task rewards that far surpassed several months of salary, a strategy devised by Xinyang sect to incentivize disciples to undertake missions and generate greater benefits for the sect. The sect did not sustain idlers. The more tasks one completed, the more resources one acquired. After securing the spirit stones, Zhang Dalong's smile grew even broader. In that case, allow me to escort you to the western side of Guanyang Peak. Thank you very much, Brother Zhang, Li Changsheng replied with a respectful bow, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret, for this represented a quarter of the spirit stones he had brought from his family. However, as soon as Zhang Dalong led him to a modest courtyard on the western side of Guanyang Peak, his discontent vanished. The yin energy here was indeed rich, and being in such proximity to the Wanmagu, it became evident how significantly his 500 low-grade spirit stones had contributed. Are you satisfied with this place, junior brother? Along the way, thanks to Li Changsheng's initial act of filial piety, others, no fools themselves, had also offered him some spirit stones, hoping to secure better accommodations. By the time Zhang Dalong arranged a dwelling for Li Changsheng, he had already amassed over 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. A remarkably lucrative haul. With such a bountiful gain, Zhang Dalong was understandably pleased, and his tone toward Li Changsheng became notably more amiable. Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction and expressed his gratitude. I am very pleased. Brother Zhang, you have worked hard on this journey. Ha ha ha, it is my duty as your senior brother. Zhang Dalong laughed heartily. In high spirits, he retrieved 2 jade slips and a token from his storage pouch, handing them to Li Changsheng with a caution. These are the entrance manual for the inner sect of Xinyang sect and some introductions to its powers. Junior brother, make sure to remember them well to avoid infringing upon the sect's taboos. And this token is your identity token. Do not misplace it. After imparting a few more important reminders, Zhang Dalong departed with the others. Cradling the 2 jade slips and the identity token, Li Changsheng watched Zhang Dalong leave. A smile flickering in the corner of his eye, Zhang Dalong was indeed capable. His generosity with spirit stones translated into efficiency. As he reflected on Jiang Dalong's adeptness, his thoughts turned momentarily to the avaricious Chan Xuanzong. Shaking his head, he turned and returned to the courtyard assigned to him. The courtyard was thick with dust, clearly long abandoned, as were the several other empty courtyards within 100 meters. Yet, this suited Li Changsheng perfectly. Having cultivated in ancient residences for years, he had grown accustomed to solitude. Now, in such a tranquil and yin-rich environment, it was precisely what he desired. After performing several cleansing rituals, Li Changsheng swiftly dispelled the dust, revitalizing the entire courtyard. Once satisfied with his efforts, he settled cross-legged on the bed, using his spirit power to peruse the information contained within Jiang Dalong's jade slips. Through the detailed accounts within the slips, Li Changsheng gradually gleaned a general understanding of the Xinyang sect. The sect boasted tens of thousands of disciples, spread across more than 30 mountain peaks, covering an expansive area. Particularly within the inner sect, nearly every disciple had their own private courtyard. Among these disciples, approximately 90% were outer disciples, most at the Qi refinement stage, while the inner sect housed only 2,000 or so disciples, predominantly at the foundation establishment stage. Beyond that lay the golden core stage, which, according to the jade slips, was sparsely populated with just over 40 individuals. Above the golden core stage was the nascent soul stage, where beings could live for over 3,000 years. Within the entire Xinyang sect, only 3 esteemed elders possessed such cultivation, the youngest of whom was already over 1,600 years old, wielding unfathomable power and serving as the sect's most formidable support. However, these 3 venerable elders remained in seclusion for most of the time, rarely intervening in the affairs of the sect, only emerging in times of existential crisis. It was precisely due to the presence of these 3 nascent soul elders that Xinyang sect could stand among the 5 major cultivation sects of Zhangzhou, dominating the region. Having thoroughly reviewed the information and utilizing his exceptional spirit power, Li Changsheng quickly committed it all to memory. According to the regulations, as a newly initiated inner disciple, he was entitled to receive a month's salary in advance, along with a free technique and a mid-grade magical artifact. He already possessed 16 wind swords forged by his family, all of mid-grade quality. Thus, he could select a defensive artifact this time without hesitation. Regarding techniques, since his speed was lacking, he could choose one that enhanced speed to compensate for his shortcomings. After stowing away the jade slips, Li Changsheng contemplated as he rode a flying sword in the direction specified by the slips toward the technique hall. Mastering the art of flying swords was quite simple, typically attainable by those at the 3rd level of Qi refinement and above. Li Changsheng had learned it several years prior and was now quite proficient. Navigating the flying sword, he spent half a stick of incense's worth of time reaching a larger mountain peak. The technique hall was situated within this peak, marked by a towering structure that loomed majestically at its center. This was the technique hall, exuding a profound aura, making anyone standing beneath the building feel as insignificant as ants. Upon entering the hall, Li Changsheng noticed it was sparsely populated, with only a handful of individuals present. Among them, the most striking was a disheveled old man with beady eyes, engrossed in a small yellow book at the entrance of the hall. Having gathered information, Li Changsheng surmised that this man must be Elder Sun of the Technique Hall. He did not underestimate Elder Sun's unkempt appearance and promptly approached, clasping his hands in respect. "Greetings, Elder, I am a new disciple today, here to select a technique." As he spoke, Li Changsheng respectfully presented his identity token. Elder Sun glanced at the token, waved it aside, and returned to his reading with apparent delight. Li Changsheng nodded, bowing once more, and cautiously entered the technique hall. The technique hall was divided into 7 levels. Due to the regulations for new disciples, he was only eligible to claim techniques from the first 3 levels. The techniques in the latter 4 levels required the expenditure of spirit stones to purchase. Some even necessitated specific identity requirements that rendered them inaccessible regardless of spirit stones. As he searched for a technique that met his criteria within the technique hall, he swiftly ascended to the 3rd level. Indeed, the higher the level, the more advanced the techniques available. After perusing the 3rd level for a while, Li Changsheng soon discovered a technique that resonated with him. The wind-treading technique. This technique could be cultivated to the mid-foundation stage, and upon reaching mastery, one could traverse the winds without relying on the flying sword technique, achieving bursts of speed in short durations. Excellent, this technique is well suited for me and complements my Yin wind sword technique perfectly. As he read the description of the wind-treading technique, delight illuminated Li Chongqing's eyes. He promptly extracted his identity token and touched it to the designated jade slip containing the technique. With a brilliant flash of light, the incantation and cultivation method for the wind-treading technique were successfully stored within Li Chongqing's identity token. How remarkably convenient! The learning methods employed by his family paled in comparison to this efficient approach. The identity token is intrinsically bound to oneself. Thus, only the individual can utilize it to comprehend the martial arts they have learned. To outsiders, even if they were to obtain one's identity token, it would be akin to possessing a mere piece of scrap metal. Li Chongqing marveled inwardly, acknowledging the prowess of the prominent sect that dominated Sangzhou, whose measures were indeed comprehensive and thorough. Swiftly securing his identity token, Li Chongqing stealthily returned to the first floor of the martial arts hall. Elder Sun remained engrossed in that little yellow book, savoring every word, though the pages toward the end were noticeably thinning, indicating that he could not have much longer to read. As it was nearing a halt, Li Chongqing refrained from disturbing him, merely offering a respectful bow before carefully exiting the martial arts hall. Upon leaving, he felt an odd familiarity with the little yellow book, as if he had seen it somewhere before. However, he dismissed the thought. After all, there were numerous similar items, particularly those with yellow covers. Riding his flying sword, Li Chongqing swiftly made his way to the administrative hall to collect a month's salary and a defensive mid-level magical artifact. This defensive artifact was a hand shield capable of activating a protective barrier through spiritual energy, significantly enhancing his defenses, far superior to the spiritual barrier he could conjure himself. Having claimed the entry-level benefits, Li Chongqing then procured some cultivation elixirs from within the sect before circling back on his flying sword to his courtyard. By this time, over an hour had passed, and given that he had entered the Xianyang sect rather late, the sun had already descended toward the west. The setting sun was as red as blood, with the golden crow seemingly plummeting from the divine altar, casting a glow that painted half the sky crimson. Upon entering his courtyard, Li Chongqing, exercising caution, employed his identity token to cast a minor concealment spell within the premises. Should anyone approach the vicinity of his courtyard recklessly, this modest concealment spell would produce some noise, serving as a warning to him. In any realm, strength is paramount. Now that all preparations were complete, it was time to enter seclusion and elevate the Wind Sword technique to its perfected state, thereby significantly enhancing his power. Seated beneath an ancient locust tree in his courtyard, Li Chongqing murmured to himself. After careful observation, he noted that the area around this old locust tree harbored the densest malevolent energy, making it the most suitable for his cultivation. Quickly channeling the earthly fiend technique, the nether tower within his mind began to slowly absorb the surrounding malevolent energy. As tendrils of gray-black energy surged into his body, Li Chongqing felt a chilling sensation envelop him, awakening his comprehension. Amid this heightened awareness, he grasped the Wind Sword technique, continuously rehearsing it in his mind. Time seemed to fly as he immersed himself in cultivation. Over the subsequent period, Li Chongqing refrained from engaging with outsiders, practicing the wind step technique by day and contemplating the Wind Sword technique by night. With each passing moment, he diligently cultivated for over 3 months. On a moonlit night, beneath the shroud of darkness, the malevolent energy beneath the old locust tree intensified further. The nether tower continued to absorb the energy. Li Chongqing's comprehension grew increasingly vibrant, and the pace at which he rehearsed the Wind Sword technique quickened exponentially. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the energy within Li Chongqing surged forth. He abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of gray flashing within them. With a decisive gesture of his hand, 6 Wind Swords swiftly circled around him. Go! He uttered softly, gesturing with his finger, and the 6 swords instantly shot forth, the howling wind following in their wake. Under the sharp onslaught of the Wind Sword's aura, a massive stone within the courtyard was pierced through, collapsing with a thunderous crash, reduced to smooth little fragments. The Wind Sword technique had reached perfection. Sensing the continuous flow of malevolent energy within him, a glimmer of joy appeared in Li Chongqing's eyes. At that moment, his spiritual energy surged in tandem. With the Wind Sword technique achieving its perfected state, his cultivation also broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. The dual enhancements of his cultivation and the breakthrough of the Wind Sword technique profoundly transformed Li Chongqing's prowess. Feeling the surge of his newfound strength, Li Chongqing executed the Yin Wind Sword technique, the delight in his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. Armed with the perfected Yin Wind Sword technique and bolstered by his own cultivation prowess, he found it no challenge to combat ordinary cultivators even at higher tiers. Li Chongqing felt a swell of satisfaction as he assessed his current capabilities. A perfected level attack technique might be common among many in the Foundation establishment realm, yet it was a rarity in the Qi refinement realm, achievable only by a select few exceptionally gifted individuals. After all, attaining mastery of a technique isn't difficult with time and dedication. However, reaching perfection necessitates not only extensive practice but also a considerable degree of comprehension. The stringent requirements for perfected techniques are due to the immense power they wield. From his current perspective, Li Chongqing sensed that the perfected Yin Wind Sword technique was several times more formidable than its mastered counterpart. Should he employ the Yin Wind Sword technique in a stealthy attack now, even cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement would struggle to react or defend themselves. With such strength at his disposal, it was high time to undertake a couple of tasks, both to earn some spiritual stones and to complete the required assignments for the year, ensuring he had ample time for future seclusion and cultivation. Gazing up at the full moon, Li Chongqing contemplated this. However, he did not rush to the task hall. Instead, he retrieved an elixir, settling down to gradually stabilize his cultivation level. After 3 months of intense training, his expenditures had been considerable, having spent over 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones solely on elixirs. Coupled with other assorted materials, his savings had dwindled significantly during these 3 months. Fortunately, this was under the circumstances that his father had recently sent him 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Otherwise, relying solely on his monthly allowance of 300 spiritual stones and a few elixirs, Li Chongqing would have struggled to sustain such heavy expenses. Nonetheless, despite the considerable costs, the abundant elixirs and materials had facilitated remarkable progress in his cultivation. Without such extensive expenditure, he would have found it nearly impossible to achieve breakthroughs to the 7th level of Qi refinement in such a short span of 3 months. Chapter 13. The Task. The long, dreary night passed slowly. Within these several hours, through the absorption of malevolent energy via the earthly fiend technique, Li Chongqing's cultivation level had stabilized. The following morning, Li Chongqing tidied himself up and set off on his flying sword toward the task hall. Despite his recent progress in the wind step technique, which had become manageable with the aid of materials, relying solely on his own flying was too taxing on his spiritual energy. Thus, utilizing a flying sword was far more practical. Even so, with the foundational knowledge of the wind step technique, Li Chongqing's speed on the flying sword was noticeably swifter than before. The task hall was situated at the center of the mountain range on Zixia Peak, making it convenient for inner disciples to undertake tasks. After a brief flight on his sword, Li Chongqing navigated around several peaks and arrived at the task hall on Zixia Peak. The task hall was bustling with activity, with nearly 100 people entering and exiting even with the sun barely risen. As he descended from the sky and stepped into the task hall, he spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Suzy? Surprised to see Suzy busy at work in the task hall, Li Chongqing approached him quickly. Brother Su. Upon seeing Suzy had become a disciple of the task hall, Li Chongqing's expression softened into a warm smile. Noticing someone calling his name, Suzy looked up to find Li Chongqing standing before him, his figure appearing somewhat imposing in the morning sunlight, evoking a sense of familiarity. I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Brother Li. It's been over 3 months since we last met. Judging by your aura, you must have reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, right? Suzy remarked, a smile gracing his face upon seeing an old friend, especially one whose cultivation had advanced. Then, with a hint of reproach, he glanced at Li Chongqing, pouting slightly. Brother Li seems to have forgotten our earlier promise to look out for one another. After entering the Xianyang sect, you vanished without a trace, which has left me feeling somewhat forlorn. Listening to Suzy's mild reproach, Li Chongqing offered an apologetic smile and quickly replied, not at all. I've merely been fully engrossed in my cultivation lately, which has caused some delays. However, I have often thought of you, Brother Su, and here I am, seeking you out at the task hall as soon as I had the chance. Originally, Li Chongqing had not intended to maintain relations with them, preferring to associate with individuals of higher aptitude. Yet upon discovering Suzy's involvement in the task hall, he felt a newfound eagerness, donning a facade of sincerity. Is that truly the case? Suzy regarded Li Chongqing with some skepticism. Indeed, Li Chongqing affirmed confidently, his demeanor unperturbed. Ha ha ha, it seems I have misjudged you. Brother Li, from now on, let us look out for each other here in the Xianyang sect. Observing the exceedingly sincere expression on Li Chongqing's face, Su Zi could not help but burst into hearty laughter. However, he remained skeptical of Li Chongqing's words. Were it not for his association with the elder of the task hall's granddaughter, Lin Xiaoxi, and having leveraged her identity to become a disciple of the task hall, it was likely that Li Chongqing would not present himself in such a manner. Nevertheless, understanding the situation without voicing it, and noting that Li Chongqing had recently experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, he felt a desire to befriend him. Indeed, with a smile, Li Chongqing clasped his hands in greeting, and after exchanging a few casual remarks with Su Zi, he sighed. After this period of secluded cultivation, my supply of spirit stones and elixirs has been completely exhausted. I wonder if Brother Su could recommend any high-profit, low-risk tasks? As expected, one does not visit the Hall of Treasures without purpose. Listening to Li Chongqing's words, Su Zi chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a broad smile on his face. Considering Li Chongqing's rapid cultivation advancement, he glanced around and whispered to Li Chongqing, "Please wait a moment." With that, Su Zi turned and rummaged through a secluded corner of the task hall, soon returning with a jade slip in hand. He unfolded the slip and quietly explained the task's details. This is a mission to collect spirit herbs from a stronghold at Haifeng Mountain. The task is exceedingly safe, taking about 5 or 6 days round trip, and we usually only assign it to internal personnel. 300 low-grade spirit stones? Li Chongqing furrowed his brow at the task's remuneration. Brother Su, while this task is indeed very safe, the reward seems rather meager. After all, for young cultivators like us, time is of the essence. 300 low-grade spirit stones were insufficient for him. The elixirs he could purchase would only last him about 10 days of cultivation. Thus, the endeavor appeared quite unprofitable. Noticing Li Chongqing's frown, Su Zi chuckled softly, aware of the misunderstanding. He explained in a hushed tone, "Li brother, you have misjudged me. Despite the reward being only 300 low-grade spirit stones, the profit potential is quite substantial. You can discreetly acquire some highly valuable spirit herbs on the side. Furthermore, those at the stronghold may offer us tributes to curry favor with us inner disciples of Xianyang sect. If it weren't for our good rapport, I would hesitate to assign this task to you." Li Chongqing was taken aback, then recalled Chen Xuanzong and Jiang Dalong. Their missions likely did not yield much in spirit stones either. Yet the bribes and tributes they received far exceeded the task's remuneration. With this realization, a glimmer of delight appeared on Li Chongqing's face, and he promptly handed his identity token to Su Zi, expressing his gratitude. "Brother Su, please forgive me. I underestimated you. Rest assured, should this mission yield significant gains, you shall certainly receive your share. Of course. It is precisely because of our strong relationship that I am assigning this task to you. Were it anyone else, they would need both connections and spirit stones to obtain it." Su Zi beamed, accepting the identity token and grinning at Li Chongqing. He spoke truthfully. Typically, such easy and lucrative tasks were inaccessible to ordinary individuals, who would require adequate tributes or bribes to qualify. He assigned the task to Li Chongqing's identity token while cheerfully stating, "Let us look out for one another. Should I encounter any difficulties in the future, I hope Brother Li will lend a hand. Naturally, if you wish to undertake tasks in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. That is only natural. Our bond is deep, and since we both hail from Qingchuan City, we must support each other." Li Chongqing nodded with a smile, feeling increasingly pleased as he sensed the task details within the identity token. While others were busy selecting the remaining high-risk tasks, he had secured an exceedingly safe and lucrative mission through this connection. This exemplifies the stark contrast between having connections and lacking them. Li Chongqing mused inwardly, starting to hold Su Zi in higher regard. This individual had managed to become a disciple of the task hall in just over 3 months, undoubtedly possessing exceptional qualities. Henceforth, he would strive to maintain closer ties that, of course, should high-reward tasks arise, he would ensure Su Zi received his due share. Recognizing the need for mutual support, Li Chongqing expressed further gratitude, making some minor commitments before clasping his hands in farewell. "Thus, I shall not disturb you any longer. Brother Su, upon my return from this task, I shall certainly invite you for a hearty drink. May you have a safe journey, Brother Li," Su Zi replied, also bowing with a smile. With Su Zi's warm smile lingering in his mind, Li Chongqing departed from the task hall, soaring on a flying sword towards the direction of Haifeng Mountain. Haifeng Mountain lay to the west of Xinyang Sect, several thousand miles away. Traveling at great speed, and taking into account the time needed to recover his expended spiritual energy, Li Changxing spent 2 full days reaching the vicinity of Haifeng Mountain. Upon entering the region, he noted that it was nestled within a forest, where human presence became increasingly sparse. Haifeng Mountain was not particularly large, spanning roughly several dozen miles. However, due to the fertile land suitable for cultivating spirit herbs, it had captured the attention of Xinyang Sect, which dispatched some outer disciples skilled in herb cultivation to establish a stronghold there. As an inner disciple, Li Changxing naturally held a higher status than they. Guiding his flying sword, Li Changxing landed at the entrance of a manor on Haifeng Mountain. Just as he touched down, the manor's doors swung open, and an elderly peak chi refining cultivator approached with a respectful demeanor. "I am Li Changxing of the Inner Sect, here to oversee the collection of spirit herbs." Upon seeing the man, Li Changxing revealed his token. Hearing this, the elderly peak chi refining cultivator glanced at Li Changxing's inner disciple attire and the token in his hand, confirming its authenticity, and promptly bowed, saying, "Outer disciple Wang Kaifeng meets you, esteemed sir." Although Li Changxing's cultivation was significantly inferior to his status as an inner disciple warranted such respectful address. Seeing Wang Kaifeng's cordial demeanor, Li Changxing nodded in satisfaction and said, "No need for excessive formalities. Please take me to the medicinal garden to collect the spirit herbs." Wang Kaifeng nodded respectfully, gesturing for Li Changxing to follow him into the manor's interior. As they entered the manor, Li Changxing followed Wang Kaifeng through various turns until they arrived at the back courtyard. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately greeted by a rich aroma of herbs wafting through the air. Numerous herb workers were bustling about, fetching water, fertilizing, and weeding the soil. Upon noticing Wang Kaifeng leading Li Changxing in, they quickly bowed their heads in respect, their actions becoming even more diligent. Li Changxing chuckled softly at the scene, his gaze scanning the medicinal garden. Within the garden, numerous spirit herbs were cultivated, many of which were quite rare, with most having matured for 3 to 10 years. The most striking were 3 vibrant red spirit herbs prominently displayed in the center of the garden. Their fragrance particularly potent, indicating their exceptional rarity, with their ages exceeding several decades. "Please hold on, esteemed Sird." As Li Changxing prepared to enter and gather the herbs, Wang Kaifeng hastily tugged at his sleeve, accidentally dropping a storage bag to the ground. "Ah, esteemed sir, how careless of you to drop your storage bag." Wang Kaifeng feigned surprise, and under Li Changxing's bemused gaze, he eagerly picked up the bag from the ground, meticulously brushing off the dust. Once the dust was cleared, Wang Kaifeng presented the storage bag to Li Changxing with both hands, saying, "Esteemed sir, you must be more careful next time. This is something I found." Had it been an ordinary person, they would have likely kept it for themselves. Observing the storage bag in Wang Kaifeng's hands, a playful smile crept across Li Changxing's lips as he took it. Examining it discreetly, to his astonishment, it contained a substantial 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Changxing felt a twinge of shock. No wonder Suzy had mentioned that only internal personnel qualified for this task. Its rewards were indeed abundant. After securing the storage bag, an exceedingly amiable smile lit up Li Changxing's face as he praised Wang Kaifeng. "Ah, I am still quite young and often prone to carelessness. I owe a great debt of gratitude to Wang Manor Master for your honesty. Otherwise, losing these hard-earned spirit stones would have been quite distressing." "Not at all. It is my duty as a disciple." Seeing Li Changxing accept the bribe he had offered, Wang Kaifeng sighed in relief and quickly added, "This batch of 10-year-old spirit herbs totals 630. I kindly ask you to collect them with care, so as not to damage the herbs that, of course. These spirit herbs have been painstakingly cultivated by all of you. So I shall be diligent in my harvesting." Li Changxing nodded with a beaming smile, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Kaifeng. In his earlier appraisal, he had noted that the number of spirit herbs aged over 10 years had exceeded 700, which was far greater than the 630 claimed by Wang Kaifeng. His words were merely an attempt to embezzle the remaining herbs. However, Li Changxing chose to remain silent about his insight, for there were spirit stones to be gained, and he had just accepted a bribe of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. "This is quite a troublesome matter, dear Lord Li," Wang Kaifeng said with a broad smile. To be precise, the spirit herbs over 10 years old totaled 716. Once Li Changxing harvested the 630, Wang Kaifeng would claim the remaining 86, which could be easily sold for 5,000 to 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. Were it not for this reason, he would not have bribed Li Chongqing with 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Li Chongqing meticulously harvested the 630 spirit herbs, discreetly selecting a few that would aid his own cultivation. Wang Kaifeng naturally noticed this, but, seeing that Li Chongqing was not greedy and was merely playing along with his charade, he chose not to reveal it. After Li Chongqing completed his harvesting and exited the herb garden, Wang Kaifeng approached him with a warm smile, clasping his hands together. This time, Lord Li has worked hard. I have instructed my servants to prepare a modest feast. Along with some medicinal dishes, I humbly request that you honor us with your presence for a few drinks. Then it would be rude of me to refuse, Li Chongqing replied, placing the spirit herbs into a dedicated storage pouch and opting not to leave in haste. Following Wang Kaifeng, he departed the herb garden and arrived at an opulent chamber. The banquet was already laid out, and the enticing aroma of the medicinal dishes filled the air. The delightful scent was a harmonious blend of spirit herbs and meat. And such high-quality food would command at least 100 spirit stones in Qingchuan City. Chapter 15. The King of Hell is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are difficult to handle. Li Chongqing was quite pleased and secretly astonished by Wang Kaifeng's considerable wealth. This lavish banquet suggested that Wang Kaifeng's fortunes had far surpassed those of the average foundation-building cultivator, likely owing to the harvests he had reaped over the years in the herb garden. Master Wang is indeed generous. The value of this medicinal feast exceeds my expectations. Seated at the table, Li Chongqing took a delicate sip and was instantly amazed, giving Wang Kaifeng a thumbs up in praise. After savoring the dish, he felt a surge of rich spiritual energy within, warming his entire being. The effects of this medicinal cuisine were immensely beneficial, surpassing even the results of consuming the qi-gathering pills he typically took. It is worth noting that qi-gathering pills were not inexpensive in the Xinyang sect, with a bottle costing over 150 low-grade spirit stones. This clearly indicated the remarkable efficacy of the feast. Hearing Li Chongqing's compliments, Wang Kaifeng poured him another drink and chuckled softly. Naturally, I can afford to treat esteemed guests. It is rare for me to enjoy such a meal. However, all of this is self-sustained from Haifeng Mountain, so I do not need to spend spirit stones on ordinary days. Wang Kaifeng could only afford such a meal once a month, given that the ingredients required over 10 varieties of spirit herbs, most of which were 3 to 5 years old. The meat used was from spirit beasts that had reached the qi refinement stage, making the total value easily surpass 500 low-grade spirit stones if sold externally. Were it not for the vast herb garden behind him, he would hardly dare to indulge in such a feast, as the expenditure on spirit stones would be ill-advised compared to purchasing pills. Li Chongqing laughed, shaking his head as he downed his cup of spirit wine. As the liquor slid down his throat, his expression grew more peculiar, for he sensed an even greater surge of spiritual power rising within him. Clearly, this spirit wine was not ordinary. Based on its flavor, it had undoubtedly been infused with various high-aged spirit herbs. I asked the food and wine to your liking, Lord Li? Wang Kaifeng asked, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he refilled Li Chongqing's cup. Li Chongqing nodded, licking his lips, and replied with a smile, I am indeed satisfied, though I do have a fondness for fine wine. If I could take a couple of jars of spirit wine back with me when I report on the task, I would be even more pleased. Ha ha ha, these are all brewed by my own hands. You may take 2 jars with you when you leave, but I must confess that I am getting old and lack the ambition I once had. Achieving a breakthrough in foundation building feels insurmountable, so I kindly ask Lord Li to speak favorably of me when you report back. I wish to continue living a peaceful life here in Haifeng Mountain. Wang Kaifeng bent slightly, smiling as he considered the value of the 2 jars of spirit wine, feeling a twinge of reluctance. This spirit wine, infused with herbs, would fetch at least 300 to 400 low-grade spirit stones if sold externally. Yet, for the sake of his future and to ensure he could remain in his position at Haifeng Mountain, he deemed it necessary to make such sacrifices. After all, once Li Chongqing completed his task and returned to report, his evaluation of Haifeng Mountain would hold significant weight. Should the assessment be unfavorable, Wang Kaifeng's position could be jeopardized, potentially leading to someone else taking his place. With various considerations in mind, Wang Kaifeng sought to curry favor with Li Chongqing. The latter, pleased with Wang Kaifeng's generosity, continued to enjoy the medicinal feast while promising, indeed, Master Wang is diligent at Haifeng Mountain. You are a true model for our kind. It is far more secure for you to retain this position. Thank you, my lord. Wang Kaifeng's joy was palpable as he raised his cup in a toast to Li Changsheng, Li Changsheng. Not one to put on airs, engaged warmly in conversation with Wang Kaifeng. He may not have possessed many admirable qualities, but he was self-aware. Ultimately, the respect Wang Kaifeng showed him stemmed from his identity as an inner sect disciple. Without that status, it was likely that Wang Kaifeng would have treated him with much less deference. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Li Changsheng felt a profound accumulation of spiritual energy within him. He did not immediately rise to leave but, at Wang Kaifeng's earnest invitation, chose to spend the night at the mountain villa. The intricacies of human relationships became evident. It was no wonder so many aspired to join the Xianyang sect, nor that the inner sect's positions were so coveted. Sitting cross-legged in the tidy guest room, Li Changsheng's eyes shone with determination. This was a benefit gained from a task, and should he advance to the foundation-building stage in the future, the advantages of his status as an inner sect disciple would be even more substantial. Shaking his head and gazing at the moon above, he swiftly began to circulate the earth fiend technique. Although the area lacked substantially in energy, his primary goal was to digest the spiritual energy derived from the medicinal cuisine and spirit wine, assimilating it into his cultivation. After a night of diligent practice, the spiritual energy he acquired from the medicinal dishes and spirit wine solidified Li Changsheng's cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refinement. And he felt a slight increase in his internal spiritual energy. On the following morning, as Li Changsheng prepared to return to the Xianyang sect, Wang Kaifeng awaited him at the guest room door, eager to present him with 2 jars of spirit wine and personally escort him to the villa's entrance. As he departed, Li Changsheng glanced back at the beaming Wang Kaifeng and suddenly inquired, "Master Wang, the number of spirit herbs harvested for this task was 620, correct?" Wang Kaifeng was momentarily taken aback by Li Changsheng's request for an additional 10 herbs. However, it was not his concern. As he intended to submit 630, how many Li Changsheng decided to report was entirely up to him. Recovering quickly, Wang Kaifeng nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. It was 620. Please do remember to speak favorably of me when you report back. Rest assured, I won't forget. Receiving a satisfactory reply, Li Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he waved his hand, effortlessly summoning a flying sword and departing with grace. Watching Li Changsheng's retreating figure, Wang Kaifeng remained in place, his smile unwavering until Li Changsheng completely vanished from the confines of Haifeng Mountain. Only then did the smile fade from his face. This little fellow has certainly benefited from this encounter, leaving with so much profit. Alas, those 2 jars of spirit wine, so painstakingly brewed by me. Yet, despite the disparity in their cultivation levels, there was little he could do about it. After all, the king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are difficult to handle. Regardless, he had still made a considerable profit, and as far as he was concerned, those 2 jars of spirit wine were merely a sacrifice to the winds. Chapter 16. Are there ghosts in this world, and can you trust the young master? In the dead of night, the sky was alive with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Soon after, torrential rain began to pour down, saturating the landscape for hundreds of miles and enveloping the pitch-black night with a chilling dampness. It's raining. What a bothersome weather! On this rainy night, as Li Changsheng soared through the air on his flying sword, he furrowed his brow, a protective shield enveloped him, shielding him from the downpour. Using his spiritual senses, he detected a dilapidated Taoist temple nestled within a nearby forest. Upon noticing this, Li Changsheng quickened his pace, guiding his sword towards the temple. After a day of rapid flight, he felt a significant depletion of his spiritual energy, and given the inclement weather, it seemed prudent to rest here for the night to recuperate. Pushing open the decrepit doors of the temple, a cloud of dust engulfed him. Li Changsheng brushed it away and searched the interior for some decayed wood, casting a fireball spell to ignite a campfire. Under the dim glow of the flames, the temple appeared somewhat revitalized, illuminating the shadows that danced within. Sitting beside the flickering fire, Li Changsheng retrieved a qi restoration pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it, subsequently channeling the effects of the pill through his earthly evil technique. As he diligently circulated his technique, he was astonished to discover the exceptionally dense yin energy permeating the air, comparable to that of the ancient well in the Li family estate. Such a heavy concentration of yin energy suggested that many souls had perished here, making it an ideal spot for him to replenish his spiritual energy. However, being out in the wild during such a night necessitated a heightened sense of caution. With this realization, Li Chongqing remained vigilant while restoring his energy, subtly forming a spell gesture in his hand. There was no room for carelessness while traversing the world, especially in a realm teeming with both cultivators and malevolent spirits. A stroke of bad luck could lead to a fierce confrontation. As time slipped by and the rain intensified outside, a sudden commotion echoed from beyond the temple's threshold. "Damn this torrential rain. It truly vexes an old man like me," grumbled a voice. As the temple doors creaked open once more, Li Chongqing's instincts flared with caution as he cast a sharp gaze towards the entrance. A white-haired old man, drenched and without a wrinkle on his skin, limped inside, his tattered garments clinging to his pale form. After closing the door behind him, the old man turned and, upon spotting Li Chongqing by the fire, quickly displayed a warm smile. "Ah, it appears we have a young gentleman here. If you don't mind, an old man, may I borrow your fire to dry my clothes?" Though the old man's words were courteous, he wasted no time waiting for Li Chongqing's consent, shuffling towards the fire with a limp. To Li Chongqing's surprise, the old man exhibited no sign of embarrassment as he nonchalantly stripped off his wet garments, propping them against the fire on a stick. With his bare torso exposed, the old man chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "I trust you won't mind." "Of course not. Fate has brought us together, especially in this desolate rain-soaked night, where this is the only refuge for miles," Li Chongqing replied, scrutinizing the old man with a knowing smile. "Ha ha ha, indeed, there are still many good people in this world." The old man laughed heartily, then turned to rummage through his tattered belongings, producing a wine flask which he offered to Li Chongqing on such a rainy night. "To ward off the chill, would you care for a sip of strong liquor?" Li Chongqing's smile deepened with intrigue as he observed the old man's actions, yet he refrained from accepting the flask, instead gazing intently at him. The old man, feeling the weight of Li Chongqing's scrutiny, chuckled dismissively and took a swig from the flask himself. "You are quite cautious, young Asayard. An old man like me, half buried in the ground, could hardly harbor ill intentions. One must exercise caution when traveling. Being careless could lead to becoming prey for another," Li Chongqing replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he added fuel to the fire with some rotting wood. The old man did not refute this, instead offering a knowing smile. "That may be true, yet in this forest temple, one should be more wary of what lies beyond mere humans. Oh, and what should one be cautious of?" Li Chongqing inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "Ha ha ha, one cannot say. One cannot say." The old man laughed heartily, evading the question. Li Chongqing chose not to press further, remaining watchful by the fire as he rapidly refined the last effects of the qi restoration pill. Noticing Li Chongqing's lack of further inquiry, the old man shifted closer, licking his lips as he spoke in a low tone. "Do you believe in ghosts, young sir? In a world filled with demons and cultivators, it is only natural to believe in spirits. Every being has its fate. Why not?" Li Chongqing replied, casting a sidelong glance at the old man, his expression playful. The old man appeared pleased with this response, greedily sizing up Li Chongqing as he grinned ominously. "Then do you know that ghosts feast upon the living? Do you wish to consume me?" Li Chongqing countered with a smile, his tone light yet probing. "Are you unable to resist the urge to strike?" Though the old man lacked any apparent cultivation, Li Chongqing sensed a potent aura of energy emanating from him, one that seemed far beyond that of an ordinary old man. From the very moment the old man entered, Li Chongqing had discerned he was no mere human. Yet, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict while alone in the wilderness, he resolved to leave at dawn. However, should the old man overstep his bounds, Li Chongqing's perfected wine sword technique would be more than sufficient to deal with him. "Ha ha ha, you possess quite the sense of humor. I was referring to ghosts. Not implying that I am one. How could I possibly eat you?" The old man's pupils constricted as he laughed, hastily shaking his head and downing another mouthful of liquor. He had genuinely considered attacking Li Chongqing, but the young man's audacity gave him pause, leaving him uncertain about Li Chongqing's true strength. Best not to underestimate certain matters. Some things should not be trifled with, lest they cost you your life. "I hope you understand this, old sir," Li Chongqing remarked meaningfully, casting a glance at the old man. Chapter 17. An unexpected delight. As Li Chongqing's warning hung in the air, the old man chuckled softly, appraising him with a scrutinizing gaze. He was calculating Li Chongqing's strength, pondering whether the young man possessed some extraordinary treasure that granted him such confidence. After all, the old man's own prowess was akin to that of an eighth-layer qi cultivator. If Li Chongqing were indeed in possession of something remarkable, a desperate struggle could lead to dire consequences, leaving him with nothing but trouble. Yet, facing a youthful seventh-layer cultivator, he was reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. Torn between desire and caution, he lingered in indecision. After a considerable pause, unable to quell his greed, he edged closer to Li Chongqing and asked, "When out in the world, are you always this brave?" "Young sir?" Seeing the old man's persistent demeanor, Li Chongqing sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Isn't living well enough?" The old man blinked, momentarily taken aback, but before he could respond, Li Chongqing unleashed a wave of sword energy directed at him. "You dare!" The old man's expression twisted into one of fury as a surge of dark energy erupted from his frail form. His claws raised in defense. In that instant, Li Chongqing had already evaded, retreating swiftly as 6 wine swords hovered before him. Initially, he had wished to avoid conflict, as a needless fight would serve no purpose. Yet, the old man's insatiable greed for his flesh had crossed a line that warranted retaliation. Only a thief would persist in his thievery. How can one expect to remain unscathed while preying on others? Li Chongqing was never one to be passive, rather than remain on the defensive. He resolved to eradicate this threat. Comparable to an eighth-layer cultivator, I expected a formidable opponent, yet it appears you are but a petty rogue. As he materialized in another corner of the temple, Li Chongqing gauged the old man's true abilities, but a wave of relief washed over him, accompanied by a smirk. Initially perceiving the old man's densing energy as indicative of ninth-layer cultivation, he was surprised to find him merely at the eighth layer. With that revelation, Li Chongqing felt confident facing him, ready to unleash the full might of his perfected wind sword technique against such an adversary. "This should suffice for dealing with you." A mere seventh-layer cultivator, upon witnessing the individual before him failing to wield any formidable treasures, the old man felt no fear whatsoever. With a fierce roar, he summoned a gust of black wind from his palm, directing it toward the 6 wind swords. Yet, the moment the black wind made contact, the sword energy emanating from the wind swords effortlessly shredded it to pieces. Without hesitation, the 6 swords continued their assault. Swiftly weaving through the old man's arm, his countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily withdrew his hand. However, it was already too late. Although he managed to preserve his body, his arm had been sliced into countless thin strips of flesh, which fell to the ground in unison. Upon touching the earth, these delicate morsels disintegrated into wisps of black mist, dissipating into the air. Perfected sword techniques. Gazing at his empty right arm, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that this young cultivator before him had mastered a sword technique to such a consummate degree. "I have been cautious my entire life. Yet today I have stumbled upon an iron plate. Cursed be this day," the old man lamented inwardly, but he had no time for further contemplation as Li Chongqing's onslaught descended once again. The 6 wind swords clung to him like death's relentless grip, their sharp sword energy incessantly slicing through the dark energy surrounding him. The old man quickly channeled the dark energy within him to defend against the assault, yet even with all his might, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, the situation growing perilous. After all, once a technique reaches perfection, it undergoes a qualitative transformation, significantly amplifying its power. Moreover, Li Chongqing's cultivation level was only slightly inferior to the old man's. And with the perfected wind sword technique at his disposal, dealing with the old man was a mere formality. Under the relentless barrage of the wind sword technique, the dark energy enveloping the old man rapidly thinned, and his entire form began to wane into nothingness. Seizing an opening, Li Chongqing's eyes glinted with murderous intent as the 6 wind swords converged into one, the surrounding winds howling as they pierced through the old man's chest. "No!" A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, and the old man's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with resentment. Amidst his anguished cries, the sword energy of the wind sword technique surged forth, triggering explosions within his body. With each detonation, the old man's life force was completely extinguished, transforming into wisps of dark energy that drifted throughout the temple. As the old man perished, Li Chongqing, standing at a distance, momentarily froze, for in that instant of the old man's demise, A peculiar suction emanated from the nether tower within his mind, swiftly drawing in the dark energy that had resulted from the old man's death. This absorbed dark energy integrated into the nether tower, rapidly compressing, causing a droplet of liquid that had yet to fully materialize to swell in size. Feeling this unexpected boon, Li Chongqing's heart surged with joy. He had believed that only through his own absorption of dark energy could he induce the formation of that droplet of liquid within the nether tower. To his astonishment, he discovered that hunting spectral beings could also yield their dissipating dark energy to expedite the liquid's formation. What a delightful surprise! Had he known sooner that slaying spectral beings could accelerate the liquid's development within the nether tower, the old man's entrance would have signaled his doom. Li Chongqing reveled in his good fortune, a flicker of fervor gleaming in his eyes. Though the dark energy provided by the old man was not vast, it was remarkably dense, nearly rivaling what he had painstakingly cultivated over the past 3 months. Thus, if he were to slay another 2 or 3 late-stage Qi refinement ghosts or diligently cultivate for over 6 months, a new droplet of liquid would surely coalesce. Li Chongqing pondered, glancing thoughtfully in the direction of the old man's demise. Finding nothing else of note, he resumed his place beside the campfire to restore his spiritual energy. As Li Chongqing's energy returned to its zenith, the sky outside began to brighten, and the heavy rain ceased. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the fragrant scent of rain-soaked earth. Inhaling deeply, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him, not merely because the rain had stopped, but because he had uncovered a new purpose for the nether tower. Ha ha ha! With this discovery, my cultivation shall undoubtedly accelerate, propelling me swiftly toward the foundation establishment stage. With my youthful advantage, even the golden core stage may not be beyond my reach. Li Chongqing laughed heartily, tapping his storage bag, and swiftly performed his sword technique, flying toward the Xianyang sect. Chapter 18. Submitting the task as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a sanguine glow, several hours later. Just as twilight enveloped the land, Li Chongqing finally arrived at the Xianyang sect. After departing from the temple, he encountered no unexpected incidents along the way. The powerful loose cultivators he met dared not attempt to rob or impede him, primarily due to the imposing attire of an inner disciple of the Xianyang sect that he donned. Indeed, as they neared the sect, the wandering cultivators displayed a certain awareness of their own limitations. Naturally, this was contingent upon them being unaware that Li Chongqing carried over 610-year-old spiritual herbs. Otherwise, the allure of profit might have incited some to take desperate measures. Upon returning to the Xianyang sect, Li Chongqing wasted no time and directed his flying sword toward Zixia Peak. Entering the task hall, he observed Su Zi diligently at work. Choosing not to intrude, he patiently awaited his turn. After roughly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Su Zi paused his tasks after dispatching several inner disciples on their missions. He looked up and, upon seeing Li Chongqing waiting, a smile spread across his face. "Ah, it is Brother Li who has returned. I trust your journey was smooth. I hope I did not keep you waiting long?" Li Chongqing nodded. Returning the smile, "I did not wait long. I have just arrived." With Brother Su personally selecting tasks, success was assured. As he spoke, Li Chongqing swiftly retrieved a storage bag containing the spiritual herbs and presented it. "Brother Su, please take a look. For this mission, I was responsible for collecting a total of 620 herbs." "Excellent, excellent!" Su Zi exclaimed, taking the storage bag and performing a brief inspection before placing it into a designated box for task items. This box was specifically for storing items submitted for tasks he had issued, which were to be organized every 3 days and sent to the repository. After submitting Li Chongqing's task, Su Zi then retrieved 300 low-grade spirit stones from a nearby box and handed them to Li Chongqing. These are the spirit stones earned from completing the task. Every transaction is meticulously recorded. Once the spirit stones were exchanged, Su Zi laughed heartily. "It is good to hear that you fared well. Brother Li appears radiant, suggesting this mission yielded substantial rewards." Li Chongqing readily understood the implication behind Su Zi's words. He had also prepared a portion of spirit stones for the journey back. Glancing around at the other disciples in the task hall, he smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I received a considerable harvest. The rewards from this mission will suffice to repay the 500 spirit stones you lent me." "Brother Su." With that, Li Chongqing produced another storage bag, smiling as he handed it to Su Zi. Su Zi did not hesitate to accept it, his eyes gleaming with delight. "How fortuitous! I did not expect you to repay your debt so swiftly. Brother Li, you are truly generous. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. Of course, if I find myself in a tight spot, I shall surely trouble you, Brother Su. Li Changsheng replied with a knowing smile. Su Zi nodded, a warm expression in his gaze as he regarded Li Changsheng. Not at all, not at all. Our bond as brothers runs deep. It is only natural to assist one another. Ha ha ha, I shall remember your words, Brother Su. Li Changsheng laughed, noticing the influx of disciples in the task hall beginning to swell once more. He decided not to linger, clasping his hands in farewell. Then I shall let you return to your duties. I look forward to our next gathering. Certainly. Until next time, Brother Li, take care. As he gazed upon the departing figure of Li Changsheng and cast another glance at the storage pouch in his hand, Su Zi let out a meaningful chuckle. He had not anticipated that he could disguise a gift as a repayment. Such a strategy significantly enhanced his safety, preventing other envious individuals from reporting on him. He felt a sense of delight in having learned this tactic and resolved to adopt it for future occasions when honoring others might be warranted, justifying it as a mere settlement of debts. After leaving the mission hall, Li Changsheng did not immediately depart from Zixia Peak but instead headed toward another area. Within Zixia Peak, there was more than just the mission hall. To the south of the mountain lay a trading market nearly 10 miles in expanse. This market was organized by the inner disciples of the Xianyang sect, facilitating the disposal and sale of items acquired during their missions upon their return. After a brief walk, Li Changsheng arrived at the bustling trading market. Although the sky had begun to darken, the market remained alive with the sounds of negotiation, with numerous inner disciples setting up their stalls. Most of these vendors had cultivation levels above the 10th layer of qi refinement, and many had even reached the foundation establishment stage. The stalls were filled with a variety of goods, and as Li Changsheng strolled through, he recalled that he had purchased most of his medicinal pills from this very place. Primarily due to the favorable prices, when buying in bulk, he could easily save 20 to 30 low-grade spirit stones in a single visit. After meandering through the market and surveying the offerings, Li Changsheng selected several medicinal pills and auxiliary materials suitable for his cultivation. Consequently, he spent nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, depleting the pouch that had only just been filled. However, he felt no regret. After all, spirit stones were meant to be spent, and only by transforming them into cultivation and strength could he earn even more. Having browsed a few more stalls and finding nothing further to his liking, Li Changsheng began to take his leave. Yet, just as he was about to exit the trading market, a stall near the entrance caught his attention. The vendor was a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment, and the stall displayed various formation plates, each priced at no less than several hundred spirit stones. What particularly drew Li Changsheng's eye was a formation plate emanating a chilling aura. Seeing this, Li Changsheng's interest was piqued, and he approached without revealing any eagerness, having learned over the past few months not to show his cards to these vendors. This approach was to prevent them from artificially inflating prices and to facilitate bargaining, allowing him to purchase items for fewer spirit stones. After casually inspecting the items, under the watchful gaze of the foundation establishment disciple, he finally pointed to the formation plate exuding the sinister aura. He smiled and inquired, "Brother, what is the price of this formation plate?" Upon hearing Li Changsheng's question, the foundation establishment disciple glanced at the direction he indicated and replied nonchalantly, "This is the minor gathering in formation. Valued at 600 low-grade spirit stones, clearly marked no bargaining allowed." No bargaining? Li Changsheng observed the minor gathering in formation and then glanced at the other formation plates, all of which were similarly priced. He did not feign a sob story. After all, the stall was indeed thriving, and if he chose not to purchase, others surely would. The foundation establishment disciple was unlikely to alter his pricing policy based on Li Changsheng's theatrics. Thus, he casually picked it up for examination and asked, "What can you tell me about the efficacy of this minor gathering in formation?" The disciple replied with indifference, "It can condense the surrounding yin energy, enhancing it by 30 to 60%, but requires spirit stones to sustain its operation. The duration depends on your frequency of use. However, I can guarantee it will last over a year." Listening to the disciple's words, Li Changsheng felt no disappointment. He calculated the value based on his own absorption rate of yin energy and nodded, "Very well, I will take it." Saying this, Li Changsheng retrieved 600 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to the foundation establishment disciple. After all, before the age of 40, this was the most precious period for cultivating qi. The ability to accelerate his absorption of Yin energy made the minor gathering Yin formation's value surpass the 600 low-grade spirit stones. The Foundation establishment disciple wasted no time, quickly counting the spirit stones before handing over the minor gathering Yin formation and imparting some methods and techniques for setting up the formation. Li Changsheng listened attentively, committing the instructions for arranging the minor gathering Yin formation to memory. With the expenditure of 600 low-grade spirit stones, Li Changsheng found himself with just over 100 left. However, he felt no sorrow. Having transformed the spirit stones acquired from his recent mission into materials for cultivation, he departed the trading market without delay, mounting his flying sword to return to his residence. Upon returning home, following the techniques advised by the Foundation establishment disciple, Li Changsheng buried the formation plate for the minor gathering Yin formation in his yard and embedded 6 low-grade spirit stones to power its operation. He chose to set it up beneath the old locust tree, where the Yin energy was densest, as the minor gathering Yin formation activated. The surrounding Yin energy immediately intensified. Observing this, Li Changsheng wasted no time and promptly sat cross-legged beneath the old locust tree, commencing his practice of the earth-shattering technique. Indeed, the density of the Yin energy was nearly 50% greater than before. With this enhancement, he was confident that within 5 months, he would be able to extract a new drop of liquid from the nether tower. Feeling the effects of the minor gathering Yin formation, Li Changsheng's heart swelled with joy as he took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it, hastening the operation of the earth-shattering technique and the absorption from the nether tower. With the combined effects of the pill and the minor gathering Yin formation, along with the concentrated Yin energy present, his cultivation speed now far surpassed what it had been at the Li family's ancestral home. Of course, to maintain such a rapid pace of cultivation, he would need to expend a considerable amount of spirit stones. Without various auxiliary materials, relying solely on his cultivation, even in an area rich with Yin energy, his speed would not see significant improvement. The 6 spirit stones embedded in the minor gathering Yin formation lasted only 3 days, consuming an average of 2 stones per day. Li Changsheng paid little mind to this, prioritizing the increase in his cultivation speed over the expenditure of spirit stones. As the month slipped by amidst this accelerated pace of cultivation, he found himself with fewer than 100 spirit stones remaining and scarce medicinal pills left in his possession. However, the progress in his cultivation was noteworthy. During this month, Li Changsheng had reached the mid-stage of the 7th layer of qi refinement, and his spiritual energy felt exceptionally robust in addition to the significant contribution of the minor gathering Yin formation. The 2 jars of spirit wine gifted by Wang Kaifeng had also proven invaluable. The enhancements provided by these jars of spirit wine far surpassed the effects of the medicinal pills he had purchased. Sufficing to equal over half a month of arduous training, it was precisely due to this that he had experienced such remarkable improvements in his cultivation over the month. This remarkable pace of advancement was indeed intoxicating. Yet to sustain it, a copious supply of spirit stones was essential. Difficult. It seemed he would need to undertake more missions. Otherwise, the meager stipends from his family and sect would hardly suffice to support his cultivation. As he reflected on his cultivation progress, Li Changsheng shook his head in contemplation. Just then, a surge of spiritual energy rushed through the air, descending rapidly at the entrance of his courtyard. Sensing the disturbance, Li Changsheng stood alert, conjuring a Yin wind sword technique in his hand. There was no other choice. Where there were people, there were disputes, especially in the realm of cultivation, where a weak fist could easily be oppressed by others. This principle held true everywhere, even within the Xianyang sect. During his months at the Xianyang sect, he had heard numerous tales of higher-ranking disciples intimidating and extorting those with lower cultivation levels. Notably, just half a month prior, Wang Chuan, who had left Qingchuan City alongside him and Su Zi, had been beaten senseless for standing up to a peak qi refinement cultivator and was still bedridden as a result. As for the assailant, the Law Enforcement Hall had conducted a token investigation before letting the matter fade away. The reality was that Wang Chuan's cultivation aptitude was merely mediocre, with 3 spiritual roots. And he posed no significant threat within the inner sect, while his cultivation level was only at the 5th layer of qi refinement, rendering him unworthy of others' efforts to intervene. Regarding Wang Chuan's predicament, both Su Zi and Li Changsheng, who had initially promised to assist one another, chose to remain silent, even feigning ignorance when they heard the news. This was not out of cold-heartedness. Rather, Wang Chuan simply lacked the qualities that warranted their support. His cultivation was insufficient, and his connections were weak, leading both Su Zi and Li Chongqing to quietly exclude him from their small circle. After all, only those of equal standing or with something of value to offer could forge genuine partnerships. Brotherly, may I inquire if you reside here? This is Su Zi, come to pay a visit. As Li Chongqing remained on guard, he heard the gentle and refined voice of Su Zi at the entrance. Upon realizing it was Su Zi, Li Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a smile as he moved to open the gate of his courtyard. Looking at Su Zi, who wore a cheerful expression, Li Chongqing curiously asked, "How did you come to know of my residence, Brother Su?" During the past month, although he had encountered Su Zi once or twice, he had not disclosed his residence to him. Now that Su Zi had come knocking, it piqued Li Chongqing's curiosity. Upon hearing Li Chongqing's inquiry, Su Zi chuckled and proudly explained, "I learned that your previous accommodation was arranged by senior brother Zhang Dalong. So I inquired with him, as he has a decent rapport with me in the task hall." Chapter 20. Su Zi's ambition, so it's him. Li Chongqing nodded in realization, placing greater importance on Su Zi's status as a disciple of the task hall. After a moment's pause, he hastily invited Su Zi inside, poured him a cup of tea, and inquired tentatively, "Brother Su, you seem quite busy on usual days. It's rare for you to have time today." It was impossible for Su Zi to visit without a significant purpose. He must have pressing matters that required Li Chongqing's assistance. A month of busyness generally amounts to about 10 days. The rest of the time was spent on cultivation. "I recently just broke through to the 6th layer of qi refinement," Su Zi replied with a smile, glancing at Li Chongqing before continuing. "This time, I discovered a mission and came specifically to invite Brotherly to participate." "The mission?" Li Chongqing furrowed his brow, casting a deep gaze at Su Zi. It was a classic case of no free lunch. Their relationship was not close enough for Su Zi to come seeking him out for a mere task. Such a mission undoubtedly bore some degree of danger or other underlying reasons. Otherwise, Su Zi would not have personally sought him out. Indeed, Su Zi nodded and explained, as the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a cause. This mission is merely a routine task of hunting demon beasts, posing little danger. However, there is a matter along the way where I would like to ask for Brother Li's assistance, as expected. Li Chongqing mused inwardly, maintaining a composed smile as he inquired, "Naturally, Brother Su's affairs are my affairs. However, my cultivation is merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Please, do tell me more. If there is a way I can assist, I shall certainly do my utmost." Li Chongqing's intention was clear. He was unwilling to undertake perilous tasks, yet he was very willing to help with those that posed little risk. Su Zi readily agreed. Quickly elaborating, "This matter is not particularly dangerous. I merely stumbled upon some Qingmu grass growing around the demon beasts that need to be hunted, which happens to be a primary ingredient I require for alchemy. Thus, I specifically wish to ask Brother Li for assistance." "Qingmu grass?" Li Chongqing pondered for a moment, realizing he had not heard of this herb before, and curiously asked, "Is it merely a type of spiritual herb?" "Although I am unaware of its uses, if that is all, Brother Su could easily enlist someone stronger to handle it. There would be no need for you to come all the way here." This was the perplexing aspect for him. Such a trivial matter did not warrant Su Zi's personal visit for help. Hearing Li Chongqing's curiosity, Su Zi sighed helplessly and explained, "I do not trust others. If I were to ask someone else for help, news of my discovery of the Qingmu grass would surely leak, and I would undoubtedly face obstructions. Is Qingmu grass truly that precious? If so, how can you be so trusting of me?" Li Chongqing's brows knitted tighter, evidently skeptical of Su Zi's claims. Observing Li Chongqing's caution, Su Zi shook his head and offered a wry smile. "Do you know why I was able to become a disciple of the task hall in such a short time?" "Oh? Why?" Li Chongqing inquired, genuinely curious as he turned his gaze to Su Zi. "It was because I became acquainted with Elder Lin's granddaughter, Lin Xiaoxi. By chance, I aided her, and through her connections, I was arranged into the task hall. However, this connection only goes so far. If I wish to ascend within the task hall, I must earn Lin Shiji's favor, and that is also my purpose for obtaining the Qingmu grass," Su Zi elaborated. Explaining the circumstances of his entry into the task hall, Li Chongqing nodded, feeling a twinge of envy at Su Zi's good fortune. Yet he remained puzzled. "So you intend to refine a beauty elixir using the Qingmu grass as a gift for Lin Shiji?" Fearing that the news might leak and be intercepted by others. "Indeed," Su Zi affirmed, gradually elaborating, "to speak frankly, this particular Qingmu grass is a key ingredient for refining a beauty elixir, which has recently become unavailable at Xinyang sect. Lin Shiji's 18th birthday is approaching in less than a month, and I wish to present her with a beauty elixir on her special day. I see. The allure of a beauty elixir is indeed considerable for women. It appears you have put a great deal of thought into this, Li Chongqing acknowledged, regarding Su Ziyi with newfound respect. Su Ziyi's lips curled into a bitter smile as he sighed. Indeed. I have spent over 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, putting forth everything my family has provided and what I have gathered these past days, all to win Lin Shiji's favor. As he spoke, a glimmer of ambition flickered in Su Ziyi's eyes. His gaze fixed intently on Li Chongqing. Given that I am most familiar with you in Xinyang sect, I hope you can lend me your support. Once I win Lin Shiji's favor, I will undoubtedly rise to a higher position within the task hall. And there will be no shortage of benefits for you. I will ensure you are informed of any favorable missions at the first opportunity. Su Ziyi had conceived this idea after receiving Lin Xiaoxi's assistance. His innate talent was average, destined at most to reach the foundation establishment realm. Relying solely on his cultivation, he would struggle to make a mark within the inner sect, with ambition in his heart. Su Ziyi, who had garnered much attention in Qingchuan City, did not wish to remain mediocre within the inner sect of Xinyang sect. His only opportunity lay in leveraging Lin Xiaoxi, the towering tree, to ascend gradually, aiming for a higher position within the task hall to acquire more resources. Moreover, if possible, he might even develop a deeper relationship with Lin Xiaoxi, as he was not lacking in appearance and had garnered her favorable impression. If this were to succeed, the entire task hall would become his backing, with Lin Xiaoxi's grandfather, the chief elder of the task hall, Lin Ziqing, as his greatest support. However, since he had entered the task hall through Lin Xiaoxi's connections, several suitors vying for Lin Xiaoxi's affection had begun to take notice of him. To ensure that this news did not leak, he had no choice but to implore Li Chongqing for assistance. Listening to Su Ziyi's words, Li Chongqing fell into contemplation. If Su Ziyi could indeed ascend through Lin Shiji's connections, once he gained a measure of authority, it would also benefit Li Chongqing. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Chongqing slowly replied, "First, let me see the detailed content of the mission. After all, hunting demon beasts does entail a certain degree of danger. Although our brotherly bond is profound, safety must always take precedence." Chapter 21. Where is the heart not deceitful? Of course. Su Ziyi nodded, retrieving a jade slip from his storage bag and handing it to Li Changsheng. Li Chongqing accepted it, using his spiritual sense to scan it, and a torrent of information flooded into his mind. This included all the details of the mission, and with this, Li Chongqing gained a thorough understanding of the task at hand. The mission was issued by the Alchemy Hall, requiring the participants to hunt Qingmu wolves in a specific location on the outskirts of the Luai's mountain range and collect their corpses for submission. The more corpses submitted, the greater the rewards for the task. The mission detailed a location where the Qingmu wolves resided, estimating their numbers to be around 30 to 40. The strength of the Qingmu wolves mostly hovered around the mid-stage of qi refinement, with the strongest among them, the Qingmu wolf leader, possessing a cultivation level of about the 9th layer of qi refinement. Additionally, the cave where these Qingmu wolves resided contained descriptions regarding Qingmu grass, which was precisely why Su Ziyi had approached Li Chongqing for assistance. According to the mission's description, this task was not a solo endeavor, but rather a collective mission. It was precisely for this reason that Su Ziyi sought out Li Chongqing, hoping he could help him acquire 1 or 2 stalks of Qingmu grass. After all, with Li Chongqing's cultivation at merely the 7th layer of qi refinement, no matter how capable he was, it would be impossible for him to face so many Qingmu wolves alone, especially with a leader at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Only in a team mission could he take advantage of the situation while others hunted the Qingmu wolves, covertly gathering a few stalks of Qingmu grass. Having absorbed the mission details, Li Chongqing regarded Su Ziyi with a somewhat peculiar expression, frowning as he remarked, "This is a collective mission. The danger level has significantly increased." Upon hearing Li Chongqing's words, Su Ziyi quickly began to explain, "This is merely a standard mission, and there are 4 other participants with considerable cultivation levels, including a formidable individual at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Under such circumstances, there is unlikely to be any significant danger." Li Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at Su Ziyi, shaking his head. "The greatest peril in the outside world is not the demon beasts or malevolent spirits, but rather the human heart. The human heart." Su Ziyi frowned, perplexed as he looked at Li Chongqing. "Yes, it is the human heart." Li Chongqing nodded affirmatively. "The human heart is the most difficult to fathom. Should a dispute arise on the journey or if something of value is discovered, One fears the treachery of others who might stab you in the back. Brotherly, you are being overly cautious. This is merely a routine task. How could there possibly be such treasures to obtain? Moreover, those who take on this task are hardly familiar with one another and do not appear to be of a malicious nature. You can rest assured about this matter, Suzy replied with a smile, producing a storage bag from his robe and placing it in Li Chongqing's hands. The greenwood grass on the market generally ranges from 400 to 600 low-grade spirit stones. I shall pay you the reward for one first, and should there be any surplus, I will purchase it from you at the highest market price. Li Chongqing examined the storage bag, which contained 600 low-grade spirit stones. He nodded discreetly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he asked, Brother Su, do you truly trust me so much? Of course, I trust you, brotherly, Suzy quickly affirmed. He had no choice in the matter. The people he knew from the task hall were all quite cunning and lacking any solid foundation himself. He feared that even a hint about refining beauty-enhancing pills would swiftly reach the ears of those enamored with Lin Xiaoxi. Thus, the only person he could rely upon was Li Chongqing. He was well acquainted with Li and, given their cooperative relationship, felt assured in asking him to help procure the greenwood grass. Ultimately, his lack of a solid foundation was the crux of the matter. Otherwise, why would he so eagerly seek out Li Chongqing? Glancing at Li Chongqing, Suzy continued, Once the task is completed, I shall be eternally grateful for your kindness. Since Brother Su has spoken thus, I can only agree, for our bond is indeed profound. Feigning hesitation several times, Li Chongqing ultimately smiled and nodded, placing his jade slip on the table to accept the task. Coincidentally, he was in need of spirit stones, and the reward for this task was quite substantial, allowing him to return a favor to Suzy. Thus, it was only natural for him to accept as for the earlier mention of the treachery of the human heart, where in the realm of cultivation is the heart not treacherous? The world of cultivation is inherently one of competition. If one were to fear the malevolence of the human heart, how could one speak of cultivating immortality? He brought it up merely for Suzy's benefit, wishing to place a greater sense of obligation upon him. Indeed, upon hearing Li Chongqing's agreement, Suzy's face brightened with gratitude, and he quickly rose to clasp his hands in thanks. Thank you, brotherly. Should I achieve success in the future, I will certainly not forget your kindness today. Ha ha ha, well said. When do we embark on this task? With his objective fulfilled, Li Chongqing nodded with a smile and inquired. Individual tasks differ from team tasks. For an individual task, one can depart at any moment. However, a team task requires everyone to gather before setting out. This makes solo action considerably more convenient, and had there not been any significant benefits, Li Chongqing would have hesitated to accept a team-type mission. In 3 days, we shall gather at the task hall at sunrise. Brotherly, you can take this time to prepare adequately, Suzy replied, clasping his hands. Very well, then we shall meet in 3 days, Li Chongqing nodded, planning to use this time to enhance his cultivation. Thus, they agreed to reconvene in 3 days. I shall take my leave now. With his goal accomplished, Suzy did not linger further, bowing to Li Chongqing before swiftly departing on his flying sword. Watching Suzy's retreating figure, Li Chongqing shook his head and drained his cup of tea. In the following 3 days, he would dedicate himself to refining his wind step technique, striving for further advancement. Utilizing the Yiming Tower to absorb the ambienting energy, Li Chongqing swiftly moved, his body soaring into the air as he began his practice. Ever since the Yin Wind Sword technique reached perfection, apart from practicing under the small gathering of Yin formations at night and consuming numerous pills, Li Chongqing had also set aside time each day to specifically cultivate the wind step technique. With a solid foundation and a month of dedicated practice, he was on the verge of entering the minor completion stage of the wind step. Therefore, in the remaining 3 days, Li Chongqing planned to devote all his time to mastering the wind step, aiming to break through to the minor completion stage within this time frame. As he practiced, time flew by swiftly. During the day, his progress was not particularly evident, but come nightfall, under the moonlight, his advancements became markedly rapid. Chapter 22. Journey to the Lui's mountain range. Before long, the 3 days had passed. After intense training with the assistance of the Yiming Tower and utilizing his final bit of supplementary materials and pills, Li Chongqing finally achieved the minor completion stage of the wind step technique. With the sun rising, it was time to head to the task hall. He hoped for a smooth mission this time. Glancing at the dawn on the horizon, a smile crept across Li Chongqing's face as he swiftly employed the sword control technique to fly towards Zixia Peak. Upon arriving at the task hall, Li Changxing encountered Su Ziyi, who was already waiting there. Upon seeing Li Changxing approach, Su Ziyi eagerly introduced him to the four individuals waiting at the task hall. Brother Li, this is Chen Yinfeng, a senior brother of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He was the first to accept this task. As he introduced Li Changxing, Su Ziyi's face radiated with joy as he gestured toward a robust man clad in yellow robes. Li Changxing, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded respectfully at Chen Yinfeng, clasping his hands in greeting. Next, Su Ziyi introduced the other three. These three are also participants in this task: senior brother Luo Canhao, and the twin brothers Wang Sudong and Wang Xuxi. Afterward, Su Ziyi pointed to Li Changxing, saying, "This is Li Changxing, a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, and he is the last to accept the task." Upon hearing Su Ziyi's introduction, Luo Canhao and the other two immediately clasped their hands in greeting. Li Changxing also smiled in return. "Greetings, senior brothers." Among the four cultivators, Chen Yinfeng was the strongest with his 9th layer of Qi refinement, followed by Luo Canhao at the 8th layer, who appeared somewhat lean. The Wang brothers, Wang Sudong and Wang Xuxi, were identical in appearance, clearly twins, and their cultivation was comparable to Li Changxing's, both at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Through Su Ziyi's introductions, the five of them gained a preliminary understanding of one another. After familiarizing themselves, Chen Yinfeng, the leader, spoke in a deep voice. "Now that everyone is present, we should not delay further. Let us set off promptly to complete the task and return as soon as possible." "Indeed, we shall follow senior brother Chen's lead," the others agreed, recognizing Chen Yinfeng's higher cultivation level. Seeing the others' respectful demeanor, Chen Yinfeng smiled and bid farewell to Su Ziyi before leading them toward the Luai's mountain range. As they soared through the air on their flying swords, they quickly left the Xianyang Gate behind. "Brother Li, you seem unfamiliar. You must have recently entered the inner sect through a special recruitment, am I right?" On the journey, after departing the Xianyang Gate, the Wang brothers began to engage in conversation. Wang Sudong glanced at Li Changxing's youthful face and asked with a smile. Li Changxing nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. I have only recently entered the inner sect. It seems that Brother Wang is also among those recruited through special means?" "Not at all. Both of us are already in our 20s. We were part of the last batch of special recruits to enter the Xianyang Gate's inner sect. Unfortunately, with only 4 spirit roots, we lack access to many resources. Coupled with our low cultivation at the beginning, we have only managed to reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement after 10 years of delays." Upon hearing Li Changxing's words, the Wang Sudong brothers exchanged glances, revealing a trace of bitter smiles. Had their spiritual roots possessed even a modicum of superiority, they would not have been burdened by mundane tasks assigned by various sects, which in turn would not have resulted in their stagnation at the 7th level of Qi refinement after a decade at Xianyang sect. In light of this, the brothers regarded Li Changxing with a glimmer of envy. Despite having entered Xianyang sect merely 4 months ago, his cultivation level had already reached parity with theirs, a testament to a talent far beyond their own. Sensing the envious gazes of the Wang Sudong brothers, Li Changxing chuckled softly, internally acknowledging their decade-long struggle at the 7th level of Qi refinement had diminished their aspirations for companionship. Nevertheless, he did not allow this understanding to manifest outwardly, instead engaging amiably in conversation with the two. As Li Changxing displayed no airs of superiority, the brothers' impressions of him improved considerably. Throughout their journey, they imparted numerous insights to him. These two were seasoned veterans, apart from occasionally sharing their knowledge with Li Changxing. Most of their dialogue was directed towards ingratiating themselves with Luo Canhao and Chen Yinfeng, who were evidently their superiors in strength, especially Chen Yinfeng, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, whose prowess would be crucial to confronting the leader of the Qingmu Wolf. Li Changxing listened attentively, interjecting compliments from time to time, gradually gaining a wealth of information about the four. Su Ziyi had not misled himself. The four were not intimately acquainted, having merely crossed paths a handful of times. They were all members of the previous cohort, admitted through special quotas, and none possessed remarkable talents, all being of the 4 spiritual roots. This was somewhat understandable, as a decade had elapsed since that cohort's admission. Typically, cultivators with 3 spiritual roots would have ascended to at least the 10th level of Qi refinement after 10 years of training, with many having reached the pinnacle of that stage or even breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Li Changxing held no contempt for their talents. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount. Presently, both Luo Canhao and Chen Yinfeng surpassed him in cultivation, leaving him with no grounds to look down on others. As for the notion of innate talent, could one truly be called a genius without having flourished? Moreover, he himself was merely of 3 spiritual roots, which could only be deemed as average aptitude, far from being a genius. With this self-awareness, Li Changsheng maintained a humble demeanor throughout the journey, consistently seeking guidance from the 4. Despite their lackluster talents, they possessed valuable experience, having spent a decade at Xinyang sect and completed no fewer than 50 or 60 tasks. A treasure trove of knowledge. In contrast, Li Changsheng, having only partaken in a single expedition, appeared somewhat inexperienced. Thus, he refrained from interjecting during discussions, obediently absorbing the advice of his companions. His objective was straightforward: to successfully complete the mission, ensure his safety, and seize the opportunity to collect Qingmu grass as for other trivial matters. As long as they did not impinge upon his interests, he would follow the prevailing tide, acquiescing to whatever others suggested. As the 5 of them grew more acquainted, their journey proceeded in harmonious camaraderie. The Luai's mountain range sprawled widely, intersecting the territories of the 5 major cultivation sections. The range was divided into inner and outer sections. The outer area, while expansive, was characterized by thin spiritual energy and lacked precious high-grade spiritual herbs, predominantly inhabited by low-level qi refinement beasts. Conversely, although the inner area was considerably smaller, its spiritual energy was dense and resources abundant. Albeit accompanied by a significantly heightened level of danger. 6 days later, under Chen Yinfeng's leadership, the group arrived at the outskirts of the Luai's mountain range, not far from their objective. Chapter 23. The Qingmu wolf leader. Upon reaching the Luai's mountain range, the group opted to proceed on foot to avoid the threat of aerial beasts. As they entered the mountains, the experienced Chen Yinfeng immediately instructed everyone accordingly. Upon hearing his command, the group promptly sheathed their flying swords and descended to the ground. The Luai's mountain range was home to numerous flying beasts, all possessing a strong territorial instinct. Should they detect an intruder from above, they would attack with all their might to mitigate potential trouble. Even many Foundation establishment cultivators would deliberately avoid flying at high altitudes. As soon as they touched down, before they could even take a step, a shadow darted from the nearby underbrush, lunging swiftly towards Chen Yinfeng at the forefront. Humph! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Overreaching, he scoffed, casting a glance at the shadow. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a fireball spell, striking the shadow with precision. The shadow, unable to mount any defense against the fireball, was engulfed in flames, emitting a faint aroma of charred flesh. As it fell to the ground, Li Changsheng focused his gaze and discerned that the assailant was a 6th-level qi refinement green-tailed serpent. Everyone, remain vigilant. Although the outer region of the Luai's mountain range is mostly populated by low-level beasts, a moment's carelessness could result in a deadly ambush, Chen Yinfeng warned, surveying the surroundings warily. Yes, we will heed your guidance. Senior Brother Chen, the group responded eagerly, quickly falling into step behind him as they made their way toward the marked territory of the Qingmu wolf. On their journey, Li Changsheng and his companions faced several surprise attacks from lurking beasts. Fortunately, thanks to their constant vigilance and the relatively low cultivation levels of the beasts, no one sustained injuries, and they unexpectedly acquired several valuable spiritual herbs. However, Li Changsheng did not receive any of these herbs. As he had been conserving his strength throughout the journey, utilizing only minor spells like Fireball and Wind Blade to deal with the ambushing beasts, he played a seemingly inconsequential role, thus lacking the entitlement to enjoy these unexpected gains. Li Changsheng was not disheartened by this. After all, venturing out, especially on a team mission, necessitated caution and prudence. Ultimately, he found it difficult to place his trust in Chen Yinfeng and his companions to prevent unforeseen circumstances. He deliberately refrained from employing his Yin Wind sword technique and significantly downplayed his own abilities. Before long, the group arrived at a cave that emanated a foul odor. As they approached, they observed numerous decaying beast carcasses and a plethora of scattered bones littering the ground. At the entrance of the cavern prowled several Qingmu wolves, each at the mid-level of qi refinement. This is the place. The heart and blood of the Qingmu wolf are medicinal, marking the location designated in the Alchemy Hall's mission. Chen Yinfeng remarked, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes as he licked his crimson lips. Turning to Li Changsheng and the Wang Sudong brothers, he commanded, "You 3, being the weakest in cultivation, are best suited to take the lead. Charge in first and draw the Qingmu wolf leader out." Luo Shidi and I will remain in the shadows, ready to launch a surprise attack once the leader emerges. Li Chongqing and Wang Sudong, the two brothers, did not voice any objections upon hearing this. Indeed, within the group, Chen Yifeng and Luo Canhao possessed the strongest abilities, making them the most suitable candidates for a stealthy assassination of the Aoki wolf leader. Their primary target would be the surrounding Aoki wolves, which were not particularly formidable. The three of them exchanged glances and then, with a swift motion, they unleashed their spells upon the Aoki wolves lurking at the cave entrance. In an instant, spiritual energy surged forth, and fireballs along with wind blades were directed towards the Aoki wolves that were prowling about the cave's mouth. With a flick of his wrist, Li Chongqing activated the shield he had previously acquired from the Internal Affairs Hall, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. With this layer of defense, Li Chongqing's strength was enhanced, allowing him to maneuver around the cave entrance while casting wind blades and fireballs that matched his cultivation level. Meanwhile, Wang Sudong and his brother did not exert their full power either. Just like Li Chongqing, they shielded themselves while directing their magical artifacts to attack the Aoki wolves. Their teamwork was seamless. And even without unleashing their full potential, their combined combat effectiveness significantly increased. Under the onslaught of the three, the majority of the Aoki wolves, which were at the 5th level of Qi refinement, soon suffered casualties, with several collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing the death of its companions, a 7th level Qi refinement Aoki wolf let out a thunderous roar, rallying the other Aoki wolves to charge fiercely at Li Chongqing and Wang Sudong. Unfazed, the trio deftly evaded the Aoki wolves' assaults while retaliating with their own spells. However, the sheer number of over 30 Aoki wolves began to overwhelm them, and as the battle progressed, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage due to the relentless attacks. Yet, Li Chongqing and his companions remained composed, continuously dodging and countering. After all, these 30 Aoki wolves were not the true threat. The real danger lay in the 9th level Qi refinement Aoki wolf leader. They were not the main players in this mission. That role belonged to the hidden Chen Yifeng and Luo Canhao. As the battle reached a stalemate, a strong aura of malevolence soon permeated the cave. A 9th level Qi refinement Aoki wolf, accompanied by 2 7th level Aoki wolves, leaped out of the cave. Seeing the lifeless bodies of its subordinates on the ground, the Aoki wolf leader roared in fury, its malevolent energy surging as it unleashed a vibrant green energy sphere directed at Li Chongqing. The sphere traveled with astonishing speed, reaching him in an instant. Sensing the imminent danger, Li Chongqing swiftly dodged. Raising his shield to block the attack, the impact of the green energy sphere colliding with his shield resulted in a resounding explosion. Seizing the opportunity provided by the blast, Li Chongqing glanced back, a smirk playing on his lips before propelling himself in another direction. That moment, from their concealed position, Chen Yifeng and Luo Canhao sprang into action. They emerged from the shadows, unleashing their full cultivation power and launching their magical artifacts at the Aoki wolf leader. Simultaneously, Wang Sudong and his brother also directed their magical attacks at the Aoki wolf leader. Caught off guard by the trio's assault, the Aoki wolf leader suffered a piercing blow to its thigh from a soil spike. Before it could react, a massive blade struck down upon its head. However, the leader's skull was remarkably resilient, and while it sustained severe damage, it was not decapitated. In a fit of rage, the injured Aoki wolf leader bellowed. Its furious growls echoing through the forest, it swept its tail violently, sending the weaker Luo Canhao flying. Then, with a powerful leap, it lunged towards Chen Yifeng, its claws gleaming with a ghostly blue light. Humph! I shall see whether your claws are sharper, or my blade is, Chen Yifeng retorted coldly, his knife glowing a fierce red as he swung it at the Aoki wolf's claws. The collision produced a wave of searing heat. As the two engaged in fierce combat, a multitude of claw and blade shadows filled the air, releasing waves of demonic and fiery energy. The battle between man and beast was intense. However, the Aoki wolf leader, already injured and with its hind leg pierced, struggled to match Chen Yifeng's prowess. In mere moments, the Aoki wolf leader found itself at a disadvantage, sustaining several more deep wounds. Meanwhile, the previously propelled Luo Canhao observed the clash between Chen Yifeng and the Aoki wolf leader before turning to assist his beleaguered brothers. Aiming to alleviate their pressure against the mid-stage Qi refinement Aoki wolves, Luo Canhao harbored a cautious thought. Despite the Aoki wolf leader being suppressed by Chen Yifeng, it might still retaliate in its final moments. A prospect that could spell disaster for him, a mere 8th level Qi refinement cultivator. Thus, He deemed it wiser to let Chun Yifeng handle the leader while he chose a safer path to assist his brothers. As the battle raged on, Aoki wolves fell in droves, and Luo Canhao and his companions began to gain the upper hand. Amidst the chaos, Li Changsheng seized the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate the Aoki wolf's lair. Within, he discovered several Aoki wolf cubs, devoid of any significant power, merely exuding a faint aura of malevolence. Upon noticing the human presence, the cubs bared their teeth and emitted low, menacing growls. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng swiftly executed the Yin Wind Sword technique to eliminate the cubs before they could raise an alarm. After dispatching the Aoki wolf cubs, he began to rummage through the cave and soon uncovered over a dozen storage bags among a pile of bones. After a cursory inspection, he transferred the contents of these bags into his own without concern for their utility. Having secured these storage bags, Li Changsheng also found some dilapidated magical artifacts among the bones. However, he did not lose sight of his initial objective. Not daring to linger, he swiftly advanced deeper into the cave. Before long, Li Changsheng discovered over a dozen vibrant green plants emitting a faint glow on a decaying, gray-black surface, in stark contrast to the foul stench within the cave. These plants exuded a delicate scent of fresh grass. Could this be Aoki grass? He pondered, recalling Su Zi's description. Indeed, these were the very Aoki grass he had been told about, precisely matching Su Zi's account. Delighted at the unexpected abundance, Li Changsheng initially anticipated finding only 2 or 3 stalks. Yet there were a full 13, according to Su Zi. Aoki grass typically fetched prices ranging from 400 to 600 low-grade spirit stones. Even at the lowest price, these 13 stalks would yield him over 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, a substantial windfall. Without a moment's hesitation, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, then quickly harvested all the Aoki grass, stowing them in his storage bag. Having accomplished his goal, he masked his aura and cast a concealment spell upon himself, preparing to stealthily return in the direction from which he had been propelled. However, as he emerged at the cave entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Chen Yifeng and his companions, who had just endured a brutal battle. Their bodies radiating a menacing energy. Upon spotting Li Changsheng emerging from the depths of the cave, their expressions turned icy. What a coincidence, esteemed brothers! I was just about to delve deeper into the cave for exploration. But fearing potential dangers, I came to inform you I did not expect you to have already resolved the battle outside. Li Changsheng exclaimed, suppressing an inner curse as a friendly smile spread across his face. Are you certain it is such a coincidence? It seems Li Shidi is not so much interested in exploration as he is in emerging with a bountiful haul. Listening to Li Changsheng's words, Chen Yifeng's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Not only Chen Yifeng, but the others also displayed their displeasure, their hearts filled with rage as they fixed their gaze on the despicable man. Li Changsheng. They had previously thought of Li Changsheng as merely a fledgling tasked with a mission, only to realize that he was cunning and treacherous, seizing the hidden benefits while they fought for their lives. No, brothers, you misunderstand. After being attacked by that Qingmu wolf leader, I barely managed to catch my breath and was just about to enter when I remembered you were still outside, so I intended to notify you, only to run into you unexpectedly. Feeling the unfriendly gazes of the others, Li Changsheng maintained a conciliatory smile and quietly took a few steps back, his heart filled with vigilance. Misunderstanding? There can be no misunderstanding. Chen Yifeng sneered coldly, taking a step forward, his eyes locked onto Li Changsheng. Don't think I didn't notice. When you were sent flying, I had already set my sights on you. You had slipped into the cave long before I dealt with the Qingmu wolf leader. Senior brother, your observational skills are indeed remarkable, Li Changsheng replied, shrugging helplessly. As you said, I had already snuck in during your chaotic battle, but I didn't acquire anything substantial, just some broken magical artifacts and a few storage bags. Having been exposed by Chen Yifeng, Li Changsheng sighed in resignation and poured out a few spiritual stones and damaged magical tools from a pre-prepared storage bag. He gestured to the items on the ground and said to Chen Yifeng and the others, though I may have acted a bit slyly, since you've discovered me, let us just share these things. However, his words were met with skepticism. The corners of Chen Yifeng and the others' mouths curled into cold smiles. Does junior brotherly think himself clever, or does he consider us foolish? Why do you say that, senior brothers? Li Changsheng, wary in his heart, maintained a faint smile as he looked at the four. Why do we say that? It seems you truly take us for fools. I advise you to hand over everything, or we shall search you. Chun Yinfeng's face grew cold, the murderous intent surging within him. Not only him, but also Luo Sanhao beside him wore a frosty expression, tightly gripping a talisman in his hand. As for the brothers Wang Sudong, although they did not show overt malice, their eyes were fixated on Li Changsheng, clearly in agreement with Chun Yinfeng's stance. Seeing their expressions, Li Changsheng sighed helplessly. Do you truly wish to pursue this? Chapter 25. In the execution of tasks, death is inevitable. What do you say? Chun Yinfeng and the others scoffed. And what if I say no? Li Changsheng retreated a few more steps, knowing that there was no way to resolve this peacefully. A hint of malevolence flickered in his eyes. Ha ha ha! As soon as he spoke, Chun Yinfeng, Luo Sanhao, and the others burst into unrestrained laughter. Even the brothers Wang Sudong shook their heads in disbelief, their expressions a mix of pity and mockery as they looked at Li Changsheng. Junior brother Li, should we say you are naive, or should we say you are foolish? What good does your refusal do? Our strength is evident. Do you truly believe you can resist? Stop wasting your breath with him. Chun Yinfeng shot a glance at Li Changsheng, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I give you one last chance. Hand over all your storage bags, or your life will be forfeit today. Indeed, do not rely on the laws of the sect, for in the execution of tasks, is there ever a lack of casualties? The occasional loss of a disciple is quite reasonable, Luo Sanhao chimed in with a cold laugh. At this point, they were unwilling to waste any more words. If Li Changsheng remained obstinate, they would have no choice but to dispose of him, later disguising it as a death at the hands of the Qingmu wolf. Under the chilling stares of the group, Li Changsheng's face turned awkward. He gritted his teeth, his expression wavering in uncertainty. Finally, under their watchful gaze, he sighed in resignation. No, 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 I am willing to hand over all my storage bags. I merely ask that you do not resort to violence. As he spoke, Li Changsheng feigned reluctance, slowly pulling out several more storage bags from his robe, cradling them in his hands, bowing slightly as he approached. Sighing, good junior brother Li, you are wise to recognize the situation. It would have been better had you complied sooner. Seeing Li Changsheng relent, a smirk of satisfaction crossed Chun Yinfeng's face. Just as he reached out to take the storage bags, a sudden gust of sinister wind swept through. In such close proximity, Chun Yinfeng had no time to react. Furthermore, having lowered his guard against Li Changsheng, whom he deemed unworthy of concern, he had made no defensive preparations. With a calculated strike, Li Changsheng unleashed the concealed Yin-Wind sword technique. The perfected technique manifested. 6 swords radiating formidable energy emerged from the storage bag in his hand. In a moment of horror, Chun Yinfeng watched as the swords pierced through his forehead and throat, striking his heart, a swift kill. The perfected Yin-Wind sword technique possessed immense power, and coupled with the surprise attack from close range, it instantaneously eliminated Chun Yinfeng. This sudden turn of events left Luo Sanhao and the Wang brothers aghast. A perfected level sword technique? They exclaimed in disbelief, their faces pale as they gazed at Li Changsheng. Hastily activating their protective shields, however, as they activated their defenses, Li Changsheng, having dispatched Chun Yinfeng, swiftly directed the 6 Yin-Wind swords toward the Wang brothers. With their cultivation levels on par with Li Changsheng's, and now panicking, they found themselves unable to withstand the perfected level Yin-Wind sword technique. The razor-sharp sword energy sliced through them. Their newly conjured shields shattered into countless fragments. Li Changsheng employed the Gale Step technique. Appearing behind them, seizing the floating swords, and with both hands wielding them, he beheaded the brothers in one swift motion. Having eliminated the Wang brothers, Li Changsheng's face turned cold, a glimmer of murderous intent shining in his eyes. Just as he prepared to eliminate any future threats, he suddenly sensed a looming danger. Oh no! Li Changsheng furrowed his brow and swiftly dodged a fiery attack. Damn it! Seeing his ambush on Li Changsheng fail as he dispatched the Wang brothers, Luo Sanhao cursed inwardly. He hurriedly retrieved several talismans from his storage bag and hurled them at Li Changsheng. After launching the talismans, Luo Sanhao did not hesitate, fleeing frantically outside without caring whether he inflicted any harm on Li Changsheng. With Chun Yinfeng, who was of higher cultivation, slain by Li Changsheng, he felt no confidence in confronting him. Even if Li Changsheng had launched a surprise attack, he had undeniably killed Chun Yinfeng. Moreover, the Yin-Wind sword technique he wielded was perfected level. With that in mind, Luo Sanhao dared not engage Li Changsheng. Think you can escape? Do you really believe you can? Watching Luo Sanhao flee at breakneck speed, Li Chongqing's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he unleashed the Gale Step technique, quickly pursuing him. With the enhancement of the Gale Step technique, Li Chongqing's speed in pursuit was astonishing, closing in on Luo Sanhao. Junior brother Li, spare me. Must we truly fight to the death today? Luo Sanhao, realizing his chances of escape were slim, turned back with a grim expression. Fight to the death? Haha, you brought this upon yourselves. I will not allow you to live and spread word of my killings. The pursuing Li Chongqing smirked coldly, channeling the sword technique as 6 wind swords shot towards Luo Sanhao at breakneck speed. Setting aside the fact that Luo Sanhao had harbored murderous intentions towards him, the mere sight of him witnessing the slayings of Chen Yinfeng and the Wang brothers necessitated Luo Sanhao's demise today. Otherwise, he would leave a potential threat. If he returned to Xinyang sect and reported to the inner sect elders, Li Chongqing would find himself in peril. Sensing the imminent danger, Luo Sanhao cursed inwardly, refusing to show any hesitation as he quickly turned to defend himself. A mid-level magical artifact shield appeared in his hands, encasing him, while he hastily conjured 5 or 6 ice spike spells. Boom! A series of violent collisions erupted as the wind swords pierced through the ice spikes and struck fiercely against the shield enveloping Luo Sanhao. Under the relentless pressure of the 6 wind swords, Luo Sanhao's spiritual energy rapidly dwindled, and with the fierce sword energy bearing down, his body began to plummet. Thud! Luo Sanhao crashed heavily to the ground, his shield cracking under the impact. Before he could rise and flee, the wind swords circled around him, forming an encirclement. Isn't living preferable? Why must you force my hand? I say this simply seeking your own demise. With the swift grace of a wind-walking technique, Li Chongqing descended beside Luo Sanhao, his gaze as frigid as ice, fixated upon him. Luo Sanhao wished to utter something, yet Li Chongqing did not grant him the chance, immediately unleashing a fierce assault with his wind sword. Under the onslaught of such ferocity, the razor-sharp sword energy rapidly depleted Luo Sanhao's spiritual power. As the chilling wind swept through, he was left battered and bleeding, with both thighs and one arm severed cleanly from his body in utter disarray. He collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him in a macabre spread, suffering such grievous wounds and realizing his imminent demise. Luo Sanhao's eyes brimmed with resentment and terror. Do not blame me. I act for my own safety. Observing the fear and animosity in Luo Sanhao's eyes, Li Chongqing coldly replied, after all, it is far better to kill than to be killed. With that proclamation, Li Chongqing flicked his sword, and 6 wind swords pierced through Luo Sanhao's body, particularly targeting vital areas such as the throat, brow, and heart, each imbued with a deadly intent. Return. Having dispatched Luo Sanhao, Li Chongqing shook his head, beckoning as the 6 wind swords instantly swirled around him. With the threat eliminated, there was no longer a need to conceal his strength in a perilous terrain such as the Thunder's Mountains. One must be adequately prepared for any imminent dangers. As the wind swords encircled him, Li Chongqing advanced, first systematically relieving Luo Sanhao of all valuable possessions and storage bags, then conjured a fireball technique to incinerate the remains. In the searing flames, Luo Sanhao's body quickly disintegrated into a cloud of ash, which, carried by the swirling wind, scattered into the ether. Having completed these tasks, Li Chongqing, wary of unforeseen complications, hastily retraced his steps to the cave of the Qingmu wolf. Within lay the bodies and storage bags of Chen Yinfeng and Wang Sudong. Employing the wind-walking technique, Li Chongqing swiftly returned to the cave. As the scent of blood permeated the air. 2 low-level beasts were already feasting on the corpses. Li Chongqing cast a dispassionate glance, unleashing a surge of sword energy that swiftly obliterated the creatures. He approached the bodies, expertly pilfering all valuable items and storage bags. He repeated his earlier actions, first setting the remains ablaze with a fireball, then utilizing the wind to disperse the ashes into the atmosphere. Once the remnants of battle were meticulously concealed, Li Chongqing contemplated further, entering the Qingmu wolf's cave to conduct a thorough inspection. In his previous haste, he had left traces of his presence and overlooked certain areas. He swiftly eradicated any evidence of his passage while meticulously searching the cave once more. To his surprise, this second examination yielded some overlooked storage bags and materials from the slain beasts. Though meager in number, only 2 or 3. These contain nearly 100 spirit stones and a few medicinal pills. Even the smallest morsel is still nourishment, and the newly acquired beast materials were worth approximately 300 or 400 spirit stones, a commendable haul indeed. After an incense stick's worth of searching, and finding nothing more, Li Changsheng concealed his tracks and swiftly exited the Qingmu Wolf's cave. Upon leaving the cave, he surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, unwilling to linger, and quickly made his way toward the exterior of the Thunder's Mountains. However, not long after his departure, he sensed a fierce clash ahead. Upon hearing the sounds of combat, Li Changsheng cautiously observed, his brow furrowing as he stealthily retreated. Within his spiritual perception, those engaged in battle were all cultivators of at least the 11th layer of Qi refinement, with several among them likely at the pinnacle of their strength. Their contention centered around a vibrant red fruit, the Fire Sun fruit, of which Li Changsheng held some recollection, recognizing its considerable value. This fruit could enhance the qualifications of fire affinity roots and increase the likelihood of breaking through the foundation establishment realm, fetching an exorbitant price on the market, often exceeding 10,000 spirit stones. Despite its high worth, it was not within Li Changsheng's reach. The cultivators embroiled in this conflict were not ones he could confront. Even with his perfected Yin Wind sword technique, his own cultivation was merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. While he might manage against those at the 8th or 9th layer, facing a group of 11th layer cultivators was tantamount to courting death. Having quietly retreated, Li Changsheng dared not tarry, hastening in another direction until he had successfully navigated a considerable distance from the Thunder's Mountains. Once outside, he remained vigilant, swiftly taking to the skies on his flying sword, propelling himself toward the horizon. After approximately 3 hours, as dusk settled, he arrived at the cave where their group had previously restored their spiritual energy. Upon careful observation and confirming the absence of other cultivators, Li Changsheng finally sighed in relief. Phew, it appears I am the sole survivor of this mission. Returning will undoubtedly be challenging. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, seated on the ground to recuperate his spiritual energy, Li Changsheng's expression fluctuated between shadows and light. Yet, he harbored no regrets about eliminating them all. After all, if he did not act, they would have seized his possessions. Should he decline, they would have extinguished his life. Thus, for his own safety, their demise was warranted. Swallowing a healing pill, he pondered how to account for this upon returning to the Xinyang sect. As his thoughts raced, time flew by, and soon it was deep into the night. Illuminated by the flickering campfire, Li Changsheng's handsome visage took on a sinister cast. Suddenly, a cruel smile crept across his lips as he caressed the searing flames. Murmuring to himself, "Frame the blame." Yes, precisely so. Coincidentally, nearby were cultivators embroiled in battle, their attire indicating they belonged to the 5 major sects. The Mou sect and the Shui Xian Palace. He could easily shift the culpability onto them, claiming they had slain Xiaonin Feng and the others for the Fire Sun fruit. However, returning unscathed might not convince anyone. Thus he needed to fabricate some evidence. Murmuring to himself, Li Changsheng's expression grew increasingly malevolent as he wove his spell. Conjuring 2 ice spikes to manifest before him, with gritted teeth, Li Changsheng directed the ice spikes to pierce through his shoulders. Yet, he was not finished. He swiftly executed a wind blade technique, etching a deep wound across his chest. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, enduring the pain as he hastily retrieved a healing pill to consume, a frenzied look taking over his countenance. "Ha ha ha, with this, my alibi is foolproof. My brothers were slain by the Mou sect, and I barely escaped with my life thanks to my fledgling wind-walking technique." He laughed maniacally, yet this frenzy did not linger long within Li Changsheng. His self-control was commendable, and he quickly regained his previous demeanor of grace and affability. Chapter 27, Killing and Arson, the Golden Belt. After adjusting his mindset and restoring himself to his peak condition, Li Changsheng finally had the opportunity to contemplate the gains from this mission. Including the storage bags of Qin Yinfeng and his companions, there were over 6,000 low-grade spirit stones alone. Beyond the spirit stones, there were numerous worn-out magical tools, talismans, elixirs, as well as the corpses of 38 greenwood wolves and 13 stalks of greenwood grass. The value of these items far surpassed that of the 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Changsheng calculated the worth of these treasures. Should he sell them, combined with the price of the 13 stalks of greenwood grass, They could easily fetch over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, it was impossible for Li Chongqing to sell them now. The risk was too great, and he would have to wait a year or two until the storm had completely passed before seeking a place outside the Xianyang sect to sell them. Or perhaps discreetly contact his family for assistance in selling them once the danger had subsided. After assessing all these items, Li Chongqing stumbled upon an unexpected delight. He discovered 2 disposable sword talismans within Qian Yinfeng's storage bag. These disposable sword talismans possessed tremendous power. Previously, Li Chongqing had seen one selling for 1,500 low-grade spirit stones at the trading market. The exorbitant price was justified, as activating the talisman with spiritual energy could unleash a peak Qi refining stage attack in an instant. Although it was limited to a single strike, it could prove fatal even to a Qi refining peak practitioner if used for a surprise attack. Upon finding the sword talismans, Li Chongqing felt a surge of joy mixed with a hint of trepidation. Fortunately, he had feigned submission to swiftly eliminate Qian Yinfeng. Otherwise, had a struggle ensued. Allowing Qian Yinfeng to unleash the sword talismans, his survival would have been impossible. Indeed, in light of such significant gains, today's actions were justified. A glint of determination shone in Li Chongqing's eyes. The bounty was truly substantial, totaling nearly 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. With such a fortune, he harbored no regrets about his deeds to date. It was not greed that drove him to desire it all for himself. After all, the allure of profit was compelling, and such rewards would entice even those at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, in the face of such temptation, even if he refrained from hoarding everything, the act of dividing the spoils could easily incite selfishness among others, leading to discord. No one wished to suffer losses. Everyone desired greater gains. This was human nature. Self-interest was an inherent trait. The following morning, Li Chongqing appeared somewhat disheveled, hastily flying toward the Xianyang sect with his battered body. However, his pitiful state attracted the attention of several wandering cultivators along the way. Some bold individuals even dared to trail him discreetly. Once they confirmed that Li Chongqing had no companions, they could no longer restrain themselves and surrounded him completely. 5 individuals encircled him, all at the 7th level of Qi refining, their eyes gleaming with greed. "Gentlemen," Li Chongqing warned, casting a cautious glance at them. Though human nature is inherently greedy, such avarice without strength is unwise. Surrounded by these rogue cultivators, Li Chongqing remained vigilant. "I am an inner disciple of the Xianyang sect. If you do not wish to incur the wrath of the sect, I advise you to leave at once." Indeed, his feigned state of despair had incited the greed of others, who were eager to strike down a drowning dog. Yet, he had no choice. If he had not disguised himself, it would have been impossible to report back to the task hall. After all, who would appear resplendent while fleeing from a grievous injury? The 5 rogue cultivators shared a cold smirk. "If you die, who will know it was us?" They were well aware of Li Chongqing's identity as an inner disciple of the Xianyang sect. But it mattered little. The area was sparsely populated and ideal for murder and theft. If they silenced Li Chongqing and swiftly departed, what could the sect do? The allure of profit was simply too enticing. Seeing Li Chongqing's disheveled appearance, they inferred he was being pursued. They could only speculate that he possessed valuable items, and given his injuries, their greed surged even higher. 5 against 1. Victory was assured. Without further ado, the 5 rogue cultivators exchanged glances and unleashed their attacks upon Li Chongqing. In an instant, powerful fireballs and wind blades surged toward him from various directions. "Since you seek death, do not blame me." Li Chongqing's expression turned frigid as he swiftly activated the wind step technique, retreating at great speed. Simultaneously, he raised his left arm to shield his chest, channeling spiritual energy to form a robust protective barrier. With this shield in place, Li Chongqing was unperturbed by their fireballs and wind blades, and he swiftly launched the Yin Wind Sword technique at the 5 rogue cultivators. 6 Yin Wind Swords materialized around him, darting forth with a radiant glow, deftly weaving past the fireballs and wind blades, and targeting the 5 assailants. The rogue cultivators aimed for a swift resolution, hoping to eliminate him in this desolate locale. However, Li Chongqing sought the same outcome. As their attacks intersected, thanks to Li Chongqing's evasive maneuvers, only a few fireballs and wind blades struck his shield, causing no harm. Conversely, the Yin Wind Swords bypassed their defenses, piercing through their protective barriers and penetrating their chests with lethal precision. Why seek death when life is an option? Employing the most potent move of the Yin Wind Sword technique, Li Changxing swiftly dispatched the 5 Qi refining 7th level cultivators. However, utilizing such a powerful technique took a significant toll on him, yet with danger looming, he could not afford to be careless. Surveying his surroundings and confirming no one was in sight, Li Changxing hastily rifled through the storage bags of the 5 cultivators. To his dismay, the total amount of spirit stones within their bags only amounted to a meager 600 paupers. He muttered disdainfully, before using fireball magic to incinerate their bodies. This sequence of actions was second nature to him. After turning them to ashes and ensuring no one had witnessed, he took to the skies on his flying sword, hastening toward the Xianyang sect. Having been intercepted once, Li Changxing remained vigilant throughout his journey. Wary of being targeted again. Though he did not fear trouble, he certainly did not wish to be ensnared by it. Fortunately, apart from the 5 audacious rogue cultivators, the remainder of his journey was fraught with neither danger nor incident. 3 days later, after navigating cautiously and swiftly piloting his flying sword, Li Changxing finally reached the vicinity of the Xianyang sect. However, he did not return immediately. Instead, he sought a discreet location to conceal the ill-gotten gains from this mission. After all, these were stolen goods. For the sake of safety, he could only leave behind 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with 2 stalks of greenwood grass and the corpses of 5 greenwood wolves. Having accomplished this, he breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously scanning his surroundings before casting a concealment spell and quietly departing the area. Chapter 28. The Arrival of the Law Enforcement Hall. After leaving the hiding place of the stolen goods, Li Changxing wasted no time and swiftly returned to the task hall. Upon his arrival, his disheveled appearance garnered little attention from others. At most, they cast a cursory glance his way. After all, as Luo Tsanhao had remarked, in the execution of tasks, death was not an uncommon occurrence. The occasional casualty was to be expected. They had faced perilous missions before, and some had even returned with severed limbs. Thus, Li Changxing's disheveled state was hardly noteworthy. Observing the reactions of those around him, Li Changxing felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, when Su Zi beheld his condition, he gasped in shock. "Li brother, are you all right?" With urgency, Su Zi approached. Concern etched across his face. This mission was not particularly dangerous. Could it be that something unforeseen occurred to leave you in such a state? Li Changxing feigned sorrow, nodding, his eyes reddening as he spoke. "We encountered the Mou sect and the Shui Xian sect fighting over the Liang fruit. Unfortunately, we were mistakenly perceived as competitors, and they unleashed a massacre upon us. Had I not been cautious and swift, I might not have returned." "What about the matter I entrusted to you?" Su Zi inquired, his expression turning anxious upon hearing Li Changxing's account. Li Changxing regarded Su Zi intently before retrieving a storage bag from his robe. "Here it is, containing 2 stalks of greenwood grass. Regrettably, all of Senior Brother Chin's group perished. Though they have fallen, it is sufficient that you have returned," Su Zi replied, his concern palpable in a hurried manner. Su Zi took the storage bag and upon seeing 2 greenwood grasses within, he let out a sigh of relief, nonchalantly stating that he was truly concerned about his own greenwood grass. The lives of others were of little consequence to him. Having worked in the mission hall of Xianyang sect for some time, he had grown accustomed to the frequent deaths that occurred, and thus did not take the matter to heart. If it had been a Foundation establishment cultivator, it might have drawn the attention of Xianyang sect, but they were merely Qi refinement practitioners, a rank so numerous within the sect that it would hardly stir any ripples. After speaking, Su Zi recalled the current mission and continued to inquire of Li Changxing, "What about the greenwood wolves that we are required to hunt for this task? Without their corpses to report, even if I work at the mission hall, it would be difficult to assist you in completing the task." Li Changxing then produced another storage bag from his robes. Sighing as he said, "I only have the corpses of 5 greenwood wolves on me. The rest are in the storage bags of Senior Brother Chun and the others, and they must have already been taken by someone else." Taking the storage bag, Su Zi examined it for a moment before speaking. "5 will suffice. Although it does not meet the task's target, I can certainly settle it as a task completion for you. After all, you faced considerable danger on this undertaking, and I still possess that authority." Having helped him, and having experienced risks due to this task, Su Zi naturally wished to assist Li Changxing in reaping benefits. Mutual assistance would create opportunities for future collaboration. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Li Changxing's face as he expressed his gratitude. "Then I must trouble you, Brother Su." Nodding, Su Zi settled the task for Li Changsheng, providing him with 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was the total reward for the mission, which was originally to be distributed among Li Changxing and Chan Yinfeng according to their contributions. But since they had perished, it naturally all belonged to Li Changsheng. He was quite satisfied with this, as he had not expected Su Zi to be so considerate, directly settling the full reward for him. In addition to the 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for the task, Su Zi produced an extra 1,000 low-grade spirit stones from his robe. Wasn't it 600 low-grade spirit stones? Li Changxing inquired, curiosity evident as he looked at Su Zi. Previously, he had already given him 600 low-grade spirit stones, and now, having provided 2 greenwood grasses, he thought he only needed to withdraw another 600. With an apologetic smile, Su Zi addressed Li Changxing. The remainder is but a small token of my appreciation. I did not anticipate such unforeseen events during this mission, so please do not feel obliged to accept it. Very well, Brother Su, I understand your intentions, so I shall graciously accept. Nodding, Li Changxing beamed, not feigning modesty, and accepted it openly. With that, the storage bag now contained an additional 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with the reserved 1,000, providing him sufficient resources for 2 to 3 months of intensive training. Once the initial storm had passed, he could undertake another couple of tasks and later retrieve all his previous ill-gotten gains, transforming them into his own strength. With such thoughts, Li Changxing exchanged a few more words with Su Zi before preparing to depart. However, just before leaving, Su Zi reminded him, by the way, although it is normal for some Qi refinement practitioners to perish during missions, the fact remains that you are the only one who returned alive in a day or two. It is likely that someone from the law enforcement hall will come to inquire about the specifics of your situation. Of course, it is merely a formality. When the time comes, just discreetly offer them a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, and the matter will be easily resolved. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Su, Li Changxing nodded. Feeling a weight lift from his chest, as long as he navigated the inquiries from the law enforcement hall, this matter would settle itself. Upon leaving the mission hall, and with the spirit stones from the task's settlement in hand, Li Changxing did not feel guilty as a thief. Instead, he extravagantly purchased many cultivation pills and auxiliary materials. After all, excessive caution could be detrimental, and the spirit stones he spent were entirely legitimate. There would be no traces to uncover even if someone were to investigate. After acquiring a multitude of cultivation pills and materials, Li Changxing expended over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Initially, he had intended to purchase more, but considering that personnel from the law enforcement hall might come looking for him, he ultimately set aside over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for emergencies. Once his shopping was complete, Li Changxing did not linger at Chaoxia Peak but swiftly returned to his courtyard. After being away for some time, a layer of dust had accumulated in his surroundings. Utilizing a cleaning spell to clear it away, he adjusted his mindset and soon returned to his previous state, sitting cross-legged in the minor gathering of formation to begin his cultivation. With the aid of high-quality pills, although the consumption was immense, Li Changxing's cultivation speed progressed remarkably. In just 3 days of rapid cultivation, he was visited by personnel from the law enforcement hall. Are you Li Changxing? The visitor from the law enforcement hall, a peak Qi refinement practitioner, inquired sternly. Indeed, I am Li Changxing. May I know your name, senior brother? Recalling Su Zi's prior advice, Li Changxing offered a slight smile, presenting a storage bag to the law enforcement disciple. Upon receiving the storage bag and discovering it contained 500 low-grade spirit stones, the disciple's serious demeanor transformed into one of amicability. He nodded with a smile, addressing Li Changxing. I am Li Hu from the law enforcement hall, sharing the same surname as you, junior brother. You needn't be anxious. I am merely here to inquire about the details of the dangers you encountered. The deaths of several disciples who had not even reached the 10th level of Qi refinement were inconsequential, not warranting much attention. Li, who had come specifically to solicit spirit stones under the guise of inquiry, showing little interest in the actual events. After all, they had not witnessed the incident firsthand. They relied solely on hearsay, leaving the truth uncertain. Li Changxing nodded and recounted the prepared narrative in detail, placing the primary blame on the Mou sect. In recent years, the Mou sect and Xinyang sect had been at odds, with their disciples frequently clashing, resulting in casualties. How unfortunate it was to encounter the Liyang fruit. I wish I could have obtained such a treasure. Li Hu sighed after hearing Li Changxing's account, his lament not for the deceased disciples, but for the lost opportunity of acquiring the Liyang fruit. Indeed, had senior brother Li been with us, the Liang fruit would undoubtedly have belonged to you, allowing you to reach the Foundation establishment realm more swiftly. Li Chongqing concurred, echoing Li Hu's sentiments. Li Hu shook his head with a smile. What is meant to be will come in time. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. I understand the situation now. It is not a major issue. Junior brother, do not worry. Focus on your recovery for the next month or two, and it will surely be forgotten. With that, Li Hu collected the recording stone he had activated earlier and promptly departed from Li Chongqing's courtyard. Watching him leave, Li Chongqing chuckled and shook his head. After these days observing others, he gained a more profound understanding of Xinyang's sect, namely, its cold indifference. The sect pursued profit above all, showing little concern for the lives of lower-ranked disciples, in truth, within Xinyang's sect. As long as one possessed ample spirit stones, anyone could be congenial. Li Chongqing welcomed this reality, for where there are people, there will always be competition. The incident involving Chen Yinfeng was merely the beginning, and he was bound to encounter similar occurrences in the future. At the same time, he felt a twinge of frustration. Despite his thorough preparations, it was the 500 low-grade spirit stones that proved to be the most effective. Yet, he bore no regrets. What if the law enforcement hall had truly pursued the matter further? One could never be too cautious. Life is singular, and once lost, it cannot be regained. Damn this harsh reality. Li Chongqing muttered, swallowing another pill before stepping into the minor gathering of Yin formation to continue his cultivation. As time slipped by, following Li Hu's visit, Li Chongqing's days turned tranquil. He immersed himself in cultivation, oblivious to the affairs beyond his walls, dedicating his entire focus to his practice. Amidst this routine, days passed by, until one morning, he heard a voice calling out, "Brotherly, may I inquire if Brotherly is present?" On September 24th, the weather was splendid. On this day, Su Zi donned exquisite attire, appearing exceptionally handsome. However, just as the sun rose, he arrived at the entrance of Li Chongqing's courtyard, calling out in a warm tone. Upon hearing Su Zi's voice, Li Chongqing, who had been cultivating throughout the night, exhaled and revealed a hint of a smile, curiously opening the courtyard door. As soon as the door swung open, a fragrant aroma wafted from Su Zi, who looked even more striking than before at Su Xiong. "Have you consumed a beauty elixir?" Li Chongqing inquired, intrigued by Su Zi's significantly enhanced appearance and delightful scent. Su Zi nodded with a smile. "Indeed, just yesterday. The alchemist I commissioned finally succeeded in concocting the beauty elixir, and I received 3 exquisite pills." As he spoke, Su Zi entered at Li Chongqing's invitation. He retrieved a bronze mirror from his pocket, playfully tousled his hair and chuckled. "One pill as a gift is sufficient. After all, rarity lends value. We young men must also learn to adorn ourselves, especially since I rely on my looks in front of senior sister Lin. With my current visage and this gift, I am certain it will yield unexpected results." Having eagerly consumed a beauty elixir the moment it was ready, Su Zi had given considerable thought over the past few days. Simply presenting a gift was not enough. He needed to enhance his own appearance to make a more favorable impression on Lin Xiaoxi. Thus, with the beauty elixir as a present, he was determined to leave a lasting impression on her during her birthday celebration. "Su Xiong indeed possesses a keen understanding," Li Chongqing remarked with a chuckle, pouring a cup of tea for him. Su Zi sat at the stone table, downing the tea in one gulp and licking his lips as he mused. One must do whatever it takes to survive. After all, any means that achieve the desired end are valid. I concur. Everyone has their own path to pursue. For instance, you, Su Xiong, have effortlessly entered the task hall by leveraging your relationship with senior sister Lin. Li Chongqing nodded in agreement, then absent-mindedly touched his face, pondering whether he was even more handsome than Su Zi. Seeing Li Chongqing's gesture, Su Zi's smile broadened, and he teased, "What thoughts occupy your mind?" "Li Xiong? What thoughts could I possibly have? Everything hinges on opportunity. I am not as fortunate as you." Having gained access to senior sister Lin's connections shortly after entering the intersect, Li Chongqing replied. Shaking his head, he bore no ill will towards Su Zi's demeanor. In fact, he admired it. However, each person had their own journey, and he was too engrossed in cultivating to waste time seeking to please others. Moreover, Li Chongqing firmly believed that flattering others to climb the ranks was merely a temporary strategy. True strength was the only lasting foundation. After all, even the mightiest backing can falter, but one's own prowess remains steadfast. "Ha ha, that is indeed true, Li Xiong. engrossed in your cultivation and possessing exceptional talent, surely will not tread the same path as I. Su Zi laughed heartily, casting an envious glance at Li Chongqing's appearance. Prior to consuming the beauty elixir, Su Zi had already been quite handsome, but after taking it, he found himself overshadowed by Li Chongqing. There is no such thing as innate talent. Everything is a result of one's own hard work and cultivation. Li Chongqing insisted, shaking his head, as the saying goes, wealth, companions, laws, and land. Cultivation cannot rely solely on talent. It is vital to possess strength, a solid background, and resources. After a brief pause, he refilled Su Zi's tea and inquired, I assume your visit today is not merely to flaunt your success with the beauty elixir. Su Zi nodded with a smile. Of course, I am not so trivial. I have come to invite you, Li Shtong, to join me in celebrating senior sister Lin's birthday. Invite me to accompany you? Li Chongqing furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Su Zi. Su Zi quickly nodded and explained, Li Shtong, you are diligent in your cultivation and likely neglect your interpersonal relationships. This is a rare opportunity. Many distinguished inner-sect disciples will attend senior sister's 18th birthday, and it would be beneficial for you to meet some of the prodigies of Xinyang sect. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing felt a stir of interest. He had contemplated befriending exceptional individuals to create mutual benefits, yet his dedication to cultivation had left him with only a handful of acquaintances in the nearly 5 months since joining Xinyang sect. Thus, attending Lin Xiaoxi's birthday celebration indeed presented a rare opportunity to connect with talented peers. However, he remained somewhat skeptical about Su Zi's seemingly kind invitation, suspecting it could not simply stem from their previous collaborations. Li Chongqing did not perceive human nature as simplistic, nor did he consider his relationship with Su Zi to be exceptionally close. Seemingly sensing Li Chongqing's hesitation, Su Zi smiled and said, Are you wondering why I specifically invited you? Li Chongqing nodded earnestly, taking a sip of his tea. Indeed, that is precisely what I find puzzling. What is there to be puzzled about? We share a cooperative relationship, and in the future, whenever you undertake a mission, you will inevitably need my assistance. Likewise, I will require your help for various matters. Expanding your network will also benefit me, Su Zi stated, harboring his own motives. As Li Chongqing's cultivation grew stronger, Su Zi anticipated needing his assistance in many endeavors, and this invitation served as an investment in their mutual relationships. Li Chongqing pondered Su Zi's reasoning for a moment and found it plausible. He nodded, eager to forge connections with remarkable individuals, and readily agreed, very well. When is senior sister's birthday? In 3 days, I will come to inform you then. However, it would be best for you to prepare a small token of appreciation, as arriving empty-handed may attract disdain from others. Su Zi replied, his smile widening upon receiving Li Chongqing's agreement. Li Chongqing nodded. I am well aware of this. I will trouble you to notify me in 3 days, of course. I shall take my leave now. Satisfied with achieving his goal, Su Zi departed from Li Chongqing's residence. After Su Zi's departure, Li Chongqing promptly left the courtyard. He piloted his flying sword to gather detailed information and preferences about Lin Xiaoxi within the inner sect. Once equipped with this knowledge, he swiftly flew to the trading market. After browsing the market, he ultimately purchased an ancient painting for 100 low-grade spirit stones, selected based on Lin Xiaoxi's interests. The painting was unremarkable, merely exuding a hint of spiritual energy, though the artistry was unique. Had it not been for the intention of gifting it at Lin Xiaoxi's birthday, he would not have deemed it worthy of even a single spirit stone. Such items, merely infused with a touch of spiritual energy, could easily be acquired for a few hundred silver coins in the mundane world. Naturally, Li Chongqing was not inclined to waste time traveling to the mundane world to save a mere 100 spirit stones. He preferred to devote that time to diligent cultivation. After finalizing the gift, he also procured some wrapping materials from another stall, neatly packaging the painting to make it presentable. With this gift prepared, Li Chongqing had no further preparations to make and returned to his courtyard on his flying sword. With 3 days remaining, Li Chongqing harbored no significant expectations and continued his rigorous training as usual. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the day of the event. Once again, just as the sun rose, Su Zi, clad in extravagant attire and exuding flamboyance, approached Li Chongqing. Observing Su Zi's ostentatious garb, Li Chongqing found himself at a loss for words and cautioned. You are being too ostentatious. Such flamboyance might irk some individuals. In Li Chongqing's view, Su Zi's display was akin to courting disaster. As the saying goes, Those who walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. By drawing attention to himself during Lin Xiaoxi's birthday celebration, he would surely attract the gaze of those enamored with her. Should ill intentions arise, Su Zi might find himself beset by hidden adversaries before he could fully establish his connection with Lin Xiaoxi. Ostentatious? I am aware that my attire is somewhat flashy, but it is unavoidable. This is a rare opportunity, and I must present myself as best as I can. I have prepared for this day for far too long. Su Zi sighed, shaking his head in response to Li Chongqing's counsel. He fully comprehended the risks of his flamboyant appearance and acknowledged that it might provoke some discontent, yet he remained undeterred. As long as he can ascend the grand tree of Lin Xiaoxi, he will be able to climb higher in his tasks by leveraging Lin Xiaoxi herself, and perhaps even secure a position of authority. With such power at his disposal, even if others harbor resentment, as long as he exercises caution, he will encounter no significant issues. Ultimately, it boils down to his own lack of ability. Were he already at the foundation establishment stage? Even the most ostentatious display would merely be perceived as flattery in the eyes of others. Seeing Su Zi express such sentiments, Li Chongqing could only nod in agreement. After all, Su Zi's situation bore little relevance to his own. Had it not been for its implications on his future task assignments, he would not have offered counsel. After exchanging a few idle remarks, Li Chongqing, under Su Zi's guidance, took to the skies on a flying sword towards Chaoxiang Peak. The grandeur of Chaoxiang Peak was evident, housing not only the task hall and trading market, but also numerous expansive caves. These belonged to the disciples of the task hall, particularly Lin Xiaoxi's cave, which was extravagantly adorned and spanned several miles, even boasting dozens of servants. However, Lin Xiaoxi's cave was not the largest. That distinction belonged to the cave situated to the north of Chaoxiang Peak. This was the dwelling of the chief elder of the task hall, Lin Ziqing, Lin Xiaoxi's grandfather, occupying over 10 miles of land, resembling a small palace. Upon arriving at Lin Xiaoxi's cave, they encountered a throng of disciples from the Shenyang sect, most of whom had come uninvited, hoping to familiarize themselves and cultivate relationships that might prove beneficial in the future. Since Su Zi had been frequently running errands for Lin Xiaoxi, the servants at the entrance recognized him and, without further inquiry, allowed both Su Zi and Li Chongqing to enter the rear courtyard. Once inside the courtyard, the crowd thinned significantly, primarily comprising disciples from the task hall and cultivators at the peak of Qi refinement, including a notable number of foundation establishment practitioners. Engaging with others here would be advantageous, as they were either involved in the task hall or the elite of the Shenyang sect, making nearly everyone worthy of acquaintance. Su Zi, keeping his head lowered, surveyed the others and whispered to Li Chongqing beside him, who nodded in agreement, closely trailing Su Zi while assessing the demeanor and cultivation levels of those around them. Before long, Su Zi and Li Chongqing arrived at the entrance of a private room. "Sister Cui, may I inquire if Senior Sister Lin is present?" Su Zi inquired, addressing a Qi refinement peak female cultivator at the door. His face adorned with a flattering smile as he spoke, his hand deftly produced a storage pouch, hastily placing it into Sister Cui's hands. After weighing the pouch, Sister Cui's face brightened, and she kindly informed Su Zi, "The young lady is inside. Given that smug expression on your face, I presume you have prepared a surprise for her? Confidentiality is key." Su Zi chuckled, refraining from revealing the nature of the beauty-enhancing pill he had prepared. Sister Cui rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Look at you, so smug. Go on in. There are no guests in the young lady's room right now." "Thank you." Su Zi clasped his hands in gratitude, his expression radiating joy as he pulled Li Chongqing into Lin Xiaoxi's elegant chamber. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by a fragrant aroma. Within, a strikingly graceful young woman sat at a stone table, which was laden with a plethora of gifts. Li Chongqing cast a brief glance around. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Lin Xiaoxi was not as stunning as Su Zi often claimed, being merely fair in appearance, fitting the description of a modest beauty. "Junior brother Su has arrived. You are quite early today," Lin Xiaoxi remarked, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she acknowledged Su Zi. Su Zi lowered his head, a light smile gracing his lips. "It is Senior Sister's birthday. I dared not tarry, arriving with my brother just at sunrise to pay my respects." With that, Su Zi swiftly retrieved a brocade box from his robes, presenting it with both hands respectfully before Lin Xiaoxi. "For the care you have shown me over the past few months. Although my spiritual stones are scarce, I managed to prepare a beauty-enhancing pill for you in advance. beauty-enhancing pill. Lin Xiaoxi's initially indifferent expression transformed into one of surprise. She eagerly accepted the brocade box from Su Zi and opened it to reveal a verdant green pill, exuding an alluring fragrance. After inspecting it closely and confirming its identity, Lin Xiaoxi's smile deepened considerably. Very well done. I had been searching for the whereabouts of a beauty-enhancing pill recently. It appears junior brother Su has indeed put in the effort. Naturally, when it comes to serving senior sister, one must do their utmost. Su Zi replied with a light chuckle. Lin Xiaoxi smiled and regarded Su Zi with increasing approval, slowly articulating, I am quite pleased with the gift you have presented. Now, speak your wish and I shall grant you one request. Su Zi promptly clasped his hands, lowering his head as he replied, I seek nothing for myself. I only wish for senior sister's happiness. Flattery, Lin Xiaoxi chided Su Zi playfully, rolling her eyes before continuing, then you shall work by my side, while also maintaining your identity as a disciple of the task hall. Once your cultivation reaches the 10th level of qi refinement, I shall promote your position to it is a privilege for me to be by senior sister's side, Su Zi exclaimed, his face alight with joy at the same time. A hint of admiration glimmered in his eyes as he gazed sincerely at Lin Xiaoxi. Noticing the emotions reflected in Su Zi's eyes, Lin Xiaoxi's lips curled into a subtle smile. She held a favorable view of Su Zi. He was indeed handsome. However, regrettably, many suitors at Xinyang sect were far more capable and well-suited than he. In comparison to the myriad of admirers vying for her attention, Su Zi was merely a charming face, adept at charming her but lacking in other attributes. Yet, Su Zi's capabilities in assisting her were commendable. Otherwise, she would not have considered keeping him close. Aware of Lin Xiaoxi's demeanor, Su Zi recognized the need for patience, promptly introducing Li Changsheng, senior sister Lin. This is my good brother Li Changsheng, who has come to visit upon hearing of your birthday. Li Changsheng quickly followed suit, clasping his hands and presenting a beaming smile. It is an honor to meet you, senior sister Lin. Su brother often speaks of your fondness for art, so I have brought a renowned piece for you. As he spoke, Li Changsheng passed the artwork to Su Zi, who would then present it to Lin Xiaoxi. It was crucial to acknowledge the intermediary. If he were to bypass Su Zi and present a gift directly to Lin Xiaoxi, it would be a grave misstep, displeasing Su Zi and causing Lin Xiaoxi to perceive him as lacking in etiquette. You are quite thoughtful, Lin Xiaoxi remarked, receiving the gift from Su Zi with a gracious nod. All credit goes to Su brother for his guidance. Otherwise, how would I have known of senior sister's preferences? Li Changsheng responded with a smile, his words replete with admiration. He could not afford to go to such lengths to please Lin Xiaoxi as Su Zi had. Hence, it was more prudent to assist Su Zi, which would also facilitate his own future task assignments. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Su Zi felt a sense of satisfaction and silently thanked him. Lin Xiaoxi glanced at the ancient painting gifted by Li Changsheng, placing it on the table with a faint smile, but did not voice any further comments. Senior sister Lin, now that I have delivered my gift, I shall take my leave with my brother. Aware that he had achieved his purpose and anticipating that Lin Xiaoxi would soon consume the beauty-enhancing pill, Su Zi did not linger, bowing in farewell. Lin Xiaoxi nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Very well, you both may wander the rear courtyard. There are many talented individuals worth your acquaintance, which will benefit you in the future. Yes, thank you, senior sister. Su Zi respectfully clasped his hands and quietly exited the room with Li Changsheng. Su Zi's audacity in pursuing Lin Xiaoxi was astonishing, given his own capabilities, though Li Changsheng was quite commendable in his conduct. As Su Zi and Li Changsheng departed, a maid behind Lin Xiaoxi pouted. Humph, Su Zi is rather adept at winning hearts, and he even went to great lengths to present me with a beauty-enhancing pill. Lin Xiaoxi shot the maid a glare, caressing the beauty-enhancing pill with a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Ah, could it be that the young lady truly has feelings for Su Zi? Upon hearing that Lin Xiaoxi had spoken on behalf of Su Zi, the maid was immediately taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. It was well known that due to her esteemed status, countless admirers sought the favor of the Xinyang sect, many of whom were far superior to Su Zi. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head, gently caressing the beauty-enhancing pill before she slowly spoke. How could that be possible? Do you truly believe I am such a simpleton, that a mere beauty pill could stir my heart? The maid, slightly bewildered, glanced at Lin Xiaoxi and queried. But, miss, you have always treated Su Zi well and have not rejected his attentions. Why now refuse? Lin Xiaoxi's lips curled into a faint smile as she gazed out the window. Su Zi possesses commendable capabilities. He is a dog worth nurturing. By offering him a glimmer of hope and assistance, he will demonstrate unwavering loyalty to me. What is there to lose? And what of Li Changsheng? I find him quite articulate, and he even inquired about your preferences, presenting you with an ancient painting. Yes, the maid recalled Li Changsheng's handsome visage. She smiled and remarked to Lin Xiaoxi, with your allure. Perhaps if you grant him a modicum of hope, he could become your next obedient follower. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head, seizing the ancient painting gifted by Li Changsheng, a hint of cold amusement flashing across her face. Humph, such a cunning individual is not easily manipulated. Does he truly believe he can dismiss me with a trivial gift? Does he think I am merely Lin Xiaoxi? With that, flames erupted from her hand, and the ancient painting gifted by Li Changsheng was instantly reduced to ashes. The rear courtyard of Lin Xiaoxi's dwelling was vast, where Su Zi wore a smile while strolling with Li Changsheng. To express gratitude for Li Changsheng's previous discreet compliments, Su Zi offered him a few more smiles. Utilizing his connections within the task hall, he introduced Li Changsheng to several disciples holding positions of responsibility. However, while these individuals greeted Li Changsheng with smiles, their eyes bore a trace of disdain. Li Changsheng remained unfazed, seizing this opportunity to glean specific information about the Xianyang sect. As he maneuvered through the crowd, he successfully uncovered various hidden secrets of the Xianyang sect. Just as he contemplated delving deeper into his inquiries, a sudden uproar erupted. Amidst the clamor, those who had been conversing with Li Changsheng unhesitatingly abandoned him. Hastening towards the source of the commotion, Li Changsheng turned his gaze to see a young man entering the courtyard, swiftly surrounded by a throng of admirers, each face adorned with eager smiles. Curiously, he turned to Su Zi and inquired, "Who is that person, so wildly celebrated?" "That is Zhou Ziyu, the grandson of the chief elder of the law enforcement hall, possessing dual spiritual roots, merely 18. He has already reached the foundation establishment realm," Su Zi replied, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He then patted Li Changsheng on the shoulder, urging, "Come, this is a rare opportunity. Let us mingle and make ourselves known. For the law enforcement hall wields considerable power in the inner sect. You go ahead. I shall wander elsewhere." Li Changsheng declined, showing little interest in Zhou Ziyu, aware that mingling with such a crowd would yield little benefit. Even if he forced his way into their favor, he would likely find it of little use. Moreover, Li Changsheng was acutely aware of his own limitations. His identity, strength, and qualifications were not on par with Zhou Ziyu, leaving little room for meaningful connections. Unless he wished to become Zhou Ziyu's sycophant, he doubted he would find any real opportunities. Unfortunately, while he could flatter others, he had no desire to become a servant like Su Zi had. "Very well, you enjoy yourself," Su Zi said, accepting Li Changsheng's decision without further persuasion, his face breaking into a broad smile as he joined the throng. Hoping to become familiar with Zhou Ziyu, Li Changsheng cast a fleeting glance before turning away, choosing to meander through the courtyard alone. After parting from Su Zi, he found himself failing to achieve the very purpose of his visit, as most individuals disregarded him, offering only perfunctory responses. The root of this disdain lay in Li Changsheng's insufficient status. Lacking both cultivation and identity, who would regard him with esteem? After several rebuffs, he sighed and decided not to linger any longer, departing from Zixia Peak. Initially, he had thought to use this opportunity to forge connections with several prodigies. But he had overlooked his own standing and cultivation level. As an ordinary inner sect disciple with a mere 7th level Qi refinement, what prospects did he have with those exceptional individuals? Ultimately, to earn respect and forge connections with the elite, he must possess formidable strength or demonstrate extraordinary potential. I must focus on my cultivation. The path of Su Zi is not meant for me. Rather than striving to please others, I would be better served by diligently honing my skills and enhancing my abilities to command respect. Upon returning to his quarters, Li Changsheng sat cross-legged within the small gathering of information, inhaling deeply to cast aside distracting thoughts, swallowing a pill to enter a state of meditation. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, unexpected events unfolded on Su Zi's side. Chapter 33. A new drop of liquid time swiftly passed. And before long, 6 months had elapsed. During this period, Li Changsheng had not ventured out on any missions, dedicating himself solely to his cultivation. His solitary excursion occurred only when the turmoil had subsided, allowing him to secretly retrieve the items he had previously hidden in a storage bag. With the aid of these spirit stones and pills, Li Chongqing's cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace over the last 6 months. However, sustaining such rapid advancement demanded considerable resources. By the end of this period, aside from items that had not been sold, Li Chongqing had completely exhausted his supply of spirit stones. Reaching the late stage of the 8th level of qi refinement, Li Chongqing, within the small gathering of yin formation, began to circulate the fiery evil technique, exhaling a breath of yin energy. Thanks to the abundance of high-quality pills and the rich yin energy in this location, he had achieved the 8th level of qi refinement 3 months prior. Over the remaining months, he not only stabilized his cultivation but also advanced to the late stage of the 8th level, significantly enhancing his strength. Excellent. If I continue at this pace, I shall surely break through to the 9th level within 4 to 5 months. A smile graced Li Chongqing's face as he gazed up at the full moon. Tonight marked the 15th day, a night when the yin energy was at its peak, an ideal time for him to absorb the liquid condensed within the Nether Tower. More than 20 days earlier, having harnessed the yin energy, the Nether Tower had successfully condensed a drop of liquid. Initially, Li Chongqing had anticipated that this would occur 3 months ago, but it had taken an additional 2 months longer than he had contemplated. This was a miscalculation on his part. However, the newly condensed drop of liquid radiated a denser yin energy than the previous one, indicating a significantly improved efficacy. Let me discover the extent of the temporary enhancement and comprehension this drop of liquid can bestow, and see if it enables me to master the wind-walking technique. Murmuring to himself, Li Chongqing wore a light smile, concentrating intently as he summoned the liquid from the Nether Tower within his mind. Under his guidance, the drop of liquid floating inside the tower soared forth, unleashing a wave of obsidian light deep within his consciousness. As this light flickered, Li Chongqing's comprehension surged dramatically, and the spirit energy within him began to circulate with increasing rapidity. With the acceleration of both his spirit energy and comprehension, a dark silhouette materialized in his mind. A small figure representing the drop of liquid, floating within his consciousness, repeatedly practicing the wind-walking technique, rapidly imparting proficiency to him. Simultaneously, as the small figure infused him with skill, Li Chongqing's body began to move in synchrony with it. He danced upon the wind, his body levitating gracefully, moving through the darkness like a specter. However, under the control of his consciousness, his movements remained confined to the vicinity of the courtyard, ensuring he did not stray too far and draw unwanted attention. As time passed, Li Chongqing's speed increased exponentially, and his cultivation surged rapidly under the moonlight. Boom! After more than an hour, a surge of energy erupted from Li Chongqing, causing him to feel lighter. He hovered in the air of the courtyard, slightly opening his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. I have mastered the wind-walking technique. At this moment, the wind-walking technique had reached a state of great accomplishment. As Li Chongqing delved into the profundities of this perfected technique, a plethora of insights regarding its nuances flooded his mind, especially a transient method to enhance speed. Simultaneously, upon achieving this level of mastery, a surge of energy coursed through Li Chongqing, propelling him to break through to a higher minor realm. Reaching the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, the 8th layer. This time, his training duration extended by a stick of incense compared to the last, and his comprehension had notably improved by about 10%, indicating a tangible enhancement in results. Moreover, aided by a single drop of liquid, his cultivation made remarkable strides, suggesting that the efficacy of the Underworld Tower was far beyond my initial expectations. Gently descending to the ground, Li Chongqing took a moment to assess his cultivation and a smile blossomed on his face. Previously, after his Yin Wind Sword technique achieved perfection, his cultivation had similarly ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement. This time was no different. Having consumed another drop of liquid, he was met with an overwhelming feedback of dense Yin energy. It seemed that to rapidly elevate his cultivation, he must expedite the condensation of the Underworld Tower's liquid. If he could condense another drop, the wind-walking technique would undoubtedly reach completeness once more. Feeling the benefits brought forth by absorbing the liquid, a brilliant light sparkled in Li Chongqing's eyes. Perhaps when accepting tasks, he should orient his focus towards exterminating ghostly entities. After all, the haunting specter he vanquished in the dilapidated temple, which possessed cultivation around the 8th layer of qi refinement, had released a substantial amount of yin energy absorbed by the Underworld Tower. Furthermore, after absorbing those dissipating energies, the liquid within the Underworld Tower had condensed at an accelerated pace. With this thought taking root, Li Chongqing's mind began to flourish with lively ideas. Yes, hunting ghostly beings would not only allow him to fulfill tasks for spiritual stones, but also enable him to absorb vast amounts of yin energy along the way. Hastening the condensation of the Underworld Tower's liquid, Li Chongqing's eyes brightened, and a subtle smile graced his lips. The following morning, just as the sun began to rise, Li Chongqing, resolute in his decision, swiftly flew to Chaoyang Peak on his sword. Although he could rely on his windwalking technique to traverse the skies, he preferred to maintain a low profile and found that flying on a sword conserved more spiritual energy. After stowing his sword, he entered the task hall, however. Upon encountering Su Zi, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. For Su Zi had lost the spirited demeanor he once exhibited. He appeared somewhat disheveled, and his once handsome visage was marred by several ghastly scars. Seeing Su Zi in such a state, Li Chongqing couldn't help but furrow his brow. Su brother, what has happened to your face? Upon hearing Li Chongqing's inquiry, Su Zi's gaze faltered, and he let out a deep sigh. It's nothing. I offended a significant figure, and now I must bear the consequences. Li Chongqing pressed on. Does this have anything to do with Sister Lin? Noticing Su Zi's evasive demeanor, Li Chongqing harbored some suspicions. He had previously advised Su Zi not to be overly ostentatious, as flattering one could easily provoke the ire of others who admired Lin Xiaoxi. Su Zi nodded, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. You might find it laughable, but this is entirely my own doing. I intended to curry favor with Zhou Ziyu, only to inadvertently step on his toes. Shortly after Li Chongqing's departure, Lin Xiaoxi had emerged from her quarters, and Su Zi had hoped to leverage her identity to forge a connection with Zhou Ziyu. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of Zhou Ziyu's displeasure, compounded by a careless remark that led to his public humiliation. The beauty-enhancing elixir he had consumed was obliterated by Zhou Ziyu's artifact as a warning. Had it not been for Lin Xiaoxi's intercession, he might have lost more than just his looks. His life could have been at stake. Half a year had passed since that incident, and while resentment had accumulated within him, he felt powerless. After all, Zhou Ziyu's status far eclipsed his own. He was merely a small fry, unworthy of provoking such a figure. Nonetheless, he found solace in the fact that, despite his disfigurement, Lin Xiaoxi had not distanced herself from him. On the contrary, she had shown him even more kindness, which deepened his gratitude toward her. He had been diligent in his duties at the task hall, discreetly assisting Lin Xiaoxi with many delicate matters. Zhou Ziyu? Upon hearing Su Zi's words, Li Chongqing's mind conjured the image of that once coveted youth surrounded by admirers. The wave of relief washed over him. Grateful for his self-awareness in choosing not to accompany Su Zi that day. Had he been there, his closeness to Su Zi would undoubtedly have drawn ridicule upon him as well. Indeed, to befriend those of greater merit, one must first possess merit themselves. Otherwise, one risks humiliation through their own attempts to ingratiate. Su Zi was a classic example of this principle. Physical appearance is but a superficial aspect, Su brother. You need not dwell on it. Once you achieve the foundation establishment stage, your former looks may well be restored, Li Chongqing consoled, refraining from disparaging Zhou Ziyu, for he recognized the tenuous nature of his relationship with Su Zi. It was not worth antagonizing Zhou Ziyu, a realization Li Chongqing was keenly aware of. Sometimes misfortune can be a blessing in disguise. After the events of 6 months ago, I have indeed become more composed. Coupled with Sister Lin's recognition, my standing within the task hall has improved somewhat. Su Zi sighed. He then turned to Li Chongqing and inquired, in the past 6 months, I have not heard from you. Have you been diligently honing your skills? Li Chongqing nodded and replied, I have been absorbed in rigorous training, and with some resources sent by my family, my cultivation has seen certain breakthroughs. Hence, I specifically came to take on a task. Upon hearing this, Su Zi began to appraise Li Chongqing's cultivation. When he sensed that Li Chongqing had reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of qi refinement, a glimmer of envy ignited in his eyes. Li brother, you have already attained the 8th layer of qi refinement. Much of this is owed to the training resources provided by my family. Li Chongqing smiled and downplayed his achievements. Su Zi's envy was palpable. Your father is truly benevolent. My circumstances, however, are rather grim. Since I requested 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones from my family, they have ceased to provide me with any further resources for cultivation. Although you lack familial support, The task hall offers lucrative opportunities. I presume you have earned quite a fortune over the past 6 months. Li Chongqing chuckled, complimenting Su Ziyi's status. One must not allow others to become overly envious. Excessive envy can easily breed jealousy. Upon hearing Li Chongqing's remark, Su Ziyi reflected on the advantages his status afforded him, especially as he frequently assisted Lin Xiaoxi. A sense of equilibrium settled within him. He smiled and whispered to Li Chongqing, "What type of task does Li brother wish to undertake?" "I have several lucrative options available." Li Chongqing pondered briefly, disregarding the notion of lucrative tasks, and instead inquired of Su Ziyi, "Are there any tasks related to hunting ghostly entities? Preferably those with cultivation below the 9th layer of qi refinement. Hunting ghostly beings? While such tasks offer reasonable rewards, they hardly compare to the more profitable options I have reserved. Moreover, they do carry a certain degree of risk." Su Ziyi frowned at Li Chongqing's request. Li Chongqing shrugged, appearing somewhat helpless. "I excel at dealing with ghostly entities and wish to refine my combat skills through such tasks. After being secluded for over half a year, my combat experience has become somewhat rusty." "Very well then. Enhancing one's combat prowess is of utmost importance. I shall select the most cost-effective options for you to consider." Su Ziyi acquiesced. Seeing Li Chongqing's determination, Su Ziyi said no more. He nodded and turned to search for ghostly entity-related tasks. Shortly thereafter, he returned with several jade slips. Laying them on the table, he began to explain. "All tasks involving cultivators below the 9th layer of qi refinement are here, including some at the 9th layer. You may peruse them at your leisure. I assure you, these are the highest reward options." "Excellent. I shall examine them closely and make my selections," Li Chongqing replied, nodding at Su Ziyi as he picked up the jade slips. The slips contained a total of 6 tasks, ranging from the 7th to the 9th layer of qi refinement. After thoroughly reviewing the details of each task, Li Chongqing formulated a plan. He set the slips down, contemplated for a moment, and asked Su Ziyi, "Su brother, is there a time limit for completing these tasks once accepted? Additionally, may one take on multiple tasks?" Su Ziyi regarded Li Chongqing with surprise, a wry smile forming on his lips. "Are you perhaps considering taking on several tasks, Li brother?" Li Chongqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, I am quite satisfied with these tasks. Their scopes are not too distant from one another, and I plan to accept them together. This will undoubtedly save me considerable time for cultivation." "All of them?" Su Ziyi cast a penetrating glance at Li Chongqing, yet he refrained from offering any counsel. After a brief examination of the tasks, he nodded and said, "Originally, the task deadline was set at 3 months. But I possess the authority to extend it to 6 months. As long as you return to submit the tasks within this period, all will be well. Otherwise, they will be deemed void in that case." "I am most grateful, Brother Su." Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Li Chongqing's face as he produced his identification token to express his gratitude to Su Ziyi. Su Ziyi shook his head, accepting the identification token from Li Chongqing's hand. After assisting him in claiming the tasks, he spoke, "There is no need for thanks between us. Moreover, your acceptance of these 6 tasks is beneficial for me as well." Chapter 35. The Young Ghost Cultivator. That is certainly true. Li Chongqing assessed the value of the tasks and smiled as he addressed Su Ziyi. "Once I complete the tasks, I will return the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones I borrowed from you previously." Their relationship was one of collaboration. Thus, it was only fitting that he offered a portion of the rewards for Su Ziyi's assistance in extending the deadline and selecting quality tasks. "Well said." At this, Su Ziyi finally displayed a genuine smile, though it strained the scar on his face, rendering it somewhat ominous. Li Chongqing maintained his smile as he took his identification token for the 6 tasks and departed the mission hall. Upon leaving the mission hall, Li Chongqing returned to his courtyard to prepare. After setting up some minor prohibitions, he mounted his flying sword and embarked on his task execution journey. Soaring through the sky, Li Chongqing retrieved a map from his pocket, recalling the intricate details of the 6 tasks. Ultimately, he altered his course and flew swiftly towards the eastern city of Qiufeng. This was the location of one of the tasks, the nearest to Xinyang sect, where a ghost cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining resided. This ghost had crafted a soul-gathering banner, ruthlessly harming countless individuals and utilizing the banner to refine numerous souls. The objective of the task was to eliminate this ghost cultivator and seize the soul-gathering banner as the item for task submission. The reason this ghost cultivator came to the attention of Xinyang sect was not merely due to his indiscriminate killings, but rather because he had infringed upon the interests of Xinyang sect. After all, the cultivation world is inherently perilous. There are many who commit wanton slaughter, so why would Xinyang's sect concern themselves with such matters? What truly warranted their pursuit was the protection of their own interests. Whenever those interests were threatened, Xinyang's sect would launch a vigorous manhunt. In a lavish estate within Qiufeng City, an atmosphere of malevolence permeated the air. With numerous desiccated corpses strewn across the ground, in the study of this estate, a gaunt young man wielded a flag that perpetually emanated a dark, ghostly aura under the influence of this spectral energy. His countenance appeared exceedingly sinister, as if he were poised to revel in bloodshed at any moment. 300 souls remain. I only need the last 300. Once I extract and refine their souls into ghosts, my soul-gathering banner will surely ascend to the level of a supreme artifact. However, I have already drawn attention here, and given my prior offense against Xinyang's sect, once I finish off the last 300, I will flee directly, escaping the jurisdiction of Xinyang's sect and seeking refuge in the domain of Mu sect. Time is of the essence. Soon it will be midnight, the hour most suited for soul extraction, significantly increasing the chances of my banner's success. Caressing the soul-gathering banner with affection, a terrifying glint flickered in the young man's eyes. His spiritual root aptitude was exceedingly poor, possessing the lowest grade of 5 elemental roots, rendering him incapable of achieving anything significant through personal cultivation. However, fortunate circumstances had arisen a few years prior, allowing him to transform into a ghost cultivator. By consuming vast quantities of souls, he had finally reached the current level of 8th stage Qi refining. What good is being alive? Being a ghost is far superior. Only as a ghost can one revel in boundless pleasures. Licking his crimson lips, the young man closed his eyes, patiently awaiting his opportunity. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the air. During his patient wait, the study's door was silently pushed open. Yet, the young man sensed something amiss and abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce light igniting within them as he beheld 6 swords, suffused with an intense ghostly wind, hurtling towards him. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, barely having time to think before he swiftly sidestepped. Simultaneously, a torrent of ghostly energy surged around him, forming an exceptionally sturdy shield. However, as he evaded, the swords of ghostly wind curved sharply and struck forcefully against the shield. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted. Amidst this turbulence, the shield surrounding the young man cracked extensively, while the 6 swords exuded a piercing aura. Ghostly energy? Who are you? Wielding the soul-gathering banner, the young man repelled the 6 swords of ghostly wind, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent as he directed his inquiry at Li Changsheng, who stood at the threshold. Theo, a dying man. What need is there to know my name? Li Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at him, a hint of cold amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of his hand, he commanded the 6 swords to launch an even fiercer assault upon the young ghost cultivator. Perfect level sword techniques? Ha! What of it? You are but a single individual. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Upon witnessing the perfect level sword technique, a flicker of trepidation crossed the young man's eyes. He hastily retreated, channeling the ghostly energy surging within him, infusing it into the still incomplete soul-gathering banner. As the ghostly energy flowed into the banner, it erupted in an overwhelming black radiance. From this darkness emerged clusters of shadows, exuding a dense ghostly aura, their howls echoing with an ear-piercing wail, "Kill, devour him." While resisting the onslaught of the ghostly wind swords, the young man commanded the throngs of shadows. This was his greatest assurance. He had spent a decade refining the soul-gathering banner. Throughout these years, by allowing the continuous devouring of the souls, he had finally cultivated 3 souls at the 8th level of Qi refining and 8 souls at levels below that. Several months prior, he had successfully ambushed and killed a disciple of Xinyang's sect at the 9th level of Qi refining, seizing all the items he was escorting. So many? As he observed the multitude of souls surging past the ghostly wind swords towards him, a spark of excitement ignited in Li Changsheng's eyes. At that moment, he felt no fear. Rather, he brimmed with absolute confidence. In fact, upon witnessing the throng of souls, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the wind stride technique, his body darting through the room like a streak of light. This was the incantation of the wind stride technique, which, at the cost of significant spiritual energy, temporarily unleashed astonishing speed, suitable for both assassination and flight. How swift! Seeing Li Chongqing's astonishing speed, the young man widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing that Li Chongqing was charging directly at him, intent on eliminating the leader first. With no time to hesitate, he frantically waved the soul-gathering banner, conjuring multiple shields around himself. Under his command, the souls that had surged forward quickly returned, seeking to protect their master. However, in the struggle for life and death, even a single moment could prove decisive. The young man's reflexes were rapid, but Li Chongqing, possessing the perfected wind stride technique, was even faster. With a flick of his hand, he directed the 6 ghostly wind swords to pierce towards the shields enveloping the young man. Under the relentless assault of the 6 swords, the shields surrounding the young man once again developed numerous cracks, shattering in an instant. At that moment, Li Chongqing had already circled behind him. A flash of brilliance illuminated his hand as the dense ghostly energy transformed into sword energy, thrusting fiercely towards the back of the ghost cultivator's head. Chapter 36. All's fair in war. As the fierce sword energy sliced through the air, the young man's eyes widened in shock, his form deflating like a punctured balloon as torrents of ghostly energy erupted from his body. With the release of this ghostly energy, the young man's once frail body collapsed into a mere withered husk, the scant remnants of flesh evaporating in that instant. All the ghostly energy that poured forth was absorbed by Li Chongqing's Ying Tower, beginning the transformation into a steady stream of ghostly essence. After dispatching the young ghost cultivator, Li Chongqing did not allow himself to relax. For with the loss of the young man's control, the 11 souls had become utterly frenzied. Sensing the living presence emanating from Li Chongqing, they erupted into piercing screams, greedily lunging towards him. Though these wandering souls dared to act with such audacity, as Li Chongqing beheld the phantoms approaching him, a smirk crept across his lips. He swiftly maneuvered his body, bursting through the rooftop and soaring into the sky. The specters hastily pursued him, and amidst their chase, Li Chongqing unleashed a spell, causing a radiant beam of golden light to erupt and instantly suppress them above. During this suppression, he deftly gestured with his sword, and the 6 wind swords emitted a cascade of shimmering light, weaving through the ranks of the 11 souls. Swish, 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 numerous piercing glimmers flashed like venomous serpents amidst the 11 phantoms. With each flicker of these icy lights, the once advancing specters erupted into violent explosions in midair. The dense, inky black aura emanating from them spread throughout the room, only to be entirely absorbed by the nether tower residing in Li Chongqing's mind. Ultimately, they were mere bloodthirsty souls, devoid of any intellect. With a flick of his finger, he recalled the 6 wind swords, a trace of disdain evident in his smile. Had these 11 phantoms possessed the reasoning of a normal human, exterminating them would have required considerable effort. Alas, they were only driven by hunger for blood, and once bereft of the young man's control, they posed no true threat. Having dispatched the specters and the ghostly cultivator, Li Chongqing focused intently on the nether tower within his mind. At this moment, the tower, having absorbed a substantial amount of ghostly energy, had coalesced into nearly half a drop of liquid, its hue markedly richer than before. Indeed, this was the most expedient method for liquid condensation. A sense of elation welled within Li Chongqing as he swiftly made his way to the study, collecting the storage pouch and soul-gathering banner that the young cultivator had left behind. If all went as anticipated, upon completing the remaining 5 tasks, he would at least be able to reconstitute a drop of liquid, and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, even 2. Traversing through the night, Li Chongqing guided a flying sword, hastily departing from the city towards his next assignment. His heart surged with excitement, eager to complete all 5 tasks post-haste. Thus, he would quickly elevate his recently attained perfected wind-stepping technique to its consummate level. With both the perfected wind-stepping technique and the wind sword art, his power would significantly amplify, perhaps even propelling him to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Content with his thoughts, Li Chongqing's next task involved hunting a Qi refinement 9th layer ghost. This particular ghost had consumed all the outer disciples of the Xianyang sect at a certain location, prompting the sect to place it on their wanted list, thus assigning it as a task. The location was not overly distant, a mere 200 miles away, which at his current flying speed would take just over an hour to reach. However, Li Chongqing ultimately took 3 hours, well aware that the ghost's strength would surge in the dead of night. Conversely, its power would wane during daylight. Additionally, out of an abundance of caution, he sought a place to restore his condition to its peak, As time passed, under Li Chongqing's deliberate control, he arrived at the ghost's activity site at the break of dawn. Amidst a fog-laden forest where the chill of the shadowy winds was palpable upon entering, he felt an immediate drop in temperature compared to the outside world. Any other cultivators would likely find their strength diminished within this heavy aura. Yet, thanks to his cultivation of the evil spirit art and the presence of the Nether Tower, Li Chongqing's power not only remained unaffected but his internal energy circulated even more swiftly. A practitioner of Yin energy, as Li Chongqing stepped further into the forest, a voice echoed in his ear. Before him, several hundred meters away, a Qi refinement 9th layer female ghost materialized, her eyes glinting with curiosity as she licked her pale lips with an enticing flicker of her tongue. You are the one sent by the Xianyang sect to carry out a task, are you not? I wonder what gives you the audacity to hunt me down at your mere peak of Qi refinement 8th layer. She remarked. Tasks from the sect must be fulfilled. Li Chongqing took a step back, donning a faint smile. Are you afraid of me? Upon noticing Li Chongqing's slight retreat, the female ghost burst into a fit of laughter. Covering her mouth. How can that be? Li Chongqing scoffed internally, though a forced smile graced his face. Your words are contradictory. You men are all too fond of deceit. If you are not afraid, why do you retreat? The ghost teased, her gaze turning slightly contemptuous. Moreover, my cultivation surpasses yours. What reason do you have not to fear me? Ah, but can I still leave now? Li Chongqing feigned a pallid expression, retreating several more steps. Too late for that. Considering your handsome visage, I shall spare you from being devoured, merely absorbing your yang energy instead, allowing you to spend a night of spring with me, free of charge. The female ghost laughed triumphantly. A gust of chilling wind swirling around her as she lunged at Li Chongqing. Feigning terror, Li Chongqing trembled in mock fear, his act only fueling the ghost's disdain. Yet, just as she was about to bind him and siphon his yang energy, a piercing sword energy surged forth from behind her. Sensing the imminent peril, the female ghost was alarmed, hastily turning to defend herself. But it was too late. In her earlier carelessness, she had neglected to form a protective shield. Under the perfected Yin Wind sword art, as she attempted to counter, the 6 Yin Wind swords had already pierced through her form, pinning her to the ground. As her body was impaled, the fierce sword energy ravaged through her, causing the ghostly aura surrounding her to dissipate rapidly, subsequently consumed by the Nether Tower. You deceived me. The ghost lay feebly on the ground, her form beginning to fade slowly, a glimmer of resentment flickering in her eyes. She had not anticipated Li Chongqing's formidable strength, nor such underhanded tactics employed against her. Deception is a common tactic. You were simply too careless. Observing the female ghost pinned down and immobile, Li Chongqing's lips curled into a scornful smile. Why expend unnecessary effort when the simplest solution suffices? With that, he gradually crouched down, the fierce sword energy swirling in his palm. Releasing this potent energy, Li Chongqing lightly patted the ghost's face, composed a grin, and remarked, You can't even grasp the essence of being a ghost. What purpose is there in lingering in this world? Upon finishing his words, the sword energy in his palm erupted within the ghost's head. With a resounding crash, the once slowly dissipating ghost was instantaneously reduced to ash under the onslaught of the fierce sword energy, her fading aura completely absorbed by the Nether Tower. Splendid, nearly half condensing now. Having dispatched the ghost, Li Chongqing surveyed the Nether Tower in his mind, satisfaction blooming within him. Yet, he did not hastily depart. Instead, he began to search the forest. According to rumors, this female ghost had devastated a certain outpost of the Xianyang sect. Her hands stained with the lives of many cultivators. While the number of lives she had taken did not concern him, what truly piqued his interest were the storage pouches belonging to those individuals. After all, spirit stones were universally accepted across various races, and it was highly likely that this forest harbored the ghost's concealed treasures. Embracing this thought, Li Chongqing diligently scoured the area. Under the influence of his formidable spiritual perception, it took but a short while before he sensed an unusual aura emanating from an ancient locust tree. He tapped the tree, and a muted thud resonated from within. Hollow? And given that the ghostly energy was particularly thick here, it must surely be a place where she stashed her plunder. With this discovery, a glimmer of joy illuminated Li Chongqing's face. He waved his sword finger, and a surge of sword energy blossomed in the air. Boom! A fierce slash of sword energy cleaved through the ancient locust tree, severing it in two, as the stout trunk collapsed. A storage bag was revealed within its core. Upon witnessing this, Li Changxing hastily picked it up for inspection. After assessing the unexpected bounty, a deeper intensity of expression spread across his face. Although there was but a single storage bag contained within the old locust tree, it astonishingly held over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Beyond this substantial sum of spirit stones, what delighted Li Changxing even more was the discovery of numerous elixirs that augmented yin energy. Presumably, these were intended for the female ghost to assist in devouring yang energy and for her cultivation. Yet he had not anticipated that they would ultimately benefit him instead. Having garnered this unforeseen windfall, Li Changxing meandered through the forest for a few more laps. Upon realizing there were no further treasures to be found, he turned to depart for his next assignment. Shortly after his exit, a dense aura of ghostly energy permeated the woods, heralding the arrival of a peak chi refinement ghost cultivator. Qian, my darling, brother has come. Have you missed me? Upon his appearance, the peak chi refinement ghost cultivator unveiled a lecherous grin, his thoughts consumed by the anticipated events to unfold, an insatiable yearning swelling within him. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no trace of Qian, prompting a slight furrowing of his brow. Unbeknownst to him, Qian had already met her demise. He merely licked his lips, bearing an expression of understanding. Darling, are we playing hide and seek? Let brother find you, and when I do, he. Amidst his sinister chuckling, the peak chi refinement ghost cultivator scoured the forest. However, upon discovering the ancient locust tree had been felled, his eyes widened in shock. Qian, you wretched creature, come forth! Anger flickered in his gaze as he shouted in desperation, yet his cries elicited no response. That moment, an unsettling feeling surged within him. He hurriedly dashed toward a willow tree, his ghostly energy surging as he began to excavate the earth around him. Beneath lay the urn of his deceased lover Qian's ashes. Should that wretched girl have dared to escape on her own? He could use the urn to locate her. As he dug a pit over 5 meters deep, he uncovered a shattered urn. Broken? Damn it! Who did this? Staring at the shattered remains, fury consumed the peak chi refinement ghost cultivator. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The urn's destruction indicated that Qian had not fled, but had been slain by another. Useless, utterly useless. He cursed vehemently, his heart ablaze with rage. Qian was not only his lover, but also the furnace for his cultivation of ghostly energy. Yet, even more crucially, the resources he had stored within the ancient locust tree had now been usurped by someone else. Without Qian as his furnace and deprived of his resources, his progress would undoubtedly stagnate, making future foundational cultivation exceedingly arduous. Damn it! You shall pay for this. The peak chi refinement ghost cultivator gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury as he performed a spell, crafting a pitch-black seal that he placed upon his nose. Boundless heavens, pursue for miles! As the spell activated, he inhaled deeply, crouching to bring his nose close to Qian's urn. A whisper of ash entered his body, and a distinct aura manifested in his mind. A level 8 chi refinement practitioner specializing in yin energy? Recognizing this presence, his expression darkened further with rage. With a sudden leap, he stomped upon Qian's ashes, furiously cursing, useless, vile creature. A dignified level 9 chi refinement cultivator was slain by a mere level 8. Yet, regardless of who you are, daring to kill my furnace and seize my resources, you shall face the consequences. With that thought, he channeled the dense ghostly energy in his mind, consuming the aura he had sensed, which materialized before him as an exceedingly dense mass of black mist. This black mist swirled around him before swiftly darting in a specific direction. The ghost cultivator followed suit, racing after the mass. Great Lord, we are but mere lowly spirits, seldom indulging in unwarranted slaughter. We merely pilfer some offerings and spirit herbs. Yes, we have seldom taken lives. We beg your mercy, and we shall be eternally grateful. In a certain estate, 3 level 7 chi refinement minor spirits trembled in fear, desperately pleading for Li Changxing to spare them. Faced with their supplications, Li Changxing remained unmoved, his gaze icy as he wielded the Yin Wind sword. According to the mission's description, these 3 minor spirits had infiltrated a stronghold outside Xinyang sect to pilfer a nearly century-old spirit herb. His only concern was executing the task at hand, indifferent to whether the spirits had committed any wrongdoings. Damn it. I will make this human cultivator pay dearly, even if it costs me my life. Seeing that their desperate pleas bore no fruit, one level 7 chi refinement minor spirit seethed with anger, shouting at the others and unleashing its ghostly energy. The other 2 minor spirits followed suit, forming a circle as they prepared for a final desperate struggle. However, to Li Chongqing, their futile attempt resembled a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, foolhardy and laughable. Not only were they inferior in cultivation, but even if they were comparable, the perfected Yin Wind sword technique would ensure their inevitable demise. With the Yin Wind as his sword, he unleashed a devastating wave of sword energy. Li Chongqing channeled his spiritual energy, saturating the Yin Wind sword technique with an abundance of Yin energy. Under the razor-sharp force of the Yin Wind sword technique, the minor spirits' desperate struggle bore no fruit, hastening their demise. In an instant, the 3 minor spirits were obliterated, their dissipated ghostly energy absorbed by the underworld tower. Soon, I shall complete the next task. A new drop of liquid will coalesce entirely. He felt the underworld tower within his mind. A satisfied smile graced Li Chongqing's face. Yet, that smile soon froze, for an impending sense of danger enveloped him. Danger? Startled, Li Chongqing swiftly activated the wind step technique. Darting to the left, as he moved, a defensive artifact shimmered on his arm, manifesting a formidable shield before him. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated through the air. Just as Li Chongqing evaded, the very spot where he had been standing was struck by a fierce attack. What a ferocious assault! Sensing the energy radiating from the blow, Li Chongqing's pupils dilated as he turned to look back. In the distance, a ghost cultivator enveloped in dense ghostly energy raced toward him. The peak chi refinement practitioner. Fear surged within Li Chongqing as he realized this ghost cultivator was pursuing him specifically. Otherwise, he would not have launched a surprise attack moments ago. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chongqing activated the wind step technique, his spiritual energy surging as he sprinted away at maximum speed toward the distant Clear Spring City. The peak chi refinement practitioner was not a foe he could confront. His only option was to flee back to Clear Spring City, to his safe haven, where he could rely on his father and Asan for assistance. 300 miles away, while desperately escaping, Li Chongqing calculated his spiritual energy reserves. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly consumed a pill from his storage bag, further accelerating his speed. That should suffice. At this pace, I can reach Clear Spring City in no more than 2 hours. Even if I expend every last bit of my spiritual energy, I can still make it to Clear Spring City. With a momentary sense of determination, Li Chongqing poured his spiritual energy into hastening his escape. Little beast, where do you think you're going? The pursuing ghost cultivator, incensed by Li Chongqing's swift reaction, grew even angrier as he chased after him. Cursing vehemently, he too quickened his pace, intent on capturing Li Chongqing. Old beast, don't follow me. Noticing that the ghost cultivator's speed matched his own, Li Chongqing, in his frantic flight, retorted in a panic, Hey, you little beast, I shall see you dead. Upon being rebuked by Li Chongqing, the ghost cultivator seethed with rage, gritting his teeth as he once more summoned the ghostly energy within him, intensifying his pursuit. With each relentless chase, the distance between him and Li Chongqing diminished rapidly. It would not be long before he intercepted and annihilated him. Sensing the ghost cultivator drawing ever closer, Li Chongqing cursed inwardly. He understood that if he continued fleeing in this manner, he would undoubtedly fall victim to the relentless pursuit of this ghostly fiend. The thought of such a fate elicited a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. You wish to kill me? The outcome remains uncertain. With a fierce expression, he reached into his storage pouch, grasping the 2 sword talismans he had prepared earlier. As soon as this old beast came even closer and let down his guard to launch an attack, Li Chongqing would seize the opportunity to activate both talismans. With the element of surprise on his side, combined with the ghost cultivator's unyielding pursuit, the talismans would surely yield unexpected results. With his heart racing, Li Chongqing awaited the moment, at last. After the passage of a brief incense stick's time, the ghost cultivator had closed the gap, leaving only a mere dozen meters between them. Observing the desperate flight of Li Chongqing, the ghost cultivator's palm brimmed with swirling dark energy, coalescing into a devastating black sphere. You little wretch, perish, he bellowed, hurling the destructive orb with furious intent. Seeing the ghost cultivator prepare a ranged attack, Li Changsheng furrowed his brow, cursing under his breath as he swiftly turned to face the oncoming threat. He brandished his sword and unleashed the Yin Wind sword technique, causing 6 ethereal swords to coalesce and charge toward the black sphere. Boom! The moment the 6 Yin Wind swords collided with the dark orb, an explosive shockwave erupted in the aftermath of the cataclysmic explosion. The 6 swords plummeted to the ground, their blades marred with deep fissures. Li Changsheng was violently thrown back, crashing heavily onto the earth. Gasping, he spat a mouthful of blood. He had previously possessed the opportunity to activate the talismans, but the distance between him and the ghost cultivator was still too great. Such proximity would surely allow the ghost cultivator to counter his lethal strike. Compelling Li Changsheng to resist with the Yin Wind sword technique instead of risking his trump cards. Ha ha ha, little wretch, where do you think you're going? The ghost cultivator, witnessing Li Changsheng's fall, reveled in his triumph. Dark energy coalescing once more in his palm, preparing another malevolent black sphere that soared toward Li Changsheng in a state of alarm. Li Changsheng gritted his teeth, continuing to manipulate the 6 fractured Yin Wind swords to counter the impending attack. Once again, the 2 forces clashed in midair, resulting in another violent explosion. The 6 swords shattered completely, and Li Changsheng, propelled by the force of the blast, skidded across the ground for several meters, once more coughing up blood. His left hand remained hidden behind him, tightly clutching the 2 sword talismans. He was waiting, biding his time for an opportunity. Should the ghost cultivator draw nearer, preferably to taunt him directly, he would have the chance to unleash the talismans and strike down his foe. Impressive strength. No wonder you could slay my furnace, the ghost cultivator mused, his eyes narrowing upon observing Li Changsheng's resilience. A cold smile crept across his face as he resolved to deliver a final blow to this insufferable nuisance. As the ghost cultivator prepared to unleash another potent spell, Li Changsheng called out urgently, "Wait, esteemed elder. I possess treasures. I have many spirit stones, treasure." The ghost cultivator paused, momentarily caught off guard before a mocking grin appeared. "Once I slay you, it shall all be mine. Nay, I only have a small portion on me. The true treasures are hidden away. Should you kill me, you would never obtain what I have concealed." Realizing the ghost cultivator was not easily swayed, Li Changsheng pressed on, "I implore you, esteemed elder, spare my life. I am willing to offer you a fortune, or perhaps even assist you in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage." In truth, he possessed no hidden treasures. All his belongings were contained within the storage pouch at his waist. His words were merely a desperate ruse to secure a sliver of hope, a last-ditch effort to exploit the 2 sword talismans for survival. "Oh, where is it hidden?" The ghost cultivator's interest was piqued, his eyes glinting with fervor. He had been stagnated at the peak of chi refinement for many years, yearning to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Though he suspected Li Changsheng might be deceiving him, the prospect of advancement compelled him to entertain the possibility. After a moment's contemplation, noting Li Changsheng's grievous injuries, the ghost cultivator allowed his dark energy to dissipate and descended from the air. Fixing his gaze upon Li Changsheng. "Tell me where it is." Li Changsheng, relieved to see the ghost cultivator land, managed a weak smile as he lay on the ground. "If I divulge this to you, how could you possibly let me live? Heh, if you refuse to speak, I shall end your life this instant." The ghost cultivator sneered, remaining firmly in place, watching Li Changsheng intently. Seeing the ghost cultivator's cautious demeanor, Li Changsheng felt a surge of anxiety. If he could not lure the ghost cultivator closer, his hidden weapon would have little chance to shine, and his life would surely be forfeit. Most frustrating of all, he could not fathom what he had done to provoke such relentless pursuit. Perhaps this was simply the law of the jungle within the realm of cultivation. He forced a weak smile and spoke. "While I fear death, I am not foolish. It is merely a matter of whether you value my life more than the hidden spirit stones and treasures. Your life holds little worth. I seek only my cultivation resources. More spirit stones would be most welcome." The ghost cultivator cast a disdainful glance at Li Changsheng, his voice icy. "Your cultivation resources?" Li Changsheng furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Why would you seek your own resources from me? I have never wronged you." The ghost cultivator let out a chilling laugh. "You killed my furnace and took my cultivation resources from the ancient locust tree. You call that no offense? Ah, that female ghost was a furnace of yours?" Li Changsheng's eyes widened in realization, an overwhelming sense of misfortune washing over him. He had merely ventured forth to complete a task, only to discover that he had slain someone else's furnace, ultimately becoming the target of a peak chi refinement ghost cultivator. Such bad luck was almost unbearable. Yet, it was no wonder he had been curious about the wealth of spirit stones possessed by that ghost. It was clear now that they did not belong to her, but were the property of this formidable ghost cultivator before him. Suppressing his trepidation, Li Changsheng took a deep breath and continued. I admit my previous ignorance. I am willing to offer all the spirit stones and cultivation resources I've acquired, and I will reveal the location of my hidden treasures, if only you would grant me mercy. Very well, as long as you relinquish your possessions and disclose the whereabouts of your spirit stones and treasures, I shall not mind sparing your miserable life, the ghost cultivator mused coldly, planning to extract information from Li Changsheng before silencing him for good. After all, he had noticed the distinctive attire of an inner disciple from the Xinyang sect adorning Li Changsheng's person. If he left him alive, and this Li Changsheng turned out to possess a powerful background within the sect, his own safety would be jeopardized. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, Li Changsheng exclaimed, relief flooding through him as he struggled to his feet. This is a token of my gratitude. I will lead you to the place where I have concealed my treasures. With a semblance of a smile born from narrowly escaping death, he retrieved a storage pouch from his robes and cautiously approached the ghost cultivator, handing it over. The ghost cultivator eyed Li Changsheng warily, accepting the storage pouch and scrutinizing the contents within. Upon laying eyes on the items, an expression of unrestrained joy spread across his face. However, while the ghost cultivator was preoccupied with examining the pouch, a fierce glint sparked in Li Changsheng's eyes. Dark energy surged within him as he expended all his remaining spiritual power, unleashing a razor-sharp sword chi from his mouth. This was the lingering sword energy he had concealed when the 6 wind swords were obliterated. Strategically reserved for this precise moment. Ha! I anticipated your treachery, little wretch. Upon witnessing the sword aura emanating from Li Changsheng's mouth, the ghost cultivator immediately scoffed, a sneer of disdain gracing his lips. With a surge of ghostly energy coalescing in his hands, he effortlessly obliterated the fleeting sword aura in the next moment. He seized Li Changsheng's throat with a vice-like grip, taunting, "You little beast dare to play tricks on me. You are still too green." Yet, as he began to mock Li Changsheng, the latter's right hand had already sprung into action, delivering a fierce strike to the ghost cultivator's neck. At that instant, Li Changsheng unleashed his trump card. 2 intensely sharp attacks blossoming from his palm. To ensure absolute certainty, he detonated 2 sword talismans. With his hand nearly pressed against the ghost cultivator's neck, the close proximity allowed the latter to grow complacent during his taunting. Leaving him unprepared to respond to the sudden turn of events, boom! A violent explosion erupted, the blasts from the sword talismans piercing cleanly through the ghost cultivator's neck, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Caught in the fury of the blast, Li Changsheng was hurled backward, crashing heavily against a massive stone, blood spurting from his mouth. Chapter 40. Counterattack spitting blood. Li Changsheng felt the severity of his injuries intensify, his once rosy cheeks now pallid. Am I dead? He paid no heed to the blood staining his lips, gazing weakly in the direction of the ghost cultivator. Under his gaze, that ghostly figure lay lifeless on the ground, its body deflating as a torrent of ghostly energy surged forth. Sensing the vast amount of ghostly energy being absorbed by the nether tower in his mind, a weight lifted from Li Changsheng's heart. Ha ha ha, you thought you could kill me? Who said I only had one surprise attack? Witnessing the ghost cultivator's demise under his ambush, which ultimately reduced him to a withered husk, Li Changsheng erupted into laughter. However, amidst his mirth, he was seized by a fit of harsh coughing, clearly indicating that such laughter strained his injured body. Ugh, today I almost met my end. It seems I must exercise greater caution in the future. I must thoroughly scout before undertaking tasks and prepare more life-saving treasures. Li Changsheng chided himself, spitting out a bloody phlegm. He glanced around, dragging his wounded body towards the desiccated remains of the ghost cultivator. Retrieving his original storage bag, Li Changsheng first consumed some healing elixirs to mend his injuries. As his injuries began to improve, he rummaged through the ghost cultivator's shriveled remains and quickly discovered another storage bag. This new bag contained little more than a few ghostly elixirs and 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. It appeared that the ghost cultivator's true resources had long been pilfered from the old locust tree. After sitting in meditation for a while to restore a fragment of his spiritual energy, Li Changsheng dared not linger, hastily dragging his battered frame away. After traversing over 10 miles, his recently restored spiritual energy was soon depleted. He scanned his surroundings warily and located a nearby cave. Once inside, he took precautions by gathering some grass and large stones to seal the entrance. Having completed these preparations, Li Changsheng finally exhaled deeply, leaning against the cave wall in exhaustion. Without spiritual energy, I am akin to a sickly cat. Even a few late-stage qi refining cultivators could easily dispatch me. He sighed internally, rummaging through his storage bag to quickly swallow a healing elixir. The earth fiend technique circulated within him. He absorbed the restorative properties of the elixirs, swiftly regaining his spiritual energy. Approximately 2 hours later, Li Changsheng ceased his practice of the earth fiend technique, having restored his energy to its peak state. However, due to the severity of his injuries, even with the elixirs, he had not made substantial progress in recovery over the 2 hours. Moreover, his combat strength had significantly diminished, falling below half of his peak capabilities. Damn, I never anticipated my injuries would be this severe. Such grievous wounds are ill-suited for undertaking upcoming tasks. Alone and gravely injured, he was an easy target for other cultivators to regard as an easy prey. The immediate course of action was to engage in a brief recovery, stabilizing his injuries to prevent further deterioration. Li Changsheng cursed the ghost cultivator silently, his eyes darkened with resolve. He quickly consumed more healing elixirs. Sitting cross-legged in the cave as he channeled his energy for healing. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, Li Changsheng's injuries showed some improvement. They had not worsened further. However, this stabilization meant he would require at least another month for complete recovery. Given that this place is less than 100 miles from Qingchuan City, it would be wise to return home and recuperate, as the family can provide assistance and safety, expediting my healing. Li Changsheng sighed, glancing at the nether tower in his mind, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Before that, I might as well absorb the newly condensed drop of liquid and see if I can elevate the wind step to perfection. Having absorbed the dissipated ghostly energy from the peak qi refining ghost cultivator, along with previous accumulations, a drop of liquid had once again condensed within the nether tower. This was a source of comfort for Li Changsheng. After enduring such peril, he could not resign himself to leave empty-handed. He murmured to himself, repeatedly circulating the earth fiend technique, and then began practicing the wind step within the confines of the small cave. As he executed the wind step, Li Changsheng quickly entered a meditative state, drawing forth the drop of liquid. With the absorption of this drop, his comprehension surged dramatically, leaving him feeling enlightened. Yes, this is the sensation. Amidst the profound insights, Li Changsheng's smile widened, and his speed in practicing the wind step accelerated. This time, the drop of liquid sustained nearly 2 hours of practice, yielding a greater enhancement in comprehension than before. Unfortunately, the wind step's level surpassed that of the Yin wind sword art. Even with the improved effects of this drop, it still could not elevate the wind step to perfection within the 2 hours. What a pity! Li Changsheng shook his head in lamentation, watching as the feeling of reaching perfection in the wind step slipped away, leaving him with an undeniable sense of regret. Nonetheless, even without achieving perfection, his speed had increased by almost 50%, and his cultivation had seen some elevation after digesting the drop, solidifying his realm and bringing him closer to the 9th layer of qi refining. Without the aid of the liquid, based on my current progress, I would need at least another 2 to 3 months to perfect the wind step, Li Changsheng mused, stroking his chin, calculating the advancement of his wind step. Although it was tantalizingly close to perfection, that final gap would still require 2 to 3 months to bridge. However, the breakthrough to the 9th layer of qi refining seemed more imminent, based on his current condition. He felt he could achieve it within a month by consuming elixirs. Chapter 41. Returning to the family feeling the imminent breakthrough to the 9th layer of qi refining, a smile crept across Li Changsheng's face. He meticulously cleaned the bloodstains and traces he had left behind in the cave, then forcefully cleared the stones and grass obscuring the entrance. The blinding sunlight flooded in, causing Li Changsheng, who had not seen daylight for 3 or 4 days, to squint against the sudden brightness. After a moment of adjustment, he soared into the sky, scanning his surroundings until he quickly located the direction back to Qingchuan City. It had been nearly a year since he left home. But fortunately, he completed 5 tasks, satisfying the requirements for inner sect disciples. He only needed to return to submit his reports. I wonder how the family has fared over nearly a year. I hope there are no foolish individuals among them. Swiftly soaring towards the direction of Qingchuan City, Li Chongqing mused to himself that the mission timeline had been extended by 6 months, allowing him the perfect opportunity to return to his family for a month of recuperation, during which he could fully heal his injuries and simultaneously strive to elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of qi refinement. He flew at breakneck speed. The scenery of Qingchuan City materialized before him after approximately half an hour. Upon sighting his familiar hometown, a smile crept upon Li Chongqing's lips. He descended from the skies and walked towards the Li family estate, passing by well-known taverns, shops, and stone bridges over the rivers. He finally arrived at the grand entrance of the Li family's opulent mansion. Gazing at the familiar facade of the Li residence, Li Chongqing's smile blossomed further. The guards stationed at the entrance, upon recognizing the familiar figure, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "What are you staring at? If your eyes are useless, then pluck them out and feed them to the dogs." Noting the incredulous expressions of the guards, Li Chongqing chuckled softly. No, they are indeed useful. Your subordinate has seen the young master. May the young master forgive our transgressions." The guards promptly knelt down, bowing their heads in reverence, their bodies trembling slightly. Despite Li Chongqing's jovial tone, reminiscent of a playful jest, the guards, having served the Li family for nearly a decade, held a different sentiment. Their young master had always been one to smile, much like a cunning tiger, especially when it came to matters of life and death, exuding an elegance that was unsettling. Today marks my return. I harbor no desire for bloodshed. Next time, exercise a bit more caution. Li Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at the trembling guards and, with a faint smile, strode purposefully into the Li estate. As he entered, the news of his return swiftly spread throughout the Li family, igniting a flurry of excitement as many sought to pay their respects to the young master and forge connections. However, Li Chongqing chose not to meet anyone, heading directly to his father's study to await his arrival. After the incense burned for a while, hurried footsteps echoed outside the study. "Chongqing," before even stepping into the room. The cheerful laughter of Li Ziliang resonated. Following closely behind was San, who entered the study alongside him. Upon sensing Li Chongqing's peak 8th layer of qi refinement, Li Ziliang's smile widened. "Well done, truly my Qilin child, to have advanced to the 8th layer in just under a year. Greetings, father." Seeing Li Ziliang, Li Chongqing's face lit up with a smile, and he hurriedly bowed in respect. However, upon perceiving the power radiating from Li Ziliang, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Father, you have broken through to the foundation establishment stage." The aura emanating from Li Ziliang was overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding his previous strength. Hearing Li Chongqing's astonished voice, Li Ziliang let out a hearty laugh, settling into a chair with satisfaction. 3 months ago, I invested a considerable amount to procure a Qingyuan pill, and after a period of seclusion, I successfully broke through just a few days ago. I see. Your breakthrough to foundation establishment is indeed a stroke of fortune for our Li family. Li Chongqing smiled and clasped his hands. Genuinely pleased for his father's achievement, Li Ziliang was the person who cherished him most in the world. His father's newfound strength would undoubtedly benefit Li Chongqing as well. Indeed. Initially, your grandfather reproached me for annihilating the 4th branch. But after my breakthrough, he dared not utter a word. Li Ziliang laughed heartily, reveling in his current prowess. With newfound strength, he felt a greater sense of authority in Qingchuan City. He paused, scrutinizing Li Chongqing, and noticed the disheveled aura surrounding him, prompting a frown. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, he inquired, "Have you sustained serious injuries? Who did this? Was it someone from the Xianyang sect?" Li Chongqing shook his head. "During my time in the Xianyang sect, I was focused on my seclusion. No one would waste their time targeting me. However, on this mission, I was pursued by a ghost cultivator at the peak of qi refinement. Who dares to harm my son? They are courting death. Where is he? Point me in his direction. I shall avenge you." Upon hearing that a peak qi refinement ghost cultivator had severely injured Li Chongqing, Li Ziliang's fury surged, and he slammed his hand onto the table. In his wrath, he failed to control his strength, shattering the table into splinters that fell to the ground. Witnessing the chaos, Li Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle softly. Father, you're too hasty. I have already personally sent him on his way, or else I wouldn't have returned to the family. Despite his words, the warmth of Li Ziliang's care filled Li Changsheng's heart. You killed a peak Qi refinement cultivator? Li Ziliang's tone turned incredulous as he gazed at his son, initially suspecting he was fabricating tales to spare himself the trouble. However, recalling Li Changsheng's meticulous nature, he began to believe him. After all, he had serendipitously discovered a little notebook in Li Changsheng's study, filled with a list of names, some belonging to their family and others to various families in Qingchuan City. The names recorded bore no significant connections to one another, save for the fact that they were all deceased. Observing the look in his father's eyes, Li Changsheng recounted in detail his harrowing experience of being pursued and subsequently turning the tables on his assailant. Ah, I see. Remaining calm under pressure and feigning weakness. My son is indeed clever. Well done, Li Ziliang praised, his expression filled with admiration as he patted Li Changsheng's shoulder. In response, Li Changsheng merely smiled faintly, choosing not to rush back to his quarters to heal, instead engaging in conversation with Li Ziliang about the events of the past year. When the topic turned to whether Qin Xuanzong had offered any support to Li Changsheng, a shadow passed over his features. He shook his head and replied, No, since entering the inner sect, I have received no assistance from him. I haven't even laid eyes on him. What? Each time I dispatched someone with spirit stones for you. I included a share for him, and he assured me he would take excellent care of you. Li Ziliang's eyes reflected disbelief. Qin Xuanzong is a petty individual. Your spirit stones have long since gone to waste. Upon hearing his father's words, Li Changsheng's expression darkened further. Chapter 42. The Black Notebook. Who dares to deceive me? Li Ziliang's fury erupted, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Though the spirit stones he sent to Qin Xuanzong were not many, their accumulation over the year was far from insignificant. Moreover, Li Ziliang harbored an intense disdain for deceit, particularly regarding matters related to Li Changsheng, reaching a point of zero tolerance. Qin Xuanzong's deception was akin to provoking his ire. Father, please calm your anger. There's no need to stoop to the level of such a petty individual, Li Changsheng interjected, though his eyes betrayed the ferocity of his own emotions. He and Li Ziliang shared a striking similarity in temperament, both loathing deception and manipulation. Humph! Should I catch an opportunity, I shall ensure he pays dearly for his actions. Li Ziliang snorted in resentment and promptly retrieved a vial of healing elixir from his storage bag. Handing it to Li Changsheng, his tone softened as he said, You're injured. Focus on recuperating at home. The tasks from the Xianyang sect can wait. I will send someone to handle them for you. This vial contains high-quality healing elixirs to expedite your recovery. Thank you, Father. However, those tasks are essential for honing my combat experience. I will manage them myself, so there's no need for you to concern yourself. Accepting the elixir, Li Changsheng quickly responded. The remaining two tasks were crucial for his absorption of yin energy and accelerating the condensation of the liquid in the underworld tower, and he had no intention of letting Li Ziliang handle them. After scrutinizing Li Changsheng, noting his resolute demeanor, Li Ziliang relented. Very well, but do exercise caution during your missions. Should you find yourself lacking in spirit stones or elixirs, do not hesitate to inform me. I am now at the Foundation establishment stage and can make decisions regarding family matters. I am well aware of that. I shall prioritize my safety above all. Li Changsheng smiled, suddenly recalling something. He hurriedly produced a storage bag from within his robe. Changsheng, what is this? Noticing Li Changsheng handing him a storage bag, Li Ziliang frowned in curiosity. Li Changsheng explained, These are some unsightly items I acquired during a previous mission. I would like to request your assistance in disposing of them. There are at least over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in here. Please convert them into spirit stones for me. After speaking, Li Changsheng reiterated, At least over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Li Ziliang felt a slight shock in his heart. It is worth noting that after deducting various expenses and the offerings to the Xianyang sect, the Li family could only harvest a little over 100,000 inferior spirit stones each year, which were used to nurture the entire clan. Considering that Li Changsheng had been gone for less than a year, the amount of illicit gains he had amassed already amounted to a staggering 10,000 inferior spirit stones. This prompted him to cast a deep glance at Li Changsheng and, with a worried tone, admonished, I can help you dispose of this item, but in the future, prioritize your safety above all. Do not let greed lead you into peril. Naturally, I understand, Father. When it comes to valuing life, I cherish mine more than anyone else. If I am uncertain about something, I will not pursue it. Li Chongqing replied with a smile, aware of what he should desire and what he should reject, if the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. Even in the face of tremendous temptation, Li Chongqing would remain unmoved. However, if the adversary was weaker, then he would feel entitled to claim the item. It is a common flaw in the cultivation world to bully the weak while fearing the strong. A principle that Li Ziliang often taught him. Pleased with Li Chongqing's response, Li Ziliang patted his shoulder and said, "Well then, go tend to your wounds. There will be plenty of time for us, father and son, in the future." Li Chongqing nodded, cupped his hands towards Li Ziliang, and quickly returned to his own courtyard. Once inside, he did not immediately attend to his injuries, but instead entered his study. He slowly opened a hidden compartment in the room and retrieved a small black notebook that had accumulated quite a bit of dust. As he opened the black notebook, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He had a flaw. He harbored grudges. To motivate himself for swift retribution, he would jot down the names of his enemies in this black notebook. It had been over a year since he last used it, and now that he had returned, it was fitting to take it out once more. With a cold snort, Li Chongqing picked up a brush from the table, dipped it in ink, and swiftly wrote the 3 characters Chen Xianzong. In truth, there was no real grievance between him and Chen Xianzong. It was unfortunate. If one were to blame, it would be Chen Xuanzong's insatiable greed. Previously, he had taken spirit stones from Li Chongqing's father without fulfilling his obligations, which Li Chongqing had dismissed. However, over the past year, under the pretense of caring for him, he had continuously swindled spirit stones from Li Chongqing's father, deceiving and exploiting him. This was unforgivable. Though he is at the foundation establishment stage and I am merely at the qi refinement stage, without a goal to strive for, how am I any different from a dead fish? Li Chongqing muttered coldly, pursing his lips. Moreover, with the assistance of the Nether Tower, I will surely be able to swiftly cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. At that point, I will have the opportunity to make Chen Xuanzong pay the price. However, patience was required for now. A small lapse in patience could lead to disorder in grand plans. He would use this motivation to remind himself not to slacken his training. Gently closing the black notebook, Li Chongqing tucked it into his storage bag. His father had seen this notebook before and had advised him not to carry it at all times, lest it fall into the wrong hands and expose his plans. Yet, Li Chongqing disagreed. He believed it was safest to keep it on him. After all, acquiring one's storage bag would require him to be killed, and after his death, what was there to care about? Shaking his head, Li Chongqing turned back to the secret chamber of cultivation and began to consume the healing pills provided by Li Ziliang to recover from his injuries. After more than 10 days, thanks to the healing pills from Li Ziliang, Li Chongqing had nearly healed his wounds, and his overall condition reached its peak. However, he did not emerge from the secret chamber. Instead, he began to consume a large quantity of pills infused with yin energy to forcefully break through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Another 20 days passed. After consuming a substantial amount of pills during this period of intensive training, Li Chongqing finally broke through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement is much faster than I had anticipated. A smile crept across Li Chongqing's face as he reveled in his newfound power. Thus, he was finally able to embark on the path to complete his mission. Having stayed in the family for over a month, Li Chongqing was not inclined to linger any longer. He tidied up his study, packed the necessary items into his storage bag, and then hurried towards Li Ziliang's study. At that moment, Li Ziliang was seated in his study, engrossed in a small yellow book, while a San stood behind him, occasionally stealing glances at the contents, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he became absorbed in the reading. Upon entering, Li Chongqing could not help but shake his head and smile faintly at the scene. "Are you reading that novel again? During these leisurely days at home, I stumbled upon an old novel left behind by your mother, which piqued my interest," Li Ziliang replied, placing the small yellow book on the table as he turned to Li Chongqing. Having guessed the purpose of his visit, "Have your injuries healed? Are you planning to leave?" Li Chongqing nodded. That it's time to continue executing the next mission. The cultivation conditions at the Xinyang sect are far superior to those in our family. There, my training speed will indeed be much faster. Indeed, now that you have broken through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, only at the Xinyang sect can you further enhance your training speed. Strive to reach the foundation establishment stage before you turn 20, and there will still be hope for achieving the golden core in the future, Li Ziliang remarked, reflecting on Li Chongqing's current cultivation level with a sense of nostalgia. As a fledgling eagle grows, it must soar in the vast skies. Remaining within the family will only hinder your cultivation. The Xinyang sect, with its richer resources and denser spiritual energy, is the best fit for you. As he spoke, he retrieved a storage bag from his robe and handed it to Li Chongqing. I have already taken care of everything for you. No one will trace it back to the Li family. Here are the spirit stones from the sale. Thank you, father. Li Chongqing's heart fluttered with joy as he quickly accepted the storage bag and examined its contents. Inside, he found over 15,000 inferior spirit stones, along with 3 talismans radiating a rich aura. What are these? Li Chongqing inquired, taking out the talismans and looking curiously at Li Ziliang. Li Ziliang explained, these are specially prepared for you. You have already used the 2 life-saving measures I provided last time. For your safety, I have prepared these 3 talismans for you. They were purchased for 3,000 inferior spirit stones. However, the true value lies not in the price, but in the fact that I infused each of these 3 talismans with the full force of my attacks, which cost me a portion of my cultivation. The usually taciturn Isan chimed in from the side, affirming his words. Thank you very much, father. Li Chongqing tightly grasped the 3 talismans, expressing his gratitude to Li Ziliang. Li Ziliang waved his hand dismissively. What is mine is also yours. There is no need for thanks. He then reminded Li Chongqing, however, do not be complacent. Although each talisman contains my full power, they have suffered somewhere during storage. And given that I have just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, their power can only be considered that of an average foundation establishment attack. That is sufficient. The leap from chi refinement to foundation establishment is a qualitative transformation, far stronger than my previous sword talisman. With these 3 talismans, unless I encounter some extraordinary opponents beneath the foundation establishment stage, I possess substantial means of survival. Li Chongqing's heart swelled with excitement as he carefully stored the 3 talismans in his storage bag. With these talismans in hand, should he encounter a pursuer at the peak of chi refinement again, he could easily turn the tables on them from within 100 meters. After securing the valuable talismans, Li Chongqing cupped his hands in gratitude towards Li Ziliang, exchanged some parting words, and then turned to leave the Li family. That lad, I hope he can grow rapidly. It will serve as a safeguard for himself. Watching Li Chongqing's departing figure, Li Ziliang shook his head and returned to his desk. Just as he was about to resume reading the small yellow book, he noticed that it had vanished from the table. Where is the book? Li Ziliang furrowed his brow and turned to Isan, who stood upright beside him. Isan pointed in the direction Li Chongqing had taken and replied, the young master took it with him before leaving. Outside Qingchuan City, Li Chongqing soared through the sky on a flying sword. At that moment, he held a thick, small yellow book in his hands, flipping through its pages with curiosity. Is this the overbearing sect master fell in love with me? Volume 2. As he opened to the first page, the prominent title made him smirk. Good heavens, so this is the kind of novel it is. My father certainly has an interesting taste. And that Isan, usually so taciturn and with a perpetual deadpan expression, who would have thought he could steal glimpses of such novels and even wear a knowing smile? Absurd, utterly absurd. To prevent you from becoming distracted by frivolities. I shall take this with me. After casting a cursory glance, Li Chongqing delightfully tucked away the small yellow book. The reason he discreetly acquired this book before his departure was not merely to prevent his father from losing his way, but rather because it held significance for him. He recalled an incident involving the somewhat lascivious elder son from the Kungfu Hall, who had previously possessed a small yellow book that struck him as eerily familiar, though he had paid it little mind at the time. Reflecting now, could it be that the very book elder son had been holding was none other than this one? The overbearing sect master falls in love with me. Volume 1? Now, with Volume 2 in his possession, should he find himself in need of a favor, he could leverage this book to curry favor with Elder Zheng'ai in this manner. It seemed his father and Asan would be somewhat sacrificed. Li Chongqing chuckled softly, accelerating the flight of his sword, vanishing beyond the borders of Qingchuan City. Point 2 tasks remained. Point 1 was nestled within the Cangnan Mountains, a considerable distance away, over 700 miles. The other was located in a residence within Haishi City, which was much closer, at just over 400 miles. After calculating his route, Li Chongqing deftly directed his flying sword towards the nearer Haishi City. The Cangnan Mountains and Haishi City were not in the same direction, yet the mountains were adjacent to Xinyang sect. Upon completing his task in Haishi City, he could conveniently detour to the Tsangnan Mountains and resolve the final mission. This would effectively save him the time of backtracking. After a swift journey of more than 3 hours, Li Changxing arrived in Haishi City. The city was far less bustling than Qingchuan City, occupying less than a tenth of its area. The lack of foundational cultivators was the primary reason for this disparity. The most formidable practitioners within Haishi City barely reached the late stages of qi refinement, lacking even a peak qi refinement expert. Without strong guardians or influential families to dominate, Haishi City naturally struggled to thrive. After all, the development of towns often relied on the powerful families that reigned within them. Relying solely on scattered cultivators or minor clans would hardly yield significant achievements. Chapter 44. A swift sword and favorable winds. Upon reaching Haishi City, Li Changxing inquired with passers-by about the direction of the Liu family, soon arriving at the Liu residence, thick with ominous energy. This estate was the target of his current mission. According to the task's details, the Liu family was a late-stage qi refinement clan, with its strongest member barely at the 8th level of qi refinement. To survive, the Liu family was obligated to present 5,000 low-grade spirit stones annually to Xinyang sect, thus qualifying as a small family under its protection. However, recent troubles arose when 3 female ghosts seized control of the Liu estate, disrupting the family's tribute to Xinyang sect, which prompted this mission. The 3 female ghosts, despite their dominance, were merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, an unimpressive feat elsewhere, allowing them only to flaunt their power within Haishi City. As Li Changxing stepped into the Liu residence, a chilling gust enveloped him. The courtyard was littered with corpses, all of which had been stripped of their hearts. What struck Li Changxing as peculiar was that all the bodies were female. Not a single male corpse lay on the ground. The 3 female ghosts must be inside the house. Extending his spiritual sense, Li Changxing swiftly pinpointed a lavish chamber ahead, where he discerned the happenings within through his heightened awareness. To think it was merely 3 shameless female ghosts. A smirk crept across his lips as he summoned a mid-grade sword from his possession. The 6 wind swords he had wielded against the ghostly cultivators had been destroyed, and he could not find a suitable weapon at the moment, so he would have to make do with this sharp mid-grade sword. Nevertheless, with his current prowess, even without the 6 swords, he was more than capable of dealing with these 3 9th-level qi refinement female ghosts. Brandishing his sword, Li Changxing summoned a protective shield around him as he strode confidently towards the opulent chamber. As the door swung open, a foul stench wafted forth. Inside, he beheld disheveled men sprawled across the floor, their emaciated forms and sunken cheeks punctuated by dark circles around their eyes, yet they still clung to the last remnants of life. This state was a clear manifestation of depleted yang energy. Ah, what a handsome young man! Upon seeing the entrance open, the 3 female ghosts flushed, licking their lips with lascivious smiles. How depraved these 3 female ghosts were! Noticing their gaze upon him, Li Changxing reciprocated with a smile, his eyes raking over their forms. Hee, young man, care to join us for some fun? We promise to bring you ecstasy. Seeing that Li Changxing had recently reached the 9th level of qi refinement, the 3 female ghosts felt a wave of relief, flaunting their alluring figures and casting flirtatious glances. And what manner of fun do you propose? Li Changxing maintained his smile, taking a measured step forward, his sword aura coalescing as he calculated the distance to the 3 female ghosts. Could it be that our handsome young man is still a virgin? Upon hearing this, the 3 female ghosts exchanged delighted glances, eagerly beckoning him toward the bed, tempting him, "Come closer, and you'll find out. We guarantee your satisfaction." "Very well, I believe you shall indeed satisfy me." As he contemplated the malevolent energy exuding from the 3 female ghosts, a fervent glint sparkled in Li Changxing's eyes. He approached them at a leisurely pace, their fervent stares fixated not just on him but primarily on the sword in his hand. Although they lusted after his body, they were not foolish. They recognized that this dashing young man harbored ulterior motives. Their intent to lure him close was merely to bind him and nullify his cultivation. Once stripped of his powers, he would be nothing more than a fish on a chopping block, at their mercy. In the midst of their fervent yet wary gazes, Li Changxing suddenly transformed into a blur, a mere shadow before them. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, unleashing a chilling wave of sword energy that erupted around him. The 3 female ghosts, taken aback yet prepared, quickly retreated, utilizing the men about them as shields against his assault. With a sharp sound, the sword light flashed, and a torrent of blood sprayed across the bed, as the unfortunate men used as shields were reduced to mere fragments. Though the three female ghosts had reacted swiftly, they still bore the brunt of the sword's energy, sustaining injuries. How swift! The three female ghosts, now exposed, stared in shock at the surging sword energy. Li Changxing's sword was not only fast, but his movement was even swifter. Just as they were reeling from their astonishment, Li Changxing vanished from sight, surging towards them with terrifying speed, resembling a wraith as he struck. His sword danced through the air, invoking the Yin Wind sword technique, amplifying the sword energy that enveloped the room several-fold. The three female ghosts hastily summoned their defenses, conjuring formidable shields. Yet, against Li Changxing's Yin Wind sword technique, these shields crumbled like brittle glass. With a single stroke, the sword energy erupted, shattering their defenses, leaving them vulnerable. Before they could fully comprehend their predicament, Li Changxing flickered again. Repositioning himself behind them, a gust of chilling wind swept through the room, stirring chaos as the windows rattled violently, and the air grew frigid. Amidst the tempest, he swung his sword, unleashing a grayish sword light that collided with the already fractured shields of the three female ghosts. The shield shattered, and the piercing sword energy surged forth. Carving through their forms, with a chilling sound, the gray sword energy coursed over the three female ghosts, swift as lightning. They exchanged alarmed glances, their eyes widening in shock as they attempted to cover their wounds with trembling hands. Yet, before they could act, their bodies bore the marks of numerous fractures. As they moved, the cracks in their forms shattered, cascading down like shards. In that instant, the three female ghosts were torn asunder, their remnants scattered across the room. The dissipating ghostly energy consumed by the Yin Tower residing within Li Changxing's mind. A swift sword in favorable winds is indeed a swift sword. Li Changxing stood tall behind them, sheathing his sword, a faint smile gracing his lips. After experiencing the previous battle, he had gained considerable insights into the Yin Wind sword technique, especially when combined with the wind-treading step method. He distinctly felt that the speed of the sword strikes had become significantly swifter. Having dealt with the three female ghosts, Li Changxing cast a glance at the men on the ground, exhausted and depleted of yang energy. He shook his head and recorded the scene before him with a sound stone. This would serve as his submission for the task. The Lu family now existed in name only, and under the arrangements of the Xinyang sect, other families from the Black Stone City would inevitably take over the territory once held by the Lu family. Naturally, whoever controlled the Lu family's lands would also inherit their tribute of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and the Xinyang sect would not cultivate useless dependence. Chapter 45. Collaborators of the Tiger. Disregarding the fate of those depleted of yang energy in the room, Li Changxing began to search through the opulent chambers. He scoured the area. He soon discovered 3 storage bags hidden beneath a pile of clothing on the bed. These bags evidently belonged to the 3 female ghosts, who had been engaged in frivolous activities and had not taken them along. Upon closer inspection of the bags, Li Changxing was pleasantly surprised to find over 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, he also uncovered a piece of or emanating a strong ghostly aura from one of the storage bags. Ghost-killing stone? Li Changxing gazed at the pitch-black or within the storage bag, his expression betraying a hint of delight. This ghost-killing stone was a rare material for forging, possessing Yin attributes. Utilizing it to forge magical artifacts would greatly enhance their offensive capabilities concerning Yin attributes. Moreover, this particular ghost-killing stone weighed around 3 to 4 pounds. When combined with other forging materials, it would undoubtedly yield an exquisite-grade magical artifact. Satisfied with such a bounty, Li Changxing conducted a thorough search of the entire Lu family estate. While he did not uncover anything of great significance, he managed to collect an additional 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, marking a commendable haul. After securing all valuable items, Li Changxing made a swift exit, eager to leave the scene. With the demise of the 3 female ghosts, the surrounding Yin energy began to dissipate rapidly. This change soon caught the attention of other individuals in Black Stone City. Some audacious cultivators, seizing the opportunity presented by the fading Yin energy, stealthily infiltrated the Lu family estate, hoping to reap some benefits. However, all the rewards had already been taken by Li Changxing, leaving these bold souls empty-handed. Nevertheless, Their reckless venture ensured that news of the disappearance of the Liu family's female ghosts spread swiftly throughout Blackstone City. As twilight descended upon the Cangnan Mountains, Li Changsheng, with a long sword hanging at his waist, glanced at the dimming sky and hastened deep into the dense forest. This was his path back to the Xianyang sect and the final task of his current assignment. This mission was also deemed the most perilous among the 5 given tasks. According to the task description, there existed a dilapidated temple within the Cangnan Mountains, housing 2 specters. These specters were merely ordinary 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivators, easily dispatched by Li Changsheng. However, the true danger lay in the fact that these 2 specters were under the control of a 10th-layer Qi refinement Mountain Lord. The term Mountain Lord was merely a euphemism. In essence, it referred to a ferocious tiger of 10th-layer Qi refinement. Li Changsheng had been unaware of this information until he took the precaution of spending several days inquiring about it near the Cangnan Mountains. Having learned from the previous lesson of being pursued, it was imperative to never fully trust the information provided by the task hall, lest one find themselves in dire straits. Relying on oneself is far more reliable than depending on others. He chuckled inwardly, reassured by his current strength. With caution, he could certainly handle the tiger. However, there was no need for such confrontation. He merely needed to swiftly eliminate the 2 specters that acted as its minions. Shaking his head, he silently recited this thought as he walked toward the dilapidated temple under the glow of the setting sun. Before long, Li Changsheng reached the temple just before nightfall. Inside, aside from a faint lingering ghostly aura, there was nothing of note. This did not surprise him, for he had gathered that the 2 specters frequently appeared at night, often masquerading as alluring young women to entice passing cultivators or travelers, offering them as sustenance for the 10th-layer tiger. Understanding this, Li Changsheng leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest as he awaited the appearance of the 2 specters. As time passed and night enveloped the surroundings, the temple was shrouded in darkness. Soon, he did not have to wait long before a fragrant scent wafted into the air. Holding his breath, Li Changsheng turned his gaze outward, eyeing his line of sight. 2 enchanting young women swayed gracefully, carrying a lantern as they entered the dilapidated temple, their movements captivating. Upon seeing Li Changsheng, they initially appeared startled, but their eyes quickly sparkled with delight. "Young master." The 2 alluring young women were about to speak seductively when suddenly, a streak of gray sword light flashed past. In an instant, the sword energy enveloped the temple, and the 2 young women were reduced to mere fragments, cascading to the ground. Before long, the remnants that fell to the ground began to dissipate, transforming into purine energy. Mission accomplished. With a smile gracing his lips, Li Changsheng swiftly surveyed his surroundings and dashed outside. The task was to hunt down the 2 specters, and there was no mention of engaging the 10th-layer tiger. Since there was no obligation, why waste time battling it? As for the tiger's reign of terror, it was of no concern to him. After all, the world was rife with monsters and ghosts. However, just as he burst out of the temple, a tiger's roar echoed through the Cangnan Mountains. At such close range, even Li Changsheng, who was hastily fleeing, felt his blood surge and his body involuntarily pause for a moment. At that moment, the 10th-layer tiger leaped from a distant peak, landing heavily on a massive stone mere meters ahead of Li Changsheng. The tiger's eyes glinted with resentment as it emitted a low, furious growl. Leaping onto the boulder, a dark light radiated from its brow, akin to a sharpened blade, hurtling towards Li Changsheng, seeking death. Seeing the tiger block his path, a glimmer of killing intent flickered in Li Changsheng's eyes as he drew his sword. He had intended to leave swiftly, not wishing to engage in unnecessary combat, nor attract unwarranted trouble. This did not imply fear of the tiger before him. Since the tiger had sought its own demise, he would oblige, sending it to join its minions. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, the wind howling past him as he deftly evaded the tiger's dark light, darting like lightning to the tiger's side. Slash! The light of his sword flickered. Waves of sword energy surged forth, the gray sword light viciously slicing towards the tiger's neck. Sensing the approaching winds and sword energy, the tiger reacted swiftly, leaping into the air and swiping its claws. With a flurry of movements, dozens of shadows flashed, colliding with Li Changsheng's sword energy midair. Simultaneously, the tiger's tail, imbued with dense energy, whipped towards Li Changsheng with overwhelming force. Faced with such might, Li Changsheng dared not withstand it directly. He quickly evaded, The immense power of the tail struck a nearby colossal tree with a resounding crash, boom. With a thunderous noise, the tree, which required both arms to barely encircle, collapsed into a cascade of wooden splinters. Note: the computer is malfunctioning. I am writing this in an internet CAF. There is still one chapter remaining. Let me grab a quick meal. Chapter 46. If you cannot obtain it, why not destroy it? The tiger's tail missed its target, granting Li Chongqing an opening. He slid forward abruptly, swiftly gliding across the ground, positioning himself beneath the tiger's belly, and thrusting his sword upward with tremendous force. The blade pierced through the tiger's pristine white abdomen. As the sword entered its body, blood gushed forth in torrents. Roar. Inflicted with such a grievous wound, the tiger unleashed a furious roar, its claws descending in an attempt to shred the Li Chongqing beneath it. However, amidst this action, Li Chongqing executed a powerful kick, propelling himself away with force. Simultaneously, the sword embedded in the tiger's body emanated sharp sword energy, violently slicing towards Li Chongqing. Poochie. With a resounding thud, the belly of the ferocious tiger was cleaved in two, its blood and entrails gushing forth onto the ground. The grievous wounds on its body only worsened, and the once furious gaze of the beast was now replaced with sheer terror, a state of panic. It frantically clawed at the earth, attempting to gather its spilled innards and return them to its abdomen. However, this futile endeavor only hastened its demise. As the blood continued to drain, the tiger, clutching its entrails, collapsed helplessly to the ground, devoid of any strength to resist. To lose its life for the sake of two mere spirits was truly lamentable. Li Chongqing swiftly arrived, his sword plunging heavily into the tiger's forehead. This strike mercifully severed the last thread of its life. You see, I possess a kind heart, unable to bear your suffering, hence I must escort you on your final journey. He shook his head in bittersweet reflection as he stowed the tiger's corpse into his storage bag. Extending his spiritual energy outward to probe for any lingering traces, he quickly detected the residual aura of the tiger and, guided by this scent, leapt deeper into the dense forest. Initially, he wished to avoid trouble. But now that the formidable tiger of the 10th layer of Qi refinement had been vanquished, he was determined to reap the rewards that awaited him. Following the trail of the tiger's essence, Li Chongqing soon arrived at a vast cavern. The air around the cave was thick with an ominous energy, clearly the lair of the recently slain tiger. Yet, to exercise caution, Li Chongqing conjured a milky white illumination orb and tossed it into the cave. Instantly, the cavern was flooded with light, revealing its interior to his gaze. Upon spotting a young man of the 8th layer of Qi refinement seated before a Dan furnace deep within the cave, Li Chongqing's brows furrowed slightly. Though surrounded by numerous disheveled corpses, this youth bore no injuries. He sat cross-legged in front of the furnace, flames swirling in his hands, his eyes reflecting an unsettling obsession. This individual was peculiar, certainly not under the threat of the tiger, yet his cultivation level could not possibly indicate that he was the beast's master. Li Chongqing mused inwardly, conjuring a protective shield before swiftly retrieving 3 talismans gifted to him by Li Ziliang. Gripping the talismans tightly, he cautiously approached the young man. "You must have slain the tiger, correct?" he inquired, eyeing the youth from a mere few meters away. The young man continued to manipulate the flames, not betraying an ounce of fear. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Li Chongqing pressed, scrutinizing the youth's demeanor. The young man chuckled nonchalantly. "Why should I fear you? Because I will kill you." Li Chongqing's gaze turned icy. "No, you want tea. If you seek wealth, you wouldn't dare to kill me." The youth vehemently shook his head, his eyes fixated madly on the furnace as he deftly controlled the flames. As he did so, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs began to waft from the furnace. Li Chongqing opted not to strike just yet, observing the young man's actions with keen vigilance, curious to discover what benefits he might offer. "What do you mean by wealth? Pray, enlighten me on what you can provide," he queried with intrigue. The youth remained silent, his focus unwavering on the furnace, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as the fragrant aroma intensified. 6 pristine pills abruptly floated above the furnace. "This is the benefit I can offer you," the youth grinned, guiding the 6 immaculate pills toward Li Chongqing with a flick of his energy. Li Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, hastily suspending the pills before his eyes. "Are these gathering spirit pills?" he asked, astonishment lacing his tone. However, he quickly shook his head. "No, these are merely a variant of the gathering spirit pills. Yet the spiritual energy they exude is far more potent. The youth nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. You possess discernment. Indeed, these are not gathering spirit pills, but rather an upgraded version I devised based on their formula. Impressive talent, Li Chongqing acknowledged, though his curiosity deepened. Yet you hardly seem like someone under the tiger's control. Why, with your evident skill, would you reside in this tiger's lair? Have you noticed the bodies around? The youth replied, pointing at the scattered corpses with a triumphant grin. Their demise contributed to my success in alchemy, yet my master forbids me from using living subjects for experimentation. Thus, I resort to poisoning his pills and seeking my next collaborator. His eyes gleamed with a manic intensity as he continued, then I encountered this tiger. It became an excellent partner, providing me with ample living subjects, and in return, I supplied it with numerous pills. Now that the tiger is dead, you wish for me to enlist you as my next collaborator, to serve as a source of living test subjects, just like the tiger. A smile graced Li Chongqing's lips as he assessed the youth before him. The young man nodded eagerly. You were able to slay the tiger, indicating your strength surpasses his. You could easily become my next partner. I can continuously refine these upgraded pills for you, provided you supply me with suitable test subjects. This proposal did sound appealing. Li Chongqing's smile widened, as he summoned a surge of sword energy that pierced through the young man's skull. It is indeed a tempting offer, but regrettably, I do not trust you. He shook his head, stepping forward to crush the youth's skull beneath his foot. This young man was far too eccentric. Observing his deranged demeanor left Li Chongqing deeply unsettled. If he were to provide a multitude of test subjects as he claimed, who could guarantee this individual wouldn't turn against him? He had already betrayed his master and could easily betray Li Chongqing in the future. Such an unpredictable factor could not be allowed to linger in his presence. Furthermore, his own cultivation was currently too weak to fully control the young man. As for his family, the less said the better. With so many eyes and ears around, supplying the youth with living test subjects would only invite disaster. Thus, since he could not obtain it, why not obliterate it? After dealing with the young alchemist, Li Chongqing began to search the cavern. The spoils were meager. Only a few hundred low-grade spirit stones and some inferior pills were found. The only item of notable value was the young man's notes, detailing the upgraded version of the gathering spirit pill and his insights on alchemy. After securing his findings, Li Chongqing set the cavern ablaze. As the fire blazed, the entire cave became a conspicuous beacon in the night. With the inferno raging behind him, Li Chongqing soared into the sky on his flying sword. 3 days later, he returned to Xinyang sect. Suzi, now at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, was taken aback when he saw Li Chongqing submitting his completed tasks. In just 3 months, Li Chongqing had accomplished all 5 missions, and his cultivation had even reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Congratulations, Brother Li, Suzi beamed, handing over the rewards for the completed tasks. Though each task's reward was modest, the total sum amounted to over 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Chongqing smiled in satisfaction. Nodding appreciatively at the bounty, he had not forgotten their prior agreement, extracting 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to return to Suzi. Brother Su, this is the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones I borrowed from you. Please accept them. Ha ha ha, Brother Li truly keeps his word, Suzi exclaimed, accepting the stones with growing delight. With a sense of pride, he remarked, I knew you would complete the tasks swiftly. Just 2 months ago, someone came to inquire about the number of tasks completed by the inner disciples of Xinyang sect within a year. I immediately vouched for you, ensuring your monthly stipend was uninterrupted. Combining 3 months' worth of stipends, that amounted to 900 low-grade spirit stones, along with various cultivation pills and fasting elixirs. Upon hearing Suzi's words, Li Chongqing handed him an additional 100 low-grade spirit stones. You are indeed a loyal friend. Brother Su, of course. We are like brothers, Suzi replied, genuinely pleased, though it was just 100 low-grade spirit stones. It represented Li Chongqing's goodwill. One reaps what one sows, he chuckled, and this is what you rightfully deserve for vouching for me. Indeed. Now that the tasks have been submitted, I shall take my leave after this arduous 3-month journey. Li Chongqing smiled faintly and turned to leave the mission hall. The notion of brotherhood, as it were, rests upon the foundation of possessing spiritual stones and inherent potential. In the absence of such spiritual stones, and with insufficient potential, the scenario might prove to be quite different. Consider the prior camaraderie between Su Zi and Wang Chuan. Theirs was a bond akin to that of blood brothers. Yet now, as Wang Chuan fades into obscurity, the once inseparable duo has become mere strangers. Shaking his head, Li Changxing departed the mission hall and proceeded to the internal affairs hall to collect his salary for the past 3 months. Although the sum was modest, it was rightfully his debt. He received 900 low-grade spiritual stones along with some cultivation elixirs, bringing his total savings to an impressive 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Such wealth is indeed rare among those in the qi refining stage, typically only matched by individuals with substantial backing, or those who have lingered at the pinnacle of qi refining for many years. Nevertheless, despite possessing such riches, Li Changxing felt little excitement, for he was acutely aware that these were hard-earned gains. For instance, during the expedition to the Luai's Mountains, while the spoils yielded over 15,000 low-grade spiritual stones, it cost him the lives of 4 fellow disciples. Similarly, the spiritual stones acquired from the locust tree came at the price of facing a peak qi refining pursuer, resulting in serious injuries and the loss of 2 valuable sword talismans. In light of these experiences, was 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones excessive? Not in the least. Thus, Li Changxing bore no trace of exhilaration, as he recognized this wealth as his rightful due. With over 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones in hand, Li Changxing arrived at the entrance of the technique hall. Initially, he had intended to purchase a plethora of cultivation elixirs, but after some contemplation, he opted to visit the technique hall first. If all went well, his wind-treading step technique would soon reach perfection in 3 to 4 months, making it an opportune moment to acquire advanced techniques or offensive spells. Uncertain of the prices for higher-tier techniques at the mission hall, he decided to conserve his wealth to avoid a shortage when encountering a desired technique. Standing at the entrance of the technique hall, he observed Elder Sun, who was reclining in a rocking chair. Engrossed in a book titled The Overbearing Sect Master is in Love with Me. His expression was one of ennui, his gaze somewhat vacant as he stared at the sky. It was evident that he had finished reading. His demeanor reflected a sense of regret for not being able to glimpse the continuation of the story. Li Changxing chuckled softly, refraining from immediately retrieving the next volume from his storage pouch. Instead, he respectfully clasped his hands and quietly entered the technique hall. With 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones as his backing, Li Changxing ascended directly to the 4th floor. The techniques and spells available here were evidently of a much higher caliber compared to those on the lower 3 floors. Leaving Li Changxing in awe, however, the prices here were equally exorbitant. The lowest marked price began at a staggering 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Some of the more powerful techniques far surpassed his current financial capacity. Among the offerings, the one that captivated Li Changxing the most was a technique called the Ice Blade technique, which was significantly superior to the Wind Blade technique and aligned with the Yin attribute. Regrettably, its price was prohibitively high, far beyond his means. Reluctantly, Li Changxing decided to forego the Ice Blade technique and continued to browse the 4th floor. After wandering for approximately the duration of a joss stick, Li Changxing ultimately selected a spell called the Sword Nurturing technique, priced at 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. This technique differed from the Wind Blade technique, while the latter comprised a complete set of sword techniques, albeit of lower rank, containing numerous spells, including the Sword Flight technique Li Changxing mastered. The Sword Nurturing technique was solely a cultivation spell akin to the Earth Sha technique. Its primary purpose was to cultivate and condense the sword qi within, thus enhancing the power of the sword qi unleashed. The deeper the understanding and the longer the cultivation of the Sword Nurturing technique, the more formidable the resulting sword qi became. It could be said that when combined with the Wind Blade technique, its efficacy would be significantly amplified, potentially yielding exponential results. This was the principal reason Li Changxing was drawn to it. After expending 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones, he successfully claimed the Sword Nurturing technique using his mission token. Following this, he selected another technique on the 3rd floor designed to conceal one's aura and cultivation level, which cost a mere 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Having acquired these 2 items, Li Changxing made his way back to the main hall on the 1st floor without lingering. Just as he intended to leave quietly, Elder Sun, reclining nearby with a melancholic expression, called out to him, "Young man, what were you just staring at?" Elder Sun, picking his nose, regarded the departing Li Changxing with a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. Chapter 48. Inconsistency. Elder Sun, with his elegant demeanor, caught the attention of Li Changxing, who involuntarily cast a few glances his way, silently hoping for the elder's indulgence. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng was taken aback and quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of flattery. He had merely glanced at the elder but had not anticipated being called out. Internally, he lamented, vowing to keep his eyes to himself in the future. Elder son erupted into hearty laughter at Li Changsheng's flattery, shaking his head with a smirk that suggested he was unimpressed. "You speak nonsense. Do I not know my own appearance? In my eyes, elder son is indeed a paragon of grace," Li Changsheng responded, quickly averting his gaze. "Ah, you certainly know how to flatter," elder son chuckled, lifting the book in his hands and asking, "You must have seen this book before, haven't you?" "Ah? What do you mean, elder?" Li Changsheng responded, momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with confusion. Although he indeed possessed the next volume of the book, he wondered how elder son could discern this. Seeing the look on Li Changsheng's face, elder son was further convinced and smirked triumphantly. "You cast your eyes upon this book when you entered and stole another glance as you exited. If you claim you have not seen it, I shall stand on my head and eat excrement. Can one actually eat excrement while standing on their head?" Li Changsheng mused internally, but he dared not voice his thoughts, instead responding respectfully, "Elder son possesses keen insight. I have indeed seen the next volume before. Where is it?" Elder son's excitement was palpable. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng felt a pang of regret as he shrugged. "I have only seen it elsewhere. It is not in my possession." Elder son scrutinized Li Changsheng with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. "Are you truly not in possession of it?" Li Changsheng nodded earnestly. "I assure you, it is truly not with me." "Well, I care not. Regardless, you have seen it, and you must find the next volume for me," elder son declared, his tone uncompromising. "If you locate it, I might just offer you a small reward." "What reward?" Li Changsheng's heart leaped at the prospect. His gaze fixed on elder Sunday. The next volume was indeed in his possession, but he had initially hesitated to admit it, fearing he would receive no tangible benefit. Now, hearing of a potential reward, his spirits lifted. "You young man are quite eager. Could it be that the next volume is indeed in your possession?" Elder son eyed him suspiciously. Li Changsheng quickly shook his head. "Not at all. However, I do possess a lead, though pursuing it would be quite troublesome and would undoubtedly delay my cultivation." "Ha, from your demeanor, it seems the issue is not the trouble of the search, but rather my lack of promise of a reward," elder son retorted with a sly smile. "Not at all. Assisting elder son is something I would gladly do, but if there were a reward involved, it would certainly motivate me further." Seeing elder son's forthrightness, Li Changsheng smiled radiantly. "Such hypocrisy?" elder son scoffed, but he did not dwell on it and straightforwardly promised, "Should you procure the next volume, I shall indeed reward you." "Is that so?" Li Changsheng's heart swelled with joy. His original intent was to exchange the next volume, which he had obtained from his father, for elder son's reward, and hearing this confirmation delighted him. Elder son, with an air of superiority, replied, "I am a man of my word. Why would I deceive you, young one? Thus, I shall diligently seek the whereabouts of this book for you." Li Changsheng pledged, bowing deeply, secretly relieved that he had not hastily surrendered the book. "Go on, go on. Remember to be swift. Should I become enamored with another tale, my previous words will no longer hold true." Elder son waved dismissively, returning to his chair to resume reading. The overbearing sect master is in love with me, intent on reliving the experience. "Understood. I shall obey." Li Changsheng respectfully clasped his hands and left the cultivation hall with light steps, inwardly contemplating his strategy. He resolved to delay presenting the second volume to elder son for a while longer. After all, if he offered it too soon, elder son might perceive it as too easily obtained and would not bestow any substantial reward upon him. However, he could not afford to wait too long. Excessive delay might lead elder son to consider him incompetent, thus tarnishing his reputation in the elder's eyes. After pondering these matters, Li Changsheng returned to his courtyard only after purchasing a considerable quantity of cultivating elixirs and auxiliary materials. Upon his return, he eagerly utilized his identity token to access the cultivation manual for the sword nurturing technique. Memorizing its contents, he promptly consumed the elixirs and, aided by the Earth Fiend art, began his cultivation with fervor. With the assistance of the Earth Fiend art, Li Changsheng's understanding of the sword nurturing technique progressed rapidly. In less than a month, he had mastered the technique and successfully nurtured a faint sword aura within his body. This breakthrough spurred him to train even more diligently, and with the consumption of numerous elixirs, his cultivation grew increasingly profound under the combined influence of the earth fiend art and the sword nurturing technique. Yet, he did not forget about Elder Sunday. After a month of arduous training, he presented himself at the cultivation hall, appearing quite disheveled. Elder Sun remained reclined in his rocking chair, lazily basking in the sun. Sensing Li Chongqing's presence, he slowly opened his eyes and smiled. "Have you accomplished the task I entrusted to you?" With great satisfaction, Li Chongqing replied that, after 2 months of effort, he had indeed procured the second volume at a considerable price from others. He respectfully nodded, offering the book to Elder Sun. As Elder Sun examined the tome and confirmed its authenticity, he felt a surge of joy. He praised Li Chongqing briefly before returning to his reading. Indifferent to the disciple's presence, observing Elder Sun's demeanor, Li Chongqing furrowed his brow slightly, forcing a smile as he gently reminded, "Elder, what about the reward for your disciple?" "Reward? What reward?" Elder Sun glanced at Li Chongqing with feigned confusion. "The reward you promised me last time." Li Chongqing inwardly cursed but maintained a smiling facade. "Nonsense. When did I ever promise you anything?" Elder Sun waved his hand dismissively, turning away and ignoring Li Chongqing, who continued to bask in the joy of his reading. Li Chongqing, still smiling, attempted to express that he sought no reward, only the favor of Elder Sun within the inner sect. However, Elder Sun's patience waned, and he shot Li Chongqing a cold glance. "Do you have an issue with that?" "I dare not. This disciple takes his leave." Li Chongqing quickly shook his head, realizing his previous schemes had come to naught. He refrained from provoking Elder Sun further and returned to his courtyard, seething with suppressed anger. Elder Sun had imparted a valuable lesson, teaching him the fickleness of human nature. One moment, promises were made with unwavering conviction, and the next, they were forgotten, leaving him feeling ridiculed, an old fool without a shred of decency. "How dare he toy with me?" Li Chongqing muttered angrily, a dark glint flashing in his eyes, his heart aflame with indignation. Yet, he found himself powerless to retaliate, for Elder Sun was a revered elder and a formidable golden core expert. In this world, there was no justice to uphold. If any existed, it was dictated by the strong, with the weak left to comply. Faced with this bitter pill, Li Chongqing could only swallow his grievances, keeping his dissent to himself. Bottling up his frustration, he took a deep breath, consumed some elixirs, and stepped into the small, gathering inner ray, entering a state of intense cultivation. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 2.5 years had slipped away. During this period, Li Chongqing did not confine himself solely to arduous training. Each year he allocated a month to undertake numerous tasks. After all, the spiritual stones he possessed, along with the monthly stipend from the Xinyang sect, were insufficient to sustain such prolonged cultivation. It was only through accepting tasks that he could maintain his pace of advancement. Notably, most of the tasks he undertook were related to ghostly entities, which facilitated the absorption of energy by the Nether Tower, allowing for the condensation of liquid. As 2.5 years passed, the Xinyang sect underwent numerous significant events, the most impactful being Zhao Rushue's emergence from seclusion. Shortly after Li Chongqing entered his rigorous training, Zhao Rushue, a disciple favored by the sect leader, emerged from her retreat, having achieved the foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 15. Such an accomplishment had not been seen in the Xinyang sect for 5 centuries, and Zhao Rushue's name quickly spread throughout the sect. Sect leader Lin Yuanzhong publicly proclaimed his intention to cultivate Zhao Rushue into the next holy maiden of the Xinyang sect. As this news spread, nearly all the elders and talented disciples rushed to offer their congratulations and gifts, eager to curry favor with her. Among these elders and prodigies, many inner disciples of the Xinyang sect sought to make themselves known to Zhao Rushue, including Su Zi from the task hall. Upon hearing the news, he immediately sought out Li Chongqing, hoping to drag him along to present a gift and gain familiarity with Zhao Rushue. However, Li Chongqing outright rejected this notion, refusing to engage in any sycophantic behavior. A high perch attracts the phoenix, and fragrant flowers draw the butterfly. The previous birthday celebration of Lin Xiaoxi had taught him that only by being exceptional could one attract the company of those who were truly remarkable. Attempting to ingratiate oneself without merit would only lead to disdain. This incident further fueled Li Chongqing's determination to train diligently. Aside from executing tasks, he seldom ventured outside, immersing himself in cultivation. During this period of intense training, his progress was remarkable. In just 2.5 years, he ascended through the ranks from the 10th to the 11th layer of Qi refinement, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of that stage. The rapid advancement was attributed not only to the multitude of elixirs consumed, but also to the invaluable contributions of the Nether Tower over the course of these 2.5 years. Through the absorption of yin energy and the hunting of ghostly entities during tasks, Li Changsheng condensed 5 droplets of liquid. As he refined and absorbed these droplets, his comprehension of the sword nurturing technique deepened, and the sword aura he had cultivated within him grew increasingly formidable. The sword nurturing technique did not possess the levels of minor, major, or perfected stages like the Yin Wind sword technique. Rather, it was characterized solely by the depth of understanding. Thus, with the liquid condensed by the Nether Tower, he could continue to deepen his comprehension, leading to a more potent sword aura. As his understanding of the sword nurturing technique deepened, the sword aura within him became more intense and assertive, accelerating his absorption of yin energy. This was one of the reasons his cultivation reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement within 2.5 years. As for the wind treading technique, which was on the verge of perfection, Li Changsheng did not consume the liquid from the Nether Tower but practiced it occasionally. Even with infrequent practice, his increasing comprehension over the years allowed him to effortlessly break through to the perfected stage of the wind treading technique. This breakthrough nearly tripled his speed, enhancing his explosive capabilities significantly. Li Changsheng was thoroughly satisfied. With such speed and his pinnacle Qi refinement cultivation, he could traverse the Qi refinement realm with ease, provided he did not encounter any extraordinary prodigies. Having reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, Li Changsheng ceased his relentless training, for beyond this lay the foundation establishment stage. To break through to foundation establishment, one required ample cultivation resources and insights. No amount of grueling practice would suffice without them. Calculating the time, he realized he was now 19. Li Changsheng cast a glance at the copper mirror within the room, gently caressing his somewhat mature cheeks, and murmured, at 19. Having reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement is considered quite commendable within the entire Xianyang sect. However, it is merely that, commendable. After all, many remain stuck at this pinnacle, hindered either by a lack of resources or a dearth of comprehension, unable to make the necessary breakthrough. Therefore, at present, Li Changsheng does not rank among the elite of the inner sect, unless he can achieve the foundation establishment stage before turning 20. Should this come to pass, he would indeed warrant the title of a prodigy. Moreover, achieving foundation establishment at such a young age would afford him the opportunity to be chosen as a disciple by many Golden Core elders. Having tidied up swiftly, he set a simple formation in the courtyard and immediately employed the wind-treading step to soar towards the alchemy hall. Over the past 2.5 years, he had occasionally perused the notes left by a young alchemist, which had sparked his interest in alchemy. If he could master the art of pill concoction and become an alchemist, he would save a substantial amount of spirit stones that would otherwise be spent on cultivation resources, and perhaps even earn more spirit stones in the process. At that point, he would no longer need to worry about resources for cultivation, and with the identity of an alchemist combined with his own cultivation level, he could attain a prestigious status within the Xianyang sect. Water flows downward, while people strive to ascend. No one wishes to remain merely an ordinary inner sect disciple. The speed of the wind-treading step far surpasses that of sword flight, and within the brief span of a tea time, Li Changsheng had already arrived at the peak where the alchemy hall was situated. This mountain peak was named Qihua Peak, chosen for its proximity to a vein of Qihua energy, which bestowed upon it a high temperature, ideal for alchemical operations and the extraction of Qihua power. Consequently, Qihua Peak is renowned not only for the alchemy hall, but also for a cultivation dojo established on its eastern side. This dojo quickly became a sacred ground for most fire affinity cultivators. However, entry to this dojo requires the expenditure of spirit stones, with fees varying based on proximity to the Qihua vein. Chapter 50. The Alchemy Hall. The Alchemy Hall is located in the northern part of Qihua Peak, the area closest to the Qihua vein. Here, layers of prohibitions are set in place, with powerful formations enveloping the entire northern region of Qihua Peak. The reason is clear. The Alchemy Hall is the most crucial establishment within the Xianyang sect, providing elixirs for the sect's disciples and for external sale. Within the Xianyang sect, the Alchemy Hall can be likened to a continuously flowing vein of spirit stones. Given its significance, it is naturally shrouded by formidable formations and multiple prohibitions, with even 3 Golden Core elders overseeing the area. Standing upon Qihua Peak for a moment, Li Changsheng cautiously approached the Alchemy Hall. Upon reaching the formation that enveloped the hall, a Foundation establishment disciple patrolling the vicinity immediately blocked his path. The disciple, fixing a cold gaze upon Li Chongqing, said, "Halt! The Alchemy Hall is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry." Being halted by the disciple, a smile crept onto Li Chongqing's face as a storage bag appeared silently in his hand. He stepped forward amiably, discreetly offering the storage bag to the Foundation establishment disciple, and respectfully stated, "Esteemed senior brother, I am quite interested in alchemy, and thus have come to the Alchemy Hall to seek knowledge." Interested in learning alchemy, you say? Are you aware of the difficulties in becoming an alchemist? Upon receiving the storage bag and seeing it contained 500 low-grade spirit stones, the disciple's expression softened somewhat. Li Chongqing hurriedly nodded. "I am indeed aware. I have been exposed to it previously and possess some aptitude in this regard, which is why I specifically came to the Alchemy Hall to study." The disciple nodded subtly in response, then scrutinized Li Chongqing for a moment. After a while, he slowly spoke. "Do you understand that to study at the Alchemy Hall, one must either be a disciple of the hall or be recommended by another elder?" Li Chongqing nodded. "I am well aware. I have heard that Elder Wang Chongkong has considerable expertise in elixirs. And coincidentally, my family possesses a researched formula, so I have come to pay my respects. To become a disciple of the Alchemy Hall requires passing through layers of selection, with stringent demands regarding comprehension, spiritual soul, and innate talent, and such selections occur only once every 5 years. If one were to rely on the formal selection process, Li Chongqing would not have the luxury of time to wait. As there were still over 3 years until the next selection, his purpose for visiting was to seek an audience with Elder Wang Chongkong, hoping to gain entry as a nominal disciple of the Alchemy Hall through a modified version of the Qi-gathering pill formula. According to the information he had gathered, Elder Wang was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, deeply passionate about alchemy, and had developed 3 formulas in his lifetime. Thus, Li Chongqing wished to present the modified Qi-gathering pill formula, not seeking anything beyond the status of a nominal disciple to facilitate his studies. "Ah, I see. You have indeed come to the right person. If the formula you present proves useful to Elder Wang, you will certainly reap benefits, and becoming a disciple of the Alchemy Hall is not out of the question." The Foundation establishment disciple nodded approvingly. Li Chongqing smiled. "I do not dare to aspire to be a disciple of the Alchemy Hall. I merely wish to have a name attached, to facilitate my studies within." "Ha ha ha. Then this matter is exceedingly simple. Even if your formula lacks value, a modest offering of spirit stones will suffice for success." The Foundation establishment disciple laughed heartily. The status of a nominal disciple at the Alchemy Hall is not particularly precious. Almost every year, elders from other peaks appoint individuals to become nominal disciples at the Alchemy Hall. The hall also accommodates these arrangements, allowing such nominal disciples to study, though they do not enjoy any benefits of the Alchemy Hall. As for the elders wishing to appoint a nominal disciple, it is merely a matter of a word. Therefore, I would trouble you, senior brother, to lead me to meet Elder Wang. Li Chongqing nodded with a smile, discreetly offering another 500 low-grade spirit stones to the Foundation establishment disciple. Having gathered detailed information about the Alchemy Hall, Li Chongqing was well aware of its inner workings. After all, he had previously been schooled by Elder Sun. If he had not done his due diligence, how could he have brought a modified Qi-gathering pill formula to seek out Elder Wang? Some mistakes are only worth making once. Quite perceptive indeed. "Very well, follow me." Satisfied with the additional offering of spirit stones, the Foundation establishment disciple nodded approvingly. Li Chongqing bowed respectfully and closely followed the disciple as they made their way into the Alchemy Hall's formation. Upon passing through the formation, the rich fragrance of herbs enveloped them, and the air became increasingly heated. Under the guidance of the Foundation establishment disciple, Li Chongqing arrived at a courtyard within the confines of the Alchemy Hall. "This is Elder Wang's residence. He is quite amiable, so there is no need for you to be overly nervous upon entering." Having accepted the benefits from Li Chongqing, the Foundation establishment disciple took a moment to advise him before, with a nod from Li Chongqing, he rapped on the courtyard door. He respectfully called out, "Elder Wang, there is a disciple at the pinnacle of Qi refinement seeking an audience, wishing to present you with a formula. Come in." An aged voice resonated from within the courtyard, and the door swung open. "Enter. I shall wait for you outside." The Foundation establishment disciple stepped aside, gesturing for Li Chongqing to enter. Li Chongqing nodded. lowering his head as he gingerly stepped into the courtyard. Inside, seated at a stone table, was Elder Wang Chongkong, who had a head of white hair and a ruddy complexion. Elder Wang glanced at the approaching Li Chongqing and inquired, "Is it you who wishes to present me with a formula? Let me see it." This is a modified version of the qi-gathering pill formula, with effects superior to the standard variant. Li Chongqing quickly retrieved the pre-written modified qi-gathering pill formula from his robe and respectfully handed it to Elder Wang. "Oh, a modified formula. Indeed." A hint of surprise flickered in Elder Wang's tone as he took the formula from Li Chongqing and began to examine it closely. Li Chongqing stood respectfully with his head bowed, refraining from excessive speech, patiently awaiting Elder Wang's words. After what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, Elder Wang finally withdrew his gaze from the modified qi-gathering pill formula. Nodding in satisfaction, with a touch of kindness in his eyes, he regarded Li Chongqing. "Not bad. It indeed possesses some merit, I wonder. From where did you obtain this formula?" Li Chongqing replied, "This was acquired by the disciple during an external mission. Taken from a ghost cultivator. He likely obtained it from another. It is a pity, then. The one who modified this formula undoubtedly possesses considerable talent. If nurtured properly, they may well become a master of alchemical arts in the future." Upon hearing the words, Wang Chongkong shook his head with a hint of regret in his tone. However, it was merely a moment of reflection, considering the assistance that this improved alchemical formula could provide him. He turned to Li Chongqing and inquired, "Do tell, what benefits do you seek from this elder?" Chapter 51. Acquiring fundamental alchemy knowledge. Li Chongqing hastily clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Disciple does not wish to be overly ambitious. I am simply passionate about alchemy and hope to learn under Elder Wang's guidance." Upon hearing Li Chongqing's request, Wang Chongkong shook his head. "This old man does not take disciples. However, since you have a keen interest in alchemy, I shall permit you to hold a nominal title at the Alchemy Hall for the time being." He had no intention of accepting Li Chongqing as a disciple, and the offer he made was far from sufficient. This improved formula for the qi-gathering pill was merely a slight assistance to him. In light of the formula, he could at most grant Li Chongqing the title of a nominal disciple at the Alchemy Hall. "Indeed, I shall obey." Li Chongqing felt no disappointment and promptly nodded in agreement. His original intention was merely to hold a nominal title at the Alchemy Hall to facilitate his learning of alchemical knowledge. As for his previous statements, they were merely an attempt to gauge Elder Wang's stance. If he agreed, that would be splendid, but if not, based on what he had heard from the outside world, Wang Chongkong would still likely arrange for him to hold a nominal title. With that settled, our transaction is complete. Wang Chongkong cast a cursory glance at Li Chongqing before tossing him a token and waving his hand. "You may depart. Focus on studying alchemy diligently. Should you ever master the art of refining pills independently, it would not be impossible for you to become a formal disciple of the Alchemy Hall." "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Wang. I shall strive to learn diligently." Li Chongqing quickly accepted the token, bowed respectfully to Wang Chongkong, and then exited the courtyard with care. The entrance of the courtyard, a Foundation establishment disciple awaited him. Upon seeing Li Chongqing emerge, he refrained from asking any questions and simply led him outside. After walking a distance of several hundred meters, the Foundation establishment disciple finally inquired, "So, did you achieve your goal?" Li Chongqing smiled and nodded, saying, "Elder Wang is benevolent. He granted me the title of a nominal disciple at the Alchemy Hall." "Excellent. With that title, you will have no obstacles in entering the Alchemy Hall to study the foundational knowledge in the future." Upon hearing that Li Chongqing had become a nominal disciple, the Foundation establishment disciple's smile grew broader. The status of a disciple at the Alchemy Hall was prestigious, although Li Chongqing was merely a nominal disciple at present. If he possessed talent, he might not be far from becoming a true alchemist in the future. A gentle smile graced Li Chongqing's lips as he thought, "I must thank my senior brother for guiding me. I will certainly visit the Alchemy Hall often to learn, which will inevitably lead to more encounters with my senior brother. May I ask your esteemed name?" "Certainly. I am Su Xuantu. I am responsible for patrolling the external formations of the Alchemy Hall." "So we will indeed see each other often in the future," Su Xuantu replied with a smile when Li Chongqing inquired about his name. He was merely tasked with patrolling the external formations of the Alchemy Hall, barely qualifying as a guard, and his status was comparable to that of Li Chongqing, a nominal disciple. "Junior disciple Li Chongqing has met senior brother Su. I may need to trouble you for assistance in the Alchemy Hall in the future," Li Chongqing said with a smile as he clasped his hands. Su Xuantu nodded in response, grinning. "No need for formality. If you become a true alchemist, I may also need to rely on you. Now that Li Chongqing had the opportunity to become a formal disciple of the Alchemy Hall, it would be prudent for Su Xuantu to befriend him in advance. After all, having a friend who could become an alchemist would provide many conveniences in purchasing and refining pills in the future. Ha ha ha, indeed. No need for formality. Li Chongqing smiled and nodded, sharing a knowing glance with Su Xuantu, each harboring their own thoughts. Li Chongqing valued Su Xuantu's protective role and his strength at the foundation establishment stage. While Su Xuantu recognized Li Chongqing's potential to become an alchemist. As they chatted amiably, their bond grew closer. Before long, under Su Xuantu's guidance, Li Chongqing arrived at the literary hall of the Alchemy Hall. This hall was dedicated to teaching foundational alchemical knowledge to the disciples and nominal disciples of the Alchemy Hall. Junior brother Li, this is the literary hall. You may enter to study with your token. After bringing Li Chongqing here, Su Xuantu offered a reminder before turning back to resume his duties outside the Alchemy Hall's formations. He had fulfilled his responsibility by bringing Li Chongqing to the literary hall, and lingering further would be neglectful of his duties. With a smile as he watched Su Xuantu depart, Li Chongqing stepped into the literary hall. After the personnel assigned there verified his token, he quickly received a comprehensive guide to foundational alchemy knowledge. That moment, only a few disciples were present in the literary hall, scattered about as they engaged in studying basic alchemical knowledge. After inquiring, Li Chongqing learned why there were so few people. It was nearing evening, and the elders of the Alchemy Hall would only dedicate 1 hour each day around noon to address foundational alchemical knowledge and resolve queries. Having missed that time, most had already departed. Of course, there was no concept of one-on-one tutoring here. The sessions were primarily group lectures, and how much one could absorb depended entirely on individual aptitude. After all, one-on-one guidance was a privilege typically reserved for the elders' own disciples. For a nominal disciple like Li Chongqing, simply gathering together to listen to their teachings was already a significant opportunity. Clutching the comprehensive guide to foundational alchemy knowledge, Li Chongqing found a relatively quiet corner and began to delve into his studies earnestly. With the presence of the Nether Tower, Li Chongqing's comprehension was commendable. And over the years, he had refined numerous liquids, further enhancing his understanding. With such aptitude, even though he had only a rudimentary grasp of alchemy, Li Chongqing was able to learn rapidly from the foundations. Especially after the elders' detailed explanations, he found himself increasingly enlightened about the foundational concepts of alchemy. As time flowed slowly by, a month had passed in the literary hall. During this month, he had nearly exhausted all the foundational knowledge available to him. However, as the saying goes, knowledge acquired from books is superficial. Despite Li Chongqing's extensive learning and remarkable comprehension, without practical experience, how much he could truly apply remained uncertain. Having dedicated an entire month to study, it was time to leave the literary hall and attempt some practical alchemy to see if he could refine the most basic of pills. Li Chongqing exhaled deeply and, feeling slightly fatigued, stepped out of the literary hall. Chapter 52. The first pill refinement. During this month, he had hardly slept, dedicating himself to the rigorous study of foundational alchemical knowledge. Under such intense learning conditions, even with Li Chongqing's extraordinary spirit power, he still felt a bit weary. First, I should purchase an alchemy furnace and some basic alchemical materials, and then I can return to my courtyard to begin my experiments. As he activated the Earth Fiend art to eliminate the fatigue from his mind, he shook his head and walked outside. Although as a nominal disciple of the Alchemy Hall, he was not entitled to the monthly stipend, he could still enjoy certain discounts when purchasing alchemical furnaces and materials within the hall. After a series of inquiries, Li Chongqing quickly located the designated area for purchasing alchemical furnaces, spiritual herbs, and refining materials. His supply of spirit stones was now quite scarce. Had it not been for the 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones delivered by his family in the past 2 months, he might not even have enough to buy the alchemy furnace and materials. Deciding to start with something modest, Li Chongqing purchased an alchemy furnace costing 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. While this furnace could not be deemed the lowest quality, it was certainly not far from it. Nevertheless, Li Chongqing was unconcerned, as it was merely for practice. After acquiring the furnace, he spent nearly another 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones on spiritual herbs and basic refining materials. In total, almost 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones slipped from his pocket, leaving his already meager storage bag with barely 100 lower-grade spirit stones remaining. Alas, to spend 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones on my first attempt. If I truly wish to become an alchemist, Who knows how many spirit stones it will ultimately require? However, with my comprehension, it should not be a daunting task. Initially, I shall invest some resources. Once I have truly become an alchemist, I will not only secure the cultivation resources for my future endeavors, but also recover the spirit stones I have previously expended. Along with interest, Li Chongqing shook his head in contemplation as he executed the wind-treading technique to return to his courtyard. After a month away, upon entering, he meticulously examined the formations he had previously set up. One must always guard against treachery, even within the confines of the Xianyang sect. After a careful inspection revealed no abnormalities, Li Chongqing finally felt at ease. Upon returning to the courtyard, he refrained from immediately attempting to refine pills. Having studied the foundational knowledge of alchemy in detail, he understood that one must maintain an optimal mental state before commencing the process. After a month of relentless study, his spirit was already fatigued, making it less than ideal for such an intricate task. It would be prudent to restore his mental acuity before igniting the furnace, thus avoiding unnecessary losses. With this thought, Li Chongqing entered the lesser gathering in formation, closing his eyes to meditate. This was already the third such formation he had purchased, as the previous two had been damaged during his practice. At the peak of the qi refining stage, it is generally accepted that cultivators do not require sleep, as the absorption of spiritual energy during meditation replenishes their vitality. This is precisely why he had been able to study alchemy intensively for a month without rest. After several hours of cultivation within the formation, Li Chongqing gradually opened his eyes as the night deepened. It was now the midnight hour, when the surrounding yin energy was most potent, and his insight and focus were at their peak. Having studied diligently, it was time to assess the results of my efforts over the past month. Li Chongqing swiftly retrieved the alchemical furnace and ignited its base with a talisman. This talisman, known as the Earth Fire Talisman, contained a rich flame capable of sustaining itself for 3 hours. Esteemed by lower-tier alchemists, this talisman was not inexpensive. A single one, lasting 3 hours, cost 10 low-grade spirit stones. This time, Li Chongqing had purchased 10, providing ample material for his initial foray into pill-making. After heating the furnace with the Earth Fire Talisman, he carefully followed the steps etched in his mind, adding various spiritual herbs and materials for pill creation. The pill he sought to refine was not a high-tier elixir, but rather the foundational pill of absorption, which nearly every novice alchemist attempts first. The reason is simple. The materials for the pill of absorption are affordable, and the method of refinement is among the simplest. As the flames flickered, Li Chongqing cautiously manipulated the process. Time slipped away swiftly. After the burning of a stick of incense, wisps of vapor rose from the furnace, carrying with them a faint medicinal aroma. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds erupted from within the furnace, followed by a rush of smoke and the scent of char. Li Chongqing opened the furnace with his spiritual energy, peering into the blackened mass within, and let out a resigned sigh. His first attempt at alchemy had ultimately ended in disappointment. However, he was mentally prepared for this outcome and did not allow it to dishearten him. Alchemy requires patience and a steady hand. Those who succeed on their first try are often prodigies in the art. Shaking his head, Li Chongqing calmed his thoughts, utilizing a cleansing technique to tidy the furnace before commencing his second attempt. Perhaps I had added too much material last time, and my control of the flames was somewhat lacking. This time, I must be more meticulous, Li Chongqing pondered, drawing upon his prior experience as he re-entered the state of alchemical focus. Yet, theoretical knowledge does not equate to practical application. Even with his remarkable insight, he found himself unable to produce a successful pill after another long night of effort. Instead, he had squandered a considerable amount of the materials intended for the pill of absorption. Fortunately, the ingredients for the pill of absorption were not overly expensive. The 1,000 low-grade spirit stones he had spent provided enough materials to last him several days. And no need to rush. Patience is key. As dawn broke, Li Chongqing inhaled deeply, forcing a strained smile. Despite the long night, he had not emerged entirely empty-handed. He had gleaned many lessons from his failures, and his command of the flames had become significantly more adept. Next, he would exhaust all remaining materials before seeking out tasks to earn spirit stones. With sufficient spirit stones, he could continuously procure materials for pill refinement, ultimately becoming a true alchemist. Li Chongqing bolstered his resolve and, after circulating his cultivation technique to restore his spiritual energy and mental clarity, he began another attempt at refining the pill of absorption. Chapter 53. news with a wealth of materials at his disposal for practice. Li Chongqing's alchemical skills became increasingly proficient over the course of 3 days. Under his growing expertise, he was now able to accurately gauge the quantities and heat required for the pill of absorption. Success? Beside the alchemical furnace, Li Chongqing observed the curling white smoke and the wafting aroma of medicine, a flicker of joy igniting within him. He hastily employed his spiritual energy to open the furnace, revealing 3 warm pill of absorption within, alongside a collection of over 10 failed attempts, devoid of any medicinal fragrance. 18 pills had been refined, and though only 3 were successful, he was relieved not to have wasted all the materials. Extracting the 3 warm pills of absorption, Li Chongqing exhaled in relief. With this initial success, the likelihood of further successful refinements would undoubtedly increase, and the success rate would improve with experience. However, after his first achievement, Li Chongqing did not press on but instead stored the furnace and remaining materials. It was not pride that led him to pause. Rather, his supplies were nearly depleted, and he possessed fewer than 100 spirit stones. To continue refining pills and enhance his skills, he would need to undertake tasks to earn spirit stones. For now, he would accept some tasks, preferably those involving ghosts or monsters, as the next drop of liquid from the Nether Tower was nearing completion. Li Chongqing mused, recognizing that success in any endeavor rarely comes swiftly. His primary objective was to hunt more specters, facilitating the accumulation of liquid from the Nether Tower. After all, a single drop would be insufficient to break through from the peak of Qi refining to the foundation establishment stage. Having tidied his courtyard, Li Chongqing set up a ceiling formation before employing the wind-treading technique to reach the task hall. Over the past 2.5 years, he had accepted numerous tasks, and Su Zi, who had been selecting tasks for him, had profited handsomely. Without delving into specifics, just from the commission on task rewards, Su Zi had amassed over 4,000 low-grade spirit stones during this time. Given the substantial benefits Li Chongqing had brought him, Su Zi naturally grew increasingly respectful and friendly towards him. Upon arriving at the task hall, Li Chongqing sought out Su Zi. Although Su Zi was not as diligent in his cultivation as Li Chongqing, he was not lacking in resources and had reached the 9th layer of Qi refining. Upon seeing Li Chongqing's peak cultivation level, Su Zi's face brightened. "Wait a moment, I will quickly find some tasks for you." After saying this, he turned to search for ghost-related tasks beneath the foundation establishment stage. Considering Li Chongqing's current cultivation, the rewards for the tasks he accepted would certainly increase compared to before. And Su Zi's share would also see a corresponding rise. After a few minutes of searching, Su Zi returned with a selection of the most cost-effective ghost-related tasks. Approaching Li Chongqing, he spread out the jade slips containing the task details on the table and said with a smile, "Recently, some high-value ghost tasks have come in, and 2 of them are for peak Qi refining cultivators, perfectly aligning with your requirements." Li Chongqing nodded slightly, his gaze scrutinizing the tasks inscribed on the jade slips. After reviewing all the tasks, he promptly selected 5. These 5 tasks pertained to specters of level 10 and above, while he disregarded others that were below that threshold. The latter were rather remote and deemed a waste of time. Moreover, with his cultivation having advanced, Li Chongqing noticed that the malevolent aura emanating from specters below level 10 diminished rapidly. It was more beneficial to invest several days in diligent training instead. Thus, he felt no need to spend time accepting those lower-level tasks. Having chosen the 5 tasks of level 10 and above, Li Chongqing handed over his identity token. "I'll take these 5. Please assist me with the registration, Brother Su, of course. I shall extend the time limit for these tasks to 6 months for you, Li brother." Upon witnessing Li Chongqing accept another 5 tasks, Su Zi's face broke into a smile. He then took the task token from Li Chongqing, tapped it against the jade slips, and immediately, the task details flowed into Li Chongqing's token. After recording them, Su Zi returned the token to Li Chongqing and cautioned, "Among these 5 tasks, 1 or 2 carry certain risks. It would be wise for you to personally investigate some information, as the sources of such intelligence are not always entirely reliable." Li Chongqing understood Su Zi's words well. After all, he had previously suffered significant losses under the hands of a peak-level ghost cultivator. He always conducted his own inquiries before embarking on any mission. He nodded and clasped his hands in gratitude towards Su Zi. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Su. Once I succeed, I shall adhere to the previously agreed-upon sharing ratio." Estimating the rewards from these 5 tasks, he calculated that they amounted to over 18,000 low-grade spirit stones. Following the previously established ratio, he would owe Su Zi 1,800 spirit stones. That is acceptable. I have faith in your integrity, Li brother, Suzy replied, his smile growing even wider. Suddenly, recalling something, he called out to Li Changsheng, who was about to leave. Wait, Li brother. Li Changsheng turned, curiosity evident in his expression as he asked, What is it, brother Su? Suzy glanced at Li Changsheng's cultivation level and spoke with a smile. You should expedite the execution of these tasks, aiming to convert all the rewards into strength and cultivation. Oh, that is only natural. However, your specific reminder, does it imply that something significant is about to transpire? Li Changsheng nodded, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he looked at Suzy. Suzy chuckled softly, glancing around before swiftly approaching Li Changsheng and whispering, Over the years, I have been working alongside Sister Lin. Recently, I overheard some internal news. In a little over a year, the disciples stationed at the northern border of Zhangzhou from the Xianyang sect will return and select a new batch of disciples to take their place. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng furrowed his brow, puzzled. What does that have to do with me? Am I to be chosen to be stationed at the border? Suzy shook his head, looking deeply at Li Changsheng. That will not be the case. However, one of the returning individuals is of great significance to you. Who might that be? Li Changsheng inquired, his brow knitted in concern. He knew that those stationed at the border had been there for at least a decade. How could they possibly be connected to him? Suzy did not keep him in suspense, reminding him, This person is from the fourth branch of your Li family, Li Zuin, the uncle of Li Fongyuan. What? Li Zuin? Li Changsheng was taken aback, disbelief washing over him. He gazed incredulously at Suzy, and after a long pause, spoke, Is it possible that he is still alive? He has not been in contact with the family for nearly a decade. Did he not perish during a mission with the Xianyang sect? Li Zuin was the son of the fourth elder, who had become an inner disciple of the Xianyang sect over a decade ago through a special recruitment process. However, shortly after becoming an inner disciple, he vanished without a trace, leading the entire family to assume he had perished during a mission. Now, Suzy was revealing that Li Zuin was alive and merely stationed at the border. Suzy sighed and explained, Information about those stationed at the border is typically kept confidential, not easily accessible to the average person. I happened to see his name on the return list by chance. I was startled and took a risk to inquire with Sister Lin, and the information I received confirmed that he is indeed the Li Zuin who joined the Xianyang sect 15 years ago. Moreover, based on the news he transmitted, it appears that Li Zuin has likely broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, which poses a threat to you. After all, the vendetta for your father's murder is an unending feud. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. Suzy's eyes reflected genuine concern as he looked at Li Changsheng. He was aware of the commotion surrounding the Li family and knew that Li Changsheng had personally led Asan to eradicate the fourth branch. With Li Zuin's return, seeking vengeance for his father would certainly lead to dire consequences for Li Changsheng. Hence, he specifically urged Li Changsheng to focus on enhancing his cultivation upon completing his tasks. Preparing for any confrontations with Li Zuin, I had no choice before. After all, the killer is always a killer, and my actions were merely for survival. Li Changsheng shook his head, gratitude evident in his gaze as he looked at Suzy. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Su. I owe you a favor this time. I kindly ask you to gather more information regarding Li Zuin. Of course, you and I are like brothers. I will certainly assist you. Suzy nodded, promising Li Changsheng. Aside from those with dual spirit roots or heavenly spirit roots, Li Changsheng was the most talented individual Suzy had encountered. 18 merely 19, he had already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, and a future breakthrough to Foundation establishment was undoubtedly within reach. Establishing a rapport with a potential Foundation establishment cultivator who owed him a favor would be advantageous for Suzy as well. Moreover, since Li Changsheng consistently accepted tasks through him, he would always receive spirit stones as a reward. Suzy did not wish to lose such a lucrative source. Otherwise, he would not have discreetly warned Li Changsheng. A great favor does not require thanks. We shall see the true character of our actions in the future. Li Changsheng clasped his fists in a respectful gesture, leaving the task hall with a heavy heart. Following Suzy's words, Li Zuin must have already reached the Foundation establishment stage, presenting a formidable life and death adversary for Li Changsheng. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, one cannot evade their fate. Though he was aware that there was still over a year until Li Zuin's return, Li Changsheng did not regret his past actions. After all, the fourth elder and Li Fongyuan had sought to kill him, and all his deeds were aimed at resolving future threats and preventing greater losses. While the emergence of Li Zuin posed a new peril, as long as he remained cautious and laid his plans in advance. He could potentially eliminate Li Zuin. Rather than passively waiting for the inevitable, it was better to take the initiative and see who would prevail. Contemplating this, a glimmer of lethal intent flashed in Li Chongqing's eyes. Yes, he had already set his sights on eliminating Li Zuin, for it was he who had extinguished the fourth branch of the family. The vendetta for his father's murder was a blood feud. Now that Li Zuin was returning, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Li Chongqing. If that were the case, as the stakes were already life and death, it was necessary to prepare and strike first. However, this matter could not be rushed. He needed to inform his father and devise a long-term plan. Li Chongqing mused silently as he glanced at the tasks stored within his identity token. Employing the wind-step technique to depart from the Xinyang sect, a month later, Li Chongqing returned to his family, weary and fatigued. Given his current speed, it should have taken only 2 to 3 days to travel from the Xinyang sect back to Qingchuan City. However, during his journey, he coincidentally encountered 3 nearby tasks, which he efficiently completed. Additionally, due to his cautious nature, he took time to gather information before tackling each task, resulting in a month-long return. Once back at the family estate, Li Chongqing made no effort to disturb anyone, quietly appearing in Li Ziliang's study. Sensing someone approaching, Li Ziliang was initially on guard. However, upon recognizing Li Chongqing's familiar aura, he relaxed. "Ah, it is you, Chongqing. You return without a word." Li Ziliang remarked, a smile of joy spreading across his face. Seeing his son return filled him with happiness. Though as a father he hoped for his son to achieve great success, he secretly wished for Li Chongqing to visit home more frequently. Amidst his joy, Li Ziliang also noticed that Li Chongqing had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, which further excited him. He laughed heartily, patting Li Chongqing on the shoulder in praise. "Excellent, excellent, truly my auspicious child. A future breakthrough to foundation establishment is assured, and even golden core is within reach." Observing his father's exuberance, Li Chongqing shook his head. "While a breakthrough to foundation establishment is indeed promising, I now face a significant predicament that pertains to my life and the prosperity of the Li family." "A significant predicament? What has transpired?" Li Ziliang was taken aback and quickly turned to Li Chongqing with a look of urgency. "Are you injured? Is someone pursuing you?" Beneath Ziliang's anxious demeanor, Li Chongqing sighed and replied, "No one is chasing me. It is merely that my third brother is not dead. He will return to Xinyang sect in a year and a half." "Your third brother? You mean Li Zuin?" Ziliang's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. "Hasn't he been missing for 10 years? Wasn't he killed during a mission?" Li Chongqing shook his head and slowly explained, "No, he is not dead. He has merely been stationed with the troops at the border, which severed his means of communication. According to reliable information I gathered from Xinyang sect, he has likely reached the foundation establishment stage and will soon return to Xinyang sect in a year and a half." Chapter 55. Scheming his survival is indeed a complication. Ziliang's expression turned grave as myriad thoughts raced through his mind, and a murderous intent began to stir within him. If the fourth branch had not been eradicated, an alive Li Zuin would undoubtedly offer significant benefits to the family. However, it was unfortunate that Li Chongqing had personally extinguished the fourth branch, and now, a living Li Zuin had become a burden to their clan. Some troubles must be avoided, especially those related to familiar faces within the family. Mishandling the situation could lead to the clan's decline. After contemplating for a while, Ziliang finally inquired, "How do you intend to handle this matter?" Li Chongqing lowered his gaze, a glint of malice evident in his eyes. "Strike first to gain the upper hand. If Li Zuin could perish at the border, that would be ideal." Ziliang pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, "While it would be best for him to die at the border, unfortunately, our Li family lacks the capability. We cannot afford the cost of sending someone to assassinate a foundation establishment cultivator at the border." Although he too wished for Li Zuin's demise at the border, the family simply did not possess the strength or the resources to hire others for such a task. After all, there were more than just Li Zuin among the disciples stationed at the border of Xinyang sect. Carelessly sending someone to assassinate him would only alert the others, resulting in a futile endeavor. Li Chongqing considered this and recognized that his suggestion was impractical. He sighed and continued, "Since we cannot allow him to die at the border, we must ensure he meets his end within the family." "Die within the family?" Ziliang was momentarily taken aback before a thought struck him. "You mean we should prepare in advance and monitor Zuin's movements? When he returns, we can set an ambush within the family?" Li Chongqing nodded, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Precisely. Father will inevitably take action, and to be cautious, we will also need to hire other Foundation establishment experts to ensure that Li Zuin is completely eliminated. But he is still an inner disciple of Xinyang's sect, and with his cultivation at the Foundation establishment stage, if he dies within our family, it may provoke the sect's displeasure. Ziliang, while fully agreeing with Li Chongqing's plan, began to contemplate the implications concerning Xinyang's sect. Should they offend the sect and jeopardize their interests, the family could very well face annihilation. Faced with this reality, Ziliang began to hesitate. Li Chongqing, noticing Ziliang's hesitation, smiled broadly. You need not worry, father. I have spent 3.5 years in Xinyang's sect and understand its rules quite well. As long as you prepare a substantial amount of spirit stones and assist me in becoming an alchemist, we can navigate this situation. The death of a Foundation establishment disciple will hardly stir any significant waves. Xinyang's sect prioritizes profit. If the benefits are adequate and we provide suitable reasons, there is a high chance we can evade scrutiny. After all, while Li Zuin is also an inner disciple of Xinyang's sect, the Li family is an affiliated force of the sect, contributing tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones each year. Moreover, with my status as a nominal disciple of the Chongqing Alchemy Hall, I will have some maneuverability. With 1.5 years remaining, if I can become a legitimate alchemist within this time frame, leveraging the spirit stones, I will certainly establish a solid foundation and connections within the Alchemy Hall. Ziliang's expression wavered, torn with indecision. Although he currently held authority in the Li family, allowing Li Chongqing to control all the spirit stones would undoubtedly face considerable opposition. Not to mention the second branch and the second house, even his own father, Li Chaofeng, would vehemently oppose such a decision. After all, the spirit stones of the Li family do not belong to an individual. They are the lifeblood of the entire clan's prosperity. Seeing his father waver, Li Chongqing poured him a cup of tea and casually inquired, "What concerns you, father? Do you feel the odds are too low?" Ziliang shook his head. A 90% chance is indeed not low, but nothing in this world is absolute. What truly gives me pause is the potential refusal from your grandfather and the others. They will certainly not agree to my allocating all the family spirit stones to you. Hearing this, Li Chongqing smirked. Their refusal stems from their own self-interest. If there were benefits for them, who would refuse? So, what do you propose? Ziliang asked, intrigued. With a smile, Li Chongqing handed the cup of tea to Ziliang. Simple. We will coerce and entice them. Ziliang accepted the tea, and although he internally agreed, he still prepared for the worst. But what if the coercion and enticement fail? At this, Li Chongqing burst into laughter. He revealed a set of white teeth, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. The probability of that happening is minuscule. No one can remain indifferent when faced with benefits. If someone does, we will simply eliminate them. After all, you and I are not lacking in a life or two. Ziliang regarded Li Chongqing with a profound gaze. Then downed the steaming tea in one gulp, his voice hoarse. Very well, I will heed your words. In the second branch, the rear courtyard after a day's worth of cultivation, Li Chongdao excitedly made his way to the rear courtyard. With the elixirs purchased at great expense by his grandfather recently, he had successfully broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Now that he had achieved this breakthrough, it was only fitting to seek out the newly acquired concubine and indulge himself. As he reminisced about the exquisite sensations she had provided, Li Chongdao's throat went dry, and his gaze grew increasingly fervent. With these thoughts in mind, he eagerly pushed open the door. However, to his surprise, the room contained not the enchanting concubine he had anticipated, but rather a handsome young man clad in white robes. Upon seeing the striking figure, a trace of astonishment flickered in Li Chongdao's eyes. Li Chongqing, no, no, no. Seventh uncle, what brings you here? Chapter 56. My dear nephew, have you missed your seventh uncle? Li Chongdao harbored a mixture of hatred and fear towards Li Chongqing. After all, Li Chongqing had once promised him that once he entered Xinyang's sect, resources from the family would be skewed in his favor. However, Li Chongqing had broken that promise, and the resources allocated to him had only increased by 50%, hardly qualifying as preferential treatment. It was this very issue that bred resentment within Li Chongdao, feeling deceived by him. Yet, despite the resentment, there was a greater sense of trepidation. Li Chongqing's ruthless nature was something he understood better than anyone else. Furthermore, only 3.5 years had passed, and Li Chongqing's cultivation had already surpassed his own, amplifying his fear. My dear nephew, Have you missed your seventh uncle? Li Chongqing sat by the tea table, toying with a teacup, his face beaming with warmth as he gazed at the entering Li Chongdao. Of course, I am delighted to see you back, uncle. Li Chongdao suppressed the fear and resentment within him, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Sensing the forced smile on Li Chongdao's face, Li Chongqing's expression transformed into one of playful scrutiny. Is that genuine joy or feigned happiness? Li Chongdao was momentarily taken aback, then earnestly replied, It is certainly genuine joy. After all, we are family. Ha ha ha, come sit and chat. Your seventh uncle is overjoyed to see you. After a good-natured reprimand from Li Chongdao, Li Chongqing let out a hearty laugh and patted the chair beside him. Li Chongdao, wary of defying him, complied, for Li Chongqing's cultivation had now reached a level comparable to that of his grandfather. If not surpassing it, he mustered a flattering smile and respectfully took a seat beside Li Chongqing. Once seated, Li Chongdao cautiously glanced at Li Chongqing and inquired, Uncle, do you have any important matters to discuss regarding your return to the family? Observing Li Chongdao's cautious demeanor, Li Chongqing grinned and replied, I specifically came for you. For me? Li Chongdao was taken aback, disbelief evident in his gaze. May I ask what this matter is? In a serious tone, Li Chongqing stated, You have 1 year remaining. After a year, Xianyang sect will recruit outer disciples, and I have come specifically for your future. Li Chongdao was somewhat surprised, but then recalled something and shook his head with a wry smile. Uncle, you truly have a knack for humor. You must have some request for me, right? I cannot believe you came solely for the recruitment of outer disciples a year from now. Though he appreciated Li Chongqing's words, he was well aware that behind them lay ulterior motives. Li Chongqing raised an eyebrow, casting a look of approval at Li Chongdao. Well done. You are quite astute, to be frank. I came to leverage the spirit stones within the family to assist me in becoming an alchemist and a disciple of the alchemy hall at Xianyang sect. The revelation that Li Chongqing sought the family's spirit stones startled Li Chongdao, who quickly shook his head. I cannot assist you with this, uncle. The spirit stones stored within the family belong to everyone, not just you or me. Even if I agree, others will not, as they are essential to their livelihoods. They will have to agree. Li Chongqing smirked, continuing, You need not concern yourself with others. I only require your consent. In return, I will do my utmost to help you secure a respectable position among the outer disciples in a year. Li Chongdao looked at Li Chongqing, uncertainty clouding his expression. He found it hard to believe in Li Chongqing's promise, as well as his capacity to persuade everyone to agree to his acquisition of spirit stones. In the midst of his confusion, Li Chongqing produced a token. Li Chongdao, perplexed, picked it up and exclaimed, Uncle, you are now an honorary disciple of the Alchemy Hall. Although he had not yet joined Xianyang sect, he had heard of the esteemed reputation of the Alchemy Hall and understood the prestige associated with being a disciple there. Li Chongqing nodded with a smile. Indeed. Once I become an alchemist, I will officially be a disciple of the Alchemy Hall. You are aware of how esteemed the position of an official disciple is? It will be but a simple matter to assist you in gaining a distinguished status among the outer disciples. This was no exaggeration. The status of an Alchemy Hall disciple was indeed significant, garnering respect even among many within the inner sect, let alone the outer sect. Li Chongdao was well aware of this. He scrutinized Li Chongqing, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Uncle, will you truly help me? Li Chongqing smiled. We are of the same family, bound by blood. It is merely a matter of words. Why would I not assist you? However, my assistance comes with a condition. You need to represent your branch and agree to my acquisition of the spirit stones to become an alchemist. Otherwise, without being an alchemist, how could I possibly aid you? Listening to Li Chongqing's words, Li Chongdao fell into deep contemplation. His heart wavered. He yearned for Li Chongqing's help. One would willingly accept a life of mediocrity. And he had already resolved to join Xianyang sect as an outer disciple. To thrive, he would undoubtedly need support, and Li Chongqing was the perfect candidate. Moreover, should he refuse today, once he entered the outer sect, Li Chongqing's vindictive nature might lead him to create various troubles for him. After mulling over these thoughts, Li Chongdao gritted his teeth and nodded. I cannot control others, but I can promise you my support from our branch. However, the resources allocated to my branch each month cannot be diminished. He could not afford to offend Li Chongqing, as doing so could irrevocably jeopardize his future. The only guarantee he had was the benefits due to his branch. As for others, he felt no obligation to concern himself. Seeing Li Chongdao's agreement, a satisfied smile spread across Li Chongqing's face. You are indeed a clever individual, making a wise choice. Now, go and persuade your grandfather. Li Changdao quickly replied, Uncle, rest assured, my grandfather understands the gravity of the situation. For my future, he will undoubtedly agree. Ha ha ha, I trust you that if not, I would not have sought you out time and again instead of your grandfather. Li Changxing laughed heartily and departed from Li Changdao's room. Li Changdao was a prized possession in the hands of the second elder, typically treated with utmost care. In many cases, it was more convenient to approach Li Changdao than to consult the second elder directly. As long as Li Changdao was determined, the second elder would spare no effort to assist him. Chapter 57. Heed your second grandfather's words. Before long, 3 days had passed. During this time, with Li Ziliang's assistance, Li Changxing stirred the entire Li family into a state of unease, as each member found themselves on edge. Having grasped the weaknesses and secrets of all those in power within the family, Li Changxing approached Li Ziliang. Father, everything is ready. We simply need to gather all those in power within the Li family. Li Ziliang nodded gravely. We haven't overlooked anything, have we? Have you managed all those you sent Asan to retrieve? Everything is under control. Asan is currently overseeing a group of strong individuals to ensure nothing goes amiss, Li Changxing confirmed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In those 3 days, he had activated all the hidden pawns his father had placed within the Li family, capturing the vulnerabilities and secrets of everyone. Some were indulgent towards their children, some towards their concubines, and others were embezzling funds through false accounts. All of these weaknesses had been meticulously collected by Li Changxing to ensure everyone would concede. Though family matters are typically confined within the family, Li Changxing did not subscribe to this belief. He understood that some things should either be done thoroughly or not at all. Both he and Li Ziliang shared this decisiveness. Neither would exhibit mercy in the face of such decisions. Then let's notify everyone. After the commotion over the past 3 days, they must be feeling restless, Li Ziliang stated, his eyes gleaming coldly. Everything he did was for Li Changxing. Should others refuse to comply, then bloodshed would be necessary to instill a sense of caution, reminding them that the position of family head was not a gift bestowed by others, but one earned through blood and sacrifice. Approximately half an hour later, all those wielding power within the Li family gathered in the main hall. None were absent. Upon entering, they exchanged glances, their faces betraying a mix of despair and anger. The events of the past 3 days, coupled with this gathering, had led them to deduce the identity of the traitor among their ranks. Consequently, they found themselves compelled to converge quickly, as their weaknesses had been seized by another. Under normal circumstances, gathering everyone within half an hour would have been an arduous task, even taking half a day. As the majority arrived, Li Ziliang and Li Changxing emerged from behind the screen in the discussion hall. Greetings, family head. Upon seeing them, even amidst their resentment and anger, the gathered individuals respectfully stood, cupping their fists in salute. It was evident that they were now the subjects of intimidation. Any display of disrespect could invite disaster. Let us all sit down, sit down. Observing the expressions of those present, Li Ziliang chuckled softly, taking his seat in the main position with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Li Changxing stood respectfully beside him, rubbing the jade ring on his finger. Li Changxing waited for everyone to settle before donning a congenial smile and addressing the assembly. Esteemed guests, I have returned from Xianyang sect to present a grand opportunity for prosperity to our family, and I hope to gain your support. Upon hearing Li Changxing's words, the assembly exchanged glances, remaining silent as they turned their gazes towards him, awaiting his next utterance. They could hardly believe that Li Changxing intended to bring prosperity to the family. If that were truly the case, why would he resort to such despicable acts as abducting their wives and children, collecting their secrets? Noticing the collective attention focused on him, Li Changxing let out a soft chuckle. He spoke slowly. I am on the brink of becoming an alchemist, and likewise, I am nearing the status of a disciple at the alchemy hall. Thus, I implore you to provide me with all the spirit stones within the family to assist me in my endeavors. Once I become a true alchemist, I shall undoubtedly bring tenfold, even 100-fold, benefits to our family. As soon as Li Changxing's words left his lips, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire discussion hall of the Li family. Except for the second branch, who were privy to his intentions, nearly everyone else furrowed their brows, displaying visible discontent. They had anticipated that Li Changxing would make exorbitant demands, yet they were taken aback by his audacity in seeking the family's entire fortune. How could they possibly acquiesce? After all, Their own interests were at stake. An elderly peak qi refining cultivator stepped forward to voice his dissent. Changsheng, it is not that we lack faith in you. It is simply too frivolous. We must consider the family as a whole, not your individual aspirations. We cannot jeopardize the family's fate for the sake of your future. This venerable cultivator, namely Mengguang, was on the cusp of his centennial birthday. Having lived to such an age, he had little to fear from Li Changxing's threats. Li Changxing regarded him intently, a slight smirk playing on his lips. His tone laced with menace. Every investment yields a return. What in this world comes without effort? Am I not a member of this family? The family's investment in my future is, in fact, a consideration for our shared destiny. With that, Li Changxing abruptly shifted his tone, a hint of threat emerging. I have heard that some of your family members have recently met with mysterious misfortunes and have gone missing. Coincidentally, I possess information that I believe you would prefer not to take home alongside a corpse. His words plunged the assembly into a state of hesitation and fury, for it was a blatant threat. They grasped the implication upon witnessing the panicked nods of the crowd. Li Ziliang let out a scoff and waved his hand. Instantly, Asan promptly produced a jade slip from his bosom, collecting the tokens from the assembled individuals while urging them to inscribe their names upon the slip. This was not merely a joint petition. Once the tokens were gathered, the entirety of the family's enterprises would fall under Li Ziliang's dominion. The others would find themselves holding titles without any real power, merely enjoying a modest stipend each month. Although the assembly harbored a multitude of grievances, the allure of power and profit ultimately outweighed the value of their lives. After all, once one is dead, nothing remains. With that in mind, he addressed them, instructing each to return to their families, assuring them that he, Li Ziliang, was not unreasonable. Once Li Changxing ascended to the status of alchemist, the benefits they were entitled to would still be theirs to enjoy. After a short incensus time, having successfully collected all the tokens and the joint petition, a refined and genial smile replaced the earlier demeanor on Li Ziliang's face. It was a classic tactic of offering a reward after a reprimand. The crowd, relieved, expressed their gratitude profusely before hastily retreating from the hall with their families and connections. Though they harbored skepticism regarding Li Ziliang's final words, the situation had unfolded as it had, leaving them with at least a glimmer of hope. Once the assembly had departed, Li Ziliang regarded Li Changxing, who was busily wiping the blood from his hands, with an approving expression. Although Li Changxing had been the last to conclude matters today, his earlier performance had greatly pleased Li Ziliang. Had it not been for Li Changxing's decisive elimination of Li Mengguang, the others might not have shown such fear, and the proceedings would not have transpired so smoothly. Approaching Li Changxing, he clapped him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Well done. Such iron-willed measures, combined with coercion and temptation. It seems you have indeed learned much during your years away. It was merely a few trivial tactics. Nothing of great significance. In the face of true power, they amount to little, Li Changxing replied nonchalantly, meticulously cleaning his hands with a silk handkerchief before discarding it atop Li Mengguang's corpse. This statement was not false humility. Today's actions had indeed been mere minor stratagems. In this world, genuine value lay solely in strength. Without Li Ziliang's backing, no matter how extreme his actions or how well he had schemed, dissenters would still emerge, harboring hopes of fortune. Ultimately, power spoke volumes. All order was dictated by the strong, and any cunning plot was rendered futile in the presence of true might. Li Changxing sighed inwardly. Were he to possess the strength to dominate the entire Li family, there would be no need for such despicable and shameless tactics. If anyone dared to defy him, they could simply be eliminated. After all, in this world, the strong dictated the terms, while the weak had no choice but to comply. Lacking the requisite power at present, Li Changxing could only resort to such methods to fulfill his desires. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze toward his father. Li Ziliang, it seems the only remaining challenge is our grandfather? Li Ziliang nodded. Only your grandfather remains. But it poses no issue. You are correct. He has aged significantly. And with my cultivation having reached the foundation establishment stage, once we present the joint petition, he will ultimately acquiesce. Thank you, father. However, do not divulge anything regarding Li Zuan to grandfather. Otherwise, he may entertain some unseemly thoughts. Li Changxing cautioned, bowing respectfully. He was the beloved grandson. Yet Li Zuan was also a factor. Furthermore, ever since he had annihilated the fourth house 3.5 years ago, The elder had felt a lingering sense of guilt towards that branch. Should he learn that Li Zuan was still alive, it would undoubtedly disrupt Li Chongqing's subsequent plans. Thus, it was imperative to keep Li Zuan's situation under wraps for now. Li Ziliang regarded Li Chongqing with a thoughtful gaze. Then nodded, rest assured, I will exercise discretion. I shall remain silent about Li Zuan for now, but when he returns, we can certainly craft a narrative. Father, your wisdom is unparalleled, Li Chongqing replied with a smile. Having discerned the underlying strategy in Li Ziliang's words, given grandfather's sense of obligation to the fourth house and his aversion to familial strife, we can summon Li Zuan back into the family fold for a discussion. Naturally, such discussions would not be genuine negotiations. Rather, it would serve as an opportunity to lure Li Zuan into our carefully laid trap. You clever boy, Li Ziliang chuckled, shaking his head in amusement at Li Chongqing's contemplative expression. He patted Li Chongqing on the shoulder. Return to your study and wait there. Do not approach grandfather. If all goes as planned, I shall procure the family's stored spiritual stones for you before sunset. Li Chongqing nodded, a light smile gracing his lips as he exited the grand hall. Following his departure, Li Ziliang, accompanied by a San and others, made his way to the secluded meditation chamber of elder Li Chaofeng. At just over 120 years of age, Li Chaofeng was not considered old in the foundation establishment realm. He was merely in his middle years. Unfortunately, he had suffered a severe injury years prior, which had stunted his advancement, leaving him stagnant at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The combination of this stagnation and the lingering damage from his earlier injury had accelerated his aging. If not for an unforeseen turn of events, he might only have a couple of decades left to live. Thus, upon reaching his centenary, he chose to relinquish power and retreat into the shadows, seeking to recover his health and prolong his life. Have you arrived? I assume the recent turmoil within the family is of your making? Li Chaofeng inquired, raising his gaze to regard Li Ziliang. His voice tinged with a Li Ziliang nodded. The family is rife with instability. Only by consolidating power can we ensure stability. Moreover, all my actions are for the prosperity of the family. A flicker of scorn crossed Li Chaofeng's face as he retorted. And what of your fourth brother? 3.5 years ago, you sent Li Chongqing and a San to eliminate him. Was that also for the family's prosperity? Li Ziliang's expression remained impassive as he replied. One must acknowledge their mistakes. Those who seek to harm others should be prepared for the consequences. He wished to kill Chongqing, so it was only natural for Chongqing to retaliate. Is that unreasonable? Cough, cough. But he is your own brother. How can you remain so indifferent? Li Chaofeng exclaimed, his countenance darkening. The agitation stirred by his emotions inadvertently aggravated his hidden injuries, prompting a fit of violent coughing. Those who kill must always be prepared to be killed in turn. If one seeks to take a life, they must accept the possibility of forfeiting their own, Li Ziliang stated, his expression still unyielding. Noticing Li Chaofeng's distress, he approached to gently pat his back, channeling his spiritual energy to soothe the elder's concealed wounds. With a sigh, he continued, do not dwell on the past. What has transpired is done. There is no point in lamenting what cannot be changed. Li Chaofeng let out a cold laugh, though deep down, he understood that no amount of words could alter the realities that had unfolded. With a deep sigh, he cast a conflicted glance at Li Ziliang, who was diligently infusing him with spiritual energy. Now, tell me, what are your plans? Chongqing is on the verge of becoming an alchemist. Once he joins the alchemy hall of the Xianyang sect, it is incumbent upon me as his father to ensure he receives the best training, Li Ziliang elaborated, revealing his intentions. However, upon mentioning the transfer of the family's stored spiritual stones to Li Chongqing, Li Chaofeng's emotions surged once more, causing him to cough violently. He attempted to voice his objections, but upon seeing the joint petition signed by everyone, he fell silent. Observing the elder's subdued demeanor, Li Ziliang pressed on. Father, you have already stepped back from active involvement. Now, the entire family has agreed. All authority rests with me. The reason I have come to seek your counsel is out of respect for you. And I hope you will not place me in a difficult position, for Chongqing is also your own grandson. Li Ziliang's words plunged Li Chaofeng into a deeper silence. He lowered his head. Fixated on the joint petition inscribed on the jade slip, Li Ziliang remained patient, attentively assisting him in calming the chaos within his spiritual energy. In the oppressive silence, only their subdued breaths could be heard. After what felt like an eternity, Li Chaofeng finally lifted his head, his voice hoarse as he asked, Are you certain Chongqing can become an alchemist? Li Ziliang nodded firmly, recalling Li Chongqing's remarkable aptitude. He replied confidently, "He is my son. I have every faith in him. I do not require your faith. I need you to tell me if he can indeed become an alchemist." Li Chaofeng's gaze was fixed intently on Li Ziliang. Familial bonds can render one blind. He did not wish for Li Ziliang to make decisions based on affection, but rather on the assurance of capability. After all, once the family's accumulated spirit stones were entirely expended, should Li Chongqing fail to become an alchemist, the entire family's progress would come to a grinding halt, potentially leading to its gradual decline. He can. He absolutely can. Li Ziliang nodded resolutely, glanced at Li Chaofeng, and suddenly spoke again. Once he becomes an alchemist and enters the alchemy hall of the Xianyang sect, the family's status will rise ever higher, and the profits will grow correspondingly. Perhaps then, he could even assist you in alleviating your hidden injuries. Upon hearing Li Ziliang's unwavering conviction, Li Chaofeng found himself at a loss for words. He understood that if he were to firmly obstruct this path, he would sever the last vestige of paternal affection, which would serve no purpose. With a deep sigh, Li Chaofeng retrieved the token from his possession, his fingers trembling as he handed it to Li Ziliang. "Here, take this. You may manage everything stored in the treasury as you see fit. Even if you empty it, it matters not. Thank you, Father. This is a superior healing elixir I have procured for you. Although it may not cure your hidden wounds, it can certainly alleviate some of your daily suffering." Taking the token, Li Ziliang nodded earnestly, then retrieved a brocade box from his storage bag. He respectfully placed the box before Li Chaofeng, bowed slightly, and silently departed with the taciturn Asan. Upon leaving Li Chaofeng's secluded chamber, Li Ziliang made his way directly to the treasury with Asan. After some deliberation, he discovered that the family's total reserves amounted to nearly 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. While 500,000 seemed substantial, it was in fact rather meager for the entire family, given that it represented years of toil from hundreds of family members. Certainly, the amount was not so low initially. Over 20 years ago, Li Chaofeng had sustained severe injuries and spent 300,000 low-grade spirit stones at the Xianyang sect to acquire a life-prolonging elixir. Had it not been for that, Li Chaofeng would likely have perished over 2 decades ago, and the Li family would have begun its decline at that time. Moreover, in recent years, the family's expenditures and the costs of cultivating disciples had been considerable, leaving little room for the accumulation of spirit stones, and at times resulting in losses from the treasury. Thus, they now found themselves with only 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. For now, I shall allocate 200,000 low-grade spirit stones for Chongqing. The family still requires operational funds, so it would not be prudent to provide everything at once. I will furnish him with more once he has exhausted this amount. Gazing at the low-grade spirit stones within the treasury, Li Ziliang let out a sigh. He then withdrew 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, leaving the treasury somewhat emptier. With the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones in tow, Li Ziliang found Li Chongqing in the study. "Here are 200,000 low-grade spirit stones for you to use for now. If you find yourself in need of more later, I shall arrange for additional provisions to be sent to the Xianyang sect." As he handed over a storage bag, Li Ziliang spoke with a heavy tone of concern. Li Chongqing received the storage bag, and upon learning of the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, a glimmer of joy flashed across his face. Nodding eagerly, he responded, "With these 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, I should have enough for the time being. This will support my aspirations of becoming an alchemist." With this substantial sum dedicated to honing his alchemical skills and cultivation, Li Chongqing felt confident in his ability to become a true alchemist, successfully joining the ranks of the alchemy hall. However, he did not account for the subsequent expenses that might arise. After contemplating, he stated, "I will utilize the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones for now. If I successfully gain entry to the alchemy hall and require further funds, I will inform you, Father." Li Ziliang managed a faint smile, patting Li Chongqing's shoulder. "Yes, do not place undue pressure on yourself. I shall always be your steadfast support. Everything within the family is yours. Should you find yourself short on spirit stones, do not hesitate to speak up. Rest assured, Father, I am neither overly sentimental nor ungrateful. I will undoubtedly bring benefits to the family in the future." Li Chongqing nodded, a smile breaking across his face. Though he harbored a cunning disposition, he was not one to repay kindness with malice. Once he became a disciple of the alchemy hall, he would certainly look after the family. though primarily for the benefit of his father, Li Ziyang. After all he had achieved today was primarily due to his father's nurturing and unwavering support. Do not dwell on such matters. Your foremost priority now is to become an alchemist. The rest can be addressed later. Listening to Li Changsheng, Li Ziyang felt a surge of pride. He turned to gaze out the window, sighing, "It is time to return. You must head back to the Xianyang sect and strive to become an alchemist as soon as possible. Time is of the essence. In just over a year, Li Zuin will be returning. I shall not disappoint your expectations, father." Li Changsheng nodded respectfully, bowing to Li Ziyang before turning to leave the Li family estate. As he departed the family grounds, Li Changsheng summoned a flying sword and soared towards the locations of his final 2 tasks. Once these 2 tasks were completed, along with the prior accumulations, he anticipated that a drop of nether liquid could once again be conjured within the ghostly tower. As he pondered, Li Changsheng glanced at the drop of nether liquid successfully condensed from the previous 3 tasks. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This nether liquid was named after the ghostly tower. The remaining 2 tasks were both at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage. Once resolved, the condensation of another drop of nether liquid would pose no challenge. If he could become an alchemist, possessing the nether liquid would undoubtedly accelerate his alchemical prowess. With the bribes and arrangements made possible through spirit stones, he would surely secure a respected position within the alchemy hall, one endowed with a degree of authority. Chapter 61. Black Wind Gorge. Having departed from Qingchuan City, Li Changsheng found himself in a gorge heavy with ominous energy. It had been half a month since he left. During this time, he had completed a task near Qingchuan City at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage. This gorge, suffused with dark energy, marked the location of his final task. This particular assignment not only boasted the highest rewards but also carried the greatest peril. However, it was not that the task's target was overwhelmingly powerful. With Li Changsheng's current strength, he could easily handle a ghostly task at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage. The danger stemmed from the location of the gorge itself. This ominous gorge, known as the Black Wind Gorge, lay at the intersection of the Mou sect, the Xianyang sect, and the Li Hua sect. Additionally, the gorge was teeming with demon beasts and numerous spirits, and disciples from the 3 sects often ventured here to hone their skills, hunting both beasts and phantoms. It was precisely for this reason that Li Changsheng deemed it the most perilous. The 3 factions were constantly at odds. Should they cross paths or encounter precious spiritual herbs and treasures, a fierce confrontation would undoubtedly ensue. According to the task description, this assignment was issued by Baigue Peak, requiring not the extermination of a ghostly creature at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, but merely the collection of 100 windgrasses from its territory. Reflecting on the details of this final task, Li Changsheng murmured to himself, the windgrass was a material essential for cultivating high-leveling attribute techniques, and due to its rarity, it was seldom seen on the market. Surveying the surroundings, Li Changsheng descended from the skies, employing a technique to conceal his aura, masking his chi refinement pinnacle cultivation to the 10th level. This technique, while not particularly advanced, was sufficient to elude detection by those below the foundation establishment stage, even fooling some foundation establishment experts. Having concealed his cultivation to the 10th level of chi refinement, Li Changsheng exchanged the attire of an inner disciple of the Xianyang sect for ordinary clothing. After all, in this contested territory, his identity as a disciple of the Xianyang sect would hold little value and might even attract unwarranted hostility. With all preparations complete, Li Changsheng swiftly made his way to the task location. Based on the information gathered days prior, he learned that within the designated task area, alongside the ghostly creature at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, there were also over 10 creatures at the 10th level of chi refinement, as well as numerous lesser spirits. These entities formed a small faction under the command of the chi refinement pinnacle ghost. With such strength, this ghostly creature had claimed dominion over several dozen miles of territory within the Black Wind Gorge, frequently allying with rogue cultivators and demon beasts to enjoy a life of ease. Esteemed friend, please hold. As Li Changsheng made his way toward the designated task location, he was halted by a group of 5 cultivators, each at around the 10th level of chi refinement, emerging from a nearby thicket. The group swiftly approached, halting a mere 10 meters before him. One of the burly men, wearing a broad smile, spoke up. Esteemed friend, I see that your aura also reflects the 10th level of chi refinement. Such prowess is indeed perilous within the Black Wind Gorge. Might I suggest we join forces? Indeed. We are all wandering cultivators from this vicinity. harboring no ill intentions. Why not collaborate in hunting demonic beasts? We can share the spiritual stones we earn, enhancing our safety manifold. Another middle-aged woman chimed in, her face adorned with a beguiling smile. Feeling somewhat irked by their interruption, Li Changsheng furrowed his brow and politely declined. I appreciate your kind offer, but I am more inclined towards solitude and prefer to tread my own path. Please, do not let me intrude upon your fortune. The leading burly man merely glanced at Li Changsheng, unfazed by his refusal, and nodded with a smile, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Very well, I wish you good fortune. With that, he turned without further ado, leading the others away. Li Changsheng regarded their retreating figures for a moment, shaking his head, and proceeded in the opposite direction. He refrained from employing the wind step technique, opting instead for a swift wind spell to expedite his journey toward the task location. As he ventured deeper into the Black Wind Gorge, closer to his destination, he began to encounter increasing disturbances. Most of these were lurking specters and demonic beasts, posing no real threat but merely consuming a bit of his time. After a stick of incense had burned, he arrived at the foot of a mountain, marking the periphery of the task site. Here, the winds howled ominously, and an unusual chill pervaded the air. Not a single cultivator tasked with hunting specters or beasts was in sight. The actual task location lay atop a cliff 1,000 meters ahead. More precisely, it was situated on the sheer wall of this cliff, where an enormous cave had been carved out, saturated with a dense aura of Yin energy, clearly home to a multitude of specters. Amidst such dense Yin energy, the cliff surrounding the cave was adorned with patches of Yin wind grass. Concealed in the shadows, Li Changsheng observed for a while, quickly honing in on the small specters patrolling the vicinity. These apparitions were evidently sent to scout, their cultivation levels relatively low, ranging from the 5th to the 7th level of qi refinement, with their ghostly aura quite thin. Remaining hidden, Li Changsheng concealed his presence further, employing an invisibility spell as he silently approached the cave entrance. When he was merely several dozen meters away, he subtly channeled his spiritual energy, allowing a rich sword aura to emanate from his fingertips. This chilling sword aura, nurtured by the surrounding Yin energy, gained a measure of power in this environment. Under Li Changsheng's deft control, this icy sword aura split into over 20 streams, concealed within the swirling winds. As it surged toward the wandering specters, the sword auras pierced through the air, effortlessly penetrating the small specters in the blink of an eye. The disparity in cultivation levels was overwhelming, and with Li Changsheng's ambush, the specters emitted no sound as they transformed into wisps of thin Yin energy, serving as nourishment for the Nether Tower. With the patrolling specters dispatched, Li Changsheng refrained from rashly entering the cave. Instead, he continued to hide, scaling the surrounding cliffs to gather more Yin windgrass, which was the true objective of his task. Only upon completing this task would he entertain other pursuits. Venturing out to hunt other specters before fulfilling his primary objective would not align with Li Changsheng's temperament and strategy. After all, encountering formidable foes would only compel a hasty retreat, culminating in a loss far too great to bear. Chapter 62. I told you, you cannot escape after silently harvesting for merely 1 or 2 incense sticks worth of time. Li Changsheng had gathered over 100 stalks of Yin windgrass, completing the required amount for his task. Nevertheless, despite accomplishing his goal, he did not cease his collection, as a practitioner of Yin attribute cultivation techniques. He would eventually need to transition to more advanced methods, inevitably necessitating the aid of Yin windgrass for cultivation. Thus, he took this opportunity to amass a reserve of Yin windgrass, which might later be used in alchemical concoctions. Time passed swiftly, and the specters residing within the cave were sufficiently careless, failing to notice any anomalies. It was only after over an hour, when Li Changsheng had harvested over 600 stalks, that some small specters emerged to rotate shifts and detected his presence. With his cover blown, Li Changsheng ceased to conceal himself, swiftly controlling the sword aura within him to eliminate the specters that had discovered him. Following their demise, he prepared to take decisive action. Expanding his spiritual awareness cautiously, he stepped into the cave. Only a little more Yin energy was needed to successfully condense the new drop of nether liquid. With the perfected wind step technique and the sword aura cultivated within him, Li Changsheng felt emboldened. After all, if he couldn't defeat them, he could always flee, and even if he couldn't escape, he still possessed the 3 talismans gifted by Li Ziliang. Inside the cave, Revelry reigned as a peak Qi refinement specter lounged comfortably upon an ornate throne. Beside him was an 11th-level ghostly woman. Leaning against him, holding a bloodied head, delicately feeding its brain matter to him. Below, seated to the left and right, were over 10 specters, each around the 10th level of Qi refinement, devouring fresh flesh from human prey. Their eyes occasionally darting toward the alluring ghostly dancers in the center of the cave. In a corner, terrified humans were bound, some being weak cultivators of lower Qi refinement levels, while others were mere mortals who had never cultivated. Their bodies were restrained, and they were occasionally dismembered by the small specters, who then offered the delectable flesh to the seated specters. Amidst this cruel revelry, a chilling sword aura surged from outside the cave. As this aura flowed, all the small specters in the passage were annihilated, and a youth with a face as fair as jade, wielding a long sword, entered slowly. This individual was none other than Li Changsheng. Upon entering the cave and surveying the scene, he unleashed the sword aura, directly obliterating the ghostly women posing provocatively in the center. "Who are you?" With this exclamation, the entire cave fell silent, all specters casting icy glares at the uninvited guest. However, sensing the threat emanating from Li Changsheng, they hesitated to act recklessly, remaining vigilant and awaiting the command of the peak Qi refinement specter seated upon the throne. Without their leader's orders, they dared not make a move. The peak Qi refinement specter scrutinized Li Changsheng, a flicker of caution flashing in his eyes. Although Li Changsheng currently displayed the cultivation of the 10th level of Qi refinement, the strength he exhibited suggested hidden depths. Suppressing his murderous intent, the peak Qi refinement specter forced a smile and addressed Li Changsheng, "Young friend, might I inquire where my Lord Baobao has offended you? Why have you come to my cave and unleashed such violence without provocation?" Li Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at Wang Bao, remaining silent, his sword aura surging as he wielded his long sword. In an instant, a dazzling sword aura erupted forth, aimed directly at Wang Bao. Wang Bao's heart raced in alarm, and he hastily thrust the ghostly woman beside him as a shield, simultaneously enveloping himself in a protective barrier. With a sickening sound, the 11th-level ghostly woman was shredded to pieces. And Wang Bao's barrier cracked under the strain. "Seems like you are intent on a fight to the finish." Realizing Li Changsheng's indifference and renewed aggression, Wang Bao understood that there would be no peaceful resolution that day. His ghostly energy surged violently, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he bellowed, "Kill them all!" Accompanied by the swelling of ghostly energy, the sound reverberated throughout the entire cave, causing even the surrounding air to tremble. Under Wang Bao's command, more than a dozen specters, each at the 10th level of Qi refinement, sprang into action. They vanished from their positions, their bodies erupting with ghostly energy as they unleashed their abilities. Swiftly charging towards Li Changsheng. However, Wang Bao, who had issued the command, continued to gather ghostly energy without striking immediately. A profound sense of danger emanated from Li Changsheng, particularly following that previous sword strike. He wanted to ascertain the extent of Li Changsheng's power while simultaneously identifying any flaws amidst the onslaught from his subordinates. If Li Changsheng proved too formidable, he would not hesitate to flee. Conversely, if Li Changsheng's strength was not as formidable as he feared, he would strike decisively, eliminating this presumptuous young human. Li Changsheng stood his ground, his gaze icy as he watched the approaching specters. As they neared, he moved like a wraith, his sword following suit, emanating an exceptionally cold and sharp light that burst forth in the air. As the radiant sword light emerged, the eyes of the specters charging at Li Changsheng flashed with agony before they erupted, their forms disintegrating into countless fragments that cascaded to the ground. The dissipating ghostly energy was swiftly absorbed by the Netherworld Tower, successfully coalescing into a new drop of Netherworld liquid for Li Changsheng. What a swift sword! This individual is beyond my capability to confront. Wang Bao, seated upon his throne, wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes betraying fear. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the ghostly energy he had been gathering towards Li Changsheng. In the instant he unleashed his attack, Wang Bao swiftly maneuvered his throne, revealing a passageway behind him. As soon as the passage appeared, he did not look back to see the impact of his attack on Li Changsheng, but fled at once. This person is too powerful for him to contend with. In the face of danger, the best strategy is to retreat. Thinking of escape? Is that even possible? With a single strike, Li Chongqing dismantled Wang Bao's ghostly attack and pursued him as he vanished into the passage. Utilizing his perfected wind step technique, Li Chongqing's speed surged to its peak, and in no time, he traversed the passage, coming face to face with the desperately fleeing Wang Bao. "I told you, you cannot escape." A sinister smile crept across Li Chongqing's lips as he infused the sword energy cultivated within him into his sword. The sword floated into the air, resembling a streak of light as it surged forward, accompanied by a grayish sword light that blossomed forth. Chapter 63. Show it to me, danger. Wang Bao sensed a wave of peril approaching, and his ghostly energy swelled rapidly as a massive shield materialized in his hands, allowing him to pivot sharply to defend. Clang! The sword collided fiercely with Wang Bao's shield, igniting a shower of sparks. Amidst the violent clash, the flying sword manipulated by Li Chongqing bent slightly, leveraging the curvature to arc upward. A fresh wave of sword energy erupted, swiftly slicing through Wang Bao's protective barrier. Amidst the shower of sparks, a chilling sound pierced the air as the icy sword energy sliced through Wang Bao's head. A sharp pain coursed through him, and he felt his ghostly energy dissipating, leaving him increasingly feeble. "Oh, how could this be?" Wang Bao cried out in disbelief, attempting to retreat rapidly and escape this place. However, before he could take 2 steps, the sensation of pain erupted within him, and a torrent of sword energy burst forth from his body. In that moment, Wang Bao's form, composed of ghostly energy, exploded, scattering him into countless fragments that vanished into the ether. With Wang Bao's explosion, the sword swiftly returned to Li Chongqing's hand. Sheathing his sword, Li Chongqing shook his head with a sneer. From the moment Wang Bao fled the battlefield, his demise was sealed. As the saying goes, in a narrow encounter, the brave prevailed. A cowardly individual, devoid of courage, could hardly withstand the sword energy he had nurtured for 2.5 years. How splendid to gain additional ghostly energy. Glancing at the Netherworld Tower in his mind, as well as the 2 drops of Netherworld liquid floating within it, Li Chongqing smiled. The ghostly energy afforded by the peak of Qi refinement was considerable, significantly hastening the condensation of Netherworld liquid. After eliminating Wang Bao, he wasted no time in returning to the cave where he had previously resided. As a ghost with territory and subordinates, Wang Bao's lair undoubtedly harbored a wealth of cultivation resources. With this thought in mind, Li Chongqing scoured the cave, quickly amassing numerous storage bags. After careful consideration, he discovered that the spiritual stones he had obtained totaled over 40,000, alongside various ghostly attribute spiritual herbs and cultivation materials. Once he had packed all his findings into his storage bags, Li Chongqing set the cave ablaze and departed gracefully on his flying sword. Behind him, flames roared within the cave, billowing thick smoke into the sky. As for the few surviving human cultivators, they had vanished by the time Li Chongqing returned. It was possible they had been slain by the remaining specters, or had seized the opportunity to escape while he pursued Wang Bao. Regardless of their fate, it was of no concern to Li Chongqing, as he had no prior acquaintance with them. Not long after Li Chongqing's departure, the flames drew the attention of numerous beasts and nearby cultivators. They flocked to the scene, believing the blaze to be a sign of some treasure emerging, while no one suspected human involvement. After all, this location was the domain of a peak Qi refinement specter. No one would recklessly ignite a fire without purpose. Numerous beasts and cultivators converged upon the area. A fierce battle erupted anew upon the cliff, which had only just settled from the previous conflict. Li Chongqing could not have anticipated that his habitual action would incite a frenzy of violence among the beasts and human cultivators. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. One could only blame the greed of these creatures. Departing from the cliff, Li Chongqing wasted no time as he soared swiftly towards the Blackwind Gorge. With all tasks accomplished and over 200,000 low-grade spiritual stones in his possession, it was unwise to linger in the open. Time was of the essence. He needed to accelerate his cultivation and alchemical skills, lest the ever-looming threat of Li Zuin on the border remain a sword hanging over his head. "Friend, our cultivation levels are quite similar. Why not team up? This way, we can avoid unnecessary casualties and hunt more beasts." A robust man at the entrance of Blackwind Gorge greeted a young cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement with a broad smile. Indeed. We are all nearby scattered cultivators, treating each other fairly. We understand the challenges of solo endeavors, so all loot will be evenly distributed." A middle-aged female cultivator chimed in, exuding an alluring aura. the young cultivator, glancing at the 5 before him, hesitated briefly before ultimately nodding in agreement. It was indeed challenging to fight alone, especially when encountering powerful beasts. Moreover, the 5 appeared amiable, and teaming up would lessen his burden. Upon seeing the young cultivator acquiesce, the smiles on the faces of the 5 grew even wider as they led him deeper into the gorge. Once they reached a secluded area devoid of witnesses, a blade shot forth towards the young cultivator. Yet, the young cultivator had been on guard, summoning a shield that enveloped him as he swiftly dodged to the side. "What have you gathered over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Show them to me." Just as the crowd rejoiced, a chilling voice resonated from behind them. Startled, they turned around cautiously, only to behold a young man in white, his right hand caressing the hilt of his sword, advancing slowly towards them. This individual was none other than Li Changsheng. After departing from the cliff, he had flown straight out, and by a stroke of fate, he chanced upon this scene on his way back. Chapter 64. Preparing to refine a first-grade pill. It is you. Upon recognizing Li Changsheng, the burly man's lips curled into a cold smirk. "It is I." Li Changsheng nodded, having also recognized the burly man and his companions, the very same group who had previously attempted to invite him to form a team. He had suspected then that they were not of virtuous character, and now it was evident they were indeed engaged in nefarious deeds of plunder and violence. "Haha, it's good that it's you. I never expected you to come to us willingly. This time, you won't be as fortunate as before." The burly man erupted into laughter, exchanging knowing glances with his comrades before swiftly encircling Li Changsheng. Ever since Li Changsheng had entered the Black Wind Canyon, they had intended to lure him to this remote location and strike discreetly. Unfortunately, he had declined their invitation, and with numerous cultivators coming and going at the time, they had opted to abandon their plans to avoid unnecessary trouble. Originally, they felt some regret, but little did they know that after eliminating a prime target, Li Changsheng would present himself so conveniently. Thus, it was indeed a double blessing. "You are mistaken. It is you who are not as fortunate as before." Li Changsheng shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The crowd was perplexed, their faces reflecting confusion. Just as they were about to make a move, a sudden chill swept through their bodies, swiftly followed by waves of excruciating pain. In the midst of this agony, grayish sword energy erupted from within the 5 bodies, reducing them to mere fragments. Blood splattered upon the ground, accompanied by a rain of internal organs. "I told you. How could you be as fortunate as before?" Li Changsheng strode forward with a smile, collecting the storage bags scattered on the ground. After some quick calculations, he found himself with over 15,000 low-grade spirit stones and numerous spiritual herbs typical of the Black Wind Canyon. It was not that he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Rather, it was this group of burly men who had been fortunate enough to survive for an additional 2 to 3 hours. However, their luck had finally run out, coinciding with Li Changsheng's departure. There was no denying the allure of the spirit stones they possessed, which tempted Li Changsheng to act. Given that they were engaged in such nefarious activities, they had to be prepared for a grim fate. After gathering everything, Li Changsheng concealed his cultivation back to the 10th level of Qi refinement and swiftly departed from the Black Wind Canyon. 7 days later, Li Changsheng returned to the Xianyang sect. Along the way, he encountered no significant dangers, quickly resolving a few troublesome rogue cultivators and acquiring an additional 1 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon returning to the Xianyang sect and submitting his tasks, Li Changsheng found himself with over 16,000 low-grade spirit stones in hand. The original reward for the task was over 18,000, but he had to allocate 1,800 to Su Zi. By giving Su Zi these 1,800 low-grade spirit stones, Li Changsheng incurred no loss, for this was rightfully owed to Su Zi. After all, it was Su Zi's influence and authority that enabled Li Changsheng to undertake more lucrative tasks. Without his assistance, whether Li Changsheng could have accepted 5 tasks in succession remained uncertain. The amount of spirit stones he acquired from the tasks was another matter altogether. One must invest to gain. Beyond immediate family, few would offer continuous support. With the addition of the over 16,000 low-grade spirit stones from this task, Li Changsheng calculated that his total had reached over 280,000, excluding his family. The most significant gain had come from the Black Wind Canyon, where his total acquisitions surpassed 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was largely due to his fortuitous encounters, having raided Wang Bao's cave and the spirit stones seized from those rogue cultivators. Otherwise, it would have been implausible to amass such a sum. Comparatively, his earlier tasks had yielded barely over 10,000 spirit stones, making this an unexpectedly lucrative windfall. With over 280,000 low-grade spirit stones in hand, Li Chongqing first spent 10,000 to purchase a superior alchemy furnace. The previous one, which had cost a mere 1,000, was woefully inadequate. Tio rapidly enhanced his alchemy skills. A quality furnace was essential. After acquiring the furnace, Li Chongqing proceeded to purchase a vast array of fundamental alchemy materials and spiritual herbs from the alchemy hall. Though he possessed a considerable fortune of spirit stones, his expenditures amounted to just over 20,000, which included the cost of the furnace. Carrying his purchases, Li Chongqing made his way back to his courtyard. Upon his return, he did not immediately begin honing his alchemy skills. Instead, he chose to meditate within a small gathering in formation. After several hours of cultivation, as night fell, Li Chongqing opened his eyes. Feeling revitalized, the dark, windy night was perfect for advancing his alchemy skills. He retrieved the alchemy furnace from his storage bag, gazing up at the bright moon, a confident smile spreading across his face. Drawing on his previous experiences, Li Chongqing skillfully ignited the furnace and began refining the lowest grade of pills, the bigudan having succeeded before. After a couple of failures, Li Chongqing successfully condensed the bigudan once again. In a single batch, he produced 18 pills, 5 of which were successfully refined. With his skills evidently advancing, Li Chongqing's refining speed increased dramatically. Yet, within a mere half-month, the alchemy materials he purchased for over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones had been entirely consumed. At this point, he could consistently refine the lowest grade bigudan, with a success rate exceeding 70% for each batch. Naturally, this success rate pertains solely to the bigudan after exhausting the foundational materials. Li Chongqing's stock of bigudan had swelled to nearly 10,000 pills. While bigudan held little value, such a quantity could still be exchanged for 2,000 to 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. With this level of success, Li Chongqing decided against continuing to refine the most basic of pills. After all, no matter how proficient he became at creating bigudan, it would not qualify him as a true alchemist. Only by refining higher-grade pills could he earn the right to be recognized as a genuine alchemist and ascend to become a formal disciple of the Alchemy Hall. Abandoning the refinement of bigudan, Li Chongqing selected several popular, relatively easier first-grade pills to pursue, such as the Juki-san and Huanglong Dan, which were highly favored among rogue cultivators. As he began refining these first-grade pills, the frequency of his failures increased, and his expenses mounted. Yet, within just 2 to 3 months, Li Chongqing had already consumed nearly 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such expenditures, limited to the initial stages, would only escalate once he truly became an alchemist. The cost of alchemy materials would become staggering, as advancing his skills necessitated the refinement of more and higher-grade pills, which came at a premium. Chapter 65. Journey to the Alchemy Hall for assessment. Moreover, there was a hierarchy to consider. For instance, according to Li Chongqing's inquiries, Elder Wang Chongkong was a third-grade alchemist capable of refining third-grade pills and below. This level was already substantial, with only about 10 third-grade alchemists in the entire Xianyang sect. As for fourth-grade alchemists, there was only one, Elder Su Yuwei, the chief elder of the Alchemy Hall. With significant expenditures came rapid advancements in Li Chongqing's alchemy skills. In just half a year, he had successfully refined first-grade pills, officially stepping into the realm of a first-grade alchemist. This progress was undeniably remarkable, largely thanks to Li Chongqing's innate understanding and the support of the Underworld Tower. I did it. From a single batch of 18 pills, 11 were successfully refined. Having successfully created a new batch of Huanglong Dan, the rich fragrance wafting from the 11 pills brought a sigh of relief and excitement from Li Chongqing. His alchemy skills had matured considerably. He could now ensure an 80% success rate with first-grade pills, with each batch's success rate hovering around 60%, occasionally surpassing 70%. It was worth the considerable expenses. With such a success rate and level of proficiency, he could now confidently call himself a first-grade alchemist, even among the elite. All that remained was to present himself at the Alchemy Hall, where he would personally refine a batch of pills before the elders. Showcasing his skills to officially become a disciple of the Alchemy Hall. With a heart filled with joy, Li Chongqing revealed a smile on his face, thinking to himself, "Time is of the essence. I shall set forth now to become an official disciple of the Alchemy Hall, and thus enjoy the benefits and status it brings." He tidied up the courtyard, set up an array, and hurried swiftly towards the alchemy hall. Li Shidi, you look invigorated after months apart. Upon seeing Li Chongsheng, whose aura had significantly intensified, Su Xuantu, who was patrolling outside the alchemy hall's array, could not help but beam with delight. Over the past few months, he had personally witnessed Li Chongsheng expend nearly 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on alchemical materials. With such substantial investment, it was only a matter of time before Li Chongsheng became a true alchemist. He approached with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Have you come again to purchase alchemical materials, Li Shidi? To Su Xuantu's inquiry, Li Chongsheng shook his head with a smile. At present, I do not require any purchases. I have come to seek Elder Wand for the alchemy hall's assessment. Seeking Elder Wand? Su Xuantu was momentarily taken aback. Then he scrutinized Li Chongsheng from head to toe. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and his face lit up with joy as he warmly grasped Li Chongsheng's hand, inquiring, could it be that Li Shidi has mastered the art of crafting first-grade elixirs? Thanks to the resources provided by my family, Li Chongsheng nodded with a smile. Congratulations, congratulations. In the future, we must keep in close contact. Should Li Shidi need anything, do not hesitate to seek out your elder brother. Hearing Li Chongsheng's admission, Su Xuantu's smile grew even wider as he eagerly fostered a good relationship with him. A first-grade alchemist, coupled with the status of an official disciple from the task hall, would elevate Li Chongsheng's standing within the Xianyang sect far above that of an average foundation establishment practitioner. After all, such individuals were the sect's cash cows, capable of generating continuous profit through their alchemical expertise. Noticing the hint of flattery in Su Xuantu's tone, Li Chongsheng promptly nodded in agreement. He affectionately patted Su Xuantu's hand. Indeed, I feel a kinship with Brother Su. Should you wish to purchase elixirs in the future, feel free to approach me, and I shall ensure you receive the best discounts, of course. I shall not delay your time any longer. Elder Wand is currently in room 3 of the alchemy hall. You may proceed there to seek him out. Li Chongsheng's words satisfied Su Xuantu, who quickly stepped aside. As Li Chongsheng passed him, Su Xuantu quietly added, Elder Wand has recently expended a great deal of spirit stones in his quest to break through to become a 4th-grade alchemist. Oh? Thank you, Brother Su. Upon hearing Su Xuantu's discreet reminder, Li Chongsheng wore a knowing smile and strode purposefully towards the hottest alchemical chamber in the alchemy hall. Upon entering room 3, Li Chongsheng slightly bent his tall frame and respectfully announced from outside, Li Chongsheng, a nominal disciple of the alchemy hall, has now mastered the crafting of first-grade elixirs and seeks an audience with Elder Wand. Come in. A somewhat hoarse voice beckoned from within room 3. Li Chongsheng nodded and, with a respectful inclination of his body, stepped inside. As he entered room 3, he was immediately enveloped by an intense heat, the temperature in the chamber significantly exceeding that of the outside world. Such warmth was ideal for alchemy, but not particularly suitable for Li Chongsheng, as he primarily relied on the insights gained from the Underworld Tower. In such a sweltering environment, the Underworld Tower could not assist him, causing his alchemical speed to slow. Are you truly capable of crafting first-grade elixirs now? If it is merely a stroke of luck on 1 or 2 occasions, do not waste time here. Elder Wand remarked, lifting his eyelids to glance at the respectfully entered Li Chongsheng, his tone indifferent. Moreover, each assessment requires 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Have you prepared these? Of course, I am well aware. If I lacked confidence, I would not dare waste Elder Wand's precious time. Li Chongsheng promptly replied, respectfully presenting the assessment fee of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. After handing over the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Chongsheng cautiously stole a glance at Elder Wand, then presented a humble smile as he procured a storage bag, reverently offering it to Elder Wand. Elder Wand scrutinized Li Chongsheng intently before sternly inquiring, what is the meaning of this? I have already accepted the assessment fee. Do you intend to bribe me with spirit stones? Let me make this clear. To truly become a disciple of the Alchemy Hall, you must possess the qualifications to craft first-grade elixirs. However, despite Elder Wand's stern words, there was no trace of anger on his face. Rather, the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. Li Chongsheng quickly shook his head, respectfully clasping his hands. Elder Wand, you have tirelessly selected talents for the Alchemy Hall over the years. This is but a token of my appreciation, not a bribe. Please proceed with the assessment as per the usual protocol. Upon hearing this, Elder Wand accepted the storage bag with satisfaction. Upon discovering it contained 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, A broader smile spread across his face. Since this is your heartfelt gesture, I cannot be unsympathetic. However, the assessment must still follow the usual protocol. Chapter 66. Apprenticeship to Wan Feiyu indeed. Li Chongqing nodded respectfully. Following Elder Wan's guidance, he approached a colossal alchemical furnace. What type of elixir are you most proficient in crafting? Elder Wan inquired casually as he led Li Chongqing to this location. Li Chongqing promptly replied respectfully. The Huanglong Pill. The Huanglong Pill was the first great elixir he had crafted most frequently during this period, boasting a significantly higher success rate compared to others. Elder Wan nodded, a smile gracing his features as he pointed at the enormous alchemical furnace. Then today, you shall craft the Huanglong Pill. A success rate of over 30% will suffice. If you meet this assessment requirement, you will immediately receive a token of identity as an official disciple of the task hall. Should you fail to meet it, this assessment will be deemed unsuccessful. Thank you, Elder Wan. Li Chongqing felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. It appeared that the 30,000 low-grade spirit stones had not been given in vain. He was allowed to craft the elixir he was best at, and the assessment requirement had been lowered from 40% to 30%. Without hesitation, under Elder Wan's watchful gaze, he skillfully prepared to refine the elixir. Drawing from his previous experience, Li Chongqing worked swiftly and adeptly in but a short span. Fragrant vapors began to waft from the enormous furnace, filling the air with a rich aroma, as spiritual energy diffused. Li Chongqing promptly executed the final steps with precision. Soon, the furnace opened slowly, revealing 13 fragrant Huanglong pills within. I did it. A smile spread across Li Chongqing's face upon seeing the 13 aromatic pills. Thankfully, he had not faltered at a crucial moment. Even without the Underworld Tower's assistance, he had managed to maintain his usual stable performance. He hurriedly retrieved the pills, carefully storing them in a small jade vial, and respectfully presented it to Elder Wan. Elder Wan, I have successfully crafted the elixirs. Elder Wan glanced at Li Chongqing, nodded, and accepted the jade vial containing the Huanglong pills. Upon seeing the 13 elixirs inside, astonishment flickered in his eyes. After taking a deep look at Li Chongqing, Elder Wan inhaled the aroma of the Huanglong pills, and a pleased expression emerged on his face. Not only were the elixirs of exceptional quality, but the success rate also exceeded 70%. Holding the jade vial tightly, Elder Wan felt a mix of shock, joy, and satisfaction. He had initially thought Li Chongqing was only of mediocre skill. Otherwise, why would he be so considerate as to offer him 30,000 low-grade spirit stones? Now it seemed he had underestimated him. Such a success rate was remarkably high, comparable to that of many second-grade alchemists crafting Huanglong pills. Moreover, this Li Chongqing was merely a first-grade alchemist, and his future potential was boundless. With such alchemical skills, you can now fully pursue the path of a second-grade alchemist. Quite impressive. Elder Wan took a deep breath, repeatedly praising him. It's all thanks to Elder Wan's guidance, Li Chongqing replied with a smile. His eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Elder Wan. With Elder Wan's approval of his alchemical skills, it was evident that joining the Alchemy Hall as a formal disciple was a certainty. You have a way with words, Elder Wan chuckled, a contemplative look crossing his face. After a moment, he smilingly asked Li Chongqing, with such alchemical skills, have you had anyone teach you? Li Chongqing shook his head, letting out a sigh. All of this has been achieved through my own solitary practice based on foundational alchemical principles. I had no one to guide me, and I traversed many detours, though I was fortunate to correct my mistakes in time. Would you wish to find a renowned master? Upon hearing the words, Elder Wan's heart leapt with joy. He observed that Li Chongqing was merely 19 years of age, and according to the information inscribed on his identity token, his experience with alchemy could not have exceeded a year. Tio possessed such remarkable alchemical skills in such a brief span, coupled with his commendable disposition, stirred other thoughts within Elder Wan. Elder Wan, are you implying? Li Chongqing's brows lifted in surprise as he gazed at Elder Wan with a face full of astonishment. Elder Wan nodded with a smile and addressed Li Chongqing. I perceive that your character and understanding are quite commendable. To spare you from unnecessary detours, I wish to impart my knowledge to you. Disciple Li Chongqing pays respects to Master. Li Chongqing hurriedly knelt before Elder Wan, bowing deeply 3 times. This was an unexpected delight. He had originally aimed to become a formal disciple of the Alchemy Hall through the assessment. However, he had not anticipated that the 3,000 spirit stones he presented, along with his extraordinary aptitude, would prompt Elder Wan to consider taking him as a disciple. Very well. In light of your sincerity, from this day forth, you shall study by my side. As Li Chongqing's bows caused the floor to tremble. Elder Wan could not help but burst into laughter, repeating his approval thrice, transforming his address from this elder to my disciple. After a hearty laugh, Elder Wan personally assisted Li Chongqing to his feet. Brushing the dust from his forehead, with a smile, he continued, "My name is Wan Feiyu. Now that you have entered my tutelage, you are officially a disciple of the Alchemy Hall." "Yes, master." Li Chongqing nodded eagerly. He then gritted his teeth and retrieved another 3,000 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, respectfully presenting them to Wan Feiyu. With sincere tones, he said, "As a humble disciple, I possess little worth offering. But I beseech you to accept these 3,000 low-grade spirit stones as a token of my gratitude for taking me on as your student. Excellent. In the future, feel free to approach me for guidance. I shall do my utmost to mentor you." Noticing Li Chongqing's understanding demeanor, Wan Feiyu graciously accepted the additional offering of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Simultaneously, he produced a jade slip from his storage ring, stating, "Since you are such a considerate apprentice, I cannot be remiss. This jade slip contains my insights on alchemy. Study it well, as it will greatly assist you until you become a third-tier alchemist." "Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will diligently study your alchemical insights." Li Chongqing accepted the jade slip with both hands, his heart brimming with joy. The insights from a soon-to-be fourth-tier alchemist were exceedingly precious, their value far surpassing the spirit stones he had offered. "Come now. Today, I am in high spirits. I shall take you to meet the other elders, allowing the entire Alchemy Hall to recognize your status, which will undoubtedly benefit you in the future." Elder Wan warmly took Li Chongqing's hand as they exited the third alchemy chamber. Now that Li Chongqing had become his disciple, he was entitled to the privileges that accompanied such a title. Once this identity was proclaimed, thanks to his standing, not just the Alchemy Hall but even the disciples of the entire Xinyang sect would show Li Chongqing the respect he deserved. After all, a master could not allow his disciple to suffer indignities elsewhere, lest he lose face, of course. If Li Chongqing were to act foolishly and tarnish his master's reputation, Wan Feiyu would not easily let him off the hook. Faced with such advantages, Li Chongqing readily complied, respectfully following Elder Wan's lead. Under Wan Feiyu's promotion and guidance, Li Chongqing not only met all the elders of the Alchemy Hall, but also quickly gained renown as Wan Feiyu's disciple, a title that resonated throughout the entire Xinyang sect. Chapter 67. The arrival of Chen Xuanzong brother Li. Congratulations. Upon hearing the news, Su Xuanhu rushed forward with a broad smile as he saw Li Chongqing emerge from the Alchemy Hall. His address had shifted from junior brotherly to brother Li. In the Xinyang sect, seniority was determined not only by cultivation level but also by status and background. For instance, Zhao Ruxue, who had been taken as a direct disciple by Lin Yuanzhong, was greeted with warmth by anyone of lesser status, being called Sister Zhao. Now, Su Xuanhu recognized that his status paled in comparison to Li Chongqing's. "It is due to my master's favor that I, Li Chongqing, have attained this day." Seeing Su Xuanhu's change in demeanor from friendly to obsequious, Li Chongqing smiled, feeling neither surprised nor flattered. He understood that this was merely the privilege of his new identity. Otherwise, who would seek to climb higher? Ha ha ha. Elder Wan possesses keen insight, and Brother Li is indeed gifted. This occurrence is truly a blessing for the Xinyang sect. Su Xuanhu grinned, producing a storage pouch and discreetly slipping it to Li Chongqing. "Should Brother Li require anything in the future, I shall be at your service." Accepting the pouch, Li Chongqing glanced inside, discovering 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. He nodded in satisfaction and patted Su Xuanhu's shoulder. "As we share a close relationship, I will certainly ensure that any future benefits come your way, Brother Su." Aside from the change in address, Li Chongqing's demeanor remained unchanged, treating Su Xuanhu with the same cordiality as before. After all, Su Xuanhu was still a foundation establishment cultivator, significantly stronger than Li Changzeng. In the absence of any grievances, it was wise to foster good relations, as such connections might prove useful in the future. "Thank you, Brother Li." Su Xuanhu's face lit up with joy as he respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude. "Ha ha ha, we need not be so formal." Li Chongqing laughed heartily, placing the storage pouch into his robe as he returned to his courtyard, filled with elation. Unexpectedly becoming Wan Feiyu's disciple had dramatically transformed Li Chongqing's standing within the Xinyang sect, akin to a humble chicken taking flight to become a phoenix. After all, disciples of the Alchemy Hall were already esteemed within the sect, let alone one under a golden core elder poised to break through to fourth-tier alchemist status. This identity was sufficient to place him on equal footing with Lin Xiaoxi, the granddaughter of the chief elder of the task hall, and in certain respects, even grant him a slight edge. Not long after Li Chongqing returned to his courtyard, the previously quiet western side of Guanyang Peak became bustling with visitors, as numerous qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators came to pay their respects. These individuals had no prior connection with Li Chongqing. They merely sought to familiarize themselves with him for future convenience within the sect. More friends, more paths. Li Chongqing greeted everyone warmly, genuinely embracing their presence. After all, these visitors came bearing congratulatory gifts for his apprenticeship. No one would refuse spirit stones, and Li Chongqing was no exception. However, among the visitors, one unexpected guest appeared, Chen Xuanzong. As Chen Xuanzong approached with a broad smile, a flicker of coldness flashed in Li Chongqing's eyes. Yet, he was not one to act rashly. Understanding that he currently lacked the strength to confront Chen Xuanzong, he quickly concealed his hostility. Uncle Chen, you are quite the busy man. What brings you to my humble abode today? Li Chongqing greeted with a feigned smile. Chen Xuanzong chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, I have been quite occupied these past few years. But I finally found some time recently. In truth, I have been quietly concerned about you, often inquiring about your well-being. Oh? It seems I have troubled you, Uncle Chen, Li Chongqing thought to himself with a cold smile. Yet outwardly feigned gratitude. Chen Xuanzong had crossed him and found a place on his blacklist. This individual was unforgivable. The current pretense was merely to lower Chen Xuanzong's guard. When Li Chongqing's strength was sufficient, or an opportunity presented itself, he would seek a decisive strike. Not at all, not at all. I have long recognized that you are not an ordinary individual. You are indeed the prodigy I personally selected from the Li family. Seeing the gratitude on Li Chongqing's face, Chen Xuanzong sighed with relief. He then produced a storage pouch from his robe. I share a close relationship with your father, and now that you have become Elder Wan's disciple, please accept this modest gift from your uncle. Li Chongqing did not refuse, smiling as he accepted the pouch. A glance inside revealed 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. This gift was considerable among the inner sect disciples who came to visit, yet it paled in comparison to the bribes and deceit he had endured within his own family. Thank you, Uncle Chen, Li Chongqing expressed with a smile, nodding in appreciation. Ha ha ha, train hard. I see you have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Strive to break through to the foundation establishment realm soon, and I shall bestow upon you a more substantial gift. Chen Xuanzong laughed heartily, patting Li Chongqing's shoulder before adopting a feigned sternness. Though you have now become Elder Wan's disciple, remember not to become arrogant or complacent. Do not disappoint the hopes your father and I have for you. Upon catching a glimpse of the hand that Chen Xuanzong had placed upon his shoulder, a flicker of disdain crossed Li Chongqing's heart, and the aura of murderous intent intensified within him. Suppressing both the malice and the aversion, Li Chongqing forced a smile upon his face, feigning warmth as he replied. Uncle Chen, your admonishments are duly noted. I shall diligently cultivate and learn earnestly by my master's side. Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall not disturb you further today, but do remember to extend some preferential treatment to your uncle regarding elixirs in the future. Chen Xuanzong, interpreting Li Chongqing's response as a sign of being tethered by his elder's authority, felt quite pleased with himself. He let out a hearty laugh, gave Li Chongqing's shoulder another pat, and, after imparting a few more words of guidance from his elder's perspective, finally departed from Li Chongqing's courtyard. How dare you presume to instruct me? Have you forgotten your own standing? As he watched Chen Xuanzong's retreating figure, Li Chongqing smirked coldly to himself. He retrieved a silk handkerchief from his storage pouch and meticulously wiped the spot on his shoulder where Chen Xuanzong had touched him. Initially, he had thought that despite being driven by greed, Chen Xuanzong possessed a modicum of cunning. However, it now appeared that this man was far from the astute individual he had envisioned. Rather, he was exceedingly foolish. It was almost laughable that Chen Xuanzong would still address him in a manner befitting an elder after he had gained some influence. Truly a display of audacity. Shaking his head, Li Chongqing cast a lingering glance at Chen Xuanzong's figure before donning another smile to welcome the next visitor. It took a full 3 days for the entire courtyard to return to its previous tranquility. During this time, over 100 guests had come to pay their respects to Li Changsheng, including Lin Xiaoxi and Zhou Ziyu from the Law Enforcement Hall. Chapter 68. Refining the Qi-nourishing pill. Lin Xiaoxi had come accompanied by Su Zi, intent on enhancing Li Changsheng's favor. This individual was indeed generous, presenting Li Changsheng with 5,000 low-grade spirit stones as a congratulatory gift. As for Zhou Ziyu, upon their second meeting, he had shed the arrogant demeanor he had displayed during their first encounter, opting instead to be affable and approachable, seemingly eager to cultivate a rapport with Li Changsheng. His generosity surpassed that of Lin Xiaoxi, as he offered a remarkable 7,000 low-grade spirit stones as his gift. With the contributions of these visitors, Li Changsheng's storage pouch once again brimmed with resources. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that he had received over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in total. And combined with his remaining assets, the total had swelled to over 200,000 stones. This is the essence of reality, he mused. When one enjoys a prestigious reputation bolstered by a formidable background, the world appears benevolent, and everyone seems exceedingly amiable. Feeling the conveniences that his status afforded him, Li Changsheng chuckled softly, increasingly valuing his newfound identity. Human nature knows no bounds, and Li Changsheng was no exception. In order to solidify his current position and standing, he withdrew 60,000 low-grade spirit stones from his accumulated wealth and respectfully presented them to Wan Feiyu's residence. With this generous offering, Wan Feiyu was greatly pleased, often taking the time to meticulously instruct Li Changsheng in the art of alchemy. Under Wan Feiyu's tutelage, coupled with the assistance of the Nether Tower, Li Changsheng made remarkable progress. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, another half-year had elapsed. During this period, Li Changsheng leveraged his status to procure numerous benefits for his family, elevating the Li clan's standing in the entirety of Qingchuan City, firmly placing them above the other two prominent families. Naturally, as he enriched his family, Li Changsheng's demands grew increasingly substantial, and in just half a year, he had extracted an impressive 200,000 low-grade spirit stones from the clan. With an abundance of spirit stones at his disposal, and being an alchemist himself, Li Changsheng found no cause for concern regarding cultivation resources, as his prowess advanced rapidly each day. With the passage of this half-year of training, Li Changsheng found himself nearing the foundational realm, having accumulated 3 drops of nether liquid in his mind. Given the tasks he had completed previously, he now had a total of 3 drops. Yet for safety's sake, he required at least 5 drops of nether liquid to ensure a successful breakthrough into the foundational realm when consumed together. Observing the nether liquid suspended within the core of the nether tower in his mind, Li Changsheng took a deep breath. He then activated his cultivation technique several times to restore his mental state to its peak before retrieving his alchemical furnace, entering his daily alchemical practice. Armed with Wan Feiyu's insights into alchemy and his careful guidance, Li Changsheng was now prepared to refine second-tier pills. He approached this endeavor with great seriousness, recognizing its significance to his status and present identity. Only by demonstrating exceptional talent in alchemy could he further earn Wan Feiyu's esteem. With hopes of successfully concocting a second-tier pill, he took a deep breath and gathered the materials needed for the qi-nourishing pill, meticulously casting them into the alchemical furnace. As the flames blazed, Li Changsheng focused intently, his mind wholly absorbed in the task, wary of even the slightest mistake. As time passed incrementally, a milky white aura began to emanate from the furnace. Infused with a rich medicinal fragrance, the aroma wafted through the air, swiftly permeating the courtyard, awakening a sensation of spiritual energy within those present. Inhaling the delightful scent, a smile broke upon Li Changsheng's face. Success. He promptly adjusted the flame and swiftly extracted the successfully refined second-tier qi-nourishing pills from the furnace. Out of 18 pills, 14 were black, indicating they were failed products devoid of any medicinal efficacy and potentially harmful to the body, while the remaining 4 were the successful qi-nourishing pills. Cautiously placing these 4 pills into a jade bottle, Li Changsheng's face lit up with satisfaction. Although the yield rate was low, the successful refinement of second-tier pills marked him as a bona fide second-tier alchemist. Moreover, the market value of the qi-nourishing pill was quite high, and the 4 successful pills would more than cover the cost of all the materials used, with some profit to spare. Seizing the momentum, he continued. With the experience of this success, Li Changsheng tempered his exhilaration and resumed the refinement of the qi-nourishing pill. The initial success was not definitive. It could merely be a stroke of luck. Only by intensifying his efforts and assimilating the lessons learned from this success could he truly master the art of refining the qi-nourishing pill. 7 days swiftly passed in this week. Aside from the time devoted to daily cultivation, Li Changsheng dedicated all his energies to refining the qi-nourishing pill. This period proved to be quite taxing, as tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones flowed out of his pockets. However, amidst this considerable expenditure, Li Changsheng had become adept at the refinement process for the qi-nourishing pill. While he could not guarantee success with every batch, his success rate was commendably high, with at least 5 out of every 10 batches proving fruitful. Furthermore, the yield had improved, with each batch producing around 6 to 7 pills on average, and on lucky occasions, even 10.123 qi-nourishing pills. Having exhausted the final materials for the qi-nourishing pill, he retrieved the 6 pills from within and scrutinized the fruits of his labor over these past days. An impressive total of 123 pills. With 10 pills per bottle, this collection amounted to 12 bottles of qi-nourishing pills. Each bottle was valued at around 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, highly sought after by those in the foundational realm. Should he decide to sell these pills, he could easily amass over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, thus offsetting his expenditures from the past days. Sell? No way. I shall use them myself, he chuckled to himself. For these qi-nourishing pills were perfectly suited to expedite his own breakthrough to the foundational realm. With a smile, Li Changsheng stored the jade bottles and headed outside, intending to inform Wan Feiyu of his newfound status as a second-tier alchemist. Hoping to bolster his standing in the elder's eyes, however, just as he stepped beyond the courtyard, Su Zi flew toward him swiftly from a distance. Upon reaching Li Changsheng, Su Zi bowed respectfully and said in hushed tones, "Senior Brother Li, there is new information regarding the matter you discreetly instructed me to investigate." Chapter 69. Preparing to act. Oh, is it about Li Zuin or Chen Xuanzong? Li Changsheng halted his steps. Turning his gaze towards Su Zi. Su Zi lowered his head and replied, "It concerns Chen Xuanzong. He has just accepted a task at the task hall and has departed from the Xinyang sect, heading toward the task location." "And where is this task location?" Li Changsheng asked, his eyes lighting up at the news. A month prior, he had instructed Su Zi to keep an eye on Chen Xuanzong and Li Zuin. After all, the task hall was renowned for its extensive intelligence network within the Xinyang sect. Su Zi quickly responded, "The task location is in Baishui City." He added, "According to the details of the task, a member of the Chu family in Baishui City has offended a foundational realm cultivator and has specifically sought assistance from the Xinyang sect, requesting that a foundational disciple escort them to safety." Li Changsheng nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Have we managed to ascertain the strength of the Chu family members?" Su Zi responded, "Naturally, we have determined that the Chu family in Baishui City is merely a qi refining family, with the strongest member being at most a peak qi refinement cultivator." "Very well, I am now informed. You need not concern yourself with Chen Xuanzong. Instead, focus on monitoring Li Zuin's movements and identify any individuals he has offended or antagonized, preferably clarifying all of this before his return." A dangerous smile crept onto Li Changsheng's lips as he retrieved 500 lower-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and tossed them to the respectful Su Zi, who quickly accepted the stones with gratitude and promptly vanished from the entrance of Li Changsheng's courtyard. "After a month of confinement, you finally embark on your mission. Perhaps my impatience has led me astray, but unresolved troubles remain troublesome." Li Changsheng's gaze sparkled with intensity as he murmured to himself, heading toward Qihua Peak. "Chen Xuanzong, now on my blacklist, must perish. This may well be my obsession, or perhaps a matter of principle." Of course, Li Changsheng was not reckless. His confidence in targeting Chen Xuanzong stemmed from his assurance of not having yet broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage. 3 months prior, Asan had already achieved the Foundation Establishment stage and, under the directive of his father, Li Ziliang, had arrived at Xinyang sect a month ago to follow Li Changsheng's orders. In addition to Asan, there was also Su Xuanhu, who, through 6 months of vested interests, had become entirely subservient to Li Changsheng. There was no alternative. Li Changsheng had offered far too much. It was precisely due to these two individuals that Li Changsheng felt emboldened, as one might as well utilize external forces when available. Several minutes later, Li Changsheng arrived at Wan Feiyu's courtyard. "Oh, my esteemed disciple has arrived. Have you encountered any dilemmas in alchemy today?" Upon seeing Li Changsheng, Wan Feiyu, who was currently concocting pills, immediately displayed a benevolent smile. Over the past 6 months, Li Changsheng's talent and performance had greatly pleased him, particularly the occasional tokens of filial piety that had immensely satisfied his vanity. Approaching Wan Feiyu respectfully, Li Chongsheng shook his head, a hint of excitement gracing his lips as he spoke. Under your esteemed guidance, I am now capable of refining second-tier pills. I have come specifically to express my gratitude. You mean to say you are now a second-tier alchemist? A trace of astonishment flitted across Wan Feiyu's gentle smile. He had presumed that, even with his meticulous instruction, Li Chongsheng would require at least 2 to 3 more years to achieve the status of a second-tier alchemist. Yet, in just over half a year, Li Chongsheng had already reached the ability to refine second-tier pills. Such talent in alchemy exceeded Wan Feiyu's previous estimations of Li Chongsheng's capabilities. After a moment of astonishment, Wan Feiyu quickly grasped Li Chongsheng's hand, inquiring, "What is your success rate and pill formation rate?" Li Chongsheng replied with a smile, "The success rate is approximately 50%, and the pill formation rate hovers around 30%. However, the final outcome still depends on luck." He had no reservations about this, eschewing any pretense of humility. On the contrary, Li Chongsheng was eager to showcase his talent, hoping to garner even more attention from Wan Feiyu and learn additional alchemical techniques and knowledge. "That is certainly commendable. You can now rightfully be called a second-tier alchemist." Wan Feiyu's tone was filled with delight. He led Li Chongsheng to a massive alchemical furnace, gesturing to it as he spoke. "Give it a try. Let me see how you measure up now, of course." Li Chongsheng nodded with a smile, channeling the Earth Fiend technique several times. As a wave of energy surged, he concentrated all his mental faculties into a singular focus. Expertly retrieving the materials for refining qi-enhancing pills from beside the furnace, Li Chongsheng meticulously controlled the flames beneath the alchemical furnace. Wan Feiyu, observing intently, nodded in silent approval as Li Chongsheng proceeded step by step. His disciple's talent for alchemy was indeed extraordinary. Should he not falter, there was every opportunity for him to ascend to 4th-tier alchemist status. At that point, not only would it testify to Li Chongsheng's talent, but also reflect Wan Feiyu's teaching ability. It was well known that cultivating a 3rd-tier or higher alchemist within Shenyang sect could yield rewards exceeding 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Should Li Chongsheng achieve 4th-tier status, the rewards would be doubled. Motivated by the rewards set forth by the sect, Wan Feiyu began to secretly devise plans to intensify his training of Li Chongsheng. Time gradually passed, and under Wan Feiyu's unwavering gaze, Li Chongsheng completed the final steps, gradually reducing the flames beneath the furnace. Moments later, an intoxicating fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, enveloping the entire courtyard. "Indeed, he can refine second-tier pills. Let us see your pill formation rate." Without waiting for Li Chongsheng to act, Wan Feiyu eagerly opened the alchemical furnace, peering inside. To his eyes, there were a total of 18 pills within the furnace, 12 of which were charred and filled with impurities, clearly rendered useless. The 6 successful pills, however, were pristine white, exuding a milky aura, and the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs continually emanated from them. 6 successful pills. Indeed, this aligns with the 30% rate. Extracting the 6 qi-enhancing pills. A glimmer of joy and excitement shone in Wan Feiyu's eyes as he regarded Li Chongsheng with increasing satisfaction. Even an average second-tier alchemist would typically hover around that success rate, while those slightly better would achieve rates of 40 to 50%. "Master, might I inquire if there are any shortcomings in my alchemical process?" Noticing the joy on Wan Feiyu's face, Li Chongsheng's lips curled slightly as he lowered his head in humility. Despite believing that his recent alchemical efforts had been excellent, he recognized the vast gulf between himself and his master. Wan Feiyu, upon hearing this, concealed his joy and adopted a serious expression. "Observe closely." He admonished Li Chongsheng, personally demonstrating the refining of qi-enhancing pills to ensure that Li Chongsheng could glean greater insights from the process. After all, mere words could not compare to hands-on practice and demonstration. Wan Feiyu completed the process in considerably less time than Li Chongsheng, and after an incense stick's worth of explanation, a richer fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from the furnace. This scent was even more potent than that of the qi-enhancing pills Li Chongsheng had previously concocted. "Open the furnace and retrieve the pills," Wan Feiyu announced, extracting his 15 finished products. From a batch of 18 pills, Wan Feiyu's pill formation rate had reached approximately 80%. He handed the 15 qi-enhancing pills to Li Chongsheng. Speaking slowly, "Have you taken note? With my master personally guiding me, the gains are indeed remarkable." Li Chongsheng nodded vigorously, his understanding of refining qi-enhancing pills deepening further. "That is well. However, Remember not to feign knowledge where none exists. Do come to my courtyard often. You may observe and learn while I refine pills. Wan Feiyu smiled as he instructed Li Changsheng, intentionally increasing his mentorship. Li Changsheng understood this and promptly agreed. After engaging in light conversation with Wan Feiyu, he prepared to take his leave when a thought struck him. He turned back and inquired, Master, if there is a foundation establishment disciple within the inner sect targeting me, and I am left with no choice but to eliminate them, would there be any repercussions? If it is indeed unavoidable, what repercussions could arise? Moreover, even if you were to act deliberately, as long as it is outside the sect, there is a measure of influence I can exert to ensure your safety. Wan Feiyu regarded Li Changsheng with a deep gaze before continuing. Of course, this is predicated upon the premise that those you slay do not possess formidable identities or backgrounds. Let me be clear. You are an astute individual, but you must always consider your standing and whether your actions are justifiable. Should your actions affect my standing, I assure you, I will be the first to hold you accountable. Yes, Master. Li Changsheng bowed his head respectfully, nodding as he exited the courtyard. Wan Feiyu's words were indeed wise. He had taken Li Changsheng as his disciple primarily out of admiration for his alchemical talent and intelligence, wishing to cultivate him to bring honor to himself. Should Li Changsheng create trouble or cause repercussions, it was certain that, in the interest of preserving his own benefits, Wan Feiyu would not hesitate to cast him aside. Fortunately, neither Qin Xuanzong nor Li Zuin possessed formidable identities or backgrounds, and all of Li Changsheng's actions were conducted in secrecy, with only a few individuals aware, each bearing a measure of responsibility. Ensuring confidentiality. As night fell, within the courtyard of Li Changsheng, San and Su Xuanhu had already gathered. They stood respectfully beside Li Changsheng, awaiting his commands while he rested with closed eyes. After a while, Li Changsheng opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of coldness passing through them. He did not speak, but gazed intently beyond the courtyard. At that moment, Su Zi entered, bowing deferentially. Approaching Li Changsheng, he held out a jade slip. Whispering, Senior Brother Li, this is a mission I discreetly obtained from the task hall, with a route that completely contradicts that of Qin Xuanzong. The task has been completed, but I chose to suppress the report. Excellent! Li Changsheng's lips curled into a smile as he produced his identity token and tapped it against the jade slip, instantly accepting the task. With this mission in hand, even if someone suspected him of orchestrating Qin Xuanzong's demise, he could use this task as evidence. Although such meticulousness was unnecessary, Li Changsheng's cautious nature compelled him to make thorough preparations for any eventuality. After all, life was singular, and mistakes were intolerable. After Li Changsheng accepted the task, Su Zi produced another jade slip, respectfully handing it to Su Xian. Su Xuanhu similarly took up his identity token to accept the task, which was of the same nature as Li Changsheng's, already completed and merely awaiting submission. Once everything was arranged, and after Su Zi departed, Li Changsheng cast a glance at the crescent moon in the sky. A bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. The plan can now be executed. Our departure will merely appear as the normal execution of a task. We are blissfully unaware of Qin Xuanzong's matters, and they no longer concern us. 3 days later, the members of the Chu family relocated en masse, dividing into several teams that ventured in different directions. The core personnel of the Chu family, under Qin Xuanzong's protection, cautiously left Baishui City, heading eastward. With the backing of Qin Xuanzong, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment, and as an inner disciple of the Xinyang sect, it seemed their family nemesis did not attempt to intercept them. As they traveled a considerable distance and found the path safe, a peak Qi refinement expert from the Chu family sighed in relief. He approached Qin Xuanzong, offering a storage bag in hand. I must thank you, Lord Qin, for your protection along the way. This is a token of my gratitude, and once we reach our destination, I assure you of a grand reward in return. Qin Xuanzong accepted the storage bag, glanced inside at the spirit stones, and nodded with satisfaction. No need for such formalities. Since I have accepted the mission, I will ensure your safe passage. He particularly enjoyed tasks of this nature, often finding that the spirit stones acquired during the journey far outweighed the rewards of the task itself. However, at that moment, as Qin Xuanzong placed the storage bag into his robes, a surge of destructive magical attacks suddenly erupted from thin air. Of course, these attacks were not aimed at Qin Xuanzong but were specifically directed at the core members of the Chu family. In an instant, the Chu family's elite suffered heavy casualties. Do you truly believe that the spirit stones of the Li family are so easily squandered? Do you think I am a fool to be toyed with at your whim? A chilling voice resonated as Li Changxing appeared, his icy gaze fixed on Chen Xuanzong, Asan, and Su Xuan, who stood ready, flanking the remaining fewer than 10 members of the Chu family. Encircling them, Li Changxing. Upon witnessing Li Changxing's sudden appearance, Chen Xuanzong's brow furrowed, though he initially dismissed the concern. After all, he was at the foundation establishment stage, while Li Changxing was merely a peak qi refinement cultivator. What was there to fear? Yet, his confidence soon waned as Su Xuanhu and Asan, both foundation establishment experts, emerged behind Li Changxing, evidently acting under his command. Forcing a strained smile, Chen Xuanzong remarked, "Ah, it is merely my nephew. The spirit stones from your family were willingly given by your father, and I share a deep bond with him. If you are reluctant to part with those stones, I shall gladly return them to you as the gracious uncle." Li Changxing scoffed dismissively, a surge of sword energy emanating from his being as he replied frostily, "What is your status compared to mine? What right do you have to entangle yourself in my affairs?" Such words instantly put Chen Xuanzong on high alert. He hastily retreated a few steps. His gaze locked onto Li Changxing. Li Changxing, what do you intend to do? To make you pay for your greed. With a cold laugh, Li Changxing gestured to Asan and Su Xuanhu. Engage Chen Xuanzong. The rest are mine. As his voice fell, a long sword materialized in Li Changxing's hand, and he moved like a specter into the fray. The moment Li Changxing acted, Su Xuanhu and Asan exchanged glances, their energies flaring as they unleashed their magical artifacts to strike at Chen Xuanzong. Asan's sword moved with the swiftness of the wind, his aura unyielding, quickly overpowering Chen Xuanzong's presence. Meanwhile, Su Xuanhu wielded a supreme-grade battle axe, his cultivation slightly surpassing that of Chen Xuanzong, effectively pinning him down in conjunction with Asan. Under the relentless assault of the duo, Chen Xuanzong was left in a state of desperation. Retreating even as he stood, he felt a surge of urgency. Had he been facing either Su Xuanhu or Asan alone, he might have managed to escape. Yet, against their combined might, retreating was an insurmountable challenge. "My Chu family bears no grudge against you. You seek Chen Xuanzong. Could you spare us today? We are willing to offer 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." As Asan and Su Xuanhu battled with Chen Xuanzong, Li Changxing wielded his sword energy, having already eliminated 2 core members of the Chu family. The peak qi refinement expert, witnessing the carnage, felt a blend of fear and fury, crying out desperately, "Kill them all. Everything belongs to me." After all this time, do you not grasp this simple truth? Li Changxing sneered disdainfully, unleashing another wave of sword energy that swiftly dispatched 2 more core members of the Chu family. He moved like a specter through the crowd, blood splattering as 3 more heads fell to the ground. "Damn it. I am at peak qi refinement, just as you are. Even if I die today, I will make you pay." Observing Li Changxing eradicate his family's elite in mere moments, the furious qi refinement expert roared, producing a handful of talismans and activating them with his spiritual energy. As they activated, the talismans rained down upon Li Changxing like scattered flowers. Sensing the threat, Li Changxing stepped back sharply, vanishing like a shadow. The spot he had just occupied was engulfed by a tremendous force, followed by a deafening explosion. Most of these talismans held the power of late-stage qi refinement, but, combined in such numbers, their explosive force was formidable. Yet, alas, Li Changxing's speed was too swift, and he remained vigilant. Evading harm entirely, "Hmph! I shall fight you to the bitter end." The peak qi refinement expert, seeing his efforts fail to harm Li Changxing, snorted in anger, summoning a high-grade magical artifact to charge at him. "What right does a decrepit old man, whose vitality has waned, have to challenge me?" With a swing of his sword, Li Changxing darted past the aging cultivator, their bodies narrowly missing each other in that fleeting moment. A streak of grayish sword energy flashed, vanishing into the elder's form. "Too weak. As you grow old, remain in your place rather than acting like a youth, recklessly seeking conflict." Observing the figure standing at a distance of 2 to 3 meters, a pinnacle of qi refinement, Li Changxing shook his head. He retrieved a silken handkerchief from his storage bag and wiped the blood from the tip of his sword. Throughout this motion, the pinnacle of qi refinement remained motionless. As the gentle breeze swept by, his head suddenly fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck, sparkling in the sunlight with a vividly enchanting crimson hue. Stepping back a pace, Li Changxing ensured that the torrent of blood did not stain his pristine robe. Having dealt with the members of the Chu family, he casually discarded the handkerchief and cast his gaze toward the distant battle. 100 meters away, Asan and Su Xuanhu were relentlessly suppressing Qin Xuanzong. Under the fierce pressure from the duo, Qin Xuanzong bore multiple grievous wounds, with a large charred scar marring his left cheek. This burn was the handiwork of Su Xuanhu, who practiced a fire-based martial art. The original intention had been to sever Qin Xuanzong's head, but he narrowly evaded, resulting in only a scorched mark upon his face. Li Changsheng, though I coveted a modicum of wealth from your Li family, at the very least, I was the one who led you to the Xinyang sect. Had I not bestowed upon you that special recruitment opportunity, would you have achieved such feats today? As the situation grew increasingly dire, Qin Xuanzong cast a furtive glance at the leisurely standing Li Changsheng and bellowed. Regret consumed him as he lamented his prior folly in pursuing petty gains and failing to discern the true nature of the duplicitous Li Changsheng. Had he foreseen this day, no amount of spirit stones from Li Ziliang would have persuaded him to grant that special recruitment slot to Li Changsheng. Fair is fair. I can overlook the spirit stones my father bribed you with. As they were rightfully yours, however, your error lies in using my name to swindle my father for spirit stones after entering the Xinyang sect. Li Changsheng shook his head, a fierce glint of murder gleaming in his eyes. I was wrong. Grant me one chance. If you spare my life today, I shall repay tenfold the spirit stones obtained from your father. With his arm pierced by a fierce sword aura, Qin Xuanzong grew increasingly anxious. His lips trembling as he pleaded for mercy, Li Changsheng regarded him coldly. Had you known this would be the outcome, why act so foolishly in the first place? I detest those who exploit and deceive me. And you embody both. Today, how could I possibly allow you to live? With that, Li Changsheng waved his hand and commanded, do not hold back. Increase your efforts and swiftly eliminate Qin Xuanzong. Chapter 72. Su Xuanhu's token of loyalty. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fierce sword aura erupted from within Li Changsheng, propelling him forward as the aura surged toward Qin Xuanzong's back with astonishing speed. Surrounded by two assailants, Qin Xuanzong could not muster the strength to defend himself and could only brace against the impact with his protective shield. Clang! Sparks erupted as the razor-sharp sword aura failed to inflict damage on Qin Xuanzong, yet it slowed his movements, causing numerous cracks to form on his shield. This moment of distraction afforded Asan and Su Xuanhu the opportunity they needed. Seizing the moment, Asan concentrated his sword aura to its zenith, then unleashed it with tremendous force, lunging toward Qin Xuanzong with relentless determination. Faced with such an onslaught, Qin Xuanzong's eyes widened in terror as he hastily attempted to evade, simultaneously retrieving a protective talisman to shield himself. But Asan's sword was too swift. Before the talisman could fully manifest, Asan's sword aura had already pierced through Qin Xuanzong's chest. The tides of battle shifted dramatically. With Asan's strike, Qin Xuanzong sustained a severe injury, his reaction slowing significantly. Before he could muster a final retaliatory strike, Su Xuanhu charged in with ferocity, with flames roaring upon his mighty blade. A torrent of fiery energy enveloped the sword's edge as he aimed for Qin Xuanzong's head. Under the force of this strike, Qin Xuanzong's eyes widened in disbelief. He desperately attempted to invoke a defensive technique. But as his hand moved, his vision was consumed by the fiery blaze. Boom! Qin Xuanzong's body was cleaved in two, his entrails spilling onto the ground, quickly engulfed by the flames that ignited around him. Well, that was quite the windfall for me. After dispatching Qin Xuanzong with a single blow, Su Xuanhu scratched his head and flashed a hearty smile toward Li Changsheng behind him. This was his token of loyalty. Qin Xuanzong had been slain by his own hand, with no ties to Li Changsheng. For just moments earlier, he had perceived Asan's strike. That sword aura had come perilously close to Qin Xuanzong's heart. Asan could have ended Qin Xuanzong's life outright, yet he had hesitated, clearly indicating that Li Changsheng did not fully trust him. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Su Xuanhu unleashed his most formidable attack, cleaving Qin Xuanzong in two as a testament to his allegiance. Li Changsheng smiled, a touch of warmth in his expression. Well done. Upon our return to the Xinyang sect, your monthly stipend will increase by 200 low-grade spirit stones. Yes, thank you, Senior Brotherly. As Li Changsheng's smile grew warmer, Su Xuanhu felt a wave of relief wash over him, confirming his earlier suspicions. Meanwhile, Asan quietly sheathed his sword and began to rummage through the ground. In a short while, He returned with a large collection of storage bags, presenting them to Li Changsheng. These bags belonged to Chen Xuanzong as well as core members of the Chu family. Nearly all the resources of the Chu family's elite were contained within. Li Changsheng examined the bags and estimated that the spirit stones amassed in this haul exceeded 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. After transferring the items into his own storage bag, he retrieved 2 bottles of nourishing pills and tossed one to San and the other to Su Xian. Li Changsheng instructed, "Eliminate all traces of our presence here. And tend to those wounds as well. Additionally, fabricate signs of other cultivators." Su Xuanhu nodded in agreement, but then inquired, "Senior Brother Li, what shall we do with the corpses? Should we incinerate them all?" "No need. Leave them here." Li Changsheng shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "They have offended their enemies and met their demise at their hands. What does it concern us? We were never here." This was an unparalleled opportunity. The Chu family had wronged someone. As long as they cleaned up their own traces, no one would suspect Li Changsheng. When others inevitably discovered the corpses, they would undoubtedly associate them with the enemies of the Chu family. Indeed, mere hours after Li Changsheng and his companions departed, a foundation-building cultivator with enmity toward the Chu family arrived with a throng of followers. Upon witnessing the decimation of the Chu family's core members, he initially felt elated. This way, he had saved himself the trouble of engaging in battle, having witnessed the demise of these wretched foes without lifting a finger. Yet, upon seeing the bisected body of Chen Xuanzong, his expression shifted to one of horror. Recognizing the inner sect disciple's attire and piecing together the implications, he realized he had likely fallen into a trap. Someone had used his name to kill this disciple of the Xinyang sect, thereby framing him for the crime. As thoughts of the Xinyang sect's terrifying reputation flooded his mind, the foundation-building cultivator broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling considerably. "This is bad. We must flee. We need to escape the jurisdiction of the Xinyang sect," he shouted, hastily leading his companions away in a frantic dash. In the days that followed, news of the incident swiftly reached the inner sect of the Xinyang sect. However, it did not incite significant upheaval within the inner sect, as casualties were an expected part of executing missions. Nonetheless, Chen Xuanzong had been a foundation-building disciple for over 20 years, and such a matter could not simply be dismissed. After deliberation among the enforcement hall, the foundation-building cultivator with enmity toward the Chu family was marked for a bounty task on the mission board. Ultimately, the circumstances surrounding Chen Xuanzong's death were resolved with a bounty of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the incident faded from discussion within the Xinyang sect. Even Chen Xuanzong's acquaintances within various sects feigned ignorance regarding the matter. After all, while they might concern themselves with a living Chen Xuanzong, a deceased one held no value for them. Why expend effort on what no longer benefited them? At the observing sun peak, in Li Changsheng's courtyard, Su Zi entered respectfully upon hearing the news. Upon seeing Li Changsheng, a broad smile spread across his face as he clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Li, on resolving a troublesome matter." "Troublesome? What trouble?" Li Changsheng shot a cold glance at Su Zi. Devoid of any warmth, "I merely undertook a routine task. What trouble could I possibly resolve?" Upon hearing this, Su Zi, who had intended to seek credit, was taken aback, realizing he had misspoken. He quickly stammered, "Why yes, I came to congratulate Senior Brother on completing the task. I meant no offense, I know nothing." "Indeed, you know nothing. In the future, refrain from being so clever. Do not dwell on trifles." Li Changsheng spoke in a cold tone, and then casually tossed 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to Su Zi, inquiring, "What news do you have concerning my third brother? Are there any enemies or adversaries along the border? After all, we are family, and as his younger brother, I naturally wish to express my concern." Su Zi felt a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly accepted the spirit stones, responding, "I am still in the process of investigating. However, I am making swift progress. Within 10 days at most, I will have thoroughly uncovered all of Li Zuan's connections along the border." Li Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at Su Zi, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. After a prolonged moment of silence, he slowly spoke, "Please expedite your efforts. They are due to return in 4 months. Yes, I assure you, within no more than 10 days, I will not disappoint your trust, Senior Brother Li." Su Zi vowed earnestly. Not daring to show an ounce of hesitation, Li Changsheng nodded and waved his hand. "Very well. If there is nothing further, you may withdraw." Su Zi stood in place, contemplating for a moment, before cautiously speaking. About 10 days ago, Xianin sect opened its doors to recruit a batch of outer disciples, among whom are members of my Su family. However, that is of little importance. What matters is that, according to my family's sources, Li Changdao from the second branch has also joined the outer sect. Has the outer sect already begun its recruitment over 10 days ago? Li Changxing inquired, somewhat surprised, for he had been engrossed in alchemy during that period and had not kept abreast of external developments. Su Zi nodded, replying, indeed, they have recruited over 2,000 disciples in total, among which 7 with dual spiritual roots were directly selected to enter the inner sect, becoming personal disciples of several golden core elders. And what of those with heavenly and extraordinary spiritual roots? Li Changxing's curiosity was piqued regarding the exceptional talents being drawn to Xianin's sect. After all, should individuals with such rare attributes join, their status would undoubtedly be elevated, warranting advance inquiry. Su Zi shook his head with a bitter smile, sighing, finding those with heavenly or extraordinary roots is no simple feat. Even if they exist, they would have long been snatched up by others. Pausing, he suddenly recalled something and continued, however, there is indeed one individual with triple spiritual roots of water, thunder, and fire. Unfortunately, he was unable to enter the inner sect, as it seems a certain elder from the outer sect has taken him on as a personal disciple. Though he possesses a thunder spiritual root, he is still merely of triple spiritual roots. His potential is likely just a shade above that of ordinary triple spiritual roots. Such a person is hardly worthy of attention. Li Changxing responded, shaking his head. Discovering that no exceptionally gifted talents had joined Xianin's sect, he waved his hand dismissively, you may leave. I have gleaned all I need to know. What of Li Changdao? Before departing, Su Zi ventured to inquire tentatively. After all, they were family, and he wished for Li Changdao to receive a favorable position. As for other matters, he left those to Li Changxing's discretion. Li Changxing, growing impatient, waved his hand, indicating it was a trivial matter he need not renege on. Moreover, with the entire Li family under the control of his father, even if he were to expedite Li Changdao's growth, it would only benefit the clan and would not undermine his father's authority. As Su Zi departed, Li Changxing retrieved a small black notebook from his storage pouch. An ink pen materialized in his hand, the essence of the underworld transforming into ink as he opened the notebook. He gently marked a cross over the 3 characters Chen Xuanzong, signifying an end, a resolution to a lingering sentiment. After crossing out Chen Xuanzong's name, Li Changxing did not immediately close the notebook but instead inscribed the names Li Zuan and son Fsi Li Zuan, his third brother and the son of the 4th elder, bore the grudge of their father's death. A resolution between them was inevitable. As for son Fatsai, he was the unscrupulous elder son from the Techniques Hall, the one who had deceived and threatened Li Changxing. Previously, Li Changxing had refrained from writing this name, believing his strength insufficient to exact revenge on son Fatsai. Yet now, circumstances had dramatically shifted. His status and power had undergone a profound transformation, allowing him to perceive son Fatsai as far less formidable than previously imagined. Thus, he resolved to channel this into motivation, constantly urging himself to enhance his cultivation and strength. Once sufficiently powerful, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate him. After inscribing these 2 names, Li Changxing felt a surge of relief. A smile gracing his face, he joyfully closed the black notebook and gazed up at the pristine sky. How bright! He exclaimed, before consuming a chi-boosting pill and settling into the gathering yin array. This array was significantly more advanced than the minor version, condensing 2 to 3 times the amount of yin energy, essentially an upgraded model. However, its price and consumption were also considerably higher. The array plate alone had cost Li Changxing 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. On average, the gathering yin array consumed at least 6 low-grade spirit stones per day. Nevertheless, high expenditure promised high returns. Be wise substituting the minor gathering yin array with this enhanced version. Li Changxing's cultivation speed had indeed accelerated considerably. What I require now is diligent cultivation, simultaneously consolidating the sword chi within my body while continuously absorbing yin energy, thus reinforcing my foundation and cultivation, striving to reach the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Li Changxing silently vowed, swiftly channeling the earthly fiend art to absorb the surrounding dense yin energy. As the steady influx of yin energy permeated his body, Li Changxing's cultivation steadily strengthened, and the sword chi within him grew increasingly potent. With this dual approach, his training yielded exceptional results. The earthly fiend art and sword cultivation technique complemented each other perfectly, not only maintaining his cultivation speed but enriching the yin energy within him. After 10 days, Li Changsheng was enveloped in a fusion of sword qi and yin energy, each enhancing the other, reflecting his cultivation level. At the entrance of the courtyard, Su Zi waited respectfully, bowing slightly. After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, having cycled through his techniques several times to integrate the sword qi and yin energy within himself, Li Changsheng finally opened his eyes slowly. Ha! He exhaled deeply, rising gradually to sit beside the stone table. Come in. After seating himself, Li Changsheng poured tea with a nonchalant demeanor, casually stating, Su Zi, it has been 10 days. I summoned you not to hear your flattery, but to inquire about the matters I entrusted you with. In response, Senior Brother Li, I have successfully completed the task you assigned. Su Zi respectfully presented a jade slip from his storage pouch. Placing it before Li Changsheng, he quickly elaborated. This contains the names of Li Zuin's enemies along the border. Their relationships are quite strained. Among them, Wu Zhihao and Qin Kaihu have clashed with Li Zuin on multiple occasions. Particularly Qin Kaihu, who has even threatened to make Li Zuin pay dearly within Xinyin sect. Li Changsheng accepted the jade slip, examining it before pointing to Qin Kaihu's name and inquiring, what background does this individual possess within Xinyin sect? Su Zi promptly replied. Reports indicate that Qin Kaihu has connections with a certain Golden Core elder from the Law Enforcement Hall, and his demeanor is notoriously arrogant. Then he shall be the one. Li Changsheng nodded, narrowing his eyes. Given their antagonistic relationship, I trust you can devise a way to incite a conflict between them. While instigating a conflict may be straightforward, Su Zi hesitated. However, Qin Kaihu is not a fool. He would likely refrain from killing a Foundation establishment disciple in plain sight. Li Changsheng regarded him for a moment before tossing Su Zi a vial of qi-boosting pills. There are still over 3 months remaining. If opportunities do not present themselves, create them. Oh, not make me question your capabilities. As Su Zi accepted the pills, he clenched his teeth, his expression fraught with conflict. It was not that he was unwilling. Rather, his abilities were exceedingly limited, making it difficult to manipulate the enmity between Qin Kaihu and Li Zuin to the point of mutual destruction. What? Are you suggesting that you are incapable? Li Changsheng sipped his tea lightly. Observing the floating leaves, his tone indifferent. I will do my utmost. Su Zi gritted his teeth and nodded, then continued, however. Accomplishing this will undoubtedly require substantial resources, particularly in spirit stones. Spirit stones are manageable, as long as you succeed. That is all that matters. Li Changsheng interrupted Su Zi's words, tossing him 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Take these spirit stones for now. If they are insufficient, feel free to seek me out again. Yes, I assure you, Senior Brother Li, I will not let your expectations down. Su Zi nodded earnestly, accepting the spirit stones before turning to leave. As he stepped out of the courtyard, Li Changsheng suddenly spoke up. By the way, you do know whom you are assisting, correct? I certainly am inclined towards Li. Su Zi began, but quickly corrected himself. I am a member of the task hall, closely associated with Sister Lin, and naturally, I am aiding her in all matters. My dealings with Senior Brother Li are merely occasional, and there is no significant relationship between us. Quite right, return now. Our interactions are limited to casual conversations without any substantial dealings. Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, waving goodbye to Su Zi. Upon hearing this, Su Zi felt a sense of relief in his heart. He turned back, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and then swiftly exited Li Changsheng's courtyard. He was acutely aware that although he had been assisting Li Changsheng for some time, Li Changsheng would never acknowledge such a connection. This was to prevent any potential exposure of certain matters. As Li Changsheng was keen to avoid any entanglement with him, should anything come to light, Su Zi would bear full responsibility for his actions, with personal grievances entirely separate from Li Changsheng and Lin Xiaoxi. It sounded rather pitiful, but that was the reality. Neither Li Changsheng nor Lin Xiaoxi were individuals Su Zi could afford to offend. His only hope was to conduct matters with utmost caution to avoid any exposure. Although he possessed the capability to handle affairs, he was also a shrewd individual. If anything were to go awry in the future, he might very well implicate the young master. At that moment, Asan emerged from a room within the courtyard, silently standing behind Li Changsheng while gazing in the direction where Su Zi had disappeared. Li Changsheng shook his head and replied coolly, "It is precisely because he is astute that he understands the repercussions of involving me. Rest assured, He is a clever man and would not act to dig his own grave. He had considered this point earlier, which led to his previous remarks. After all, he belonged to the Alchemy Hall, while Su Zi was from the Task Hall. On the surface, their connection appeared minimal. Even if one day matters were to come to light, Su Zi's intelligence would ensure that he would not drag Li Chongqing into it. Seeing Li Chongqing's confidence, Asan nodded in agreement. As long as the young master is assured, should such a day arise, I will give my life to ensure Su Zi cannot speak a word. A smile graced Li Chongqing's face as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Asan, his lips curving into a gentle smile. Fear not, such a day will not come. Su Zi is not alone. As long as he does not wish for the Su family to face total annihilation, he would rather die than reveal a single word about me. I see. It appears I have been overly concerned, Asan remarked, a hint of a smile breaking through his icy demeanor as he accepted the tea and drank it down in one gulp. In the northern border of Tsangzhou, night had fallen. The climate was frigid, with gusts of cold wind sweeping through the snowflakes that danced upon the city walls. On top of the wall, a man clad in black stood resolutely, gazing into the distance as he slowly opened his palm to capture a snowflake carried by the biting wind. Watching it melt in his hand, a flicker of intense hatred ignited in his eyes. Only 3 months remain. Once I return to Xinyang Gate, I will ensure that Li Chongqing and his son pay dearly for their actions. This man was none other than Li Zuan, the looming threat over Li Chongqing. He stared towards the direction of Qingchuan City, his fists clenched tightly, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Although the situation had been instigated by his father, the outcome was clear. Li Chongqing had slain his father. The vendetta of a son against his father was inescapable. Regardless of right or wrong, vengeance must be sought. This was a duty he felt as as for matters of family and interests. He could hardly concern himself with such trivialities now. All he desired was revenge, to ensure that Li Chongqing and his son paid in blood for their transgressions, even if it cost him his own life. Ah, old Li, you too grace this city wall? Just in time. I have procured 2 jars of fine liquor. Let us share a drink. As Li Zuan's murderous intent simmered, a hearty laugh erupted from behind him. A robust man approached, holding 2 jars of liquor, tossing one towards Li Zuan. Li Zuan concealed the hatred that darkened his expression, forcing a strained smile as he nodded. Very well, let us drink heartily today. For years, Li Zuan had harbored the turmoil of his family's affairs within, confiding in no one. He feared that any premature revelation would alert Li Chongqing and his son, complicating his path to vengeance. Raising the jar of liquor, Li Zuan took a deep swig, feeling the fiery liquid coursing through him. He truly needed the strong drink to suppress the seething hatred within him. Otherwise, he might have already rushed back to Qingchuan City to obliterate Li Chongqing and his son. As the liquor burned down his throat, Li Zuan felt warmth spreading through his body, his blood beginning to boil. What a potent drink! Old Yuan, where did you procure this? This liquor is quite impressive. Even I, at the Foundation establishment level, am feeling its effect. He took another hearty gulp, smiling as he inquired of Old Yuan. Old Yuan offered no reply, simply wearing a faint smile, his gaze somewhat evasive. Li Zuan thought little of it, assuming his friend merely wished to keep some fine liquor for himself. Sighing wistfully, he glanced towards Qingchuan City and began to speak. Old Yuan, has it been 8 years since we met? Old Yuan nodded, quietly observing Li Zuan. I cannot recall the exact time, but it must be around 7 or 8 years. That is hardly sufficient. I remember every detail. We have known each other for precisely 8 years. 6 months and 15 days. Li Zuan scoffed, suddenly reminded of his deceased father and elder nephew, causing his eyes to moisten. Hearing Li Zuan's words, Old Yuan fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Perhaps you should stop drinking? Li Zuan was taken aback, quickly cradling the liquor jar protectively. What? Are you already reluctant to part with this fine drink? No, I am simply unworthy of your friendship. Old Yuan bowed his head, unable to meet Li Zuan's gaze. Confusion clouded Li Zuan's face, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. To his horror, he saw that a blade had pierced through his chest, wielded by Old Yuan. Stumbling back in shock, Li Zuan's expression was filled with terror and disbelief. Old Yuan, have we not endured life and death together over the years? You saved my life, and I have saved yours. You are the one I trust most, And yet now, Li Zuan's face twisted with fury as he summoned his spiritual energy, attempting to staunch the bleeding wound. Only to find that he could not harness his energy. At that moment, realization dawned upon him, and a wretched smile emerged on his face, blood beginning to seep from his orifices. Poison. The liquor is poisoned. No wonder I felt my blood boiling. It was laced with deadly toxins. Old Yuan bowed his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. Do not blame me. I am not acting alone. I have dependents above and below. If I do not do this, my family will perish. I do not blame you. I only blame myself for being too trusting of those around me. Li Zuan forced a tragic smile, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Feeling his life slipping away, he gritted his teeth in defiance. If you still harbor any semblance of our bond from these past 8 years, then I beseech you to fulfill one last request. As a brother, you need only say the word. I will certainly assist you. Old Yuan raised his head, locking eyes with Li Zuan, nodding earnestly. This was a debt he owed to Li Zuan, a debt for which he had exchanged Li Zuan's life to save his own family. Help me kill a man, Li Chongqing, from my family. He should have entered the intersect of Xinyang Gate by now. Rest assured, he has not yet reached the Foundation establishment level. If the opportunity arises, you must assist me in eliminating him. Coughing up blood, Li Zuan lunged forward, gripping Old Yuan's shoulders with all his strength to convey his dying wish. Very well, I promise. Old Yuan had never heard of Li Chongqing's reputation and assumed he was merely an orty. Old Yuan quietly wept, tightly embracing the gradually stiffening corpse of Li Zuin. Behind him, a robust figure approached. This man was Qin Kaihu, who had recently come into unexpected possession of a cache of spirit stones. It was said that someone within the Xianyang sect wished to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. To demonstrate loyalty, they offered assistance in eliminating Li Zuin, who frequently clashed with him. Initially, Qin Kaihu had been somewhat skeptical, merely smiling and nodding, dismissing it as inconsequential. However, just a few days later, he was secretly summoned to this location, where he witnessed the scene before him. Qin Kaihu, it was you who threatened my family, Old Yuan exclaimed, his eyes reddening as he gazed at the approaching Qin Kaihu. Without offering an explanation, Qin Kaihu coldly replied, dispose of the body and declare that Li Zuin has mysteriously vanished. I can facilitate this, allowing today's events to be forgotten, considering you are the one who committed the act. With that, Qin Kaihu turned to leave, refraining from further elaboration, as the matter indeed pertained to him. Moreover, he was not the one responsible for the murder. The true killer stood before him in the form of Old Yuan. What right did he have to question him? Simultaneously, he felt a sense of curiosity, even suspicion, regarding the possibility that he had been manipulated. Who could orchestrate such a scheme? Their standing within the Xianyang sect must be significant, and there would be no need to curry favor with him. Brotherly, the matter has been successfully handled. At Guanyang Peak, within the courtyard of Li Chongqing, Su Zi, having received precise intelligence from the border archives, promptly arrived in secrecy. Naturally, Li Chongqing was also apprised of the news, which greatly pleased him and further elevated his regard for Su Zi's capabilities.